Chapter 1. 4 days the radio told him the date. A morning show host was complaining about highway construction on Route 10, and in the background an ad was playing for a grocery store summer clearance. And he caught the day and year on the display panel in the lower right corner of the dash, Saturday, July 20th, 1998, and everything else went quiet. He sat in the patrol car with the engine off and his hands on the steering wheel, and he counted backward. For days. The first confirmed animal attack report from the Arklay Mountains would come in on July 24th in the canonical timeline. STARS Bravo team would be dispatched the following day. The mansion, the Spencer Estates basement labs, the umbrella security personnel who had been turning over a period of weeks into something the game had simply classified as hostile, was already active. The bodies were already there. The outbreak was already progressing through the Arklay Mountain ecosystem, through the water and the animals and the soil, working its way toward the 16,000 people who lived in this valley below it. He was Marcus Cole. He knew this because the body knew it. The specific weight distribution of the utility belt, the habits of hand and stance that he had not trained but possessed, the name on the patch above the breast pocket of the uniform. Personnel file in the glove box. 23 years old, 14 weeks out of the Raccoon City Police Department Academy, assigned to Patrol District 7. One commendation for a traffic incident 6 weeks ago. Locker number 34. Apartment at 2230 Ashford Street. Marcus Cole had never played Resident Evil. The person inhabiting his body had, extensively, across every available version. He pressed his thumbs against the steering wheel until the disorientation steadied into something more like clarity. Inventory. He needed inventory. The car. A RCPD patrol vehicle, gas tank at 3/4, radio on departmental channel, one service weapon in its holster with 2 full magazines of .45 ACP, a first aid kit in the back he could use. The body. Healthy, no injuries, cardiovascular conditioning at about 70% of what a meaningful emergency response would require. His mind. Everything he needed to know about where this city was going over the next 3 months, including the name of every major faction and most of the building layouts, and all 3 game routes through the Raccoon City Police Department's map. Authority. None. A 14-week rookie was the lowest deployable rank in the department. He could not walk into Chief Irons' office with a theoretical case for a pending biological weapons incident. He could not walk into Captain Weskier's office either, because Weskier was Umbrella's planted asset inside STARS and would report any anomalous information to Umbrella within the hour. He knew 14 officers who outranked him in his immediate chain of command. He knew which of them were Umbrella. He had known this since waking up. He turned on the patrol car and pulled out of the parking space in front of the Kite Brothers Railway Yard, where he had apparently been eating a lunch that was now cold in the passenger seat bag. The afternoon light was very specific. High summer, 2:30 p.m., the particular quality of light that was not beautiful exactly, but was the kind of light that would be remembered clearly if the person looking at it survived to remember anything. The radio crackled at 2:47 p.m. His hands went flat on the wheel. All units in Patrol District 7. We have a report of an animal attack near the Arklay Mountain residential area. 1 injured. Ambulance en route. District 7 units, please respond. July 20th. Canonical first attack was July 24th. The attack was 4 days early. He reached for the radio. His voice came out steady because he needed it to be. District 7, Unit 12, responding. He drove and he counted. 1. The call was real, the attack had happened. 2. The canonical timeline was already wrong, not by minutes, by days. 3. The deviation had 2 possible causes. The Arklay viral spread had started earlier than the game's timeline suggested, which was possible if Umbrella's containment had degraded ahead of canonical schedule, or his arrival in this body had introduced a variable that changed the exposure chain, which was a possibility he was not yet equipped to evaluate. He let it sit in the back of his processing while he drove. 4 days might not be 4 days. His buffer might be 48 hours. It might already be less. The attack site was a trailhead parking area 6 miles into the Arklay Mountain residential zone. The injured hiker was sitting in the back of a state ambulance with a compression bandage on his left forearm and the expression of someone who had been badly frightened and was now processing that the worst physical part was probably over. Marcus talked to him for 12 minutes and wrote down everything he said verbatim. The man's name was Warren Holt, 34, a city-based sales manager who hiked the Arklay trails twice a month. The animal had come from a tree line off the marked path, moving wrong. He kept returning to this detail without prompting, using different words each time. Off balance, lurching, drunk, overshooting its strides. Like it had too much in its body, Holt said, which was the phrase Marcus underlined twice in his notes. It had not responded to his shouting, had not broken off at the sound of other hikers on the adjacent trail, had come straight at him in a direct line without the threat assessment behavior of a normal predatory encounter. He photographed the wounds. He photographed the site. He took Holt's contact information. He filed a radio incident report at 3:40 p.m., standard format, and drove back to the precinct thinking about the phrase, too much in its body, and what it would mean to an ER doctor who had no context, and what it would mean to a SDARS investigator who had been tracking the Arklay anomalies for 6 weeks, and what it would mean to Chief Irons who was paid to ensure it never meant anything at all. He parked in the precinct lot at 4:20 p.m., sat for 3 minutes, and began planning the second version of the incident report. Chapter 2. What gets reported to whose desk? The RCPD District 7 precinct building smelled like old coffee, and the particular institutional cleaning product that Marcus Cole's body had apparently filed under workplace familiar. The linoleum floor in the main corridor had a scuff pattern near the filing room door that was worn deep enough to suggest years of the same person's same turn. He noticed this because he noticed everything now, because the part of his mind that had internalized the layout of every Resident Evil environment was running a continuous background scan on every space he was in. He had 4 exits from the main corridor. He committed all of them. Sergeant DeLuca reviewed the incident report at his desk with the particular quality of attention of a man who had been doing this job for 17 years and was not surprised by anything anymore. He read it the way experienced officers read reports from rookies who were being either thorough or difficult, and his expression through the full read suggested he thought Marcus was being the former. He said, "Thorough write-up on a dog bite. It's an unusual dog bite. Every dog bite the owner doesn't want to admit to is unusual." He stamped the report. "This goes to the Arklay queue. If there's a pattern, the queue picks it up." Marcus said, "Which queue specifically? I want to make sure I'm routing follow-up reports to the right place." DeLuca looked at him over the top of the report. "The standard district intake. Why are you expecting follow-up?" "I photographed the attack site. If there are additional incidents in the area, my documentation might be useful cross-reference." DeLuca studied him for a moment with the expression of someone checking for something without knowing exactly what they were checking for. Then he said, "You're 14 weeks out of the academy, and you're treating a dog bite like a crime scene." Marcus said, "I'm treating it like an anomaly." "That's different." DeLuca said, "Same file drawer." He handed the report back to the intake officer, who processed it to the Arklay investigation queue. Marcus watched the routing stamp. He already knew where the Arklay queue went. He had spent 20 minutes on Saturday morning in the records room, while filing something unrelated, tracking the routing pattern on Spencer Estate-adjacent reports over the past 18 months. Every one of them went to a special processing channel that terminated at Chief Irons's desk rather than the district investigation coordinators. He had needed to watch it happen anyway. Observed evidence was different from expected evidence. They had different weights in his planning. He filed his second version of the incident report at 5:15 p.m. This one went to the City Health Department through the Environmental Incident Intake Form, using specific language he had researched in the public-facing health department documentation. Unusual neurological presentation in attacking animal, CNS compromise indicators, potential environmental pathogen vector. Language that triggered an automatic escalation flag to the senior inspector's queue. The flag routing would reach Dr. Elena Voss within 72 hours, during which the canonical SDARS Bravo dispatch would have occurred and the incident would no longer be theoretical. He filed a third version with the County Medical Examiner's Office at 5:45 p.m., requesting a CNS marker screening on the wound profile documentation from Holt's medical intake. The examiner would not see it until Monday morning. He was in the filing room at 5:55 p.m. when Kendra Vasquez came in. She was 8 years his senior in the department, which in the RCPD's flat structure meant she had accumulated the kind of institutional knowledge that existed nowhere in the official documentation but had to be carried person to person. She had been his training officer for the first 6 weeks. The training was finished, but she operated with the quality of someone still periodically evaluating whether the rookie had developed dangerous habits. She looked at the physical filing arrangement he was building, 3 separate documentation chains, cross-referenced by date, with the routing stamps highlighted in yellow, and said, "There's a digital system." Physical cross-referencing is harder to accidentally delete. She picked up the Arklay incident report. She read it with the quality of attention that was different from DeLuca's, not evaluating whether it was thorough, but evaluating whether it was actually tracking something. When she put it down, she said, "This is a dog bite. It's a dog bite with a specific movement description from a credible witness who had no motivation to embellish. The hiker, who hiked that trail twice a month and knew what normal animal behavior looked like." He paused. There have been 3 other animal behavior reports from the Arklay residential zone in the past 10 days. I found them when I was routing this one through the queue. She looked at him. How thorough do you plan to be about this? He said, I count 2 exits from this question. The one where I say you're right, it's just a dog bite, and we both go home. And the one where I tell you what I think is happening in that area, and you either believe me or you think I'm a paranoid rookie. He paused. I'm going to be thorough. She looked at him for a moment with the particular expression of someone who has been given a real answer when they expected a deflection and who is recalibrating accordingly. She said, if you're filing outside the Arklay queue, the health department form is the one with the broadest automatic escalation triggers, but it requires specific language to activate. I used the right language. She was quiet for a moment. Fill out everything in triplicate. There's a copy requirement most people miss. She left. He watched the door close behind her. She had told him the right form. She had not told him to stop. Chapter 3. 3 routes and a revised map. He burned the paper notes at 7 p.m. in the metal trash can behind his apartment building, which was not the most sophisticated information security he could have implemented, but was the most practical given that he was a 23-year-old police officer whose apartment had no shredder. He sat at his kitchen table after and ran the calculation he had been avoiding. The canonical timeline had the first SDRS call on July 24th. Today was July 20th, and there was already an injured hiker with a wound profile from a CNS-compromised animal. For days early, he had 3 hypotheses arranged by probability. 1. The viral spread had started earlier than the canonical timeline, meaning the game's timeline was wrong or based on a different sequence of events than actually occurred. 2. Some other factor in the real timeline had caused earlier exposure. 3. His own arrival in Marcus Cole's body had introduced an event that the timeline had responded to. He sat with hypothesis 3 longer than hypothesis 1 or 2. His body had arrived at the railway yard parking area at a specific time that afternoon. He had responded to the radio call. He had spent 12 minutes talking to Warren Holt and taking photographs of the wound site and the attack location. Had Marcus Cole, without the reincarnated awareness, responded differently? Gone to a different call? Not noticed the 2nd and 3rd animal reports in the routing queue because he was not looking for them? He wrote in a new note that he would also burn. Assume. Timeline has been in motion since the moment of arrival. Every decision made by this body is a variable. There is no version of this where I observe without affecting. The 4-day buffer is now a working estimate, not a fact. Operate accordingly. He called the Raccoon City Tribune at 7:55 p.m. After hours voicemail. He left a brief message for Paul Harlow. 2 sentences, the minimum viable information, and then made dinner and ate it while thinking about the health department routing flag and whether 72 hours was enough time for Elena Voss to initiate an independent investigation before the SDRS Bravo dispatch. He calculated, probably not. But the investigation needed to be in motion before the incident. If it started after, the routing irregularities could be attributed to the chaos of the response rather than documented as pre-existing suppression. The paper trail had to be laid before the event it was documenting. His phone rang at 8:22 p.m. Caller ID, Raccoon City Tribune. He had not expected a callback the same night. He noted that Harlow was the kind of journalist who checked messages. He answered. Paul Harlow, said the voice. Compact quality to the speech. Not rushing, but economical, like someone who had learned to operate at sustained speed without burning anything out. You mentioned routing irregularities. I did. I like routing irregularities. A brief pause. Tell me what you actually mean. He told Harlow 3 things. Not everything he knew. 3 specifically selected items with 3 different verification angles. The Arklay incident routing chain going to an irregular destination rather than the district investigation coordinator. The pattern existing in the physical filing record going back at least 18 months. The health department and county examiner filings that would be in the public record by Monday morning, which provided a corroboration path. Harlow said, where does the irregular chain end up? That's worth looking into. You're going to make me do the work. I'm an anonymous tip. My job is to show you where to look. Your job is to find what's there. He paused. I will say one thing off the record. This isn't a recent pattern. It's been established for a long time. The activity it's suppressing may be new, but the mechanism suppressing it is institutional. A silence on the other end. He could feel the journalist running the calculation. Source reliability, corroboration prospects, story scale, risk. He let the silence run without filling it. Finally, Harlow said, why anonymous? Because I am a 14-week rookie with no institutional standing, and I would like to remain employed long enough to be useful to you more than once. How many times are you expecting that to be? More than once, he said. Less than you'd like. He paused. Two things before you run anything. You need two independent corroborating sources. And you need to have the health department and examiner filings pulled before you make contact with anyone who might warn the wrong person. He paused. If you contact the wrong person first, the filings disappear. Harlow was quiet for a moment. You've done this before. Marcus said, I count exits before I make calls. This one required preparation. He hung up and sat in his apartment kitchen in the July heat, with the windows open and the sound of the neighborhood outside, and calculated whether the call had been worth the risk. He decided it had. The evidence trail needed someone with a publication to anchor it. He had identified Harlow on Saturday morning from 2 years of bylines. He was the right person. The call had been the right call. He went to sleep at 11 p.m. and woke at 5:30 a.m. and noted that he had slept well, which was either a good sign about his psychology or a bad sign about his imagination. Chapter 4. What to tell a journalist on the record. Harlow called back at 7:45 a.m. Sunday. The health department routing, he said. You're right that it's irregular. I spent 2 hours last night with the department's public reporting log. Arklay area environmental incident reports have been going to a specific processing queue since 1996. The queue isn't documented in the department's public org chart. No, Marcus said. The county examiner's office confirmed a CNS screening request is in their queue. Saturday evening filing, reference to a police incident report. Yes. My question, Harlow said, is how a 14-week rookie knows about an 18-month-old routing pattern and has the presence of mind to file with 3 separate agencies on a dog bite the same afternoon. Marcus said, I ask questions about where things go before I file them. The pattern was in the physical records. He paused. The 3-agency filing is precautionary. The standard routing has a suppression point. Multiple filings create multiple corroboration chains that are harder to close simultaneously. A silence. Then, you're describing deliberate evidence preservation. Yes. On a dog bite. On an anomaly with routing irregularities in a suppressed channel. The category of what it is doesn't determine whether the evidence should be preserved. Harlow was quiet for a moment. He had, Marcus noted, the quality of a journalist who knew when he had found the end of a thread that was longer than expected. He didn't pull at it immediately. He sat with it. What do you think is in the Arklay area? Harlow said finally. Marcus said, I think there's an ongoing biological hazard that has been producing animal behavior anomalies for at least 6 weeks, that the public health reporting system has been redirected to prevent independent investigation of, and that has now produced its first human contact incident. He paused. I think the routing irregularity exists specifically to ensure that an independent investigation does not begin before whoever is managing the information wants it to. Umbrella, Harlow said. Marcus said, I didn't say that. You did not say it either. I said the routing irregularity exists and is documentable and is worth publishing on its own merits, without speculating about who benefits from it. If you publish the routing irregularity with corroborating sources, the story stands independently. If you publish the speculation, you need sources for the speculation too. He paused. The routing story is publishable now. The larger story will take longer. How much longer? I don't know, he said. It was the first genuinely uncertain answer he had given. More than a week. He heard Harlow processing that. Then, why are you doing this? Not the routing story. The whole thing. Anonymous tips, multi-agency filings, planning 3 steps ahead. Marcus said, because I pay attention to where things are going and I don't like where this is going. And because the evidence trail has to be established before the incident becomes big enough to erase. A pause. That's an unusual thing for a rookie cop to say. I count exits, Marcus said. It produces an unusual way of looking at things. He hung up and called Kendra. She picked up on the 3rd ring and said, before he could speak, I checked the Arklay routing chain last night. He waited. It goes to Irons's desk, she said. Has been going there since at least 1996. A pause. You knew this when you filed the report. Yes. You filed with the health department and the examiner anyway. The standard routing was compromised. I needed channels that bypassed it. A longer pause. Are you building a case against Irons specifically? He said, I count 2 ways to answer this question. One where I tell you I don't know what you mean and you stop trusting me. And one where I say I'm building a case and you ask follow-up questions I'm not ready to answer yet. He paused. Tell me which exit you want. She was quiet for a moment. Be careful how much paper you file on Arklay material right now. New officers who generate unusual documentation volumes on unusual cases get flagged. A pause. Not by DeLuca. By other people. I understand. I'm not telling you to stop. I'm telling you to be careful. She hung up. He sat with what she had said. She was not Umbrella. She was also not unaware of how the department worked. She had given him usable information while maintaining plausible distance. He filed her under Asset, Cautious, Accurate Judgment. Chapter 5. Jill Valentine. Routing stamps. He spent Sunday morning running a precise calculation on Jill Valentine. Not romantically, operationally. She was 2 days from the canonical SDARS Bravo dispatch window. She was Alpha Team, meaning she had been briefed on the Arklay anomalies through the SDARS internal investigation chain that had been running since June 1st. That chain had produced real data, physical investigation of the mountain area, samples from animal carcasses, a preliminary report that Westgear had buried in the SDARS commander's review queue rather than forwarding to the RCPD's investigative division. She had the data. Marcus needed her to know he had the same data through independent routes, so that when the incident became officially undeniable, there was already a documented chain showing the routing suppression predated the response. The problem was institutional. He was a 14-week rookie with no organic reason to approach an Alpha Team SDARS officer. If he walked up to her and started talking about routing irregularities, the conversation would end in 3 minutes, and he would have used up his one anonymous credibility with a person whose goodwill he would need for months. He created a reason. The SDARS liaison request form was a standard interdepartmental document used for patrol officers encountering cases that touched on potential bioterrorism or unusual hazardous material exposure. He had found it in the department's procedural database on Saturday evening while building the Arklay documentation chain. The form had been used 4 times in the past 2 years. He filled one out on Saturday night, citing his Arklay incident report as the triggering case, requesting a 10-minute consultation on proper escalation procedures for a potential hazmat-adjacent animal attack report, and submitted it through the proper channel on Sunday morning at 7:45 a.m. He was not wrong to file it. The form was exactly appropriate. He was also aware that a rookie filing an SDARS liaison request on a dog bite case was the kind of bureaucratic action that produced conversations in break rooms. He filed it anyway. At 10:15 a.m., Jill Valentine walked into the precinct. Not for his liaison request. She was there for a routine SDARS interdepartmental coordination meeting that happened every third Sunday. He had not known about the meeting when he filed the request, but his background calculation on her schedule had flagged it as a possible window, based on the standard SDARS coordination pattern he had assembled from the department's public calendar. He was in the hallway between the filing room and the shift briefing space when she came in. This was not accidental. She moved with the quality of someone who had been in enough buildings like this to know where everything was within the first 30 seconds. She clocked him before he spoke, a brief assessment that processed his rank, his posture, and the file he was carrying in a single glance. He said, "Officer Valentine, I submitted an SDARS liaison request yesterday. Case reference 1998 to 7210. Do you have 2 minutes?" She stopped. She looked at him directly. He counted. She had brown eyes and the specific quality of focus in them that appeared in people who were habitually operating at the edge of their knowledge, using everything available. She said, "You're the rookie. Marcus Cole, District 7. Yes." He paused. The case reference is an animal attack with movement pattern description consistent with CNS compromise at a site 2.8 miles from the Spencer Estate western property boundary, with routing irregularities in the standard incident queue that I flagged to 3 external agencies Friday evening. He said it flat, at even pace, without emphasis, letting the information land in whatever order she processed it. I was hoping for 2 minutes on proper escalation channels for hazmat-adjacent reports, given that the standard routing appears to be compromised. She looked at him. "Which external agencies?" she said. "City Health Department, Dr. Elena Voss's Q. County Medical Examiner, and an anonymous tip to a Raccoon City Tribune journalist." He paused. "I don't file the journalist in official documentation." "No, you wouldn't." She was still looking at him with the specific quality of an assessment in progress. The Spencer Estate area reports have been anomalous for at least 6 weeks. It was not a question and not a disclosure. It was a probe, stated as fact to see whether he already knew it. He said, "I know." The fractional change in her expression was the first non-neutral reaction she had produced. It was small, the quality of recalibration rather than surprise. She said, "How do you know that I know that?" He said, "I track reports that route irregularly. If SDARS has been tracking the Arklay anomalies, those reports exist somewhere and they haven't appeared in the standard investigative queue, which means they were either buried or they went somewhere non-standard." He paused. "I can show you the routing stamps on the physical filing record going back 18 months. The suppression pattern is documented." She looked at him for a precise 3 seconds. He counted. Then she said, "I'll look at your case reference." Don't file anything else on Spencer Estate-adjacent cases until you hear from me. A pause. And Cole. She met his eyes with the specific quality of someone delivering a serious instruction to someone they're not entirely sure can receive it correctly. If you've identified a routing irregularity in the department's Arklay handling, you've identified a problem that has been protected for a long time by someone with institutional authority to protect it. Be aware of what you're standing next to. He said, I count exits before I file things. I'm aware. She held his gaze for one more second. Then she walked past him toward the coordination meeting. He stood in the hallway and processed the interaction. She had not dismissed the information. She had not reported the contact. She had told him to stop filing, meaning she was going to pick up the thread herself, through a channel he didn't have access to, which was the correct outcome. She had also warned him, which was the action of someone who believed the risk was real. He filed 2 notes. First, Valentine. Confirmed awareness of Arklay anomalies independent of standard channel. Has her own investigation data. Approaching correctly. Second. She said, someone with institutional authority. She knows the suppression is inside the department. She may not know it's Iron specifically. She may know it's Westgear. He went back to his filing. He had 3 days. The map was already wrong, and the exits were all the same exits they had been when he woke up in the parking lot the previous afternoon, watching the date on the radio display change everything. He counted them again anyway. It was the only thing that felt like control. Chapter 6. Performance Review. Chief Brian Irons' office smelled like floor wax and the specific quality of old money that lives in spaces where someone has been comfortable too long. The desk was enormous, and the chair behind it was leather, and the window behind the chair faced west, so that the afternoon light came from behind him, and whoever sat across from him was always looking into something brighter than their own side of the room. Marcus noted all of this and took the chair across the desk and put his hands in his lap. It was Monday afternoon, July 22nd. 2 days before the canonical STRS Bravo dispatch. He had been tracking whether his revised timeline estimate, that the window might be shorter, was correct, but the past 48 hours had not produced new animal attack reports. The hiker incident was still the only confirmed human contact. The clock he was running was cautiously still 4 days, though he was treating it as 3. Irons had summoned him through DeLuca at 10 a.m., which was not how routine performance reviews worked. Routine performance reviews were scheduled through the department HR system and came with 2 weeks' notice. This one had come with 2 hours' notice and the specific phrasing, Chief Irons would like a word, which in RCPD institutional language meant something different from a review and closer to a flag. He was a flag. He had known he would be. Irons looked at him across the enormous desk with the expression of someone who was deciding something rather than beginning a conversation. He was 51 years old and built like a man who had been large his whole life and had recently started going soft at the edges. His hands were flat on the desk, and his wedding ring was tied on his finger. Officer Cole, he said, you've been with us 14 weeks. Yes, sir. Sergeant DeLuca's reports on your performance have been favorable. Thorough filing, appropriate response protocols, good judgment in the field. He paused. He also notes that you've been generating somewhat higher documentation volumes than average for a first-quarter officer. Marcus said, I like to have complete records. So do we all. He opened the file on his desk, Marcus's incident documentation from the previous week, including the Arklay animal attack report. He did not look at the file while he spoke. He looked at Marcus. I noticed you filed some external reports on the Arklay incident. The health department, the county examiner. Standard procedure for potential biological hazard indicators, Marcus said. I referenced the departmental filing guide, section 7, paragraph 3. Irons nodded slowly. The nod was performative. It communicated that he had received the answer and evaluated it, and found it technically correct, and still wanted to push it. The Arklay area falls under a specific investigation protocol that routes through our specialized queue. Interdepartmental filings on Arklay incidents can create confusion when the same information is going to multiple agencies simultaneously. Marcus said, I'll note the guidance for future incidents. I didn't see the Arklay-specific routing protocol in the public documentation. It's internal guidance. You wouldn't have access to it yet. He paused. Going forward, Arklay area incidents should be filed through the standard district queue only. External agency coordination goes through the chief's office. He let this sit for exactly 3 seconds. Do you understand? Marcus said, Yes, sir. I'll route all future Arklay area reports through the standard district queue. He said it clearly and without hesitation and without adding anything that would suggest he was noting the distinction between complying with guidance and agreeing with it. He had decided on the drive over that complying was the correct tactical response. He had already filed 3 external reports. The Harlow contact had been made. The evidence trail was in motion. Agreeing to stop now cost him nothing except the future ability to file more external reports on Arklay specifically, which he had already decided Jill Valentine was now better positioned to pursue through SDARS channels. Irons looked at him for another 4 seconds. Marcus counted. Good, Irons said. He closed the file. Your performance metrics are strong. Keep it up. He walked out of Irons's office and went directly to his car, not the precinct, and filed a documentation memo on his personal notepad describing the conversation and the specific instruction to route all Arklay reports through the chief's office. He noted the date, the time, the exact phrasing used, and the 3-second pause before Irons's final instruction. Then he drove home and typed it up on his laptop and emailed it to an anonymous draft folder he had created at a public library computer on Sunday morning, which would hold the email draft without sending it, and which he could access from any terminal. The standard district queue was Irons's queue. He had just been officially told to route reports to Irons. He had just agreed to do so. He had not agreed to stop filing with the health department on cases that were not Arklay area incidents, but that happened to originate in the same geographic zone. He counted exits. There were more than he had expected. Chapter 7. First encounter. He found the Cerberus at 2:14 a.m. on Tuesday, July 22nd. He was in the wrong place for the right reason. The Raccoon City Hospital's overnight intake had been flagged in the radio for an unusual patient arrival, and he was the District 7 unit on overnight shift, and the intake was a man from the Arklay residential area who had been found unresponsive on Route 36 with no obvious trauma and a body temperature 3 degrees below normal baseline at intake. He had been there because hypothermic presentations from the Arklay area matched the early-stage viral infection pattern from RE lore, and he had wanted to see the actual case. He was standing in the hospital's eastern parking structure, having come back to his patrol car for the detailed incident documentation forms that were not in his jacket pocket where he thought they were, when the Cerberus came out from between 2 parked cars. It was not moving like a dog. The gait was wrong in several ways simultaneously. The hind legs were tracking outside the normal stride line. The head was down and oscillating in a pattern that suggested the vestibular system had been compromised, and the speed was inconsistent, cycling between normal dog trot pace and sudden lurching accelerations that the body appeared to not fully control. It was 9 feet away when he saw it, and he drew his weapon and backed up 2 steps before his conscious processing had issued the instruction. His heart rate was at 140 before he had decided to be afraid. The animal was 3/4 of the way through a biological process that had turned a large German shepherd into something that was no longer operating on normal nervous system architecture. He could see the dermal changes even in the parking structure's partial lighting. The skin around the neck and haunches was pulling back from the musculature in a way that did not belong to living tissue. The eyes were the color of milk. It charged on the 4th second. He put 2 rounds center mass at 4 feet, and it absorbed them and kept coming, and he put a 3rd round directly into the cranial structure at 2 feet, and it stopped. The body impacted his legs as it went down. He fell backward against the rear bumper of a minivan and caught himself with his left hand on the trunk lid and stood there for a moment listening to the parking structure's specific echo, which was very loud and then very quiet. His heart rate was 168. He was processing what he had just seen. Not the fact of it, he had prepared for this, but the specific physical reality of it, which was that the animal had taken 2 center mass rounds and continued its approach with no visible response to pain or shock. It had not been stopping. It was going to reach him. If the 3rd round had been 0.2 of a second later, the impact would have happened at full velocity. He holstered his weapon. He photographed the animal. He photographed the wound pattern. He went back to his car and sat in the driver's seat, and his hands were entirely steady, which surprised him. The surprise was the problem. He had been calm during the encounter because his body had moved before his processing caught up. The draw, the backward step, the 3-shot sequence had all been instinct rather than decision. The calm was not his. It was the body's muscle memory operating without his active input. He was still there, behind the muscle memory, and he was not calm. He sat with that for 60 seconds. Then he wrote the incident report and called it in. At 2:53 a.m., walking back from the parking structure with 2 responding officers to cordon the area, he felt the first signs of the advancement. Not dramatic. The sensation started in his wrists and moved upward, a warmth that was too specific to be normal body heat and too consistent to be a stress response. He recognized it from nowhere because it had never happened to him before, and somehow he recognized it anyway. He told the responding officers he needed to step out for air and found a supply room on the hospital's ground floor that was unlocked and empty, and sat down on the floor against the wall next to a shelf of cleaning supplies that smelled of bleach and pine, and held completely still while the CAP system's first restructuring began. The last thing he was consciously aware of before losing 8 hours was the very specific thought. Well, the timeline deviation just cost me 8 hours of operational capacity. Then the advancement took him. Chapter 8. What Weskier noticed. He woke on the supply room floor at 11:07 a.m. on Tuesday, with the cleaning cart wool 6 inches from his left elbow and a quality of awareness that was different from the awareness he had gone into the advancement with. The room was the same. The dimensions, the shelf placement, the morning light coming through the frosted glass high on the east wall, all the same. But the room felt different in a specific way he needed 2 minutes to characterize. It was that he had already cataloged it. Not consciously, not by looking at it now. He had processed the room's spatial characteristics, entry points, potential threat vectors, and material contents in the time between opening his eyes and raising his head, and the processing had been complete before he was aware it was happening. He knew, without looking, that there was a second door on the north wall that he had not seen when he entered the room last night. He turned his head. The door was there, labeled utility. He sat up slowly. His wrists had the subdermal warmth he had noticed before the advancement, now cooled to something that felt like a scar formation. He pulled up his sleeves. The scarring was new, faint, inverse circulation lines running from wrist to forearm that would read to a casual observer as healed burn trauma, but would read to anyone with biomedical training as something that did not match any known pathology. He pulled his sleeves down. The awareness in the room had not been the advancement. It was a symptom of the advancement. His body had restructured its threat processing architecture while he was unconscious, and what had been rebuilt was something that operated continuously. A passive scan that was running the same calculation he had always run manually, but without conscious attention. He was now aware of threat vectors in the same way he was aware of sound. Not chosen. Pervasive. He stood up, checked his weapon, and went to find a bathroom to clean up before returning to the precinct. At 3:15 p.m., Albert Weskier arrived at the RCPD precinct for the standard SDARS interdepartmental briefing. Marcus had been expecting him. He had not expected to be in the hallway near the briefing room when Weskier came in, but the new awareness had flagged the building's entrance shift 14 seconds before Weskier cleared the door, which meant he had 14 seconds to decide whether to be elsewhere. He stayed. He wanted to see what his new awareness produced in response to Weskier's presence. The answer, when Weskier came through the precinct's main entrance, was specific. The passive scan identified Weskier as the highest threat individual who had entered Marcus's perception range since the advancement completed. Not because of his physical capabilities, though those were significant and would become more so as his canonical enhancement progressed. Because of the specific quality of attention he was projecting, the constant low-level assessment of everyone in his environment, that was the behavioral signature of someone operating at full operational awareness at all times. Weskier noticed him noticing. The interaction was brief. Weskier was crossing the main floor toward the briefing room and Marcus was at the junction near the filing corridor. Their paths would not cross without deliberate adjustment from either party. Weskier did not adjust his path. He looked at Marcus as he passed. A glance, then a second look, then a fractional pause so controlled that only someone watching for it would have registered it as a pause at all. Marcus met the look with neutral expression and held it for exactly the 3 seconds he had been trained to hold eye contact with a superior officer, then looked away first. Weskier continued toward the briefing room. Marcus stood at the filing corridor junction and processed what had just happened. Weskier had noticed something. Not the scarring, which was under his sleeves. Not the advancement itself, which was not visible. He had noticed the quality of awareness. The passive scan that was now running continuously, the threat vector calculation that Marcus was now doing without choosing to, had produced a behavioral change that was externally legible to someone who operated the same way. He filed the note. Weskier, 3:15 p.m., noticed anomalous awareness response. Did not act on it. Monitoring. He went back to his filing. His hands were steady. Chapter 9. The Bravo Team SDARS Bravo Team was dispatched on July 23 at 11:45 a.m. Marcus heard it on the precinct radio at 11:52 a.m., 7 minutes after the dispatch, which was how long it took for official departmental awareness to reach a District 7 patrol officer going through the standard channel. He was in the parking lot eating lunch. He set down the sandwich and sat still for a moment. 24 hours ahead of canonical. One day, he had been recalibrating the timeline for 3 days, and the recalibration kept producing a shorter window than his original estimate. The outbreak was running fast. The Arklay viral spread had been in the animal population longer than the canonical timeline suggested, and the Bravo dispatch was the official acknowledgement that it was now in the human contact zone. He spent 5 minutes on his phone composing 3 simultaneous messages. The first went to the county medical examiner's office, requesting an expedited review on the Cerberus incident documentation from the hospital parking structure. He used specific language, potential biological hazard contact, requesting CNS pathology screening on collected tissue samples, flagged for expedited processing per County Protocol 7. He had looked up Protocol 7 on Sunday. It existed. It applied. The second went to Elena Voss's City Health Department queue, referencing his Friday filing and adding the Tuesday hospital incident as a second data point in the same geographic vector. He noted the SDARS Bravo dispatch as a public record event that corroborated his earlier reporting. The third was more careful. He was using a public terminal, not his phone, because what he was about to do was not something he wanted traceable to Marcus Cole's RCPD credentials. He was drafting a document that contained 3 pieces of information about the Spencer Estate's basement layout that no Raccoon City police officer was supposed to possess. He had spent Sunday evening reconstructing the Spencer Estate's key structural details from his memory of the first Resident Evil game, specifically the basement access codes for the lab sector that would be relevant to anyone moving through the facility. He could not explain to Jill Valentine how he knew these codes. He could give her the codes without explaining. He drafted a sealed document and addressed it to the SDARS team's secure interdepartmental fax number, which was public. He labeled it, Anonymous Submission Re, Spencer Estate Facility Access, relevant to current search operation. He faxed it from the public terminal in the library on 7th Street at 12:45 p.m. and walked out before the confirmation page printed. He went back to the precinct. His passive awareness had been running since Tuesday morning, and it was now fully integrated into his operational baseline. He could not turn it off, and he no longer needed to, because it was not disruptive. It was simply how he experienced space now. The precinct's 4 floor levels, its 11 exits, the 14 officers currently on premises, and their specific locations, all of it present in a continuous background that asked nothing of his conscious attention. He noted in his mental record that this was both very useful and extremely strange. At 4:40 p.m., Jill Valentine called the precinct's general line and asked for Officer Cole. He took the call at the duty desk. She said, "Your SDARS liaison case reference. I reviewed it. Yes. The routing pattern you documented is accurate. The physical filing stamps corroborate an 18-month suppression chain." A pause. "I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing with that information, but I'm using it." He said, "Good. The document we received this afternoon at the secure fax. The facility access information. That came from you." It was not a question. He said, "I don't know what you're referring to." A 3-second pause. Then, "I count exits too, Officer Cole." Her voice had a quality he had not heard from her before, not warmth, but recognition. "Don't file anything else until the search operation returns." She hung up. He replaced the receiver and stood at the duty desk for a moment. She had identified him as the fax source within hours of receiving it. She had called to tell him she knew, and she had given him the same instruction she had given before: stop filing, while simultaneously confirming she was using everything he had given her. He added to his note, *Valentine, identified fax source. Did not report. Confirmed use of facility documentation, *, he paused. *, she will bring it back from the mansion. Whatever comes back, she will bring it. Chapter 10. Alpha Team SDARS Alpha Team was dispatched on July 24th at 6:17 a.m. Marcus was on morning shift, and he heard the dispatch through official channels at 6:28 a.m. and through the passive awareness 11 seconds before that. The specific quality of concentrated, purposeful movement leaving the building in a directional pattern that was different from normal morning departure. For people carrying equipment, moving like people going towards something rather than away from it. He filed the awareness and continued his shift paperwork. The precinct's day began at a different tempo than its normal operations. Bravo team had been missing for 30 hours. Alpha's dispatch was both a search operation and a rescue operation for 7 people who had been deployed into an environment that Marcus knew was substantially more dangerous than the department understood it to be. Weskier was on the Alpha team. Weskier knew exactly what they were going into. Weskier had prepared accordingly. Marcus spent the morning shift on routine patrol, which was the correct operational choice. He was a District 7 patrol officer, and his continued presence in normal rotation was essential to maintaining the cover that he was a diligent, if slightly over-thorough rookie. He drove his assigned route. He responded to 2 calls, both minor. He wrote thorough incident documentation for both, because this was what Marcus Cole did. At 2:15 p.m., he stopped at a public library terminal and prepared the final component of the first evidence package. He had been building the package since Saturday. The Arklay routing documentation, the 3 external filings, the Irons performance review memo, the Cerberus incident at the hospital with its wound profile, and the tissue sampling request. The SDRS Bravo dispatch as a public record confirmation of the environmental threat he had been filing on. He assembled it into a single document, dated it, and saved it to the anonymous draft folder. The package was not for now. It was for later, for the version of events where he needed to demonstrate that he had documented the suppression pattern before the response, not after. Evidence assembled after a catastrophe was evidence that could be questioned. Evidence assembled before it, with consistent date stamps across multiple agencies, was harder to dismiss. He sealed the draft folder. Then he sat at the library terminal and thought about what came next. Alpha Team was in the Spencer estate. He knew what they would find. He knew what would come back with them, who would come back, and in what condition, and with what evidence. He knew that Jill Valentine would survive, and that Weskier would supposedly die, and that the truth of what had happened in that basement would come back in the hands of people who had limited institutional leverage to do anything with it. His job, for the next 48 hours, was to be ready to receive what they brought back. He drove home at the end of shift, and cooked dinner, and ate it at the kitchen table, and made notes for the next phase. His passive awareness ran its continuous background process on the apartment. Exits, structural points, the quality of sound from the street that told him the neighborhood was normal and unaware and going about its Tuesday evening. The awareness was not anxiety. It was a form of groundedness, he had found. The world was always available to be read. It was always telling him what it actually was. He had been there 4 days. He had filed 6 external documents, made 2 press contacts, 1 SDRS liaison connection, and survived his first bow encounter. He had also been through a CAP advancement that had restructured his threat processing architecture and produced a capability he was still learning to calibrate. He wrote in his notes, *Day 4 summary, Alpha Team deployed, evidence package assembled, external reporting chains established, CAP advancement complete, instinct awakening operational, *he paused, *what I don't have, institutional leverage. What I do have, documentation, he paused again, that is what I started with. That is still what this is. He counted exits from the next week. There were 3. Only one of them was genuinely good. He was going to take all 3 of them in sequence and hope the good one was still available by the time he reached it. Whether you're rewatching the game series or finding Resident Evil for the first time through stories like this, hit subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss an upload. If you want more Marcus Cole, drop a like so the algorithm knows to send it to people who would actually enjoy it. Chapter 11. Wrong exchange. The call came through on his personal cell at 11:47 p.m. on the 25th, which was the 3rd day after Alpha Team had deployed to the Spencer estate, and the 2nd day since RCPD dispatch had stopped receiving status updates from them. Marcus was awake. He had been awake since 10 p.m. because his passive awareness had flagged something in the neighborhood that turned out to be a raccoon in the alley dumpster, and the 40 minutes between the alert and the verification had not been restful. He picked up on the 2nd ring. "This is Markovich," said the voice on the other end. RCPD detective, calling for the press contact at Channel 9. Marcus looked at his phone. His number was not the Channel 9 press contact. The exchange was 1 digit off from the station's public line. He had checked it when he first set up the Harlow channel. Same exchange, different final digit. "Wrong number," he said. "This is a private cell." Silence. Then, "You're not Channel 9. "No." More silence. The voice recalibrated. It was a careful voice, Marcus noted. Somebody who had been about to say something specific and was now holding it back. "Sorry for the call. I'll try the other number." "Wait." Marcus sat up. Something in the way the voice had said detective, the slight stress on it, like a cover he was trying on to see if it fit. SDRS used that designation when they were operating outside their usual reporting chain. He had read the personnel files. He knew the voice. Slightly higher pitch than it would be later, in RE2, but the cadence was right. "You're trying to get something to the press." "I just said wrong number." "You said Markovich. You've been in the field for..." He stopped himself. "Too specific. You sound like you've been in the field for a few days, and you're trying to find someone who isn't going to route your report back to your commanding officer." The silence was longer this time. "I don't know who you are," the voice said. "RCPD rookie, 3rd year. I've been filing external reports about the Arklay incidents since July 20th. I have 6 documented channels. I know why you can't go through your CO." He was taking a calculated risk, and he knew it. But the alternative was letting Chris Redfield spend the next week trying to get the Spencer estate evidence to Weskier, which was the canonical failure point. "I can't tell you how I know, and you should assume I'm possibly wrong. But I know you found evidence in that basement, and I know the person you trust most with it is the person who put it there." The silence after that was a different quality. Not defensive. Processing. "Who are you?" Chris Redfield said. "Someone who has been filing on Umbrella since before you went in. If you can get your documentation to Harlow at the Raccoon City Independent, Do it before your report gets to your CO. Don't tell him you have it. Don't tell Weskia you're doing it. Just do it first. He hung up. For 3 minutes he sat with the phone in his hand and his passive awareness scanning the room and the street outside, looking for any indication that the call had been monitored. There was nothing. The neighborhood was quiet. The raccoon had moved on. He had not told Chris that Weskier was Umbrella. He could not. Not without a chain of documentation that would raise more questions than it answered. Not in a 2-minute phone call with a man who had just survived 4 days in a haunted mansion and was trying to process what he had seen. He had given him the one piece of information that might actually move behavior. Do the press filing first, before the institutional one. He wrote in his notes, * contact made with SDRS Alpha, direct. No identifying information exchanged. Subject aware of CO conflict without specification of reason. Documentation action potentially accelerated. * Then he added, * if Chris Redfield contacts Harlow before the institutional report gets buried, the press record will exist before the cover-up. That changes the timeline for public knowledge. That changes what Raccoon City can do with 60 days of warning. * He lay back down. The passive awareness settled into its background register. He counted 3 exits from the next 72 hours. 2 of them required Chris Redfield making the right choice. He did not know if Chris would make it. He had told him the truth as far as he was able to tell it. That was all he had. He closed his eyes and cataloged the sounds of the apartment. The refrigerator cycling, a car passing on the street below, the faint conversation from the upstairs neighbor who kept inconsistent hours, and let the passive awareness sort them into threat and non-threat, and hold the non-threats in a background register so he could actually sleep. He was asleep in 11 minutes. He had not been able to do that before the advancement. Chapter 12. The after-action problem Alpha team came back on the morning of the 27th. Marcus knew they were back before dispatch announced it, because his passive awareness registered the specific combination of institutional agitation and deliberate silence that meant something significant had happened and was in the process of being managed. 3 desk officers stopped talking within 5 seconds of his entering the building. Irons's assistant was on the phone with the door closed. The watch captain was doing paperwork with the focused expression of a man who had been told not to look interested in something. He went to his desk, logged in, and began the morning shift documentation he was supposed to be doing. Through the shift, he collected information the way he always collected it, by being present and quiet in places where people talked. By the lunch break, he had confirmed Jill Valentine, Chris Redfield, and Barry Burton were back. Rebecca Chambers was back. Brad Vickers was back, in a state that was being described as shock and was probably the only accurate description anyone in the precinct was using for Alpha Team's condition. Weskier was not back. The official report, which Irons's office was currently drafting, described the Spencer Estate operation as a SDRS response to an officer-down situation that had resulted in the confirmed deaths of all other Alpha Team members plus the commanding officer. Jill Valentine had submitted a report this morning. He found out about it at 2 p.m. when he overheard a desk sergeant telling someone on the phone that it's being reviewed. Reviewed in Irons's office meant it was being reviewed for how to bury it. At 4:15 p.m., he was in the break room refilling his coffee when Irons's desk became unattended for approximately 4 minutes. He knew the desk was unattended because his awareness had been tracking the sound pattern from Irons's office all day and the specific acoustic signature of Irons's chair, his footfalls, and his particular way of handling paper had just moved toward the restrooms. He went past Irons's office, slowed at the door. It was open 6 inches, and looked in without stopping. The desk calendar was visible from the door. He read it in a single pass. Tomorrow's schedule had a 7 a.m. meeting blocked off under the initials WB, and beside it, in Irons's careful handwriting, a notation that Marcus recognized as an Umbrella executive's name from the corporate records he had spent 2 weeks memorizing. Not a name most people would recognize. Not a public-facing name. He walked to the end of the hall, turned, walked back, and did not stop again. He had not brought his personal phone inside today because of the department's informal policy on personal devices, which meant he had no camera. What he had was the information, in his head, alongside the date and time and the name. He went back to his desk and wrote a detailed notation in his personal log, the paper one he carried, not the digital file on the department system. He wrote the name, the date, the time, the context. He wrote a description of Irons's desk calendar layout precise enough that he could reconstruct it from description. That evening, after shift, he drove to the City Health Department annex on Ember Street and asked the front desk whether Dr. Elena Voss had office hours tomorrow. She did. He made an appointment under a false name, which the front desk accepted without question because making appointments was a procedural task, and procedural tasks did not require verification. He went home and wrote his daily notes and ate dinner and sat at the window watching the street for the 40 minutes his awareness needed to confirm the neighborhood pattern was normal. Then he got up and drafted, in careful language, an account of the desk calendar entry. He printed it. He sealed it in an envelope addressed to Harlow. He dropped it in a mailbox on the way to the park, where he went running every other morning. The park was 2 miles away. His awareness tracked the route both directions. There was nothing in either direction that read as active threat. There was something in the water quality of the creek that crossed the park's western boundary that he had been noting for 3 weeks, a change in the biological register, faint and inconsistent, that he could not have articulated if asked to explain what passive awareness actually meant, but that showed up in his documentation as creek. Elevated biological signal, check county water records. He ran 3 miles and went home and slept. Chapter 13, 7 Patients. Dr. Elena Voss was not what he expected. He had built her in his planning as a resource, a city health inspector with independent data, someone who was tracking the biological threat without knowing she was tracking it, someone he could redirect from the state channel, which Irons had contacts in, to the federal channel, which moved slower but was harder to quietly suppress. He had thought about how to manage the conversation. He had not planned for her to open with, "I've been expecting someone from the police department for 3 weeks." She was in her 50s, in a small office that smelled of paper and the particular institutional coffee that heated elements produced, with case files on every surface and a wall map of Raccoon City and the surrounding county that had 17 pins in it. Red pins and blue pins. He counted the red ones. 7. "I'm not here officially," he said. "I made the appointment under a different name." "I know. I looked up the name and it doesn't exist in the city records." She sat down and folded her hands on her desk. "So you're a police officer who is visiting me unofficially, which means you either have information you don't want on an official record, or you're trying to find out how much I know before you decide how much to tell me." He revised his assessment of her upward significantly. "Both," he said. "Can I ask what the red pins are?" "Residents presenting with symptoms in the last 6 weeks that I cannot explain with any standard community transmission model. 7 cases. All of them have documented connections to the Arklay region, employment, family, supply chains. None of them are currently listed as part of any outbreak investigation because the state health department has not initiated one." "They won't," he said. "The state channel goes through administrative infrastructure that has been shaped by the same institutional pressure that's been shaping RCPD's Arklay reporting." She looked at him. "You know about RCPD's Arklay reporting?" "I'm one of the people who has been doing it." He reached into his jacket pocket and placed Irons's desk calendar notation on her desk, not the original, which was in the envelope to Harlow, but a copy he had made before sealing it. "That's a reconstruction from memory of a meeting on Chief Irons's calendar from this morning. The name beside the initials is an umbrella executive." She read it without touching it. Then she looked up. "You're telling me that the chief of police has a standing meeting with an umbrella executive?" "I'm telling you what I observed on his calendar. I'm not telling you what the meeting is. I don't know what the meeting is." He let that sit. "I'm telling you that the state channel for public health reporting in Raccoon City goes through administrative contacts that Umbrella has historically had access to. I'm telling you that your 7-pin map is correct and that going to the state will result in those 7 cases being quietly reclassified until they can't be reclassified anymore." She was quiet for a moment. Her hands were very still. "What's the alternative?" she said. "Federal public health reporting. The CDC and FDA have parallel intake channels that don't route through state infrastructure. They're slower, 72 hours to initial processing, but they're harder to quietly manage from a local level." 72 hours, she said. "And in 72 hours. In 72 hours, if the pattern I'm watching holds, the infection rate in the city will have advanced significantly." He held her gaze. "I want to be honest with you about what I'm asking. I'm asking you to file a report that will take 3 days to produce an institutional response, in a situation where 3 days may be the margin between containable and not. I'm asking you to do that because the faster channel is the one that doesn't work." She looked at the wall map. The 17 pins. The 7 red ones and the 10 blue ones he hadn't asked about yet. "What are the blue pins?" he said. "Water sample sites with anomalous biological markers." She paused. "I've been noting them for 4 weeks. They don't match any pathogen profile I have documentation for." He looked at the map. The blue pins were clustered around the municipal water distribution points and 2 creek systems. The creek in his park was not marked. It was outside the sample radius she had been using, but it would have been blue if she had gotten to it. "I'll add that to the federal filing," she said quietly. "If I'm filing anyway." A pause. "You should know this frightens me significantly." "I know." He picked up the calendar notation. "I'm going to be honest with you about something else. I don't know if the federal report will change the outcome. I know it will create a documentation record that exists before the event rather than after it. That record matters for what comes after. Accountability, institutional reform, legal exposure for the people who knew and did nothing. He put the paper back in his pocket. I'm not asking you to save the city with this filing. I'm asking you to make sure the city's institutional failure is documented clearly enough that it can't be disputed afterward. She looked at him for a long moment. How old are you? She said. 23. She nodded slowly. I'll file the federal report today. She turned to her computer. You should know I'm also going to file a parallel report with 2 academic colleagues who run the Regional Epidemiology Consortium. That doesn't go through state infrastructure. It goes directly to peer review. He had not thought of that. He revised his assessment of her upward again. That's better than what I proposed, he said. It covers a different gap. She was already typing. What's your name? He stood up. I'm going to keep being the person you made an appointment with. He moved toward the door. If you need to reach me, call the RCPD public line and leave a message for Officer Reyes. That's a desk officer who will pass it to me. Officer Reyes, she repeated. Is Officer Reyes also not their real name? Officer Reyes is completely real, he said. She just doesn't know she's a message relay yet. He went down the stairs and out into the July afternoon and walked to his car and sat in it for 4 minutes with the air conditioning running while his awareness swept the parking lot and the street and found nothing. 7 patients. 10 water sample sites. 1 health inspector who had been watching the same thing he was watching from a different angle for 3 weeks longer than he had been watching it, with better lab methodology and worse institutional backing. He drove back to the precinct and spent the rest of his shift doing paperwork and updating his personal log and calculating, for the 4th time that week, what 3 weeks earlier than canon actually meant in terms of days remaining. The number was not good, but it was better than 0 days, which was what he'd had before he filed the first report. Chapter 14. The revised calculation. The federal filing went in on Thursday, July 30th, which was the same day Brad Vickers showed up at Marcus's passenger window while he was sitting in his patrol car eating lunch. He had been watching Vickers for a week. The man was a mess, had been a mess since Alpha Team came back, which was reasonable given what Alpha Team had come back from. But the specific quality of Vickers's mess was more than standard survivor shock. He was scared of something that was still happening. He was scared of what he knew and of what knowing it meant for him. Marcus had been waiting for him to reach the point where the fear of talking was smaller than the fear of staying silent. Cole, Vickers said through the window. He was in plain clothes, not uniform. Not here officially. You've been doing the Arklay filings. I've been filing incident reports, yes. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Vickers looked at the street. He was doing the exit counting thing without knowing that's what he was doing, checking sight lines, assessing observation angles. I know about the external routes. I know about Harlow. Marcus set down his lunch. How? Because I've been watching you for 3 days to figure out if I could talk to you. Vickers finally looked at him directly. Weskier didn't die in that basement. Marcus kept his expression calibrated. The official report says, I know what the official report says. I wrote part of it. Vickers's jaw was tight. Weskier wasn't killed by the tyrant. He did something. In the basement, before everything collapsed. I was at the exit. I saw. A pause. He looked directly at me, and he left. He left you at the exit. He looked at me, and he decided I wasn't a problem. Vickers's voice was very flat. That's what I've been living with for a week. He looked at me and decided I wasn't worth dealing with. Which means he expects to operate normally, and he expects that I won't say anything, and he expects that you'll behave exactly as you've been behaving, Marcus said. Scared and silent. Vickers stared at him. What you're describing is a threat assessment, Marcus said. He ran one on you and determined you were manageable. If you want to stop being manageable, you need to be documented and public before he realizes you're talking. He reached under the seat and took out the folded paper he had been carrying for 2 days, since he calculated that this conversation was probable. This is a contact for Paul Harlow at the Raccoon City Independent. He knows how to receive information from police sources. He will not identify you. If you tell him what you saw in that basement, it goes into the record before Weskier can assess the risk. Vickers took the paper. He looked at it like it might do something. If I do this, Vickers said, and Weskier finds out. If Weskier finds out you talk to a journalist before he finishes whatever he's planning, he has a time management problem. Marcus picked up his lunch again. He can't quietly manage a police officer who has a documented public statement. He can manage a police officer who's just quietly scared. A pause. You already ran this calculation, or you wouldn't be at my window. Vickers put the paper in his pocket. He stood at the window for another moment, not quite leaving. The precinct is compromised, he said. Top to bottom. Not top to bottom. There are 3 desk officers, 2 patrol officers, and 1 detective that I've assessed as operating without umbrella contact. Marcus named them. Vickers blinked. You've been running this assessment for how long? Since I arrived. He met Vickers's eyes. Go to Harlow. Do it before end of week. Vickers went. Marcus sat alone in the patrol car with his lunch and thought about the federal processing window, 72 hours, which meant Elena's filing would complete processing by Sunday at the latest, and about the revised outbreak timeline, which he had recalculated twice in the last 2 days using everything he had observed about infection rate and civic awareness and the specific pattern of institutional suppression that was accelerating rather than stabilizing. 3 weeks earlier than canon. That was the working estimate, which put it in mid to late August, not late September, which meant he had somewhere between 2 and 4 weeks before the city reached a point he could not manage from a documentation position. He had 1 federal report in processing, 1 press contact with 4 documented tips, 1 health inspector with peer-reviewed parallel channels, 1 SDRS survivor with direct witness evidence, who might go to Harlow. He wrote in his notes, * outbreak estimate revised to August 15 to 25. Institutional suppression accelerating. Irons is managing more aggressively post-Mansion. External channels established and beginning to compound. Gap. No direct path to civilian evacuation authority. Federal processing may produce that path. Unknown probability. * he counted exits from the next 3 weeks. There were 5. 2 of them required the federal report triggering an actual response before the outbreak accelerated past containable levels. 1 required Chris Redfield's documentation reaching Harlow. 1 required Brad Vickers not losing his nerve. 1 was documentation for its own sake, making sure the record was clear enough to matter after, when the after came. He was running all 5 simultaneously. He did not know which one would hold. Chapter 15. Friendly warning. Westgear came to find him on Friday afternoon. Marcus had been expecting it since the desk calendar entry. The only question had been whether Westgear would wait for a specific trigger or move proactively, and the answer turned out to be proactive. He appeared at the end of the corridor leading to the parking garage at 3:45 p.m. in civilian clothes, with the particular quality of relaxed attention that Marcus's passive awareness flagged as active surveillance, wearing leisure as camouflage. "Cole," Westgear said, pleasantly. "Got a minute?" It was not a question. Marcus walked over. They stood in the corridor, which was low traffic at shift change. Westgear leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, sunglasses pushed up on his forehead, and gave Marcus the kind of easy look that suggested they were 2 colleagues having an informal conversation and not what this actually was. "I've been reviewing some of the reporting traffic out of this precinct," Westgear said. "Specifically, the Arklay incident documentation. I noticed your name on a significant volume of it." "I've been thorough," Marcus said. "You have been thorough." A slight smile. "That's a quality I appreciate in patrol officers. Diligence, documentation, attention to the institutional record." A pause. "I also noticed some routing irregularities. External filings that went to agencies outside the standard RCPD chain." Marcus maintained a calibrated expression, attentive, slightly uncertain, the look of a junior officer who wasn't sure if he was being praised or corrected. "I wanted to make sure you understood the standard reporting chain," Westgear continued. His voice was warm and specific in the way that careful, practiced communicators made voices warm and specific when they were assessing threat level. "For incidents like Arklay, the appropriate documentation route is through the precinct record system, which routes to the captain's office for review before any external forwarding. There are reasons for that: coordination, accuracy, making sure information going outside the precinct is properly contextualized." Marcus's awareness was running at full registration while his face ran its calibrated performance. The tells were there if you knew how to read a threat assessment in progress. Westgear had not looked at his face directly in 30 seconds. He was watching peripheral indicators, posture, breathing, micro-expression at the jaw. He was not having a conversation. He was gathering data points. "I think I may have been unclear on the routing protocol," Marcus said. He let his voice carry the right amount of correctable error energy. "I was trying to be thorough. I can route the future filings through the standard chain." "I appreciate that." Westgear nodded, still pleasant. "The external filings you've already submitted won't cause any problems. They're just reports, and the agencies you filed with will route them through appropriate channels in the usual way. I just want to make sure going forward, you're working within the precinct's documentation structure. Captain Irons has a coordinated approach to Arklay that I'd hate to see complicated by well-intentioned but uncoordinated reporting." "Understood." He held Westgear's eyes for exactly as long as a cooperative junior officer would before looking slightly away. "I appreciate you taking the time to clarify." "Of course." Westgear pushed off the wall. "Easy, unhurried. Good work on the Harrington incident last week, by the way. Clean documentation, good witness management. You're going to be a strong asset to this precinct." He walked away. Not toward Irons's office. Toward the street entrance, which meant he hadn't been here officially. Marcus stood in the corridor for 90 seconds. His awareness tracked Weskier's footsteps to the exit and the sound of the door, and then ran a full sweep pass of the corridor and adjacent areas, looking for anything that had been placed or noted or altered while he had been engaged in conversation. There was nothing. Weskier's threat assessment had produced a result of manageable rookie, cooperative. He had not rated Marcus as a priority. Marcus walked to the stairwell and went down one floor and stood in the basement supply room for 4 minutes, organizing his thoughts. The conversation had 3 outcomes. 1. Weskier had pulled the routing records and identified the external channels. 2. Weskier thought those channels were now closed because Marcus had agreed to stop using them. 3. Weskier had looked directly at him for 3 seconds at the end of the conversation, at the moment where Marcus said, "I appreciate you taking the time." And in those 3 seconds, Weskier's expression had done something that his RE character profile had not adequately prepared Marcus for. A flicker of genuine interest that was not threat calculus, but scientific interest. Curiosity about a specific quality. He had seen it in the precinct parking lot the day after Instinct Awakening. He was seeing it again. Weskier knew something was different about him. He didn't know what. He was gathering data. Marcus stood in the supply room and counted exits. There were none. That didn't make things worse. Going more aggressive with the external channels would accelerate Weskier's interest. Going dark on documentation would eliminate the only leverage he had against the cover-up. Pulling back from the precinct entirely would remove his access to the institutional record. He chose documentation. What he could control was the record. What he could control was the external channels that Weskier thought were closed, which he had no intention of closing. What he could control was the speed and completeness of the evidence archive that was growing in the anonymous draft folder, in Harlow's files, in Elena Voss's parallel academic channel. He could not outmuscle Weskier. He could not outmaneuver him in direct confrontation. What he could do was make sure that if Weskier moved against him, the documentation was already distributed widely enough that removing Marcus Cole removed nothing except the person who had been assembling it. He went back upstairs and finished his shift. He wrote in his personal log that evening, *Weskier contact. Direct, informal, threat assessment completed. His conclusion, manageable. His actual plan, continued data collection on anomalous readings. My response, continue as normal, no behavioral change, do not give him anything new to flag. He paused. He looked at me for 3 seconds. That's the second time. Whatever the Instinct Awakening advancement did to my nervous system, he's reading it at a physiological level. He doesn't know what it means yet. He paused again, tapping the pen against the page. I need to be valuable enough to observe and not valuable enough to acquire. That is a narrow margin and I am currently walking it. He closed the log. He made dinner. He sat at the window and let his awareness map the street, the familiar pattern of the neighborhood in the last hour before full dark, and thought about the federal processing window and Brad Vickers and the outbreak timeline and the specific quality of Weskier's 3-second look. He counted exits from the next 2 weeks. There were 4. He could not rule out the possibility that he was in all of them simultaneously, running parallel versions of the next chapter, and that the number that survived to the end depended on factors he had not been able to calculate yet. He filed that under acceptable uncertainty. Document everything. Keep moving. Chapter 16. The insurance policy. He assembled the sealed file over 4 days. It was not one document. It was a package, a coherent argument made from separate pieces, each piece verified and sourced, assembled in sequence such that someone reading it without any prior knowledge of Umbrella, Raccoon City, or the Arklay incidents could follow the chain from the first infected animals in June through the current water contamination data and arrive, through logic alone, at the same conclusion Marcus had arrived at the first moment he'd woken up in this timeline. He was not writing this for now. He was writing it for after. The original was printed and sorted into a manila envelope at 1 a.m. on a Tuesday in early August. He made 3 copies. Each copy went to a different party with a different set of instructions. The first copy went to Paul Harlow, with a handwritten cover note. Hold this unopened until you receive a prearranged signal. If I stop making contact for 14 days, open it, and publish what you can verify independently. Everything in here is documented. Nothing is unverifiable. He had been developing the signal protocol with Harlow over the previous 2 weeks, a specific phrase in a specific context, unremarkable if overheard, unmistakable if you knew what to listen for. The second copy went to a contact at the State Bar Association, a lawyer named Gina Park who had been on the right side of 3 different whistleblower cases in the past decade. whose name he had found through 30 hours of public records research and 2 degrees of carefully anonymous introduction through Elena Voss. The cover note to Park said only, "Asterisk if the attached documentation is relevant to any current or future proceeding involving the Raccoon City Police Department or the Umbrella Corporation, it is yours to use. No attribution required." Asterisk the third copy went into the safe deposit box he had rented in his 3rd week in Raccoon City under his own name, with a notarized letter instructing the bank to release the contents to Harlow's publication in the event of his death or incapacitation. Then he sat at the kitchen table for 20 minutes and looked at nothing in particular and felt the specific texture of having prepared for a worst case rather than prevented it. The passive awareness ran its background sweep. The apartment was clean. The street was normal. Somewhere across the city, the federal health investigation was grinding through its processing, and Elena Voss was updating her wall map with whatever new data had come in today, and Brad Vickers was either going to Harlow or losing his nerve, and somewhere in the water table, a biological agent was moving through the distribution system at a rate Marcus could calculate, but not stop from here. He wrote in his log, asterisk package deployed. 3 parties. 0 points of failure that don't already have backup coverage. Asterisk. He paused. Asterisk if Irons or Weskier move against me before the outbreak, the file releases. If the outbreak comes before they move, the file releases anyway because it's in a safe deposit box with automatic death clause instructions. Asterisk he paused again. I have now made it structurally irrelevant whether I survive the next 3 weeks. He closed the log and made tea and thought about what a strange thing that was to have built. Chapter 17. Threat lock. The Cerberus had been loose for 6 hours before Marcus found it, which he figured out in retrospect by the distribution of the blood trail through the service corridor behind the Raccoon City water treatment plant on the 3rd night of August. He had been there because his passive awareness had started flagging the water plant area 3 days ago. Not sharp, not urgent, but a steady accumulation of biological signal that kept adding to itself the way a sound that was technically below hearing threshold could still ruin your sleep. He had been driving past it during his patrol routes, each pass confirming and adding to the register, until tonight, at 11:30 p.m., when the signal had spiked sharply enough that his patrol car pulled over to the service access road before he had consciously decided to stop. He had his service weapon. He had the flashlight. He had the CAP-derived awareness that had been running continuously for 2 weeks and had never, in 2 weeks, flagged something that wasn't actually there. He followed the blood trail for 80 feet. The Cerberus found him first. It came from the left, a Doberman-sized mass of necrotic tissue and wrong-angle joints, faster than the biological coherence should have allowed, and it hit the beam of his flashlight at full speed. His awareness fired everything it had in a single registered instant. 2 seconds. That was how long the advancement gave him. 2 seconds from first visual contact to pattern read, a complete kinematic analysis of the target's movement architecture laid out like a blueprint in his threat perception system. The Cerberus had 3 attack vectors. It was committed to the first one. He stepped left and put 2 shots into the mass of it as it passed through the space where he had been standing. The Cerberus hit the fence post, scrabbled, reorganized. The second attack vector was lower and faster. His awareness was already tracking it. He fired once more, repositioned, fired twice. The third attack vector involved a jump arc that his awareness had flagged as the highest threat variant. He stepped back, planted, and shot through the arc. It dropped 4 feet from him. He stood in the service corridor and breathed, and let his awareness run a full sweep search of the surrounding area for additional signals. There was one, fainter, distant, moving toward the water treatment plant's northern perimeter rather than toward him. Contained or escaped, he couldn't tell. Couldn't chase it. Not alone. He called it in as an animal attack with confirmed kill, code 45, wildlife hazard, service corridor behind the water plant. He gave the location. He sat down against the fence post. His legs were not working quite normally. The threat lock advancement announced itself differently than instinct awakening had. Not warmth. Something more like a recalibration, a sudden sense that the data his eyes were providing had been upgraded without the eyes changing. He could see the Cerberus's movement pattern in retrospect with the precision of a film frame. Each microadjustment, each weight transfer, each predictive vector. He could see the 3 moments where he had correctly anticipated and 1 moment where he had been half a second behind the read and had been lucky. 12 hours, his body said. 12 hours until this fully integrates. He was unconscious before the patrol car responding to his radio call had reached the service road. Kendra Vasquez found him. She had caught his radio call from the precinct lot. She had been running late to her end of shift, had heard his voice, and had known in that specific way that partners knew things that the tone was wrong. She was the one who ran the flashlight over the dead Cerberus and the blood trail and the position of his service weapon on the ground 3 feet from his hand, and then looked at his face, pale, breathing, pulse strong, and made the calculation that this was not a standard animal attack. She got him into her car. She drove him to her apartment, not the hospital, because Kendra Vasquez was a 12-year veteran of the RCPD who understood that a cop who got put in the hospital for an undocumented incident in a service corridor at midnight would generate paperwork, and paperwork would reach Irons's desk by morning. He woke up at 11 a.m. on her couch. She was in the kitchen chair across from him, drinking coffee, and she said, "Tell me what that thing was." Chapter 18. What she could verify. He told her exactly what she could verify. The Cerberus was a modified Doberman. She had seen the body. She knew it was wrong. He confirmed it was from Umbrella's biological research program. She could verify this through the water plant contamination reports he had been documenting, the federal health investigation currently active in the city, and the Spencer estate documentation that SDRS Alpha had brought back. He had references and dates for all of it. He did not tell her about the reincarnation. He did not tell her about the cultivation system. He told her about the CAP advancement the way he might tell someone about a medication side effect, something that happened to his nervous system after exposure to extreme threat that produced a measurable change in his situational awareness. Accurate. Incomplete. She listened to all of it with the expression of someone who had been in the field long enough to know which questions to push and which ones to hold. The city's water supply, she said. The federal investigators who arrived last week have sample data. Elena Voss has independent sample data going back 6 weeks. It's not yet at contamination levels that produce wide-scale exposure, but it's moving. He sat up carefully. His body felt like it had been disassembled and put back slightly differently, which was not far from accurate. The outbreak, if the current trajectory holds, will accelerate in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Kendra was quiet for a moment. She put her coffee cup down on her knee and looked at him. "You've been running this intelligence operation since you arrived?" she said. It was not a question. "Yes. And you didn't tell me." He met her eyes. "I was protecting the operation. More people knowing it increases the exposure surface. I also didn't know for the first month whether you were compromised. And now you've made a decision that demonstrates you're not." He meant her bringing him here rather than to the hospital. She knew that he meant it. "I should have brought you in earlier. I made an incorrect calculation." She absorbed this. She was not someone who valued the apology over the accuracy, which was one of the things he had assessed about her in the first week and had turned out to be correct. "What do you need from me?" she said. 2 things. He cataloged them carefully, knowing that how he framed them would determine what she heard. "First, I need you to be able to tell Irons that you found me in my apartment if anyone asks. That holds the cover story for the Cerberus encounter. Second, I need you to wait on going to the press." She blinked. "Marcus." "I know." He held up a hand. "I know what it looks like. I know the impulse is right. But Harlow is sitting on documentation that I have been building for 6 weeks. If you go to the press independently, with what you saw last night, you get 1 story on 1 dead animal. If you wait 72 hours, you get the federal investigation's preliminary findings, Voss's academic report, Brad Vickers's eyewitness testimony from the Spencer estate, and my 6 weeks of documentation, all coordinated through Harlow as a single story that is too documented to ignore and too sourced to suppress." She stared at him. 72 hours, she said. 72. After that, regardless of anything else, I am giving Harlow the coordination signal, and the full package goes out." She was quiet for a long moment. She looked at the window, at the August light coming in at an angle that had a late summer quality that Marcus's awareness was reading as deadline. "If anything happens to you in the next 72 hours, she said, then you have my authorization to go directly to Harlow and tell him everything you know. His contact information is in an envelope in my apartment, 2nd drawer, right side." He paused, along with the access phrase that tells him to release the package. She looked at him. "You prepared for this." The expression said it without the words. "I've been preparing for everything," he said. She picked up her coffee cup. She didn't drink from it. She held it like an anchor. 72 hours, she said. 72 hours. Chapter 19. The federal health investigators had arrived in a rental car with government plates on August 5th, 48 hours ahead of Marcus's projected timeline, which told him 2 things. The federal processing window had moved faster than expected, and Elena Voss's independent academic channel had done more than add a parallel data stream. It had added credibility to the original federal filing in a way that accelerated the institutional response. He had not planned for that. He revised his timeline assessment and filed the revision in his log under positive deviation. There were 3 investigators, Dr. Meredith Chase, a biological contamination specialist out of Atlanta, a field epidemiologist named Warren Cato, and an analyst named Sheila Drummond who handled the documentation intake. They set up a temporary office in a conference room at City Hall that Irons could not close without generating a federal incident, which was presumably why they had chosen City Hall rather than the precinct. Marcus had been waiting for them to be ready to receive outside information before introducing himself, which was why he had spent 48 hours watching the investigation setup process through the City Hall lobby's publicly observable traffic patterns. He had calculated they would need 2 days to establish their baseline before they would want outside informants. He had been correct to within 12 hours. He walked into the conference room on the second afternoon and placed his sealed package on the table in front of Dr. Chase. "My name is Marcus Cole," he said. "I'm an RCPD patrol officer. I've been conducting independent documentation of the Arklay biological incidents since July 20th. That package contains 6 weeks of sourced, dated, cross-verified documentation across 7 external reporting channels. I believe it covers gaps in the federal report and adds context you don't currently have." Dr. Chase looked at the package. She looked at him. "Sit down, Officer Cole," she said. He sat down. The meeting lasted 4 hours. He gave them everything in order: the routing chain, the external filings, the desk calendar entry with the umbrella executive's name, the Cerberus encounter at the water plant, Elena Voss's biological sample data going back 6 weeks, Brad Vickers's eyewitness account from the Spencer estate, with Vickers's permission, which he had obtained that morning via a careful phone call that Vickers had answered after 3 rings and eventually agreed to, with the qualifying statement asterisk at this point. "What do I have to lose asterisk?" And the current water contamination trajectory calculated from Voss's most recent samples. Warren Cato took careful notes. Sheila Drummond photographed every document in the package. Dr. Chase asked questions that were specific, technical, and well-calibrated. She had clearly been briefed on the situation and was filling gaps, not building a picture from scratch. When Marcus laid out the contamination trajectory and his estimate of the outbreak timeline, Dr. Chase set down her pen. "Your estimate is 2 to 3 weeks, she said. 2 to 3 weeks to the point where the contamination reaches civic infrastructure levels that produce mass exposure. If that assessment is accurate, you have a window, not a large one." He met her eyes. "I've been working under the assumption that the federal process would be the backup documentation if the window closes before institutional action. I'm now revising that assessment based on how quickly you arrived." She looked at him for a moment. "What changed your assessment?" "You got here faster than I predicted. That tells me you had more signal than I gave you." A pause. Dr. Voss's academic report. Dr. Voss's report was one component, Chase said carefully. She was not confirming specific sources, which was correct procedure. "I will say that the federal processing moved faster than standard because of multiple independent corroborating inputs from unrelated reporters." She said it in a way that was professional and uninflected and also conveyed, to someone reading the register correctly, that Elena Voss had done something impressive. He walked out of City Hall at 6 p.m. and found Irons standing at the bottom of the steps. Irons was not there to have a casual conversation. He was there because Marcus's entry through the lobby had been visible from the security desk, and someone at the security desk reported to Irons, and Irons had been tracking the federal investigation with the particular obsessiveness of a man watching his own institutionally managed situation deteriorate faster than he could manage it. "Cole," Irons said. His voice was not pleasant. "Sir, you had an unauthorized meeting with federal investigators." "I provided documentation to a federal investigation that was formally in progress," Marcus said. He kept his voice calibrated, not confrontational, factual. The documentation pertained to biological incidents within their investigative scope. "You went around this precinct's official communication channels. The documentation I provided included evidence of suppression within those channels," he said. "Filing it through the channels I was documenting would have been counterproductive." Irons stared at him. The look was not the threat assessment that Weskier ran. It was simpler than that, more direct, the look of a man who had spent years managing institutional leverage and was encountering a specific type of person who did not respond to it. "You're suspended as of tomorrow morning pending a formal review," Irons said. "Report to HR for administrative processing at 8 a.m. Marcus nodded. "Yes, sir." He walked past Irons to the parking lot and got in his car and sat for exactly the length of time it took to confirm that the news was consistent with what he had calculated and that his response to it was calibrated correctly. He had known the suspension was coming. He had 72 hours. Kendra had already agreed to delay the paperwork. He counted exits from the next 3 days. There were 3. 2 of them still held. Chapter 20. The water supply. The suspension paperwork hit Kendra's desk at 8:05 a.m. the following morning. She held it for 22 hours. It was not dramatic. She did not confront Irons or file a counter-report or make a public statement. She set the paperwork in the middle of her pile and processed the 17 other items on her desk with the thoroughness of someone who had been doing her job for 12 years and whose processing pace had never been questioned. She answered the phone. She ran her patrol. She filled out her reports with the specific, unhurried attention of someone who understood that administrative delays were most durable when they were invisible. Marcus used the 22 hours. He spent 4 of them with Dr. Chase's team, answering follow-up questions and providing supplementary documentation that had come in overnight from Voss's academic consortium. 2 epidemiology papers that had been in pre-submission review for 3 weeks and had been fast-tracked to the investigators upon the federal filing arriving. He spent 6 hours on the documentation review he had been doing since June, updating every chain with the current data and running the outbreak calculation for the 12th and final time. The calculation came back the same as it had the last 3 times. The window was closing faster than his revised estimate. Not 2 to 3 weeks. 1 to 2. He gave Harlow the coordination signal at 2 p.m. They spoke for 11 minutes. Harlow confirmed that all 6 weeks of documentation was coherent, sourced, and ready for publication, and that Brad Vickers' eyewitness account had been independently corroborated by 2 other SDARS members through methods Harlow was not willing to specify over the phone. "When do you want me to run it?" Harlow said. "Tonight, if you can. Tomorrow at the latest." Silence. Then, what happened to the 48-hour timeline? The timeline moved. He was looking at the window of his apartment, at the Raccoon City skyline in the late afternoon, at the ordinary quality of a city that did not yet know what was in its water. "I've been waiting for the federal investigation to establish enough independent footing that the story doesn't need me to survive. It has that now." A pause. "Run it, Paul." The story ran at 9:45 p.m. At 10:17 p.m., Weskier appeared at Marcus's apartment door. Marcus had been expecting someone. He had not been certain it would be Weskier personally, which suggested that whatever Weskier was carrying was too significant for a proxy. He opened the door and stood in the frame and said nothing. Weskier looked at him for 5 seconds. Then, the Harlow story. "I saw it. You coordinated that release. I provided documentation to an ongoing federal investigation and to an independent journalist who has been developing the story for 6 weeks. He kept his eyes on Weskier's face. "Neither of those is a sanctioned RCPD action. Both of them are legal." Weskier was doing the reading again, the physiological assessment, the specific focused quality that showed up in the 3rd second of direct eye contact, and was more careful and more interested than threat calculation warranted. Marcus was aware of it in a way he could not fully articulate, the way his upgraded awareness registered things that were below the threshold of conscious identification. "You're suspended," Weskier said. "I'm aware." After this, a pause. Weskier was recalculating something. "Cole, what are you?" The question was specific. It was not "who are you" or "what are you planning." It was a biological question. He could hear the precision of it. "I'm a patrol officer in my 3rd year," Marcus said, "who has been documenting a public health emergency." Weskier held his gaze for 1 more second. Then he left. Marcus closed the door. He stood in his apartment and let his awareness sweep the building, the street, the full perimeter of the situation, and found what it found, which was the thing he had been tracking for 3 weeks in the water system, in the biological register that ran below normal sensory threshold, now suddenly and completely changed in quality. Not accumulating, cascading. He went to the window. The city looked the same. It always looked the same until it didn't. He wrote in his log, August 8th, 11:14 p.m. *, the water supply has reached cascade threshold. The T-virus is in the distribution system at exposure levels. The outbreak has begun. He looked at the page for a moment. Then he wrote one more line. I count 4 exits from the next 24 hours. Only one of them ends with a functioning city. I am going to work toward that one and document everything in the others. Somewhere in the distance, a car alarm went off and then stopped. The neighborhood was quiet. The passive awareness tracked and registered and held the pattern. In the water mains beneath the city, something that was not quite biology and not quite disease moved through the pipes in the dark. Chapter 21. Station. The first infected officer came through the armory corridor at 6:14 a.m. Marcus knew it was an officer by the uniform, by the build, and by the fact that his passive awareness had been tracking every person in the RCPD building for 2 hours, and this particular pattern had shifted, not gone wrong, not stopped moving, but changed in a way that his threat registration system classified separately from the patterns it had been cataloging as human. He was still technically suspended. He was physically present because he had not gone home, had not left the building, and because Kendra had not processed the paperwork and nobody had physically removed him and the overnight shift had been dealing with the first wave of emergency calls from across the city, and nobody had time to manage one suspended officer who was standing quietly at his desk doing nothing noteworthy. The outbreak had been running for 4 hours. He had known it was coming. He had spent 6 weeks preparing for it. Neither of those facts changed the specific quality of being present for it, of watching the RCPD emergency line ring every 30 seconds with reports that were going into a queue that was already at capacity, of hearing the overnight dispatcher say animal attack, with the increasingly strained patience of someone cataloging a reality that her existing vocabulary wasn't quite equipped to describe. When the corridor pattern shifted, he was already at the door. The infected officer moved with the specific kinematic quality that the Cerberus at the water plant had moved with. Not injured, not drunk, not in medical distress. Wrong. Moving wrong. Marcus's threat lock processed the pattern in under 2 seconds and returned the attack vectors. 3. Standard T-virus infected mobility profile. 1 frontal approach vector, 1 lateral opportunistic vector, 1 pursuit vector after missed initial engagement. He had the data from the Cerberus. The profile was consistent. He went through the armory corridor toward the holding area rather than toward the threat, which was the counterintuitive move that his pattern assessment recommended. The threat would reach the main floor in approximately 90 seconds. He needed the 90 seconds to get the 3 civilians who were in the break room into the holding area, which had 1 reinforced door and no exterior windows, and which he knew from RE2's layout would hold for 3 to 4 hours before structural compromise. The RE2 layout was mostly accurate. The break room was where it was supposed to be. The holding area door was where it was supposed to be. The 2 details that were not where the layout said they should be were a filing cabinet that had been moved 6 feet south and a hallway that had a security grate that RE2 had not had, which he identified in time to reroute. He got the 3 civilians, a secretary named Pauline and 2 members of the public who had come in at 5 a.m. to report a car break-in and had been waiting in the lobby when the lobby stopped being a safe place to wait, into the holding area. He got Officer Reyes, the desk officer who had been passing him messages from Elena Voss for 6 weeks without knowing it, into the same room by the direct method of appearing at her elbow and saying, "Come with me right now," in a voice calibrated to produce immediate compliance. He locked the holding area door. He leaned against the wall outside it and listened. The break room beyond the main floor had 2 exits. The armory corridor had 1. He knew where every officer still in the building was. He had the awareness and he had the station layout, and he had 6 weeks of watching the RCPD's shift patterns, and what he had was 7 officers alive in the building, 3 of them in defensible positions, 2 of them in positions that needed redirection, and 2 of them in positions that were already compromised. He went to redirect the 2 who could be redirected. The station, he had calculated at 2 a.m. with full awareness that this calculation would matter, had 4 defensible nodes, 11 exits, and 3 positions that would require active defense to hold. He could hold 2 of them. Kendra was in the armory, which covered a third. The 4th was the evidence room, which had supplies that would matter in 6 hours, and which was currently unoccupied. He moved through the station for the next 4 hours doing the thing that the RE2 protagonist did in a different way in a different timeline, navigating the specific hell of this specific building with knowledge of its layout and awareness of its threats, but with the difference that he had been doing this for 4 hours and not alone, and the 3 people he had put in the holding room were still alive, and the 2 officers he had redirected had found the armory and Kendra. By 10:30 a.m., Marcus had 7 survivors behind defensible doors, 6 external documentation channels actively running. He had filed 2 emergency addenda to the federal investigation from a precinct terminal while navigating between the armory and the holding room at 7:15 and 9:43 a.m. respectively, and an awareness sweep that confirmed the building's ground floor was fully compromised, but the upper 2 floors were not yet. He sat with his back against the evidence room door and wrote in his log, *outbreak confirmed, station operational status reduced. Defensive perimeter holding. No civilian losses in my operational range. Then he wrote, 8 hours until Leon Kennedy arrives. He put the log away and started thinking about what to say to a man who didn't know yet what he was walking into. Chapter 22. The rookie Leon S. Kennedy arrived at 6:47 p.m. in a car he had driven from a town called Latham, which was 4 hours from Raccoon City, and where he had apparently spent his first day on the job in a diner, delayed by a traffic accident that had turned out to be adjacent to the canonical inciting incident that Marcus had been tracking on the police band all day. Marcus was watching the east entrance because the east entrance was the one that was still navigable from the street, and because he had calculated that if Leon was following anything like his canonical approach, this was the door. The door opened and Leon S. Kennedy walked into the RCPD in a clean uniform that had not yet been destroyed, with the specific, alert, and uncertain quality of a man who had known the job was going to be difficult and was recalibrating his estimate of how difficult in real time. Marcus stepped out of the shadow beside the entrance stairs. "Cole," he said. "RCPD. You're Kennedy." Leon looked at him. "How do you? I've been tracking the approach routes for 2 hours. You're the only arrival I've been expecting." He did a fast assessment of Leon. Good physical condition, service weapon holstered correctly, no injuries. 6 hours of travel time reflected in the controlled alertness of someone who had been managing adrenaline since the highway. "I'm going to tell you 3 things. First, the city is under a biological attack originating from Umbrella Corporation's research program. Second, the police chief is compromised, Umbrella Bot, currently barricaded in his office destroying evidence. Third, the east side exits have been clear for the last 2 hours, and I need you to hold one of them." Leon looked at him with the expression of a man on his first day of a job that had stopped making sense somewhere on the drive-in. "How do you know about Umbrella?" he said. "I've been documenting them for 6 weeks. Marcus met his eyes. "I know this is a significant amount of information to receive in a parking lot. I know you have no reason to trust me. I count 2 exits from your face right now. One where you decide I'm crazy and go find someone with more institutional authority, and one where you look at what is happening in this city and decide the man with the building layout and the exits is worth listening to." He paused. "I like the one that believes me better. It's better for both of us." Leon looked at him for 3 full seconds. Then he looked at the door, then at the street behind him, where 2 blocks away something was on fire, and the smoke was the specific color of a vehicle fuel fire, which meant the infrastructure compromise had reached the parking structures. "Show me the exits," Leon said. He was a fast learner. He was also, this was something Marcus had known from RE2 but had not been able to fully calibrate for in advance, genuinely competent in a way that was different from trained competence. He processed new information quickly, integrated it into his operational picture without the defensive rigidity that training sometimes produced, and asked questions that were specific and tactical rather than general and panicked. Marcus took him through the East Wing layout, the 3 clear corridors, the 2 blocked ones, the holding area with the civilians, the armory with Kendra and 4 officers. He explained the threat distribution as he understood it from his awareness and from the last 4 hours of active observation. Leon absorbed it. "You said the chief is destroying evidence. I have an audio record of the last 3 hours of his activity. It's filed in the external documentation system." Marcus paused. "He can't be physically reached without collapsing the defensive structure I've built. I've made the calculation that documenting him is more valuable than stopping him." Leon looked at him with an expression that was somewhere between respect and unease. "You've been running this building for 12 hours. Since the outbreak confirmed at 6 a.m. He checked the corridor. "Still clear. Your canonical role in the Raccoon City incident matters. Getting you to the RCPD basement, specifically the lab level, is part of the operational objective." "My canonical," Leon stopped. He looked at Marcus with a sudden sharpened attention. "Who are you?" "I'll explain it when we have more time and fewer infected officers in the immediate environment." Marcus started moving toward the evidence room. "Right now I need you to know 3 things. This station layout, your exit priorities, and that Claire Redfield is going to arrive looking for her brother. Chris Redfield left the city 72 hours ago. He's alive. You need to tell her that when she gets here." Claire Redfield. Leon said it the way people said names that meant something they hadn't yet had time to examine. "She'll arrive in approximately 3 hours. She'll come through the main entrance because she doesn't know the main entrance is compromised." He turned. "Come on. I'll show you the armory." Chapter 23. Documentation. Irons had been in his office for 11 hours. Marcus had been unable to see through the office door, but his awareness could track through it. Not perfectly, not with the resolution he had on open spaces, but enough to confirm presence, movement, and the general pattern of activity that a person in a contained space generated when they were working systematically through something. Irons was working. Papers were moving. At 8 a.m., there had been the specific sound of a paper shredder, confirmed by the secondary acoustic register and by the power draw Marcus had tracked on the building circuit when everything else was drawing minimal load. At 11 a.m., Irons had made a phone call. The call had lasted 4 minutes. Marcus had been outside the door, and his awareness had caught the cadence of the conversation without the words, one-sided, controlled, explaining rather than reporting, which meant Irons was the one being assessed rather than assessing. Marcus had his personal recorder running in his shirt pocket. He had been running it since 6:30 a.m. because the recorder was the reason he had stayed in the building. The documentation was the reason. The holding room survivors and the Armory Coalition were the reason. But if he had to rank the operational priorities, the recorder was first. Irons was destroying evidence in there. That was the current situation. He was systematically removing the physical record of everything that had passed through his desk: the routed reports, the umbrella memos, the calendar entries with executive names, 6 weeks of institutional suppression made concrete in paper and now being unmade the same way. Marcus could not stop him. He had run the calculation 4 times. Forcing the office door meant a physical confrontation that would produce noise and disruption and would scatter the fragile coalition of 7 survivors he had assembled across 3 defensible points in this station. He was the only thing holding the coalition together, not because he was their leader, exactly, but because he was the only person in the station who knew the complete picture of where every threat was and where every safe space was. And if he removed himself from the network to deal with Irons, the network would degrade. He had documented what he could: the power draw from the shredder, the timestamp of the phone call, the audio from outside the door. None of it was the missing paper record, but paper records were reproducible from other sources. Elena Voss had copies. Harlow had copies. 3 external archives had copies. The only truly unrecoverable thing Irons could destroy was something Marcus hadn't known about. He filed the 3rd documentation addendum to the federal investigation at 11:45 a.m. from the precinct terminal. Connectivity was still intermittent. The infrastructure had been degrading since 9 a.m., but the terminal was holding on a secondary routing pathway that Marcus had identified and connected to 2 weeks ago for exactly this contingency. Kendra held the armory. She did this with the quality that 12 years of field experience produced. Not heroic, not panicked, systematic. She had assessed the 4 officers who had reached the armory and organized them into a 2-and-2 rotation without being asked, with 2 people on active watch and 2 people resting on a schedule, and had distributed the available supplies with the precision of someone who had run the math on how long supplies had to last and divided accordingly. When Marcus came through at 2 p.m. to check in, she looked at him and said, "Leon Kennedy. He's holding the East Corridor. He knows the layout. He's been here 6 hours. He's a fast learner." Marcus picked up the water she had set on the shelf beside the door. He had been in the station for 16 hours, and the last 4 had been active. "How are you doing?" She looked at him. "Ask me when the building stops being on fire. The fire is contained to the 2nd floor west wing. It's not structural." I said, "Ask me when the building stops being on fire, Marcus." She said his name the way she had been saying it since she drove him to her apartment. A specific precision that conveyed that she was aware of the gap between what she had been told and what was happening, and that she was holding the gap open rather than closing it until there was time to close it properly. "When the building stops being on fire," he said, "I'll tell you everything." He went back to the East Corridor. In Irons's office, the shredder was quiet. The work was done. The physical evidence was gone. Marcus updated his log and noted the timestamp and filed it to the external archive and moved on to the next thing. Chapter 24, Threat Lock applied. The lickers came in the late afternoon. Marcus had been tracking the station's threat distribution since morning, and the acoustic register had been showing him an increasing concentration of non-standard biological signal in the East Wing. Not the standard infected pattern, not Cerberus, something denser and more complex in the movement signature. He had classified it as unidentified and moved it to the monitoring priority list at 3 p.m. By 4:30 p.m., the pattern had moved to the main floor East Corridor and was behaving differently than any T-virus infected he had encountered. He recognized it when he rounded the corner with Leon and saw the first one clinging to the ceiling. Liquor. Re-2. He had known they were coming in the story. He had not accounted for the specific sensory impact of seeing one in person for the first time, which was significant enough that his awareness registered it as a threat response calibration failure and corrected in under 2 seconds. "Don't make noise," he said to Leon, very quietly. "And don't stop walking. Stop completely." He put a hand on Leon's arm. "It's navigating by sound. Look at the eyes." Leon looked at the eyes. "It's blind." "Yes." They stood perfectly still while the liquor moved across the ceiling with the specific mechanical precision of something whose entire sensory apparatus had been reorganized around sound. Marcus ran the threat lock assessment. 2 seconds, full kinematic read, 3 attack vectors. Distinct from Cerberus. Faster transition from detection to engagement. The lateral vector was the primary. The ceiling approach was a setup for the drop attack. He assessed the corridor. 8 meters to the evidence room door, the safe room with the supply cache he had been managing. The liquor was between them and the door. There were 2 more somewhere beyond the turn in the East Wing, which his awareness had registered as separate acoustic signatures. "Walk slowly toward the right wall," he said. "Stay close. I'll go left." "You're going to draw it," Leon said. He said it as a statement, not a question. "I'm going to give it a second sound source and take the primary attack vector." He moved left before Leon could argue. "Evidence room. Don't wait." The liquor registered his movement. The attack profile ran exactly as the threat lock assessment had indicated: lateral approach, ceiling position leveraged for angle, primary vector aimed at the sound. He was already inside the Ark when it committed. It was the hardest thing he had done since the water plant Cerberus. Not because of the threat magnitude, but because of the precision required, being exactly where the attack was not. Using threat lock's pattern red to insert himself into the half-second window between commitment and impact. His body was still a 23-year-old cop's body. His technique was the threat lock's pattern red applied to his existing physical form. The gap between what the system told him to do and what his conditioning could execute was measurable. He did it anyway. He fired twice in the Ark window, redirected to the door, and made it through before the second licker in the corridor had fully registered the engagement. Leon was already at the evidence room. Marcus went in and pushed the door closed. Inside, in the dark, he felt the muscle recall advancement beginning. It was different from threat lock, not the immediate recalibration of perceptual processing, but a slower, deep restructuring of motor memory architecture. His body was cataloging the engagement he had just run, the exact positions, the exact movement sequences, the gap between intent and execution. It was filing all of it. It was building something from it. He sat against the wall and breathed and felt his body working. "What just happened?" Leon said. "I'm fine." He kept his voice level. "I need 10 minutes. Can you hold the door?" Leon looked at him, at the sweat on his face, at the stillness that wasn't quite normal rest. Then he turned to the door and held it. 10 minutes. Marcus used them. Chapter 25. Claire. He had predicted her arrival within a 30-minute window based on the canonical trajectory and the road access patterns he had been monitoring on the police band. He was at the main entrance when the motorcycle stopped outside. The main entrance was compromised. The lobby had been impassable since noon, and Marcus had rerouted the station's survivor network away from it 8 hours ago. Claire Redfield did not know this. She had approached the building from the street, which was the natural approach, and the main entrance was where the entrance was. He went out to meet her before she went in. She looked like the RE2 character model and also like a person who had been driving in from somewhere on a motorcycle for a period of time she hadn't expected to be driving, and who had seen enough of Raccoon City from the approach road to understand that whatever she had thought she was arriving at was not what she was arriving at. She had Chris's build, the same specific combination of compact and capable that the Redfield line apparently ran to. She was scared, and it was running clean, which meant she was managing it rather than fighting it. She looked at him with the immediate assessment of someone who had grown up next to a SDRS member and had learned to read threat context fast. "The entrance is compromised," he said. "I'll take you around to the east side." "I'm looking for my brother," she said. "Chris Redfield. He's a SDRS officer. I know who he is." He moved toward the side of the building, not waiting for her to follow, because the street was an exposed position and there was an infected pattern acoustic register moving 2 blocks east that his awareness was flagging as approaching. "Come with me. I'll explain." She followed him, the same way Leon had followed him, with the combined suspicion and pragmatic survival sense of someone in a situation where the man with information was worth staying close to. He took her around the building to the east entrance, cleared the corridor from the door, and brought her inside. When the door was secured, he turned to face her. "Your brother left Raccoon City 72 hours ago. He is alive. The last contact I have from him was a phone call in which he was in Latham, moving east." He watched her face process this. "I know this because I have been tracking everyone who passed through this station and through the city's external documentation network for 6 weeks. I tracked Chris Redfield's departure because I knew his canonical. I knew his departure was possible, and I was watching for it." She stared at him. "How?" she said. The word was not asking for a technical explanation. It was asking for the basic frame. "Who is this person, and why do they know where my brother is?" He counted exits from the next 10 seconds. There were 2. The honest one was complicated and would take time she didn't have the patience for right now. The operational one gave her what she needed to function. "I'll explain after we're not inside a burning building," he said. She looked at him. She looked at the wall beside the door, where his survival calculation was written in pencil: exit distribution, defensive node status, survivor count, timestamp. She read it with the quick comprehension of someone who had been reading tactical displays in some form since childhood. "For exits held," she said, reading from the wall. 7 survivors. 8 now. She looked back at him. She was assessing him the way SDARS people assess things, not the threat register, the competence register. Figuring out what category of person she was dealing with. "Leon Kennedy," she said. It was the name from the list on the wall. "East corridor. He's been holding it for 5 hours. Marcus checked the corridor. Clean. He'll want to know you're here." She nodded once, and he moved toward the east corridor, and she followed him through the station he had spent 6 weeks building an operational relationship with, and was now navigating by the combination of RE2 memory, active awareness, and 6 hours of live update. He did not tell her that her brother's departure had been the one timeline deviation that had cost him 3 days of recalculation, that in the canonical RE2, Chris was still in the city until November, and his early departure meant that at least one thing Marcus had prepared for would not happen the way he had prepared for it. He filed that under *positive deviation. Chris is alive and clear of the outbreak zone. *the east corridor was 12 feet away. His awareness registered Leon's position at the corner, alert, weapon ready, holding the line exactly as he had asked. He was going to tell them both everything. Just not yet. The building was still on fire. Chapter 26. Muscle recall the advancement completed at 4:17 a.m. Marcus had been awake when it happened, sitting in the evidence room with his back against the door and Leon asleep across the room, and his awareness running a quiet sweep of the station's perimeter. He had felt the muscle recall integration settling over the last 6 hours like sediment. Not dramatic, not the sharp recalibration of threat lock, but a gradual solidity building in his motor memory, every movement pattern he had observed being cataloged and archived and made available. He had not known it was complete until he stood up and his body moved the way Leon's body moved. Not identically, not cosmetically. The mechanics were different. He was 2 inches shorter with a different center of gravity, and there were limits to what perfect motor memory could do when the executing machine had different specifications. But the technique was Leon's. The weight distribution, the grip correction on the draw, the specific way of managing recoil through shoulder angle rather than wrist tension that Marcus had watched Leon practice against the east corridor wall for 20 minutes on his first night in the station. He stood in the evidence room at 4:17 a.m. and drew his service weapon and held the form and felt what it felt like to do something correctly in a body that had not done it correctly before. It was disorienting. The instinct awakening had felt like adding a sense. The threat lock had felt like upgrading an existing one. This felt like being handed a second person's physical memory and being told it was now his. He holstered the weapon and sat back down and thought about what that meant operationally. His body was still 23 years old with the conditioning of a rookie cop who had been doing 3 miles every other morning for 7 months. The muscle recall advancement gave him perfect technique without perfect physical capacity. The analogy that came to mind was a precision instrument installed in a standard issue housing. The precision was there, but the housing had limits that precision couldn't exceed. That was acceptable. He wrote in his log, *muscle recall, complete. Combat technique ceiling elevated significantly. Physical conditioning remains the limiting variable. Practical implication, accuracy, efficiency, and reaction optimization improve substantially. Raw physical performance does not. He paused. Leon has good technique. I should tell him that. Later. The advancement also covered other motor categories, not just combat technique, but any observed physical skill. He had spent 15 hours in the station watching people manage the specific physical problem of moving through compromised spaces, and all of it was now in the archive. Every exit approach, every door clearing sequence, every position Kendra had taken at the armory that maximized her coverage angle. He had been collecting observations for 7 months. He now had every one of them available with perfect recall. He checked the perimeter sweep. Station was holding. Infected concentration on the ground floor had redistributed overnight. Less in the east wing, more near the main stairs. The liquors were in the west corridor. The sewage tunnel access in the basement was clear. 8 hours until he would need to use it. Chapter 27. Exposure. He heard the radio traffic at 11 a.m. on the 3rd day. He had not been monitoring Irons's office directly. The audio recorder he had been running for 2 days was picking up corridor ambient, not internal office audio. But his awareness tracked acoustic patterns through doors by their resonance characteristics. And what he heard at 11 a.m. through the evidence room ceiling, which shared a wall with Irons's office directly above, was a specific pattern of short outgoing transmissions that were coded but not encrypted. He knew the pattern. He had read the umbrella communication protocols in the Spencer Estate documentation that SDRS had recovered. This was cleanup team coordination. Irons was calling in a cleanup team, not to neutralize the outbreak, to neutralize the survivors in the station who had been documenting the outbreak. The distinction mattered. A biological cleanup team and an asset elimination team used different frequencies and different approach vectors, and what Marcus's awareness had just registered was the second kind. He had 40 minutes. He went to the armory first. Kendra had the remaining 4 officers, 2 fully functional, 1 with a leg injury from the previous day's liquor engagement, 1 running on 2 hours of sleep and stress reserves. She had been managing their status with the same systematic efficiency she had applied to everything else in the last 3 days. And when Marcus appeared at the armory door and said, Irons is calling a cleanup team on the station. She absorbed it without visible panic and said, "How long?" 40 minutes. Maybe less. He came in. "I need to broadcast the documentation on the station's internal system. The two functional officers. I need them to understand what they're hearing before they hear it." She understood immediately. "You need them loyal to the survivors, not to Irons. I need them to have heard the audio I collected from outside Irons's office, and the federal investigation status, and the fact that a cleanup team is incoming, before they have to make a choice about which direction to point their weapons." He met her eyes. "I'm not telling them what to do. I'm telling them what is true." She looked at the two functional officers who were watching this exchange. They were precinct officers, not SDRS, not the compromised overtime shift that had been managing the umbrella relationship. They were people who had come to work on a Tuesday morning and had been inside a biological disaster for 2.5 days. "Rodrigo," Kendra said. The larger of the two officers looked at her. "Marcus is going to play some audio on the station system. I need you to listen to it. The audio is from outside the chief's office." She paused. "It's not good." Marcus plugged his recorder into the station communication hub at 11:14 a.m. and broadcast 47 minutes of audio across every speaker in the station's upper two floors. The audio included the shredder at 8 a.m. on day one. The phone call with the umbrella executive, cadence and partial words audible. The radio transmission he had just heard. And running underneath all of it, in between, the sounds of a precinct station managing its own suppression, reports being redirected, evidence being classified, a chief's office being operated as an institutional blocking mechanism against a public health emergency. He stood at the hub and watched Rodrigo's face while the audio played. By the time it was done, there were 6 people in the upper floor corridor, and none of them were looking toward Irons's office with anything resembling institutional loyalty. Irons was still in his office. He was still dangerous. He was physically present. He still had a weapon, and the compromised institutional authority he had been operating under was not fully dissolved just because 8 people no longer extended it to him. But he was isolated. Marcus went back to the evidence room and updated his log. Irons, isolated. Cleanup team, incoming. Window to tunnel exit, 25 minutes. He went to find Leon and Claire. Chapter 28. Ada. She came through the 3rd floor window at 1:45 p.m., which was approximately 40 minutes after the cleanup team had arrived at the station's north entrance and 35 minutes after Marcus had rerouted the survivor group away from the north entrance using a combination of his RE2 layout knowledge and his awareness's real-time threat tracking. He had been watching the window. He had known she was coming because he knew the RE2 timeline. Not exactly, not precisely, but well enough to have marked the window as an entry point 12 hours ago and to have positioned himself within coverage range. He watched her come through with the specific, efficient economy of movement of someone who was very good at entering through windows she had assessed from the outside, and he waited until she was fully in the room and the window was closed behind her before he said anything. "Ada Wong," he said. She turned, fast, weapon clear. She looked at him, assessed him in the 1 second that threat lock was telling him was her assessment window, ran the calculation, held position. "You're Cole," she said. "The one who has been running the station." He recalibrated. She knew who he was. He had not predicted that. "What are you here for?" "The same general area you're operating in," she said. Smooth, professional, information neutral in the way that careful operators were information neutral when they were telling the truth about something while omitting something else. G-virus evidence. Specifically the clinical trial documentation in the Nest lab. "That's the same documentation I'm trying to reach." "I know." She holstered the weapon. Not lowered, holstered, which was a specific choice about the register of the interaction. "I'm not here to compete with you for it. Different end users." A pause. "I've been watching your external documentation network for 3 weeks. Your filing methodology is thorough." He thought about that. He thought about what it meant that she had been watching his documentation network and what she wanted from it, and what the asymmetry of this interaction was. She had more information about him than he currently had about her, which was the standard Wesker-Jason operating posture. "Different end users," he said. "Not umbrella. Not umbrella." She met his eyes. "I would prefer not to specify further." He counted exits from the next 2 minutes. There were 3. One involved a confrontation that he was not physically positioned to win, and that would disrupt everything he had built in the station in the last 3 days. One involved letting her go without establishing any information exchange. One was what he actually wanted. He said, "I'll tell Leon you're here." She blinked, the smallest tell he'd seen from her. "He trusts you," Marcus said. "The dynamic between you two, whether or not that dynamic goes the way the canonical record suggests, I'd rather it not start with him finding you in the station without warning." He held her eyes. I'm not telling him what to do. I'm telling him the truth before he encounters it by surprise. She was quiet for a moment. She was reassessing him. He could feel it. Recalculating what category of person was standing across the room. The canonical record reference had landed. She knew he knew things. Tell him, she said finally. He went to find Leon. In the corridor outside the room, out of her earshot, he said quietly to himself, I count 2 exits from that woman. Both of them lead somewhere complicated. He found Leon and told him. Then he went back to the evidence room and updated the surveillance log and wrote, Ada Wong confirmed in station. Nest target overlap. Agenda. Unknown, not umbrella. Watching. Then. She knows about my documentation network. Someone who is not umbrella has been watching me for 3 weeks and I didn't detect it. Revised self-assessment downward. She is better at this than I estimated. Chapter 29. The parking structure. The G creature was not what he had prepared for. He had been tracking the biological signal from the parking structure for 6 hours. A massive, complex concentration, the most significant single point reading his awareness had ever registered, and he had categorized it as William Birkin at some stage of G-virus mutation based on the RE2 timeline and the signal profile. He had calculated the mutation progression rate based on the canonical injection conditions and had estimated the creature would be at G-form 2 when they reached the parking structure. It was at G-form 2. What he had not accounted for was the specific difference between a G-virus injection administered in controlled laboratory conditions under medical supervision and one administered in desperation during an ambush, because this version of the injection had been administered under Marcus's altered timeline conditions, which meant someone had tipped off the Umbrella security team that Birkin was attempting to secure his research, which meant the injection had been somewhat less chaotic than canonical, which meant the mutation was more directed. More directed meant more coherent. More coherent meant faster. And faster meant the G-form 2 was using the parking structure's structural architecture in ways that the canonical version had not. His awareness registered the attack vector 0.7 of a second before it executed. Down, he said, and Claire and Leon were already moving because he had spent 2 days training them to respond to that word at that velocity, and the G creature's sweep cleared the space where all 3 of them had been standing by the margin he had needed. He had his weapon up. Threatlock was running its pattern assessment. 2 seconds, complete movement architecture. 3 primary attack vectors, 2 secondary vectors, 1 environmental adaptation pattern that was using the concrete pillars as cover. He fired at the primary vector's next logical position. Hit. It didn't go down. G-form 2 didn't go down from handgun rounds to anything non-critical, which he knew, but the hit disrupted the vector commitment and bought the 3 seconds he needed. Sewage access, he said. South wall, blue door. 60 feet. He did not need to say run. They were running. He went last, firing twice more into the G creature's secondary vector to disrupt its repositioning, and made the blue door with 4 seconds to spare. Claire got it open. She had been the one he'd positioned at the front because she had the strongest push on exterior doors, which Muscle Recall had filed under observed physical technique. Door entry 18 hours ago. He went through and pulled it closed and braced it. 3 seconds of G creature impact against the door, heavy and wrong, and then nothing. The awareness registered the creature moving away, not retreating, repositioning, looking for the alternate entry. It knows we went through, Leon said. It knows the sound direction. It doesn't know this tunnel. Marcus checked the acoustic signature ahead. His awareness had been building a map of this specific tunnel for the last 8 hours from the station above. There's a junction 40 meters ahead. Left fork goes toward the water treatment facility. Right fork goes to the Nest lab access. Claire and Leon both looked at him. Right fork, he said. They moved. His awareness tracked the G creature's position behind them. More coherent, more directed, and therefore, this was the calibration he was running in real time. More contained. The canonical G creature had been catastrophically destructive because it was disorganized. This version was directing its mutation response, which meant it had goals rather than just drives, which meant it was more predictable. That was useful. It was also alarming in a different way than the disorganized version had been. He added it to his running log of timeline deviations. Item 14. G-virus mutation more coherent than canonical. Reason. Injection conditions less chaotic. Effect. G-creature more dangerous in targeted contexts, less dangerous in general environmental destruction. He kept moving and kept the log running and kept his awareness tracking the creature behind them through the tunnel walls. Chapter 30. What stays behind? He sent Leon and Claire to the right fork at 4:15 p.m. and went back to the station. Leon had argued for 30 seconds, which was the amount of time Marcus had allocated for the argument based on knowing Leon's disposition. Claire had looked at Marcus for the duration of the argument and had not said anything, which told him she was assessing rather than decided. He had told them, I have 1 hour before the G creature finds the alternate tunnel entry. I need to be back here before that. If I'm not back, the right fork meets the Nest service corridor at 200 meters. You'll know the door by the yellow hazard marking. Leon had said, what's in the station? Irons' remaining files. The federal investigators' sealed copy of the biological evidence. 2 officers who made the decision to help the survivors and don't have an exit route yet. He met Leon's eyes. I don't leave people behind when I have time not to. That had been the right thing to say, and he knew it, and it was also true. He went. Kendra was at the armory with Rodrigo and Officer Walsh, the woman with the leg injury. They had the station's last functioning emergency supply cache and 4 hours of defensible time remaining before the structural integrity of the upper floors became untenable. He had calculated this on day 2. Tunnel access, he said. South wall of the parking structure, blue door. I'll take you through in groups. Rodrigo first with Walsh. He looked at Kendra. You and I do Irons' office last. You're going for Irons' files, she said. I'm going for what he didn't get to shred. He was already moving toward the stairs. I've had 4 days to watch his filing system. The destruction was systematic but rushed. He prioritized by document classification level, which means the lowest priority physical files, the calendar entries, the meeting notes, the internal routing stamps, may still be there. She looked at him. Why not just leave them? Because in 30 days the city is going to be either quarantined or destroyed, he said. And the question of who knew what and when is going to be the central argument in every legal proceeding for the next decade. Low-priority meeting notes with umbrella executive names on them are primary evidence. She picked up her rifle. You sound like you know what's coming. He paused at the door. I know what was supposed to come, he said. I've been wrong about the timing twice. He looked at her. Come on. Irons' office was not locked. The lock had been broken 2 days ago when someone, Marcus suspected the umbrella cleanup team, based on the acoustic signature of 1:45 p.m., had cleared the entry. The office was a wreck. The shredder was full. The filing cabinet drawers were pulled and emptied. The desk surface was cleared, but the bottom drawer was locked. Irons was standing in the corner of the office. He had been standing there, possibly, for quite some time. He had a weapon. It was pointed at the doorway where Marcus was standing. Cole, Irons said. His voice was the voice of a man who had run out of options and was standing at the bottom of his last exit route. Not threatening, exactly. Exhausted. The bottom drawer, Marcus said. The locked one. I need what's in it. That's my private property. It's evidence in a federal investigation. He did not move toward the drawer. He did not move toward Irons. He stood in the doorway. I know what you did and why. The umbrella arrangement. They offered you something when your family needed it, and you made a calculation. I'm not here to tell you the calculation was wrong. He paused. I'm here to tell you the drawer is more valuable than the gun. Irons stared at him. Behind Marcus, he was aware of Kendra's position. She was off the doorframe, which meant she had an angle. She was reading the situation the way she read all situations, with the 12-year precision of someone who had learned to wait for the moment that was actually available. Irons lowered the gun. Kendra moved. The disarm took 4 seconds. She did it with the specific professional economy of someone who had done it before and was not interested in making it dramatic. Marcus went to the bottom drawer. The lock was a standard file cabinet lock. Muscle Recall had Leon's hands for firearms technique and Kendra's hands for door entry and 17 other physical skill archives, but it did not have a locksmith's hands. He took a letter opener from the desk and forced the drawer in 90 seconds by finding the frame flex rather than the lock. Inside, 32 pieces of paper in a hanging file labeled admin/misc, calendar pages, meeting notes, internal routing stamps with umbrella executive signatures, low-priority documents that had not been classified urgent enough to shred first. He picked up all 32 and put them in his jacket and walked out of the office. Irons was sitting on the floor with Kendra's zip tie on his wrists, looking at nothing. I'll file a formal report about the disarm and the tie, Kendra said, following him out. File it to the federal investigation directly, he said. I have the investigator's secure email on my phone. She looked at him. He was aware of how that sounded. 3 days into the outbreak, carrying evidence out of a corrupt chief's office, telling his partner to email a federal investigator. He was aware that she had not yet had the conversation she was waiting to have. Tunnel, he said. I'll tell you everything in the tunnel. He was not entirely sure that was true, but the tunnel was next, and in the tunnel there would be time, and the G creature was 48 minutes away from the alternate entry point. He moved. She moved with him. Chapter 31. The tunnel map. The tunnel was exactly where the RE2 layout said it would be, which was the first time in 8 days that the RE2 layout had given him something precise without a deviation. He took it as a good sign and did not trust it. The group moved in single file. Kendra at point because she had the rifle and the training to use it in confined spaces, then Rodrigo with Walsh's arm over his shoulder, then Marcus at rear with his awareness sweeping the full 360 degrees of their movement corridor. The tunnel was 2 meters wide and 2.4 meters tall and smelled like Raccoon City's water infrastructure and the particular organic undertone that his awareness was registering as T-virus contamination at low concentration. Not exposure level. Present. He navigated by memory and updated the memory in real time from his awareness data. The RE2 map had 3 junctions. The first junction was correct, bearing confirmed, both forks clear, right fork taken. The second junction had a collapsed ceiling segment that was not in the map, which meant the timeline's infrastructure degradation had proceeded faster than canonical in this section. He rerouted around it using a maintenance access that his awareness located by the acoustic differential between blocked and clear tunnel segments. The third junction was correct. Stop here, he said at the third junction. They stopped. His awareness was running at maximum registration. The tunnel ahead, the tunnel behind, the 3 walls around them, and the ceiling above, the biological signal from the G-creature 300 meters back through the tunnel system and moving slowly because it was searching, not pursuing. Behind him, he was also tracking a second signal. Ada Wong, 400 meters back, moving efficiently and alone. She knew the route. She was following them at the distance that good operators maintained when they were using a guide without admitting they were using a guide. We have 7 minutes, he said. Nest access is 140 meters ahead. The security layer at the access is a card encode system. I have the code. Rodrigo looked at him. From where? From 6 weeks of documentation. He was already moving. I'll explain the full answer when we have a building above us. At the nest access, with 90 seconds left on the G-creature's approach estimate, he punched the code he had obtained from Spencer Estate's lateral documentation, the same access codes he had sent to Jill Valentine in CH10, which she had used to enter the estate's basement lab and had, according to the documentation in Marcus's files, used to transfer the nest's secondary access codes to her own records. He had copied those records from her in the station. The door opened. Inside, the nest lab's service corridor, lit with the red emergency lighting that meant the facility was on backup power. Cold. Quiet. The specific quality of an underground facility that had been running on reduced power for 3 days. He had been to this place in RE2 twice. He knew the layout. He also knew that the RE2 layout was approximately 70% accurate at this point in the timeline and deteriorating. Rodrigo, Walsh, sleeping quarters are 1 corridor east. There's a medical supply cache there. Walsh needs that ankle braced before we move further. He pointed. Kendra, secure the entry. I'm going to the file room. Kendra looked at him. Alone. Ada Wong is 400 meters back in the tunnel and will be through the access in approximately 3 minutes. He met her eyes. She's not hostile. She's working her own retrieval objective and ours overlap. I need to be in the file room when she arrives. He did not wait for her argument. He moved toward the file room. It took him 4 minutes to find it. The layout was 70% accurate and the file room was in the 30%. And he was standing at the door when he heard the adrenaline architecture beginning. Not the advancement. The beginning. The CAP system was telling him that the threat accumulation of the tunnel and the nest approach and the sustained high-stakes navigation of the last 72 hours had built to a threshold that the next genuine survival encounter would cross. He could feel the biological architecture preparing itself. The way a system running at maximum capacity for too long develops the specific strain that precedes a structural change. He filed it under *adrenaline architecture approaching. Monitor and went into the file room. Chapter 32. The Birkin files. Annette Birkin was already there. She was not looking at him. She was at the filing system on the far wall. A physical archive, not digital, which meant she had known to come here rather than to the digital records room that the canonical RE2 had emphasized. She was moving through the files with the specific focused efficiency of someone who knew what they were looking for and had been looking for it for a long time. She heard him come in and turned, and she had a weapon and she did not lower it. Cole, she said. She said his name the way someone said a name they had looked up recently and were now encountering in a context they had assessed as possible. Dr. Birkin. He kept his hands visible. His awareness ran the threat assessment automatically. 1 primary attack vector from her position, standard clinical training on the weapon hold, not a trained shooter, but not someone who would hesitate. You're here for the G-virus production documentation. I'm here for William's work, she said. His life's work. The documentation that Umbrella is planning to classify into a black archive and remove from any record that a human being created it. He looked at her. She was a precise woman in her mid-40s who had spent 20 years building something and watching it be weaponized. And what was in her face right now was not the canonical villain's desperation. It was the grief of someone who had arrived at the bottom of a long slope and was trying to carry out the last thing she could. He's gone, Marcus said. I know you know that. The G-virus is his legacy. If it's destroyed along with everything else in this city, Dr. Birkin. He kept his voice level. There are 1,200 people in the Raccoon City streets above us. An unknown number more in the surrounding county. In 3 days, the federal investigators' preliminary report will be the only legal documentation that directly links the T-virus outbreak to Umbrella's research program. He paused. If you take the G-virus production documentation and it goes into a private archive, those 1,200 people lose the most direct available link between what happened to them and who caused it. She looked at him. That's not why you want the files. I want the files for the same reason you do, he said. For the record. The difference is which record they belong to. He held her eyes. I have copies of William's laboratory notebooks from the Spencer estate. They're already in the federal archive. His work is documented there. The foundational research, the methodology, the specific scientific contribution that the G-virus represents. That record exists. What doesn't exist, yet is the documentation of what Umbrella did with it without his consent. She was very still. If you take the production documentation, he said, you protect William's scientific legacy. If you leave me a copy and take the original, you protect his legacy and you have evidence that Umbrella weaponized his research contrary to his specifications. For minutes. He had told himself for minutes. She looked at the file in her hand. She looked at him. She looked at the wall, where the backup power lighting was doing what it always did, turning people's faces into combinations of red shadow that made it harder to read what they were thinking. You'll make a copy, she said. Yes. You'll file it to the federal investigation. Immediately. She set the file on the table. She turned back to the filing system and continued pulling folders. She did not say anything else. She moved through the files and organized her own archive, and when she had what she had come for, she put it in the bag she was carrying and walked to the door. At the door she stopped. The documentation you said was in the Spencer Estate Archive, she said. William's notebooks. Volume 7, Chapter 3. His notes on the G-virus receptor mechanism. He calls it the Birkin signature in the margin notes. Marcus held her eyes. I read all of it. He was specific about attribution. She left. He stood in the file room with the remaining documentation and the copy he needed to make and the awareness of Ada Wong now in the corridor outside. He had 3 minutes before she reached this room. He began copying. Chapter 33. The same room Ada Wong came through the file room door at the moment he finished copying page 47, which was the last page before the classification divider that separated the G-virus production records from the T-virus human trial documentation. He was at the far table. She was at the door. They looked at each other across 11 feet of Nest archive and the specific geometry of 2 people who had arrived at the same place for overlapping reasons. She assessed the situation in exactly the time she needed to assess it. Then she said, You have the copy. Yes. I have the original. He looked at the table between them. The original file, placed there by Annette Birkin, now with his copy beside it. He had not moved the original. He had not taken it. He had made his copy from it and left it where it was. I need the human trial documentation, he said. Not the G-virus production records. I have what I came for. He indicated the copy in his hands. What's in this room that I'm not carrying is yours. She walked to the table. She looked at the remaining files, the original G-virus production documentation, the secondary research logs, the human trial data that he had just finished copying. She ran her assessment of the room the way she ran all her assessments. Fast, complete, calibrated. You copied the human trial documentation, she said. I need it for the federal case. I need it for my client. He held her eyes. Your client is not prosecuting Umbrella in federal court. My client has interests that overlap with that outcome in specific ways. She picked up the original. She added the secondary research logs. She paused at the human trial documentation and looked at him. If I take this, you have the copy. If you take it, I have the copy, he confirmed. I'll also document that the original was removed from the Nest archive by an unidentified agent and give the federal investigators that documentation, which they'll use to establish chain of custody questions that will be relevant in any future proceeding. He met her eyes. That documentation exists whether you take the original or not. I'm telling you so you can calibrate the operational picture accurately. She put the human trial documentation down. She picked up everything else, filed it in her case, and walked to the door. She stopped. You documented what I took, she said. I always document. Something in her face, not quite a smile, but the specific quality of someone encountering a type of person they had thought they had cataloged and finding an additional variable. What's your chain of custody documentation for the copy you just made? Photographed each page before copying. Timestamp, location, witness present in the corridor. He paused. Actually, Kendra was in the corridor. She saw me take it. She's good witness. Another pause. She doesn't know she's a witness yet. Ada Wong left the file room. In the corridor outside, he heard the specific cadence of two careful people moving past each other and not stopping to talk. He sat down with the copied files and started organizing them in order. His awareness registered the nest structural state, backup power, 3 security systems offline, 1 remaining active zone in the upper lab that would need to be navigated on exit. He added item 15 to his timeline deviation log. Asterisk Ada Wong. Original G-virus production and secondary research removed from nest. Human trial documentation retained. Net result. Federal case has copy of all critical documents. Ada has originals of some. Annette Birkin has original production documentation. Asterisk he paused. Asterisk 3 people just left this room with pieces of the same puzzle. In 15 years, those pieces are going to meet again in an accountability proceeding and none of them are going to know the others had copies. Asterisk he filed that thought and stood up and went to find Kendra. Chapter 34. North route clear. He could not reach Jill Valentine. He had known this constraint for 3 days. He was inside the Nest lab, and she was somewhere in the city above, navigating the canonical RE3 timeline that had been running parallel to his RE2 operational context. And the only communication channel he had access to was the Nest's emergency broadcast system, which was a one-way transmission that had a reach radius of approximately 2 kilometers and was designed for facility evacuation instructions. But it was 2 kilometers that included the area Jill was most likely operating in, and the broadcast was the only tool available, and the Nemesis target parameters were specific enough that directional guidance was not generic information. He sat at the emergency broadcast terminal and thought about what to say and how to say it in a way that would be received as meaningful by Jill Valentine and meaningless by everyone else. The Spencer Estate basement codes. He had sent them to her in CH10 through the anonymous public fax terminal. She had confirmed their accuracy and used them. She knew there was an anonymous source who had advanced knowledge of Umbrella's operations. He typed, asterisk reference, Spencer Basement July 24th. Nemesis is directional. North route clear. Asterisk he transmitted it on the emergency broadcast frequency at 9:47 p.m. He did not know if she was close enough to receive it. He did not know if the transmission would be monitored by someone who would connect it to him. He knew that doing nothing when he had a tool was not the right calculation. He wrote in his log, asterisk emergency broadcast transmitted. Content, directional guidance for SDRS target, Valentine. Reference verification included. Cannot confirm receipt. Filed as best available action under constraint, asterisk. Then, asterisk Jill Valentine has been navigating this city for 3 weeks before I arrived. She survived Raccoon City in the canonical timeline with no advanced knowledge and no support network. She does not need me to survive. She may need the north route. Asterisk he left the terminal and went back to find Kendra. Chapter 35. Controlled. The Nest security encounter happened in the upper lab corridor at 11:30 p.m., which was 3 hours before Marcus had estimated it based on the facility's backup power degradation timeline. The reason it was 3 hours early was that the backup power was degrading faster than estimated, which had caused the automated security protocols to reactivate as a fail-safe response, which had activated 2 security drones that had not been in his RE2 layout knowledge because they were not in the RE2 timeline at all. They were a deviation, a specific technological feature of the modified Nest layout that this version of Umbrella had installed after the canonical RE2 events were set, but before Marcus had arrived to document the difference. He encountered the first drone at the T-junction in the upper lab. His awareness registered at 0.4 seconds before it registered him. That was the moment the adrenaline architecture advanced. He had been building toward it for 3 days. The tunnel, the G-creature, the sustained survival stakes of navigating a collapsing city. All of it had been accumulating toward the threshold. The drone at the junction triggered it with the specific quality of a genuinely novel threat that his CAP system recognized as crossing the advancement threshold. What happened was this. His adrenaline response, which would normally have been an automatic burst reaction to a sudden threat, became optional. He could feel the adrenaline waiting. He could feel the body's threat response ready to fire. And then he felt the new capacity, the ability to modulate it, to decide how much to release and when, to convert an automatic reaction into a timed, controlled instrument. He gave himself exactly the amount he needed for the draw and the 2 shots that Threat Lock had already calculated. Not the full burst. The precise measure. The drone went down. Rodrigo, behind him, who had seen him apparently react to a target he couldn't have seen in time to aim at, said nothing. He had stopped asking questions yesterday. The second drone was around the corner. His awareness had it. He gave Kendra the firing angle with 3 words, right side, 7 meters, and she took the shot with the specific efficiency of 12 years of training and 1 drone with a predictable flight path. He sat down against the wall. Recovery, he said to Kendra. I need 20 minutes. She understood what recovery meant by now. She took position at the junction and stood watch. He sat with his back to the wall and felt his body doing what the adrenaline architecture advancement required, integrating the new control mechanism, calibrating the biological infrastructure around the modulation capacity. Not unconsciousness, this time. Not the 8 to 12-hour reconstruction that the earlier advancements had required. 15 minutes. He had enough data points on the advancement pattern now to know that the later tier advancements were faster to integrate. Each one was building on the foundation of the previous ones. He was 8 minutes into the recovery when his log entry caught up with his thought process. Asterisk adrenaline architecture, complete. New capability, volitional adrenaline control. Effect, removes the automatic panic response from the threat calculus. Can now choose performance state with precision. Asterisk he paused. Asterisk I can choose not to be afraid in a biological sense. I can still decide to be cautious. The strategic knowledge remains. I lose nothing except the autonomic override. Asterisk he sat with that for a moment. Asterisk that is an extremely significant operational change. That needs to go in the documentation under non-replicable human modification. That's one of the things Weskier was reading in me. Asterisk he stood up. 23 minutes had passed. Kendra had not moved from the junction. Rodrigo and Walsh were where he had told them to wait. Ready, he said. What was that? Kendra said quietly. Not a challenge. An honest question from someone who had been watching him do inexplicable things for 4 days and was running out of ways to categorize them. I'll tell you on the surface, he said. I promise. She held his eyes for 1 second. Then she turned back to the corridor. Surface is that way, she said. They moved. Chapter 36. Divergent path. The nest surface exit was on the eastern edge of the city, which Marcus had known, and the exit was intact, which he had not been certain of. He went first. The surface was a maintenance access that opened into a utility corridor connecting to the Eastern Industrial District, a chain of warehouses and light manufacturing facilities that the RE2 canonical route had not covered because the canonical route had not come out this far east. His awareness swept the surrounding 300 meters and found infected concentration at medium density, moving in distributed patterns rather than clustered, which was the late outbreak distribution pattern. The initial outbreak clustering had dispersed as the infected followed the last known human movement trails through the city. Hold here, he said at the surface entrance. Rodrigo had Walsh, and both of them were exhausted. Kendra was behind him. He gave her 30 seconds of nest surface context, where they were, what the surrounding density looked like, which direction Leon and Claire's canonical escape route ran. Not following them, Kendra said. She had been listening to him navigate for 4 days. She read the logic. Their route leads through the nest destruction sequence. We need distance from the blast radius. He pointed east. The industrial district has 2 viable exit routes to the eastern city perimeter. The federal evacuation staging I've been tracking on the emergency bands has a checkpoint at the eastern highway on-ramp. A pause. I've been calling in position reports to the federal emergency line every 6 hours since the outbreak started. They know there are survivors in our grid. Rodrigo looked at him. Every 6 hours, Rodrigo said. I used the nest's emergency terminal at 6 p.m., Marcus said. Before the security encounter. He checked the corridor. Move now. Discussion on the other side of the district. They moved. The industrial district route took 40 minutes of precise navigation. 3 infected clusters redirected. 1 structural collapse he had heard with his awareness 15 seconds before it happened. 1 position where Walsh needed to be carried and Rodrigo handled it without being asked. Marcus ran point with his awareness at full registration. Kendra covered the rear, and the combination of his knowledge of the RE2 layout and the Instinct Awakening's live threat tracking filled in the gaps where the layout had deviated. He was aware, during those 40 minutes, that his reliance on canonical knowledge was diminishing. The Eastern Industrial District had not been in RE2 at all. He was navigating on awareness and inference and the specific accumulated data of 4 days of Raccoon City ground-level intelligence. It worked. They came out at the eastern perimeter at 1:15 a.m. Chapter 37. The map runs thin standing at the eastern perimeter, a chain-link fence line behind an abandoned auto parts warehouse, with Raccoon City's skyline behind them lit by 4 separate fire sources and the specific chemical quality of the air that he had been registering in his awareness since the outbreak started. Marcus made the calculation he had been deferring for 3 days. His canonical knowledge of the Raccoon City incident was 80% exhausted. He had used the RE2 station layout. He had used the RE3 Spencer estate codes. He had used the Umbrella organizational knowledge from both games. He had used the G-Virus injection timeline and the Nemesis targeting parameters and the Nest lab layout and the sewage tunnel map. He had used all of it, revised against the deviations, recalibrated against his own interference with the timeline. What he had left, the general outline of the RE3 events that had been running parallel to his RE2 engagement. The broad strokes of what happened to Jill Valentine in the canonical timeline. The general shape of Umbrella's organizational response to the outbreak. None of the specific navigational details he had been relying on for precise route finding. He was standing at the edge of a city he no longer had a map for, carrying 47 pages of documentation that was the only tangible thing he had built in 8 days, with 3 people who had followed him through the city on the strength of his knowledge and were now standing at the eastern perimeter waiting for what came next. His awareness was still running, and he noticed, in the moment he noticed the map running thin, that his awareness had been filling in the gaps. Not with canonical knowledge, with live data, with pattern recognition built from 4 days of active threat tracking, with the specific biological intelligence that the Instinct Awakening had been developing since the water plant Cerberus encounter. The city was strange and catastrophically compromised, and his map of it was mostly gone, and his awareness had been compensating for that the whole time, without him formally acknowledging it. He had been leaning on the map. The map was running out. He was still navigating. He wrote in his log, standing at the perimeter fence. Asterisk canonical knowledge approximately 80% depleted. Instinct Awakening compensating in real time. Primary navigation asset has shifted from memory to awareness. This is the transition I knew was coming. Earlier than expected. Functional. Asterisk then. Asterisk I'm operating on my own capabilities now. The game guide is in the trash. Good. Asterisk he felt it as true when he wrote it. He also felt it as strange. The specific vertigo of a crutch being removed when you had been using it for so long you had stopped noticing it was there. His awareness swept the perimeter. The federal evacuation staging was 700 meters east-northeast. He could read the specific acoustic and light signature of a military checkpoint with 3 vehicles and an active radio link. 700 meters, he said. Federal checkpoint. 3 military vehicles. He looked at Rodrigo. Walsh needs to be in the first transport. Tell them Officer Cole has been reporting to the federal emergency line since the 8th. Rodrigo looked at him. Will that matter? It will establish identity and create a record that we were in contact with federal channels from inside the outbreak, which matters for what comes after. He picked up the documentation folder. Let's go. Chapter 38. What he knows. He found Chris Redfield in the dark at the eastern perimeter fence, which was not what Marcus had planned for, because he had sent Chris east in a phone call 3 weeks ago, and Chris was supposed to be clear of the outbreak zone. Chris was not clear of the outbreak zone. Chris had come back. He was standing at the fence in civilian clothes with a military-grade rifle that did not look standard and 3 days of beard growth, and the expression of a man who had driven back into a burning city because his sister was inside it, and the calculations he had done about the risk had come out wrong. He looked at Marcus, at the injury Marcus was carrying from the Nest security encounter, at the folder of documentation Marcus was carrying, at Kendra and Rodrigo, and Walsh behind him. Cole, he said. He remembered the phone call. He had clearly been thinking about the phone call. Your sister left the city approximately 3 hours ago, Marcus said. She was in a group with Leon Kennedy. The federal evacuation convoy at the eastern checkpoint should have them. He watched Chris's face run the math. They're alive. Chris stood at the fence. He had the specific quality of a man absorbing good news in a context that made it hard to fully absorb. How do you know? I know a lot of things, Marcus said. Most of them have gotten people killed in the past week. The ones that haven't are in this folder. He held out the documentation. I need you to take this. Chris looked at the folder. He did not take it immediately. What is it? 47 pages of sourced, dated, cross-verified evidence of Umbrella Corporation's biological weapons program, their suppression of public health reporting in Raccoon City, their infiltration of the police department, and a chain of custody record for every piece of primary evidence that was removed from the Nest lab in the past 6 hours. Marcus held his eyes. If I get separated from it, it doesn't reach the people it needs to reach. Who does it need to reach? The federal investigators, the independent press contact I've been feeding for 6 weeks, the State Bar Association contact who has a sealed file from 4 weeks ago, and eventually the Congressional Oversight Committee that is going to be convened in approximately 18 months to investigate what happened to this city. He held the folder steady. I trust you with it because you went back into a burning city for your sister. That tells me something about your calculation of what's worth doing. Chris looked at him for a long moment. Then he took the folder. Who are you? He said. Marcus had been asked that question in several different registers over the past 8 days. This one was the most direct. I'm a cop who was in the right place at the right time, Marcus said, and who spent 6 weeks trying to be useful. He paused. Ask me again in a year. I'll have a better answer. He moved past Chris toward the checkpoint. Behind him, he heard Chris open the folder and begin to read. Chapter 39. Spencer Code. He found Jill Valentine in the Northern District at 3 a.m. He had not been looking for her. His awareness had been tracking the city's northern sector as a background register, the way it tracked everything. And at 2:45 a.m. the tracking had flagged a specific pattern, 2 biological signatures moving in tandem, one human and fast, one something else and faster, both in the northern corridor that his awareness had been mapping from the Nest's secondary communication system. Nemesis was directional, and he had said so. It was still directional. And Jill Valentine was doing what she had always done, which was not yielding ground. She didn't have to yield and fighting every engagement rather than running from it, which was impressive and also meant she was 2 blocks from a position she could not hold. He reached her corridor in 11 minutes. His adrenaline control gave him the running pace he needed without the metabolic cost of a panic sprint. His awareness tracked the Nemesis pattern through the intervening buildings and confirmed it was not yet committed to the corridor. She was behind a dumpster in the alley off Teller Street, reloading, when he came around the corner. Her weapon was on him before he finished moving. Cole, he said, hands visible. RCPD. I sent you the Spencer basement codes in July. She held the aim for 2 seconds. The aim came down. That was you, she said. It was not a question. I've been documenting the outbreak from inside since July 20th. He moved to the alley wall and checked the street. Nemesis was 2 blocks north and had just paused, tracking by sound. The city noise was covering their conversation. Your north route is the only clear exit in this sector. I put it on the emergency broadcast from the Nest at 9:47 p.m. She looked at him. She was reading him the way SDARS people read things, not emotionally, operationally. You've been the source since before the mansion. Since before the mansion. He checked the Nemesis position again. Moving south. You have 4 minutes. And you, she said. I've been avoiding Nemesis for 3 days. I know its targeting parameters. He met her eyes. I count 2 ways this conversation ends. I prefer the one where you don't ask follow-up questions. She looked at him for exactly 2 seconds. Assessment, not hesitation, and then said, North route. Second right, through the pharmacy, out the back alley. Connects to the Eastern Highway 2 blocks further. Federal checkpoint is 400 meters from there. She moved. She paused at the alley entrance and looked back at him. Follow-up questions, she said. When this is over. When this is over, he said. She went into the street and was gone. His awareness tracked the Nemesis pattern. It had registered the movement and was reorienting. He went the other way, not south, not north. The specific lateral route his awareness was recommending based on the tracking data from 40 minutes of active city navigation. He counted exits from the next 20 minutes. There were 3. All 3 of them ended at the eastern checkpoint. He moved. Chapter 40. What's left. The military helicopter lifted off from the eastern staging area at 5:47 a.m. Marcus was in it with Kendra on one side and a federal emergency officer named Drummond, Sheila Drummond from the investigation team, who had been the one who photographed his documentation on the first day and who had managed to reach the eastern staging area via a route Marcus had not known about. On the other, below them, Raccoon City burned. He had a second copy of the documentation, reconstructed overnight from memory, and the photographs he had taken in the Nest file room and filed to the cloud backup he had set up in the first week, and which he had accessed from the checkpoint satellite terminal at 4:15 a.m. while Rodrigo and Walsh were being processed by the medical team. He looked at the city below. He had counted, in the 8 days since waking up in the patrol car, 47 exits from various situations. He had taken all but 3 of them. The 3 he had not taken were the route that would have gotten him out of Raccoon City on day 2, before the outbreak, the route that would have left the holding room survivors behind when the G creature appeared, and the route that would have let him keep the original Nest documentation instead of copying it and returning the originals to the parties who had better claim to them. He did not regret any of the 3. Kendra was looking at the city. She had not looked away from it since they lifted off. She had the expression of someone doing the accounting that came after. He had told her, in the tunnel, what he was able to tell her. Not the reincarnation. He was not ready to say that out loud. And even if he were, the tunnel was not the right place. What he had told her, the CAP system, in functional terms. The 6 weeks of documentation. The external channel network. The specific decisions he had made about what to tell her and when. He had told her that he had made those decisions badly, too slowly, too cautiously, prioritizing the operation over the coalition when the coalition was what made the operation possible. She had been quiet during most of it. When he finished, she had said, "You've been doing this since the day I met you." "Yes. And you didn't tell me." "I told you as soon as I could do it without compromising something you needed to not know." She had been quiet for a moment. Then, "That's the same calculation Irons used. Different direction." He had thought about that for the rest of the tunnel. Now, in the helicopter, with the city burning below and the documentation in his lap and Sheila Drummond already on her secure phone, relaying the preliminary contents of the file to her colleagues in Atlanta, he took out his log and wrote, September 9th, 1998. Raccoon City. Contained. He paused. Not saved. Contained. There's a difference. He paused again. 1,200 civilians were in the city streets on day 1 of the outbreak. Unknown number evacuated via federal staging. Unknown number lost in the outbreak. The accounting will take weeks. He looked out the window. The sun was coming up over the eastern desert, and the city was a column of smoke, and the helicopter was moving, and the documentation was in his lap. What I have left, 47 pages of evidence. 6 external channels still active. Sheila Drummond on my right with a federal investigation that is now, as of this morning, the most significant biological weapons prosecution in United States history. What I don't have. A plan for what comes next. He had spent 8 days in a context where the map and the plan and the canonical knowledge were the whole operation. He was outside the map now. He had been outside the map since the industrial district, and his awareness had navigated and his training had held, and the people he had brought through the city with him were alive. The map is gone. The awareness is still running. The documentation is real. I count 4 exits from the next year. None of them are simple. All of them matter. He closed the log. Below them, Raccoon City disappeared into the smoke and the distance, and the specific permanence of a city that no longer existed the way it had existed 7 days ago. Kendra said, quietly, "You said you'd tell me everything." "I did," he said. "Not all of it." He looked at her. She was still looking at the window. She was not asking him to stop keeping things from her. She was noting, accurately, that there was more. She was filing it. She was going to ask again when she had the right questions. "No," he said. "Not all of it." The helicopter flew east. Chapter 41. Nevada. 2 weeks after Raccoon City, the camp in rural Nevada had the quality of a place that had been organized quickly by people who expected to need it for longer than they wanted to admit. The military quarantine facility was a converted agricultural site, prefabricated structures on a grid, double perimeter fence, vehicle checkpoint at the single road entry. It held 214 survivors of the Raccoon City incident, which Marcus had counted on the first morning by walking the perimeter and letting his awareness catalog every inhabited structure. His count was 12 above the official manifested number, which told him that either the official manifest was wrong or there were 12 people in the camp who the official manifest did not want to account for. He had been in the camp for 14 days. He knew who was Umbrella. Not all of them. He was not claiming perfect intelligence. But the specific behavioral profile of an organization operative under institutional stress had enough distinct markers that the 3 people he had flagged in the first week were running behaviors consistent with the profile. They were watching the documentation holders, they were creating informal networks with the camp medical staff, and they were making communication requests at odd hours that the camp's official communication system should have been logging, but apparently was not. He noted this. He added it to the running record. He had distributed the documentation copies to their respective contacts the morning after the helicopter landed. Harlow had sent a courier from the county over at 9 a.m., which told Marcus that Harlow had been monitoring the federal evacuation staging for incoming survivors. And the federal investigation had Drummond's phone-transmitted summary and Marcus's formal written submission filed the morning of the 9th. What was in his folder now was the secondary documentation, the records of everything that had happened after the outbreak began, which was a different category of evidence from the pre-outbreak suppression records. He sat at the camp's communal table at 7 a.m., 14 days post-evacuation, reading the government's official public statement about the Raccoon City incident for the 4th time. Industrial accident at a chemical manufacturing facility. He read it carefully, the way he read everything, and noted each specific phrasing choice. Localized environmental contamination, not epidemic, not outbreak. No evidence of systemic public health threat. The word systemic was load-bearing. It was accurate as a denial of ongoing threat while implying no systemic cause, which was the lie. Emergency response procedures performed effectively with minimal loss of life. Minimal. He thought about the 1,200 people he had counted in the streets on day one. He thought about the 13 people he had personally gotten to the eastern checkpoint. Minimal was the narrative. He had 47 pages that described a different word. He was watching this narrative form the way he had watched Irons's desk calendar. As a document in progress, a record of institutional decision-making, a thing that was being built in real time and would eventually be evidence. The narrative was already distributing itself across news channels and government briefings and the careful language of officials who had been told what to say and why. He let it. He documented every public statement. He dated them. He filed them. In 3 months, when Harlow's investigative series started running, those dated statements would be the before and the documentation would be the after. He counted 3 Umbrella operatives at the camp and 1 camp official who was being managed rather than working directly for Umbrella. He noted their names and their positions and their behavioral patterns in the secondary log and filed it, and had breakfast, and began the 14th day of waiting. Chapter 42. The consultant Annette Birkin arrived on a Thursday with a government identification badge and a specific manner of moving through the camp's official processing that suggested she had done it before, the particular ease of someone who understood the bureaucratic interface from the inside. He recognized her from the nest, and from the RE2 game data he still had access to for her visual profile, and from the specific quality of her attention when she entered the communal space and began scanning for people she needed to locate. She had a list. He was on it. She found him at 10 a.m. "Officer Cole," she said. She sat down across from him at the communal table without asking if the seat was taken. She was carrying a folder. He recognized the folder. It was the color of the secondary document classification system the government was using for camp administrative materials, which meant she had official standing to be here and had been given official materials to work with. "I'm Dr. Annette Birkin. I'm assisting the federal response as a biological safety consultant." "I know who you are," he said. She looked at him carefully. "You were in the nest file room. We spoke for approximately 4 minutes. He held her eyes. "You took the original G-virus production documentation and the secondary research logs." She was assessing how much he had and how he had gotten it. He could see the calculation running. The documentation was William's work. It belongs with his research legacy. "I agree with you," he said. "I told you I agreed with you in the nest. What I object to is the second use of the documentation as a negotiating instrument for your own continued government access." He watched her face. "You're here as a biological safety consultant because you traded something for the credential. My best calculation is that you traded the G-virus production documentation for a consulting arrangement that keeps you inside the institutional response rather than outside it." She said nothing for a moment. "You're very precise," she said. "I document things." He set his hands flat on the table. "I want to be clear about what I'm not doing. I'm not threatening to expose the arrangement. I'm not trying to take anything from you. I'm telling you what I know so you understand the baseline of the conversation." A pause. "What does your folder say I have?" She looked at the folder. She opened it. Inside was a typed document. The camp's official inventory of survivor personal effects that had been flagged as potentially classified. His name was at the top. 47 pages of documentation, she said. Collected during the Raccoon City incident. Currently in your possession. Currently distributed to 3 external parties and backed up to a cloud archive. He met her eyes. "I assume you're here to confiscate the original." The Federal Emergency Response has authority to classify materials collected during the incident. The federal investigation has conflicting authority. He watched the calculation on her face. Dr. Drummond's investigation is separate from the emergency response, and the documentation was submitted to that investigation formally before the Emergency Response Classification Authority was invoked. He paused. "I had a good lawyer read the relevant statutes last week. The timeline matters." She looked at him. She was doing the assessment she had been doing in the nest, recalibrating what category of person this was. He had been a useful anonymous source in the nest. He was something slightly more uncomfortable in person, at a table, after 2 weeks of preparation. "What do you want?" she said. "What I want is Umbrella Corporation's research program on trial in federal court within 2 years, he said. "What I need from you is, don't interfere with the evidence chain." He held her gaze. "The consulting arrangement you have is useful to both of us if you're inside the institutional response rather than outside it. Outside, you're a target. Inside, you're in a position to make sure the G-virus documentation goes into the legal record rather than into a black archive where it disappears." She was very still. "You're asking me to work against Umbrella," she said. "I'm asking you to protect William's research legacy by making sure it's in a public record rather than a classified one." He let that sit. "Those 2 things may require the same actions." She closed the folder. She stood up from the table. I'll consider it, she said. That's all I'm asking. He picked up his coffee cup. The copies are distributed regardless. The question is whether the originals end up in the same place or somewhere else. She left. He wrote in his log, Birkin, camp consultant, government arrangement. First contact post nest, productive. She's making a calculation. Let her make it. Chapter 43. The cover architect Colonel Derek Simmons came to the camp on a Tuesday and did not announce himself until he was already in Marcus's assigned quarters. Marcus had been aware of him for 45 minutes before the official meeting. His awareness had registered a 3-vehicle government convoy arriving at the checkpoint, the specific movement pattern of a high-clearance visitor with a security detail, the camp administrator's shift in posture when the convoy was waved through. He had been in his quarters because his quarters were where he kept the secondary documentation, and because Simmons coming to the camp meant that the cover narrative had identified him as a specific rather than general concern. Simmons knocked. Marcus said, "Come in," because he was sitting at the desk with his hands visible. Simmons was in his mid-50s, in civilian clothes, with the bearing of career military under a tailored jacket and the specific manner of a man who had spent enough time at the interface of authority and accountability to know exactly how to inhabit both. He was not threatening. He was precise. He looked at Marcus. He looked at the desk, the documentation visible, the log book to one side. "Officer Cole," he said. "Colonel Derek Simmons, Federal Emergency Management. I wanted to speak with you personally." "I know," Marcus said. Simmons sat in the camp chair without being invited. "The Raccoon City incident documentation you've been distributing is creating a specific problem for the federal response. It's creating an accurate record of a specific sequence of events," Marcus said. "It's creating panic." Simmons's voice was careful and specific, the voice of someone who had thought about what they were going to say before they said it. People with incomplete information filling in gaps with the most frightening interpretation. Supply chains disrupted by consumer fear. Local health departments across the country receiving calls about things that are not happening in their jurisdictions. He held Marcus's eyes. "This is not a hypothesis. I can give you the data." "I'd be interested in the data," Marcus said. He meant it. "I've been collecting impact data from the outbreaks documentation trail, and I'd like to cross-reference it against the response disruption data." Simmons looked at him carefully. "That's not the answer I expected. I'm not arguing that documentation has no costs." Marcus held the colonel's gaze. "I'm arguing about the alternative. Your documentation creates panic that kills more people than the virus did. That's your argument. My argument is, silence creates the next Raccoon City." He paused. "The suppression that built up over 6 weeks, the Irons arrangement, the state channel management, the 3-week delay in federal response, all of that was your approach. I have 47 pages that describes exactly what the approach produced." Simmons was quiet for a moment. "You're not wrong about the failure mode," he said. He said it carefully, with the precision of someone acknowledging a fact they had not planned to acknowledge. "The institutional failure in Raccoon City was specific and documented, and I am not here to tell you it wasn't." He paused. "What I am here to tell you is that the methodology you're using, public distribution of sensitive technical information, has second and third order effects that you cannot calculate from inside your operational position." "I'm aware of that," Marcus said. "I've been calculating second and third order effects since July 20th. I've been wrong about specific timelines twice and wrong about specific individual behavior 3 times. I've been right about the broad pattern every time." He looked at Simmons directly. "The broad pattern is that Umbrella's research program will produce another outbreak. Not a hypothesis. The biological infrastructure exists, the successor programs exist, and the institutional suppression that allowed this incident to develop will allow the next one to develop unless the public record makes suppression more costly than exposure." Simmons looked at him for a long moment. He was reading Marcus the same way Weskier had read Marcus, but differently. Weskier's reading was scientific. Simmons's reading was political. "You're 23 years old," Simmons said. "Yes. And you're arguing institutional reform theory with the confidence of someone who has been in this field for decades." "I've been in the field for 8 weeks, Marcus said. "I had a good teacher." "Who?" "The situation," Marcus said. "Everything it showed me about how systems fail." Simmons stood up. He picked up his jacket from the chair back. He looked at the documentation on the desk. "I'm going to ask you to stop the active distribution," he said. "Formally, on behalf of the federal emergency response." "That request is in the record now," Marcus said. "Along with this conversation." He looked up. "I'll consider it the same way I considered every other request to stop documenting. Carefully, and then no." Simmons left without responding to that. He closed the door behind him with the specific, deliberate care of a man who was not going to give Marcus the satisfaction of a reactive exit. Marcus sat for a moment. Then he picked up his pen and wrote. Simmons, cover architect, genuinely believes silence serves stability. Not wrong about the second-order effects. Wrong about which second-order effects matter more. Filed, Chapter 44. BioRead. He identified the two asymptomatic carriers on the 17th day. The BioRead advancement had been building since the nest, not in the same way that the earlier advancements had built, as a response to acute survival encounters, but as a more gradual integration of the observational capacity he had been developing across the whole outbreak period. His awareness had been running biological signature tracking for 6 weeks. The BioRead was the formalization of that tracking into a discrete capability, the ability to assess infection status and mutation category through direct observation, without equipment. He knew what it was when he noticed that the two individuals moving through the camp's medical processing line had a biological signature that was registering differently from every other person in the line. Not wrong in the way the infected in the city had been wrong, subtler than that, more preliminary, the register of a biological process in very early stages. But distinct. He did not announce it. He went to the camp's medical tent and found the duty nurse, a woman named Chun who had been running the daily health screenings with the efficiency of someone who had been doing outbreak response for enough years to have a protocol for everything. "I'd like to flag 2 individuals for supplementary screening," he said. He gave her the names. He had been cataloging names since day 1, specifically for early-stage T-virus exposure markers. Nurse Chun looked at him. On what basis? He had 3 options for how to answer that. On the basis that they came through sectors of the city where water contamination was highest, and their current symptom presentation is consistent with early-stage exposure even though standard screening hasn't flagged them. He held her eyes. "I'd rather be wrong." She ran the supplementary panel. She was not wrong. Both individuals were placed in isolation within the hour. The camp medical team ran the full diagnostic workup. Both confirmed early-stage T-virus exposure, pre-symptomatic. Both were manageable at this stage with the experimental antiviral protocols the federal investigation had been developing from the nest documentation. Marcus watched this from the perimeter fence and filed the outcome in his log. BioRead. First field application. Confirmed accuracy. 2 individuals identified and treated before symptomatic stage. He did not file how he had known. He filed what the outcome had been. He had learned, in 6 weeks of documentation, the specific discipline of knowing what to include in the record and what to hold back. The outcome went in the record. The mechanism was his. The recovery from BioRead was the fastest yet, 4 hours of deep fatigue rather than unconsciousness, which meant the later-tier advancements were integrating more efficiently as the foundational architecture built up. He slept for 6 hours in his assigned quarters and woke up with the capability fully integrated, and from that point forward his awareness had a biological layer it had not had before. Everything in the camp was readable. Every person, every biological state, every early sign of contamination or distress. He walked through the camp on the 18th morning, and the world had an additional dimension in it, a layer of biological information that was, if he let it, overwhelming in its detail. He learned quickly to keep it at background register and bring it forward only when relevant. Another calibration, another capability added to the system. He wrote, "The CAP advancement sequence is teaching me something about what I'm becoming. Each tier expands one specific dimension of biological perception or capacity. The progression is not random. It's building towards something. I don't know what." He paused. Weskier was reading this in me in July. He was right that something was different. I was 8 weeks into a 12-rank advancement sequence and didn't know it yet. Now I'm at 4. He put the log away. He went to check on the 2 individuals in isolation, both of whom were responding well to the antiviral protocols, and filed a formal commendation with the camp medical team for Nurse Chin's immediate response. Chapter 45. 3 sources. The confirmation came through Kendra's contact at 6 p.m. on day 19. Kendra had a friend in the regular military, not the quarantine unit, the standard service branch, who had been routing information through an informal channel since the 3rd day of camp. The channel was not secure in any technical sense, but it was reliable in the way that human networks built on genuine personal trust were reliable, consistent, not monitored, operating below the threshold of institutional attention. The contact confirmed. Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield were alive. They were in a separate federal holding facility in a different state. They had been debriefed. Their testimony was, according to the contact's source, extensive, specific, and being handled carefully by people who are not sure what to do with it. Being handled carefully was the phrase Marcus had been waiting for. It meant the testimony existed in a form that could not be quietly reclassified as unreliable. It meant Leon and Claire were documented witnesses with official debrief records. He wrote in his log, * confirmation, Leon Kennedy, Claire Redfield, alive, in federal custody, debriefed. Testimony, recorded, extensive, specific. * he counted what he now had. 3 independent documentary records, his 47 pages plus the federal investigation submission, the Leon/Claire debrief testimony, and the SDRS Alpha incident report that Chris Redfield had filed, not to our CPD command, to the federal investigators directly, using the information Marcus had told him about the external routing in CH-22. He had received confirmation of that filing through the federal investigation's response to his own submission. 3 independently sourced witness accounts, himself, Leon, and Claire, technically 2 individuals, but 1 shared experience chain, and the SDRS testimony. 1 external press contact with 6 weeks of documentation, currently developing a series. 1 academic channel with peer-reviewed publication in process. The federal investigation itself, which was the most uncertain of the assets, uncertain because it was inside an institutional system that Simmons was managing from above, but which had Drummond and her team inside it, and Drummond had spent 3 days in the camp before being recalled, and Marcus's read on Drummond was that she was the kind of investigator who did not quietly reclassify things. He ran the calculation. Not the outbreak calculation. That was over. The accountability calculation. For Umbrella's program to be prosecuted in federal court, the prosecution needed independent documentary evidence, corroborated witness testimony, and a chain of custody for the physical evidence that could survive a legal challenge. He had constructed, over 8 weeks, the first 2 elements. The third was Ada Wong's problem. She had the originals. He noted, Ada Wong, 3 original documents removed from Nest. If her end user eventually contributes those documents to legal proceedings, the chain of custody becomes complete. This is a variable I cannot control. Filing under. Outcomes dependent on third parties. * he closed the log and went to find Kendra. She was at the camp's eastern fence, which was where she went when she was thinking. He had noticed this in the first week and had not mentioned it, because it was useful to know where someone went to think rather than useful to tell them you knew. Leon and Claire, he said. Alive. She looked at him. How long have you known they were probably alive? Since the helicopter, he said. They had a better route than we did. I calculated survival probability at around 70%. You could have told me. I could have, he agreed. I held it because I was waiting for confirmation, and I didn't want you calculating around a 70% number. He held her eyes. That was the wrong call. She was quiet for a moment. You make a lot of calls, she said. About what to tell people. I make too many of them, he said. I'm revising the methodology. She looked at the fence, at the desert beyond it, at the specific quality of Nevada dusk that made the sky a particular shade of dark orange. Tell me about the power system, she said. All of it. Not the functional description you gave me in the tunnel. The actual thing. He looked at the fence too. He thought about Simmons and the second-order effects and the specific discipline of knowing what to include in the record. He thought about Kendra in the armory with 4 officers, holding the defensive node he had assigned her, operating on partial information, because he had made the call that partial information was what she needed. For advancements so far, he said. Instinct awakening, threat lock, muscle recall, and as of this week, bioread. Each one required a genuine survival encounter. Each one changed something specific about what I can perceive or do. He turned to look at her. There are 12 ranks total. The CAP advancement system responds to authentic mortal threat. It cannot be trained or forced. I've been in enough survival contexts in the last 8 weeks that I've advanced 4 times. She looked at him for a long time. The scarring, she said. The subdermal pattern. Byproduct of each advancement. Visible to anyone who knows what they're looking for. He paused. Umbrella's medical people know what they're looking for. Which means they know I have it. They don't know what it is yet. But they'll try to find out. Yes. She looked at the desert. Tell me the rest of it, she said. He told her the rest of it. Chapter 46. Midnight operation. They came at 2:17 a.m. He was already awake, because his awareness had registered the convoy arriving at the checkpoint 22 minutes earlier, for vehicles, 12 personnel, a movement pattern that was not medical response, and was not standard camp security rotation. He had been lying on his cot watching the ceiling and counting exits and had arrived at seizure operation, 30-minute window. They're taking the originals. He had spent 22 minutes with the originals, not hiding them. The operation had enough personnel to search the quarters comprehensively, and a search would find anything he could conceal in 22 minutes. Instead, he had used the 22 minutes to photograph every page of the secondary documentation log on his phone, compress, and encrypt the photographs to the cloud archive that the federal camp satellite terminal had given him access to through 3 degrees of VPN routing that he had set up on day 6, and write a dated entry in the secondary log stating precisely what he was doing and why. Then he put the originals back on the desk. When the 4 federal agents came through the door, they found him sitting in the camp chair with the originals in front of him and his hands flat on the table. "Officer Cole," the lead agent said, "we're here to collect materials associated with the Raccoon City incident under Federal Emergency Classification Authority." He held out a form. Marcus read the form, signed it, handed it back. He watched them take the folder. He watched them take the secondary documentation log. He watched the lead agent perform a thorough search of the quarters, under the cot, inside the single duffel bag, checking every pocket of the clothing on the chair. The agent found nothing he was not supposed to find and gave Marcus the receipt. When they left, Marcus picked up his phone. He opened the cloud archive and confirmed the photographs had uploaded. 47 pages of original documentation and 31 pages of secondary log. All present, time-stamped 1:55 a.m. He opened a new document and began writing. *2:17 a.m., September 25, 1998. Federal agents. For personnel, seized original documentation folder, 47 pages, and secondary documentation log, 31 pages, from my assigned quarters at the Nevada quarantine facility. Lead agent name, from badge, during entry. Form provided. Classification number, signed. Duration of search, 11 minutes. Items not found. None. Originals were accessible and taken. Status of documentation archive. Confirmed complete backup, cloud storage, encrypted, timestamped pre-seizure. He read it back. He added, the seizure is now itself documented. This is how you build a case. Each attempt to destroy the evidence creates a new layer of it. He filed the document. He lay back down on the cot. His awareness swept the camp. The 4 vehicles were leaving. The night was quiet. The 15 survivors sleeping in the adjacent structures were undisturbed. He looked at the ceiling and thought about Simmons and the conversation about second-order effects. The seizure was a second-order effect. It was also the third event in a pattern, suppression attempt, documentation, suppression, documentation, that had been running since July 20th. Each attempt to silence the record made the record more complete. He slept at 3 a.m. and woke at 6 a.m. and ate breakfast and filed the seizure documentation to Harlow's secure contact and to the Federal Investigation's parallel intake channel that Drummond had given him before she left the camp. Chapter 47. The photograph. The routine physical happened on day 22, which was 4 days after the seizure, which was long enough that he had calibrated the timing as deliberate. The seizure first, then the medical evaluation, which was the standard pattern for take everything and also see what we can learn from the body. The camp medic was a man named Ortega who had been providing competent and unremarkable medical care for 3 weeks and whom Marcus had assessed in the first week as someone working within a system rather than working for a system. He had revised that assessment on day 19 when he had noted that Ortega's report filing pattern was not consistent with camp medical protocols, too frequent, too detailed on specific individuals. He was filing supplementary reports to someone outside the camp chain of command. Marcus had not acted on this. He had documented it and waited. The physical exam was standard until the last 5 minutes, when Ortega asked Marcus to remove his shirt for a vascular examination. The phrasing was slightly wrong. The term vascular examination in this context would normally involve BP cuffs and Doppler tools, neither of which Ortega was reaching for. He was reaching for his phone. The subdermal scarring from 4 CAP advancements was distributed across Marcus's torso, wrists, and collar line. Not dramatic, not obviously abnormal to an untrained observer, but to someone who had a reference image and knew what they were looking for, distinctive enough to be photographed. He let Ortega photograph the scarring. He watched Ortega's face while it was happening. The specific quality of a person following an instruction they had received about what to record, without fully understanding what they were recording. Ortega did not know what the scarring meant. He was a delivery mechanism for information he didn't have the context to interpret. Annette Birkin had the context, and Annette Birkin needed to know that Marcus had been photographed and cataloged. He needed her to think he was accounted for. He needed the umbrella side of the camp's intelligence apparatus to believe they had the scarring data, that the biological anomaly had been documented, that Marcus Cole was a known quantity. The usefulness of being a known quantity was that known quantities did not receive escalating surveillance resources. Unknown quantities received investigation. Known quantities received monitoring. He put his shirt back on. "Thank you, Ortega," he said. He kept his voice calibrated to completely unaware of what just happened. He walked out of the medical tent and went to the eastern fence where Kendra was, because Kendra was at the eastern fence when she was thinking. "Birkin just had my scarring photographed," he said. Kendra looked at him. "You let them. I need them to think I'm cataloged." He looked at the desert. The value of being in their file is that I stay in the surveillance tier rather than the acquisition tier. Weskier was always going to want to acquire me. If Birkin's people catalog me as documented and ongoing monitored, they postpone the acquisition decision while they gather more data. And when they have enough data, by then I'll have enough documentation. He paused. And we'll be out of this camp. She looked at him. How soon? Week and a half, he said. I've been mapping the gap in the perimeter surveillance. I need to confirm the civilian refugee transit corridor on the Eastern Road is still active. She nodded slowly. She had been accepting these calculations with increasing equanimity over the past week, since the conversation at the Eastern Fence when he had told her the rest of it. She was not comfortable with it. She was working with it, which was different and more useful. I'll check the transit corridor through my contact, she said. That's what I need. Chapter 48. One question. Jill Valentine's facility was in Arizona. He had narrowed it down from the pattern of official debrief documentation that was filtering through the federal investigation's public-facing communications, specific terminology that SDARS debriefs used, a report number prefix that indicated Southwestern Regional Processing, the specific language of ongoing assessment rather than completed debrief that told him the process was still active. She had been inside the institutional machinery for 3 weeks. 3 weeks of debrief by people who needed her testimony to be useful in ways that served the narrative Simmons was managing. That process left marks that he could read at a distance from the document patterns. He needed to know one thing that the documents could not tell him. Kendra's security clearance, which she retained because she had been brought out of Raccoon City as a survivor and not as a subject of official concern, had access to a camp communication terminal that could route to federal facility communication systems through the standard interagency protocol. It was not a secure channel, but it used a routing layer that was not part of the main monitoring architecture. He composed the message in the coded format that he had used in the emergency broadcast from the nest, and that Jill had acknowledged understanding in Teller Street. Asterisk reference. Spencer Basement, July 24th. One question. How many? Asterisk. She responded in 4 hours. The response was a number. He wrote it down. He cross-referenced it against his list. He had 14 names on his list, camp personnel and external contacts that he had assessed as umbrella-adjacent or compromised. 11 of them were in the Nevada camp. 3 of them were in facilities outside the camp, including the Arizona debrief facility. Jill's number matched his 3, plus one name he did not have. He added the name to his list and filed the cross-reference and wrote in his log, asterisk contact confirmed. Jill Valentine, 3 umbrella operatives in Arizona facility confirmed, plus 1 not in my database. Filing under, intelligence gap, requires source, asterisk then, asterisk she's being sidelined. The debrief is moving toward reclassification of her testimony as unreliable due to stress factors. That's the institutional management play for a witness whose testimony is too specific and too documented to discount as fabrication. Asterisk he paused. Asterisk in the canonical RE timeline. Jill was sidelined for approximately 18 months before BSA involvement. That is a timeline I don't need to replicate. Asterisk he put the phone down and started thinking about the connections between the Arizona facility, the Nevada camp, and the Colorado Refugee Processing Center where Elena Voss had been located by Kendra's contact 3 days ago. He was building a network. It was small. It was not yet functional as a network in the operational sense. But the nodes were there. Elena, Leon, and Claire, wherever they were. Jill, sidelined but alive and communicating. Chris Redfield, last known, somewhere east with the documentation folder. Harlow, running his investigation from outside. Each node was an independent source. Each source was survivable even if the others were compromised. He wrote, asterisk network, 7 nodes, 3 of them currently inside institutional custody. Working assumption, institutional custody is temporary. The documentation is distributed, the testimony exists, and the federal investigation is active. All of this constrains the institutional management options. Asterisk he did not write what he was thinking about the 4th unknown name Jill had sent, which was, there is always one I don't have. He had learned that in Raccoon City. There was always one deviation from the map, one variable that wasn't in the canon, one person acting outside the script. That was acceptable. He had stopped needing the script to be complete. Chapter 49. Try. Kendra confronted him on day 26 at the Eastern Fence at 9 p.m., which was a specific time and a specific location that told him she had been planning this conversation rather than arriving at it impulsively. You need to tell me the truth, she said. He looked at the desert. He knew what she was going to say before she said it because he had been watching the accumulation for 4 weeks. Every time he had known something he shouldn't know. Every reaction time in the camp that was faster than training explained, Every instance where the calculation he produced arrived at the same place as the outcome in a way that went beyond expertise or intuition. "I've been telling you the truth," he said. "You've been telling me partial truth and calling it the whole thing." Her voice was measured, not angry. She had processed the anger already, which was the Kendra pattern. She processed emotions in advance and arrived at conversations having already done the work. "You had foreknowledge of the outbreak. Not just general knowledge, specific. Timeline, institutional failure points, individual behavior patterns. The kind of foreknowledge that doesn't come from being a good investigator." He was quiet. "The CAP system produces scarring that Umbrella can identify because Umbrella has a reference profile for it," she continued. "Where does the reference profile come from? If you're the first person to develop this, there's no reference profile. But you know they have one." She looked at him. "You know things you shouldn't know from inside this timeline. I've been watching you know things you shouldn't know for 8 weeks." He looked at the fence. "How?" she said. "The actual how. Not the functional description. That part one can't explain without you thinking I'm insane," he said. She looked at him. "Try," she said. He had been building to this conversation since the tunnel. He had told himself he would tell her when the time was right, and had been adjusting the definition of right upward in complexity each time. The right time kept requiring more context, more established trust, more demonstrated reliability before the unreliable part. He said, "I have memories of a different life. One that included fictional accounts of events that turned out to be this reality. The game series called Resident Evil. I had those memories when I woke up in the patrol car in July. Complete memories of a different person, in a different world, with detailed knowledge of the fictional version of everything that happened here." Silence. "A game," she said. "A series of games. In my original memory, this world was fiction, entertainment, with plots and characters and events. When I woke up here, I had complete knowledge of those plots and characters because I had played through them." She looked at him for a long time. The desert was very quiet. Somewhere in the camp behind them, a generator cycled. "That's insane," she said. "I told you. And the CAP system. My body's response to surviving genuine threat in this world. Not in the games. I didn't have it in the games. The games don't have it either. It developed when I survived the first real encounter." He paused. "Weskier's reference profile for the scarring doesn't exist in the canonical games. You're right that if I were the first one, there'd be no profile. But this isn't the canonical version. My presence changed things from hour one. Umbrella's medical division saw the scarring in my intake physical and identified it as anomalous. The reference profile is me. They've been building it since July." She absorbed this. "So when you knew things," she said slowly, "you were working from game knowledge. Until the game knowledge ran out, which was around day 7 of the outbreak." He looked at her. "After that, I've been navigating on the capability set and the documentation methodology and whatever Kendra Vasquez taught me about how to survive inside an institution." She was quiet for a long time. "You're telling me you woke up inside a video game." "I'm telling you I woke up in a reality that a video game had been based on," he said, "and that the reality diverged from the game's version immediately." She looked at the desert. She looked at the fence. She looked at him. "I don't believe the game part," she said. "I know. I believe everything else." She crossed her arms. "The foreknowledge. The CAP system. The reason you file everything. Because in your version of events, the story is the thing you can control and the documentation is the record of you being in it." She paused. "I believe all of that." "That's enough," he said. "You don't have to believe the game part." "What are we doing next?" she said. He looked at the fence. He looked at the darkness beyond it. "Getting out of this camp," he said. Chapter 50. Getting out. He gave Simmons 2 days. He had told himself that he would give the documentation and the network and the existing institutional momentum another 2 days to produce movement before he extracted. Not because 2 days was a magic number, but because extraction before the federal investigation's next major filing deadline would remove him from the evidentiary picture at the moment the picture was most useful to be in. The deadline passed. The filing happened. He received confirmation through Drummond's personal email, which she had given him as a private channel for exactly this kind of communication. Dr. Chase's team filed the Phase 2 report this morning. Raccoon City incident. Documented as biological weapons origin. Institutional suppression confirmed. Federal prosecution recommendation included. He read it twice. Then he called Kendra. "Tomorrow night," he said. She said, "Transit corridor confirmed active. My contact says they rotate to the secondary checkpoint at 0200. 0200, he confirmed. He spent the 24 hours doing what he always did, documenting. His final log entries from the Nevada camp were the most thorough he had written, not because the information was new, but because he was writing for the record of a person leaving a context rather than continuing in it. He wrote the camp's operational structure. He wrote the 3 umbrella operatives' names and behavioral profiles. He wrote his assessment of Simmons and his assessment of Birkin and his assessment of the institutional narrative that was being constructed around the Raccoon City incident. He wrote it in the voice of someone who was going to be unavailable for comment for a while and wanted the record to be complete in their absence. At 0145, he and Kendra left the camp through the gap in the perimeter surveillance at the eastern fence. No combat, no confrontation. The gap was exactly what his mapping had said it was, and the 2 camp security officers who should have been covering that section were on the secondary rotation Kendra's contact had confirmed. They walked into the desert. His awareness tracked the camp for 2 minutes after they left and confirmed no pursuit was initiated. In his pocket, a burner phone with the cloud archive access codes, 2 copies of the Federal Investigations Phase 2 filing, and a handwritten note from Nurse Chun, who had stopped by his quarters at 1700 with a folded piece of paper and said only for wherever you're going. Inside, Elena Voss's contact information in Colorado. Chun had been in correspondence with Voss since week 1. Another network node he had not mapped. He filed it under *positive deviation. People building the network I wasn't aware of, *they walked east. His awareness ran the desert route and found it clean. The civilian refugee transit corridor was 3 kilometers away. Tell me about the next steps, Kendra said, walking. Find Elena Voss, he said. She has the academic documentation channel. We need to combine that with Harlow's press channel and make sure both are feeding the federal investigations timeline. He checked the route. Build a base of operations that's not attached to any official system. The documentation network needs a physical center that isn't a camp or a facility. Colorado, she said. Colorado, he confirmed. Elena's there. It's outside the main institutional surveillance radius. They walked in silence for a moment. The desert was cold and clear, and his awareness ran it continuously. Clean, clean, clean in every direction. Marcus, Kendra said. Yes. The game knowledge. The part 1 said I didn't believe. He kept walking. I believe it, she said. I've been thinking about it for 26 days. I believe you. I just don't know what to do with it. He was quiet for a moment. Neither do I, he said. I've been making decisions based on it since July and getting some of them right. I'm going to keep doing that. He paused. The knowledge runs out. Eventually I'm fully in a future I don't have a script for. At that point, everything I have is the capability set and the documentation and the network. He looked at her. That's enough. I think. You think, she said. I think, he said. They reached the civilian transit corridor at 0212 and joined the line of refugees moving east through the Nevada dark. Chapter 51. Combat Calculus. The combat calculus precursor activated 300 meters from the camp's eastern perimeter, which was 270 meters earlier than he had expected. He had been running the escape with his awareness at full registration. 7 personnel positions tracked through the nest acoustic methodology, his own movement, and Kendra's plotted against the perimeter rotation gaps he had mapped over 26 days. It was a calculation problem, and he had been running it as a calculation problem, which was the right framework for the first 230 meters. Then the gap in the perimeter surveillance closed. Not because his mapping had been wrong, because the camp security rotation had been modified in the past 18 hours. A single schedule change, probably routine, that had shifted the secondary checkpoint by 11 minutes and put 2 personnel into the zone he had cleared. His awareness registered both personnel simultaneously. He registered the facility's command post, also simultaneously. He registered the distance to the refugee transit corridor. He registered Kendra's position, 2 steps to his right, and the specific way her step pattern had changed when she noticed the 2 personnel. And then the combat calculus precursor gave him something new. Not the threat lock single target pattern assessment, but a spatial overlay, a simultaneous read of all 7 personnel positions in his awareness, mapped against each other in real time, updating as everyone moved. Not the advancement itself, the precursor, the architecture that would become combat calculus when it was tested in genuine survival stakes. He had 7 seconds. The 2 personnel at the shifted position were not looking directly at them. They were doing perimeter walk, not active surveillance. The command post was occupied, but not on active monitoring. The 6-second window between their current positions and the personnel's next sightline rotation was exactly the width of the transit corridor opening. He touched Kendra's elbow. 1 tap. Still, now, 1 specific tap pattern he had taught her in week 2. Be invisible for the next 15 seconds. They stopped. They were in the dark against the perimeter fence with 2 armed camp personnel 40 meters away and 6 seconds of window available. He calculated the window through the overlay. The personnel would rotate at 0214. The window would open at 0213:47 and close at 0214:22. 35 seconds. He and Kendra moved at 0213:47. Not fast. Fast generates noise and disruption. Controlled, deliberate, the specific quality of movement that his adrenaline architecture could produce when he gave it exactly the metabolic input the task required. They were through the perimeter gap at 0214:09. The refugee transit corridor was 3 kilometers east. They walked it in 31 minutes. He spent the walk updating his log in his head. Asterisk combat calculus precursor. First activation. Spatial overlay confirmed. 7 simultaneous tracking channels. Full advancement. Pending genuine multi-threat survival encounter. Asterisk then. Asterisk that was closer than I wanted. Schedule change I didn't anticipate. Need to build longer recalibration windows into extraction planning. Asterisk chapter 52. The copy's Elena Voss was in a civilian processing center in Colorado Springs, occupying a cot in a shared facility with 63 other displaced persons. When Marcus found her through Nurse Chin's handwritten note and 3 days of cautious contact chain navigation. She was sitting at a folding table with a pad of paper and a pen, writing in the compressed notation of a scientist trying to reconstruct data from memory when he sat down across from her. She looked up. She recognized him from 2 meetings. Cole, she said. Dr. Voss. He looked at the pad. What are you reconstructing? The federal report, she said. They have the original. The academic consortium copy was seized in a facility search 2 weeks ago. Her voice was controlled, but the control was costing her something. I'm working from memory. 70% reconstruction after 3 weeks. The water sample data. I had those numbers memorized from so many months of looking at them. But the geospatial coordinates for the sample sites, the date and time stamps, the chain of custody documentation. She pressed the pen against the pad. The chain of custody is what makes it admissible. Without the original chain of custody, it's a scientist's reconstruction from memory, which can be dismissed. He reached into his jacket pocket and placed a USB drive on the table. She looked at it. Photographs of every page of the original documentation, he said, including the chain of custody forms. Time-stamped September 9th, 1998, from the Nevada camp, 20 minutes before the federal seizure of the originals. He held her eyes. The photographs were uploaded to a cloud archive at 1:55 a.m. on September 25th. The seizure happened at 2:17 a.m. The photographs predate the seizure by 22 minutes. She picked up the USB drive. She held it with both hands. You kept copies, she said. I kept copies of everything from the beginning, he said. The sealed file I told you about in our first meeting. I built the copy distribution methodology the same week I built the sealed file. He watched her face. The water sample data is on there. All the geospatial coordinates. The biological marker profiles. The 6-week accumulation record. She looked at the drive. Then she looked at him. I've been working on this reconstruction for 2 weeks, she said. Her voice had changed in register. Less controlled. Something underneath the control that had been held under pressure for too long. 70% from memory, and I was going to have to file it as a reconstruction and watch it get challenged in every proceeding as she stopped. She set the USB drive on the table and folded her hands over it. Thank you, she said quietly. He watched her for a moment. He had met her twice. The first time she had been frightened and meticulous and had expanded his methodology in a way he had not planned for. The second time had been 47 minutes in a small office filing a federal report while he watched. Both times she had done exactly what she had said she would do, on the timeline she had given, with the methodology she had described. She was the most reliable person in his network. He had not told her that. I should have made contact sooner, he said. I had your location from Nurse Chin's note for 4 days before I reached you. I was running contact chain caution. He paused. That was the wrong call. You needed the copies and I had them. She looked at him for a moment. She was not forgiving the 4 days. She was noting the acknowledgement of them, which was different and more accurate. What are we doing next? She said. He felt the specific quality of hearing someone ask that question with genuine intent to work rather than genuine desire to be directed. He had heard it from Kendra at the Eastern Fence. He was hearing it from Elena Voss at a folding table in Colorado. Building a base, he said. Not a camp, not a facility. Something off the institutional radar. I need a space where the documentation network has a physical center. He looked at her. Colorado makes sense. You're here, Harlow's investigation is running in the Mountain States press market, and the refugee processing infrastructure creates a cover environment for a small operation. She nodded. I know a storage facility outside Colorado Springs, she said. It belongs to a professor from my department who is currently in Germany. He would let me use it. He revised the timeline forward. He had calculated 3 weeks to establish the base. Elena's contact might reduce that. How soon can you make the call? He said. Now, she said. She made the call. Chapter 53. Base. The storage facility was not impressive, and it was perfect. It was a converted agricultural equipment building 20 kilometers outside Colorado Springs. Concrete floor, steel walls, functional electricity, and running water. No institutional affiliation. Owned outright by a professor of environmental science who was 8,000 kilometers away and who told Elena over the phone that she could use it for however long you need. Elena, my God, of course, use the barn. Marcus stood in the barn on November 3rd, 1998, and took inventory. Present, himself, Kendra, Elena Voss, and 4 people who had been found through the network fragments over the previous week. 2 of them were Raccoon City survivors, a former City Hall administrator named Delgado who had been running refugee outreach from the Colorado processing centers, and a paramedic named Torres who had been first response in the city's eastern district on day 2 of the outbreak, and who had kept his own documentation records separate from the official EMS chain. The other 2 were outside contacts, a data archivist named Lin Xiao who had been working on digital records preservation for Harlow's investigation, and a former county government official from a county adjacent to Raccoon City who had been tracking the institutional response and had independently identified 3 of the same umbrella operatives Marcus had flagged in the camp. He did not know all of them well yet. He knew their skills and their documentation practices and their reasons for being here, which was enough to begin. Present in the archive, the full documentation collection, his copies, Elena's U.S. Bureau Store data set, Torres's EMS records, Delgado's City Hall documentation, and the secure backup of Harlow's 6-month investigation files that Harlow had contributed to the archive on the understanding that the archive was the insurance policy for his investigation. Present in the network, Harlow, external, operational. Drummond, inside federal investigation, covert contact. Jill Valentine, Arizona facility, limited communication. Chris Redfield, pending. Leon and Claire, pending. And the 14 named individuals on Marcus's list whose positions and behavioral profiles he had been updating since the camp. He stood in the barn and looked at what he had built. It was not the institutional leverage that he had been trying to build from inside the RCPD since July. It was the opposite of institutional leverage, a collection of people operating entirely outside institutions, maintaining a documentation archive that no institution controlled, connected to the institutional processes through carefully maintained external channels. He had not planned to build this. He had planned to work inside institutions until the institutions moved. The institutions had not moved, and he had been ejected from them, and the thing he had built on the way out was accidentally more useful than the thing he had been trying to build inside. He wrote in his log, *base established. 7 people, 2 rooms, 1 mission. Archive, complete. Network, functional. Institutional leverage, 0. Documentation leverage, substantial. He paused. This is what it looks like before the institutional leverage rebuilds. The archive has to exist and be complete before anyone inside an institution will use it. We are at archive complete. Next, making it usable. He looked at the barn, at Elena's maps on the wall, at Torres's EMS binders on the shelf, at Kendra already organizing the contact chain documentation into the filing system she had been developing since Nevada. He felt something he had not felt since he first woke up in the patrol car. Not the specific vertigo of recognizing the timeline. Something steadier. He was in a room full of people who knew the same things he knew and were choosing to act on them. That was not a state he had experienced before this moment. He went back to work. Chapter 54. Same room Chris Redfield found the barn on November 15th. He had been building his own case for 47 days. Marcus knew this because the documentation from CH-38 had been showing up in fragments in Harlow's investigation, contributed through an anonymous channel that Harlow had described as a source with SDARS clearance and a very thorough filing system. Chris had been documenting the same way Marcus documented, systematically, externally, building toward a record that could survive institutional challenge. He arrived at the barn because Kendra had routed a message through her military contact to the SDARS Survivor Network, and the SDARS Survivor Network, 4 people, meeting in a location Marcus did not know yet, had flagged the route to Chris as a contact that was probably worth making. Marcus opened the barn door, and Chris Redfield walked in. They looked at each other. Marcus had spoken to him once, in a phone call in late July, in under 2 minutes. He had met him once, at the eastern perimeter fence of Raccoon City, in a conversation of approximately 4 minutes. Both times, Marcus had been the one with the information. This time Chris had the folder from CH-38 and 47 days of additional documentation and the specific quality of a person who had been operating alone in a hostile institutional environment and had developed his own methodology for it. "You're the source," Chris said. Since July, Marcus said. Chris looked at the barn, at the maps, the binders, the 7 people, the filing system. You've been building this, he said. We've been building it. Marcus moved to give him space to enter. Since October. 7 people, complete archive, active external channels. He looked at Chris. What you have from the fence, the documentation folder, does it include the STARS incident reports from the Spencer estate? All 4 of them, Chris said. Mine, Jill's redacted debrief summary, Barry's statement, and Rebecca Chambers' field notes. For accounts Marcus had not had. He added them to the inventory. Jill, Chris said. He said it as a question. Arizona. Sidelined. Communicating through coded channel, as of last week operational. He held Chris's eyes. She's going to be in that facility for longer than you want her to be. The institutional management play for her testimony is ongoing assessment, which can be extended indefinitely. Getting her out requires leverage we're building toward. What leverage? Harlow's investigation runs in the next 3 months, Marcus said. When it runs, the congressional response it produces will be the lever. 3 independently sourced accounts, federal investigation phase 2 filing, STARS survivor testimony, and a documentation archive that can't be seized or classified because it doesn't exist inside an institutional system. He met Chris's eyes. That's the leverage. We're not ready yet. We will be. Chris looked at him. Who are you, he said. The same question from the fence. Same register. Not hostile, not rhetorical. Genuine. Marcus thought about what he had told Kendra in the Nevada desert. He thought about what it had cost, and what it had produced, and whether this was the right context for it. Someone who has been working toward the same outcome you have, he said. For longer. He paused. Ask me again in a year. I'll have the full answer by then. Chris sat down. He opened the folder. They spent 4 hours going through the documentation together, cross-referencing the STRS reports against Marcus's archive, identifying 3 overlapping evidential chains that confirmed each other across independent sources, filing each overlap in the cross-reference system that Lin Xiu had built. At the end of 4 hours, Chris looked up from the table and said, "This is actually going to work." Yes, Marcus said. It's actually going to work. He wrote in his log, * Chris Redfield, base. 4 STARS incident reports integrated. Cross-reference, 3 confirming chains. Network, 8 nodes. * Chapter 55. The dead Ada Wong's message arrived at the archive's dead drop address on December 7th. He had set up the dead drop in October. A digital address with no institutional affiliation, accessible only through the routing protocol that had been the most secure method he'd found during the camp's communication phase. He had included it in 2 documentation filings as a contact point, deliberately, because he had calculated that people who wanted to reach him without institutional mediation would use the cleanest available channel, and people who wanted to use him would use something more personal. Ada Wong had used the clean channel. That told him something. The message was 3 sentences. * I know about your copies. I have something your file doesn't. Meet terms. You give me a specific chapter of the EMS documentation from your archive. I give you Weskier's research notes on the biologically anomalous intake from your July 1998 physical. * He read it 3 times. Weskier's research notes on his intake physical. That was seed 2 from his long arc tracking. The CH8 notation about Weskier's 3-second pause. The calculation that Weskier had been watching him since the precinct intake. The confirmation that Weskier had flagged him. He counted exits from the message. There were 3. He ran all 3. Accepting the terms, gave Ada a chapter of the EMS documentation that covered a specific sector's response pattern on day 3 of the outbreak. Information that was in his archive, but not yet in the public record. The information was accurate, and its specific use by Ada's end user was unclear. He did not know what it would fund. Refusing the terms, closed the exchange. He did not get Weskier's notes. He did not lose anything from the archive. A third option, he sent back a counterproposal. He would give her the EMS data. She would give him the Weskier notes. He would document the exchange in the archive as a transaction that had occurred, with both items described. The documentation of the exchange was the cost she had not specified. He sent the counterproposal. She responded in 6 hours. Accepted. The exchange happened the next morning. She gave him a digital file, 43 pages of Weskier's handwritten research notes, scanned, with medical terminology and cultivation-adjacent biological observations that confirmed what Marcus had been calculating since September. Weskier had read the CAP advancement markers in his police intake physical. He had been watching since day 1. He had classified Marcus as a priority long-term monitoring subject rather than an acquisition target because the advancement sequence was still developing and early acquisition would produce incomplete data. He read all 43 pages. He filed them in the primary archive. Then he wrote the exchange entry. December 7th, 1998. Ada Wong, via digital dead drop. Exchange, EMS sector documentation, Day 3, Eastern District. In exchange for Westgear's research notes Marcus Cole biometric intake 1998. Note, documentation of exchange filed to primary archive. Ada Wong aware of this documentation. She accepted the terms knowing the exchange would be documented. He paused. She sent me the Westgear notes anyway. The cost she specified was the EMS data. The cost she didn't specify was the documentation of the transaction. She accepted that cost without negotiating it down. He paused again. I don't know what she's building. I don't know what her end user does with the EMS data. I know that she operates in the space between institutional actors and builds her own leverage from information asymmetry. I'm not sure what I owe her or what she thinks she owes me. That ambiguity is deliberate on her side. I'm going to leave it ambiguous on mine and watch where it develops. He went back to work. Chapter 56. Combat Calculus. The three umbrella cleaners arrived at the barn on December 19th at 0430. He had been expecting them for 6 days. Not these specific three, not this specific date, but the category of response was inevitable. The EMS documentation exchange with Ada Wong had moved something inside Umbrella's surveillance apparatus, or the Harlow investigation preparation had flagged something, or the archive's existence had been detected through the contact chain traces that every network left. He had not been able to identify the specific trigger. He had identified the probability. He had been sleeping at the barn on a rotating schedule, alternating with Kendra, because one of them needed to be awake and registered in the building at all times. He was awake when the perimeter sensor he had installed in week 2 activated. 3 signals. Moving together. Professional approach, not the spread pattern of a search team, but the tight coordination of an entry team. He had 7 seconds from perimeter activation to entry point. He woke Kendra with one tap on the shoulder and pointed at the back door. She was moving in 2 seconds. The archive was already distributed, 3 off-site backups, 2 with people not in this building, 1 with the cloud system. The physical copies in the barn were copies of copies. Valuable, but not irreplaceable. He went out the side exit while Kendra went out the back. The entry team came through the front. He was 40 meters out when the confrontation happened, which was not a confrontation he had intended. He had intended a clean extraction, barn abandoned, archive intact and distribution. What the combat calculus precursor had not processed was the 4th signal his awareness registered as the entry team's cover position, which cut Kendra's extraction route and was now between her and the perimeter. He had 2 seconds. The combat calculus advancement activated in the 1st second. 6 simultaneous tracking channels. Himself, Kendra, 3 entry team members inside the barn, the cover position outside. Full spatial overlay. All 6 positions updating in real time, relationships between them mapped continuously, threat vectors calculated not sequentially, but in parallel. He had never thought about 6 things at once before. The combat calculus made it natural, not an effort, a mode. The way threat lock had made single target pattern assessment natural. The way instinct awakening had made environmental awareness natural. Each advancement extended the capability set by 1 tier and made it frictionless. He moved toward the cover position with exactly the adrenaline architecture prescribed. Not a full burst, the controlled measure that would sustain performance for 45 seconds without cognitive degradation. The cover position personnel was not expecting someone to approach from the barn side, which was the spatial understanding the combat calculus overlay gave him. The cover position was oriented toward the extraction routes, not toward the building. He was coming from a direction that required the personnel to rotate fully before engaging. Muscle recall gave him Leon's handgun technique. Threat lock gave him the rotation's commitment point. Combat calculus gave him all 6 positions simultaneously, so he knew the moment the engagement was clean without disrupting the other 5 tracked elements. For shots, 2 for the cover position, 2 into the perimeter lighting that Kendra needed clear to extract. He advanced from the cover position and hit the extraction path at the moment Kendra was reaching it. She did not break stride. He matched her pace and they moved. The barn burned behind them. The entry team had carried incendiaries, standard umbrella cleanup methodology. He ran the combat calculus on the remaining 3 positions as they moved. The barn fire was disorienting them. The light disrupted their thermal imaging, and the noise disrupted their coordination. He had 2 minutes before they reorganized. He and Kendra were into the tree line in 90 seconds. He sat against a tree trunk and let his awareness run the tactical overlay and felt his body integrating the combat calculus advancement. The integration period was the shortest yet, 3 hours, he estimated, compared to 12 hours for the earlier advancements. Kendra sat beside him. She was breathing controlled. Adrenaline architecture wasn't her capability, but 12 years of field work had produced something functionally adjacent. The barn, she said. Archive is distributed. 3 off-site copies. He checked the tactical overlay. The team was searching the burn site. No pursuit vectors. Elena's contact in Colorado Springs. New base. She nodded. She looked at the burning barn through the trees. That was your 6th advancement, she said. Combat calculus, he confirmed. 6 simultaneous tracking channels. Continuous spatial overlay. He met her eyes. 6 more to go. She looked at the fire. New base, she said. Chapter 57. Narrative control. He learned about the classified accounts on December 22nd. The federal investigation's Phase 2 filing had been the most significant independent documentation of the Raccoon City incident. The account that, combined with his archive and the SDARS testimony, constituted the 3 independently sourced evidential base he had been building towards since July. The Phase 2 filing was still active. What had happened to the other 2 accounts was documented in the Federal Register in the specific language of institutional management. The SDARS Alpha Incident Report had been reclassified as part of an ongoing Special Operations Review. Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield's joint debrief testimony had been sequestered pending psychological evaluation review. Reclassified. Sequestered. The language was institutional and bloodless and meant that 2 of the 3 independently sourced accounts were no longer accessible to the federal prosecution or the press. 1 account remained, the federal investigation's own Phase 2 filing, which was internal to the investigation and therefore controlled by the investigation rather than by Simmons's Emergency Management Authority. Drummond had filed it, and it was inside Drummond's institution, which was a different institutional structure than Simmons's. He had his archive. Harlow had his investigation. Elena had the academic channel. But the institutional testimony, the documented debrief records from the people who had been inside the events, was being removed from the accessible record. He sat with this for 4 hours. Then he called Harlow. Not an anonymous channel. A direct call. The first direct call since CH3. The institutional testimony is being sequestered, he said. I know, Harlow said. His voice had a quality it had not had in July. 7 months of watching the story be actively managed had produced a specific kind of patience that was not passivity. He had been working. He had been waiting. I've been watching it happen since October. The documentation battle is shifting, Marcus said. We had 3 independently sourced accounts. We have 1 now in the accessible institutional record. He paused. The next phase is not documentation. It's narrative control. They're building a story, chemical accident, localized incident, heroic emergency response. They're going to make that story the one that exists in the accessible record. I know that too, Harlow said. I need you to run something before they complete the story, Marcus said. Not the full investigation. I know you're not ready for the full investigation. 3 facts, 3 verifiable sources, no names, no power system. Enough to create a competing narrative that exists in the record before the official narrative is complete. Silence. What 3 facts? Harlow said. Marcus had prepared them in the 4 hours after he had read the Federal Register. He said them. Chapter 58. The article ran on Christmas Eve. Marcus had not planned the timing. Harlow had, because Harlow understood press cycles and editorial calendars, and the specific way that a story published on a holiday was both more likely to be overlooked initially and more likely to be picked up in the post-holiday news vacuum. It was a timing call Marcus would not have made and should have. He read it at 6 a.m. on December 24th on a borrowed laptop in a rented room in Colorado Springs that was not connected to anything associated with his network. The headline was, * chemical disaster or cover-up. Raccoon City survivors say they were silenced. * the 3 facts were, 1. That the Raccoon City incident had produced a documented federal investigation report that had not been made public. 2. That at least 2 surviving witnesses had had their official testimony sequestered after submission. And 3. That the first federal contamination reports for the Raccoon City region had been filed with the CDC in early August, 7 weeks before the official incident date of September 25th. The 3rd fact was the most important. It established that the federal response had known about a contamination risk 6 weeks before the publicly acknowledged incident. That gap between knowledge and response was the evidential core of the accountability argument, not the cover-up during the incident, the cover-up that had preceded it. All 3 facts were sourced. The federal investigation filing was on the record, the testimony sequestration was in the Federal Register, and the August contamination report was in the CDC's public access database, where it had been filed on August 5th and had been sitting there unconnected from the official Raccoon City narrative for 4 months. The article attributed the sources as federal records, survivor testimony, and documentation obtained by this publication. No names. By noon on December 24th, 3 additional news outlets had picked up the story. By midnight, 12. By December 26th, Simmons had issued a formal response. The formal response was, "The Raccoon City incident is under ongoing federal review and public speculation based on incomplete information is premature and potentially harmful." He read the response. He documented it. He filed it. Incomplete information. He had 47 pages plus the archive plus Harlow's investigation plus Elena's academic channel plus the Ada Wong exchange plus Chris's SDRS documentation plus the combat calculus overlay that was still running the situational map of every response the article generated. He wrote, "The narrative competition has begun." Simmons's response confirms the article landed where it needed to land. Documentation phase, operational. Narrative phase, initiated. He paused. Harlow made a timing call I didn't make. He was right, and I would have been wrong. The network has capabilities I should be using rather than directing. He put the log down and went to tell Kendra and Elena what had happened. Chapter 59. Active hunting. The second cleanup team arrived in Colorado Springs on December 28th. The third arrived on January 3rd. He tracked both of them the way he tracked everything. Combat calculus running the spatial overlay. Threat lock running target-specific pattern assessment. BioRead running biological signature monitoring. And the long-established base layer of instinct awakening holding the ambient awareness that had been running continuously since August 1998. He did not engage them. He moved the network. The Colorado Springs base, not the barn, which was Ash, but the 3-location distributed operation he had been running since December 20th, had been designed from the beginning as relocatable. No single asset that couldn't be moved in 4 hours. No position that assumed permanent stability. He had built it that way because he knew, from Raccoon City, that a fixed position under institutional pressure was a position that would eventually be neutralized. He moved the network in 4 hours. New base, a different location, different state, same methodology. What he tracked while moving. The 2 cleanup teams' search patterns, which were professional and thorough and 12 hours behind his actual position at every update. He was not faster than them in a direct confrontation sense. He was faster in the documentation sense. He had been building the escape architecture for 3 months, and they were working from intelligence that was 3 months stale. He noted the third team arriving on January 3rd with the specific quality of an organization escalating because the previous escalation had not produced results. They were increasing resource commitment without changing methodology. That was the pattern of institutional response that had been following him since July. He had been 1 step ahead since July. Not 2 steps. 1 step was enough. What he noticed in the first week of January, tracking 3 cleanup teams and managing the network relocation and monitoring the Harlow article's continued press pickup and processing Drummond's coded response to the article, his predator mode capability was awakening. Not the advancement itself, the approach. The specific biological state of an organism that had been hunted persistently for long enough that its threat response architecture had begun the adaptation cycle. He felt it as an increased intensity in the passive awareness, a heightening of the threat detection layer that had been growing since each prior advancement built on the previous one. He wrote, Predator mode, awakening. Mechanism, sustained active hunting pressure over extended period. Not a single acute encounter. An accumulated threat threshold. Different from prior advancements. Then. If the advancement completes during an active engagement with one of these teams, the recovery window is the vulnerability. Need to time this carefully. He moved the network and tracked the teams and waited for the right engagement to present itself. He counted exits from January. There were more than he had had in any previous month. He was getting better at finding them. Chapter 60. The source Jill Valentine found the network in January 1999. She came through the SDRS Survivor channel that Chris had established. 4 people, meeting by rotation, communicating through the coded format that Marcus had originated in CH34 and that had been adopted as the network's standard external communication protocol because it was the format that had proven reliable under institutional pressure. She arrived at the current base, a rented industrial space in Utah, 3rd location since November, on January 17th. In civilian clothes with the careful non-presence of someone who had learned to move through institutional monitoring without flagging it. She looked at Marcus. Spencer Estate basement codes, she said. July 24th. That was you. Yes, he said. She looked at the base, the maps, the files, the combat calculus overlay that was still running in his awareness even at rest, the 8 people who were distributed across the industrial space doing network work. She looked at Chris, who was at the documentation table and who gave her the specific nod of someone who had also been doing this for months and was neither surprised nor entirely comfortable with where it had led. "You knew about the mansion," she said to Marcus. "Before it happened." "I knew about Raccoon City before it happened," he said. "I didn't stop it." He met her eyes. "I'm working on a better approach." She absorbed this. He watched her calibrate. Jill Valentine had spent 4 months in institutional debriefing and isolation, and what that process had produced in her was not the canonical damage it had been trending toward in the games. It was the specific focused quality of someone who had been sitting in a facility with one question they hadn't been able to get answered, and who was now in a room with the person who could answer it. "The North Route," she said. "The emergency broadcast." "From the nest," he said. "I knew Nemesis's targeting parameters." He paused. "I couldn't tell you how I knew. I can now." He told her. Not everything. The full truth took time he would give her later. The functional version, foreknowledge of the RE timeline, the CAP advancement system, the 6 months of building the archive from inside and then outside the institutional structure. She listened. She was silent for a long moment. "Nemesis," she said finally. "You said in the emergency broadcast that it was directional. I verified that the direction was correct. It changed my route, which changed the outcome." She looked at him. "You've been doing that for 6 months. Longer," he said. "Since July 20th. And you still didn't stop Raccoon City." "No." He held her gaze. "I moved the documentation timeline forward by 6 weeks and documented the suppression and got 13 people out through the eastern checkpoint and preserved the evidential chain for a federal prosecution." He paused. "That is not the same as stopping it. I'm aware of that." She looked at him. She was not absolving him. She was assessing what category of asset he was and what kind of reliability the assessment indicated. "You said Nemesis was not the only one," she said. "You said something about Spain when you sent the CH-34 broadcast." He had not said that in the CH-34 broadcast. He had thought it, while watching her walk away on Teller Street, and had not transmitted it. But she was right that there was more. He went to the map. "Nemesis is a production program," he said. "Not a single unit, a manufacturing capability. The facility in Spain is one of 3 production nodes that are currently active." He indicated the map. "I have the location of 2 of them from the documentation archive. The 3rd is not in my original knowledge base." She looked at the map. "That's what the next phase is," he said. "The documentation battle bought us time and created a public record. The institutional leverage is building through Harlow's investigation. But the threat is continuing. There are 3 Nemesis production nodes for active G-virus research programs and 7 umbrella successor organizations that are already positioning themselves for the post-Raccoon City environment." He paused. "I count 4 exits from the next 2 years," he said. "None of them are simple. All of them require what we're building here." Jill looked at the map. She looked at Chris. She looked at Marcus. "What do you need from me?" she said. He told her. Chapter 61. 18 months. He had been counting exits for 18 months. The base in Utah had lasted 6 weeks. They had moved to New Mexico after that, and then to Oregon after one of the cleanup teams got within 48 hours of the New Mexico location, and then to a more stable configuration in Montana that had been running for 7 months because he had built it from the beginning with the intent to hold it rather than move it. The Montana base was not impressive and was exactly right. Former agricultural operation, 40 minutes from the nearest town, for separate structures connected by internal communication lines, with the specific quality of a place that did not announce itself to anyone looking at it from the road. It held 12 people now. Himself, Kendra, Elena, Chris, Jill, Torres, Delgado, Lin Xiao, and 4 specialists who had been added to the network over the preceding year through the contact chains that Chris's STRS survivor network had built. A virologist, a former CDC field officer, a software engineer who had been building the archive's digital infrastructure, a forensic accountant who had been mapping Umbrella's financial structures through public record analysis. They had identified 7 Umbrella facilities globally. 7 was not all of them. He estimated 17 to 20 total, based on his original game knowledge plus the deviation factor plus the 18 months of independent intelligence his network had accumulated. 7 was what the combined intelligence resources of 12 people, operating without institutional backing, had managed to document to the standard of evidence. His CAP system had been stable at combat calculus for 7 months. The stability was a function of what he had not been in. Situations that presented genuinely novel survival stakes. The Montana base was well defended by methodology rather than combat. He ran it the way he ran everything, on documentation and awareness and the advanced preparation that meant threats rarely reached the engagement stage. That was the right way to run it. It was also the way to not advance. He knew he was at rank 6 of 12. He knew what rank 7, Adaptation Core, was supposed to produce. He did not know what 8 through 12 were going to require, except that each rank historically required a qualitatively new threat category. He was aware of the gap between where he was and where he needed to be for whatever the endgame looked like. He was also aware that the endgame was not fixed. He had known that since the water plant Cerberus, the canonical timeline had been diverging since Hour 1, and the divergence was compounding, which meant the canonical endgame he had in his memory might not be the actual endgame he was navigating toward. He wrote in his log, on February 15, 2000, * 18 months post-Raccoon City. Network operational. Archive, complete and growing. Institutional engagement, active through Harlow and Drummond. CAP, stable at rank 6. * he paused. * what I don't have. Rank 7 to 12. Annette Birkin's escalating research interest in the scarring. Weskier's file on me from Ada Wong indicating active monitoring. The specific form the crisis will take when the canonical timeline diverges completely. * what I do have. 12 people, 7 documented facilities, a federal case being built, and 18 months of compound deviation working in my favor. He counted exits from the next year. There were 6. None of them were simple. He was going to work through all of them. Chapter 62. The failure of the South America operation was in March 2000. He had known there was an umbrella facility in northern Argentina for 4 months. Had known it from the intelligence the network had built, not from canonical game knowledge, which was what made the failure specifically his failure and not a timeline deviation. He had it on the map. He had the estimated operational capacity. He had been monitoring it on the 6-week update cycle he used for non-priority facilities. What he had not been doing was monitoring it on the active cycle he used for priority facilities. He had classified it as non-priority because the canonical RE timeline had not included a significant event in that region until a period he had categorized, implicitly, as the upcoming arc. He had been managing his monitoring resources against a timeline he had imported from the games and had not updated against the accelerating deviation factor. The facility ran a population exposure experiment in March 2000. 23 residents of a town called Villa Caridad were exposed to an early-stage T-virus variant over 3 weeks. The exposure was not contained. 23 people died. He found out on March 28 from the CDC's International Disease Monitoring Network, which Elena had been tracking as part of the academic channel's ongoing biological surveillance work. He read the CDC report. He read Elena's annotation. * this matches the profile of controlled T-virus exposure. Not accidental. Targeted. Town of approximately 400 people. * he sat with the report for 2 hours. He wrote. * March 28, 2000. Villa Caridad, Argentina. 23 deaths from controlled biological exposure. Facility status. Documented in our archive since November 1999. Monitoring cycle. Non-priority, 6-week. Last update, February 15 th. * he paused. * the non-priority classification was based on canonical timeline. The canonical timeline does not include Villa Caridad. Villa Caridad is one of the 17 to 20 facilities I estimated, but did not have canonical data for. * he paused again. * I classified a facility as non-priority because my memory of a game didn't include it. The game didn't include it because it was not in the game, not because it was not real. * he wrote it clearly, in the specific language of documented failure. * cause. Classification error based on canonical timeline dependency. Effect. Inadequate monitoring of an active threat. Consequence. 23 deaths that a different monitoring cycle would have enabled earlier detection and potentially intervention. * he closed the log. He sat in the Montana base in the early spring of 2000 and thought about the specific quality of having built a network and a methodology and an archive, and having still made the wrong call, because of the specific flaw he had known he had since January 1999 and had not corrected. He had told himself he was correcting it. He had not corrected it. He wrote one more line. * this goes in the record. Fully. No qualification. 23 people died because of a decision I made based on incomplete reasoning that I could have corrected. * Chapter 63. Not enough. Kendra confronted him 3 days after Villa Caridad. She came to the main archive room in the Montana base at 7 p.m. on a Tuesday, which was the specific time and location that meant she had been waiting for him to come to her and had reached the point where she was done waiting. South America, she said. Yes, he said. You had it on the map. For months, he said. Non-priority monitoring cycle. 6-week updates. Why non-priority? He told her. The canonical timeline classification. The game-derived baseline that he had been using to sort facility priority levels. The compounding deviation factor that he had known about and had not fully built into the classification system. She listened to all of it. She was not doing the anger processing in advance this time. She was angry and present with it. You've been treating the last 18 months like setup, she said. Like everything that happens here doesn't fully count until you get to the thing you know is coming. The RE5 canonical event, or the congressional investigation, or whatever the endpoint is in your version. He said, yes. She looked at him. Those 23 people, she said. I know, he said. That is what I'm documenting. That's not enough, she said. He looked at her. Documentation is the thing you do when the thing has happened, she said. When you can't change it. You file it and add it to the record and use it to improve the next decision. She crossed her arms. But the classification system that produced the wrong decision. You've been running it for 18 months and you knew it was the wrong system and you kept running it because it was the system you had. I've been correcting toward. You've been correcting around the edges, she said. You classified Villacaridad on game timeline logic and you knew the game timeline was unreliable and you didn't change the classification anyway. She looked at him directly. Why? He sat with that for a moment. Because changing the classification system means acknowledging that the game knowledge is gone, he said. And I have been treating the game knowledge as a resource I was gradually spending down rather than a foundation I should have rebuilt from scratch 12 months ago. She looked at him. That's the answer, she said. What are you going to do with it? He went to the archive room wall, where the map of Umbrella facilities was pinned, and took down every non-priority classification flag. Then he sat down and started rebuilding the classification system from the network's independent intelligence rather than the canonical timeline. He did it wrong 3 times before he got it right. It took 4 days. Chapter 64. Actual intelligence. The new system was less efficient and more accurate. That was the trade he had been avoiding. His game-based classification system was fast. He could slot a new facility into the priority hierarchy in an hour by cross-referencing against the canonical timeline. The new system required actual intelligence, monitoring cycle data, facility activity patterns, population exposure risk profiles, resource commitment assessments. It was slower. It was also what a real intelligence organization did. He brought in Torres, who had been doing the EMS documentation work, and Delgado, who had been doing the city government analysis, and the forensic accountant, a woman named Park who had been working on Umbrella's financial structures, and reorganized the facility monitoring into 3 working groups, each responsible for a geographic region, each running their own monitoring cycles based on the evidence rather than his memory. The first thing the restructured monitoring produced was 3 facilities that had been on his non-priority list were in fact running active programs. The classification error had been systematic. Anything not in the canonical game timeline had been downweighted, and the canonical timeline had not covered roughly a third of Umbrella's actual operational footprint. He filed the discovery under * systemic correction of CH62 error. 3 additional active facilities identified. Monitoring upgraded to priority cycle. * He hated the slowness. He hated the uncertainty of working without the game-derived baseline. He hated not knowing whether the facility he was monitoring in Eastern Europe was 3 months from a population exposure event or 3 years. He also recognized, filing the 3 new active facilities, that the slower system was working, that it was producing information he had not had, that the 12 people in the Montana base had been building an actual intelligence organization for 18 months, and he had been treating their work as support for his foreknowledge rather than the primary resource it was. He wrote, * The network is the asset. The foreknowledge was the seed. It ran out. The network is what remains. * He read it back. Then, * I've been acting like the person who has the map. I need to be the person who builds the map. * Chapter 65. Scarring pattern. The adaptation core advancement completed on April 3, 2000. He had been building toward it since December 1998. The accumulated exposure from Raccoon City, the Nest, the Cerberus encounter, the Nest security drones, the combat calculus advancement engagement, and the 18 months of smaller encounters that the network's operational activity had produced. Not each one triggering an advancement, but each one adding to a biological threshold that the adaptation core was the response to. The trigger was a facility breach in New Mexico, where one of the monitoring teams had gotten too close to an active Umbrella site and the site's security response had escalated to a direct engagement. Marcus was not in New Mexico. He was in Montana, tracking the engagement through the combat calculus overlay on the communication feed. And then the adaptation core advanced anyway. He sat down in the middle of his sentence and did not get up for 6 hours. When he came back, the new capability was fully integrated. Cellular repair architecture, measurably enhanced. The subdermal scarring from all 6 prior advancements had changed. It had not disappeared, but it had reorganized, the patterns becoming more defined and more extensive. a visible biological signature distributed across his torso, neck, and wrists that was now undeniably, visually distinct from normal human tissue. He went to the mirror. He looked at the scarring. It was visible above his collar. It had always been visible above his collar with enough magnification, but now it was visible at conversational distance. He noted in his log, *adaptation core, complete. Cellular repair, measurably enhanced, rate estimated at 3-4x baseline from observation. Scarring, reorganized and more extensive. Now visible at 2 to 3 meter range in standard lighting. He paused. Weskier has been monitoring me since July 1998. His file from Ada Wong indicates he classified the scarring as a priority biological anomaly and intends long-term monitoring before acquisition. Annette Birkin has been monitoring the scarring through Ortega's photographs since September 1998 and has been using the scarring's existence as proof of concept for the non-viral enhancement pathway. Both of them are going to receive updated intelligence in the next reporting cycle. He looked at the mirror. I look like exactly what I am. The record is written on the outside now as well as in the archive. He put on a high-collar shirt, the same kind he had been wearing for 6 months, and went back to work. 3 days later, Annette Birkin sent him a research note through the dead drop channel. The note was not a threat. It was not a request. It was a scientific communication, 17 pages of non-viral enhancement theory, in which the subdermal scarring pattern from his police intake physical was cited as evidence A. The estimated advancement timeline was modeled from Ortega's photographs, and the theoretical pathway for the adaptation core capability was mapped with the specific rigor of someone who had spent 18 months building a research framework and was now confirming her foundational premise. She had not used his name. She had used a case identifier, subject C1, Raccoon City Intake, 1998. The last paragraph of the note. The subject's continued survival and ongoing biological modification confirmed that the non-viral enhancement pathway is persistent and self-reinforcing. The research predicts continued advancement to a total of 12 tier levels. If the subject survives to the upper tiers, the non-viral pathway becomes the most significant biological enhancement mechanism identified since viral engineering. He read it 3 times. Then he wrote in his log, Birkin, adaptation core advancement confirmed via intelligence channel. Research framework, complete model of my advancement sequence. She has calculated 12 tiers from 18 months of observation data. He paused. She predicted 12 tiers correctly. She doesn't know what the tiers above 6 are. I don't know what they are either. He paused again. She's going to want a lab. I'm going to need to give her enough to keep her inside the legitimate research channel rather than the acquisition channel. That is a balance I have not figured out yet. He filed it and closed the log and went to brief Kendra on the Birkin note. Chapter 66. On the record, Leon Kennedy called the base phone on April 22 from a number Marcus recognized as a federal switchboard routing, which meant the call was on the record. He picked up. Cole, Leon said. His voice was different from Raccoon City, not the quality of a man on his first job day anymore. 6 months of government work had given him the specific register of someone who had learned to operate inside institutional structure and was now doing it from the inside. I've been trying to find a channel to this number for 3 months. I know, Marcus said. I've been watching you look. He settled into the archive chair. You're calling from a routed federal line. Anything I tell you goes into my file, Leon said. Anything you tell me, I have to report. I know that too. And you're still picking up. I'm picking up because you've had the right instincts since the first day I met you, and because the government's investigation has gaps that your instincts are telling you are real, but that your data doesn't yet explain. Marcus looked at the Montana base's map wall. I'll tell you what your investigation has wrong. You tell me what the investigation has found that I might not have. Silence on the line. He could hear Leon calibrating. The same calibration from the station's east entrance, the fast integration of new information, the decision about whether the person across from him was reliable. The Raccoon City biometric data from survivor processing, Leon said. The camp in Nevada. There are 31 survivors whose medical records show anomalous biological markers that the camp's official report classified as stress response artifacts. They're not artifacts, Marcus said. I know they're not artifacts. I've been trying to establish the methodology for 6 months, and the classification system keeps redirecting my queries to the Emergency Response Archive, which is classified. The markers are early-stage T-virus exposure from water contamination. The water supply was compromised before the official incident date. 31 people were exposed at subsymptomatic levels and cleared by the standard screening protocol because the standard screening protocol was calibrated to symptomatic presentation. He paused. The two individuals identified and treated in the camp in September 1998. That's what the bio-read identified. The 31 you're looking at were either not exposed to the same degree or their immune response contained it. Leon was quiet for a moment. Bio-read. A capability I have. The explanation would take longer than the call. He looked at the map. What else does the investigation have that I don't? Umbrella's financial restructuring, Leon said. 3 holding companies registered in the past 18 months. The forensic accounting suggests they're positioning for the legal exposure from the Raccoon City prosecution. We have the financial mapping. Marcus flagged the forensic accountant Park across the room. I'll get you what we have. Park's analysis is 2 months more current than anything the government's financial team will have. You have a forensic accountant. I have 12 people, Marcus said. Each of them is more current on their specific subject than the government's corresponding resource because my team doesn't have to route their findings through classification review before updating the analysis. Leon absorbed this. I want to come to your base, he said. I know you do. Marcus paused. The problem is that anything you see at the base goes into your file, which means the base's location goes into your file. I can't give a federal employee the base location while the federal emergency management structure is still being managed by Simmons. Simmons doesn't control my file. He controls who reviews your file. Marcus looked at the map. 6 months, Leon. Give the Harlow investigation 6 months to run the next major series and establish the Congressional Oversight Committee. After that, Simmons's management of the federal record becomes much harder to maintain. At that point, having your file include the base location is an asset rather than a vulnerability. A long pause. 6 months, Leon said. 6 months, Marcus confirmed. In the meantime, I'll route what we have to the dead drop address your investigation set up in December. And you tell me what the government has found in Argentina. You know about Argentina. I know about Argentina, he said. Tell me what the government found. Leon told him. It was different from what Marcus's network had found, and the differences were significant. He spent 20 minutes cross-referencing them in his head and filing the gaps for the archive. When the call ended, he wrote, * Leon Kennedy, government channel established. Information exchange protocol, functional. 6-month timeline to base access. * He paused. * He's been in the same fight I've been in, from inside a different institution. He's been doing it without foreknowledge. He's developed his own methodology. * I should have found a way to exchange earlier. That was the wrong call. * He was getting better at identifying the wrong calls. He still made them. Chapter 67. Weskier Chris found the evidence on a Monday in May. It was not dramatic. 3 lines in a biotech corporate filing from a shell company in Estonia, cross-referenced with a personnel record from Umbrella's Northern European Research Division, cross-referenced with a surveillance photograph from the Russian Federation's Biological Weapons Treaty Compliance Monitoring Program. 3 pieces of documentation that, together, indicated that Albert Weskier had not died in the Spencer estate basement. Chris brought the file to Marcus at 6 p.m. Marcus looked at it. He read all 3 documents. He did not change his expression. You knew, Chris said. It was not a question. He had been working alongside Marcus for 18 months. Since Raccoon City. Marcus set the file on the table. The canonical record for the Spencer estate incident indicated that Weskier had faked his death as part of an umbrella operation. He was the most significant long-term threat in the RE sequence I was operating from. He looked at Chris. I've been building the documentation record partly around the eventual confrontation with him. Chris sat down. Tell me what you know about his capabilities, he said. Marcus told him. Not the full canonical account. He had learned the discipline of selective disclosure over 18 months. He told Chris what was relevant to the current operational picture. Weskier's viral enhancement, his enhanced physical capabilities, his intelligence and strategic patience, his specific interest in Marcus as a biological anomaly. He's been monitoring you, Chris said. Since July 1998. He flagged my police intake physical as showing anomalous nervous system readings. Ada Wong's file from CH55 confirmed it. He paused. He classified me as a long-term monitoring priority rather than an acquisition target because my advancement sequence was incomplete and early acquisition would produce incomplete data. When does he decide the sequence is complete enough? That's the question I don't have an answer to. Marcus looked at the map. What I know is that he's been patient for 2 years, and that his patience is strategic. He wants specific data. He'll move when he has it. How do you know all of this? Chris said. The same question he had asked at the barn in November 1998. A different register this time. Not quite skepticism, not quite suspicion. More like someone who had been watching the answer accumulate across 18 months and was finally asking for the direct form of it. I was paying attention to things other people weren't watching, Marcus said. Chris looked at him for a long moment. That's the answer you give everyone. It's the true part of the answer, Marcus said. The rest of it takes longer. Chris picked up the Weskier file. He looked at the 3 documents. We need to find him before he finds us, he said. We need to build the institutional case against Umbrella before we engage him directly, Marcus said. Engaging Weskier without institutional backing is the scenario where everything we've built becomes inaccessible because the people who build it are not in a position to maintain it. He held Chris's eyes. He's going to come for me eventually. Not yet. How do you know not yet? Because he's still collecting data. He paused. When he stops collecting and starts acting, we'll see the change in the monitoring pattern. Chris looked at him. You trust Ada Wong's intelligence on him that much, Chris said. I trust the quality of the 43 pages she gave me, Marcus said. She's operating her own intelligence apparatus, and she has reasons to give me accurate data about Weskier. Our interests overlap in specific ways. He did not say. I trust her because she knew she was creating a documented transaction and accepted the cost. He filed that under. Things he understood about Ada Wong that he was not yet ready to articulate out loud. Chapter 68. The research note. The second Annette Birkin communication arrived in June 2000. The first had been the 17-page theoretical framework that he had read in April and filed without response. He had not responded because the framework had been a statement rather than a question, and responding to a statement of intent with a counter-argument before the intent was fully visible was the wrong tactic. He had waited. The June note was different in register. It was 6 pages rather than 17, and its tone had shifted from theoretical to operational. The note described a specific experimental protocol, a series of biological observation tests, designed without tissue sampling, that would allow Birkin's research team to map the cellular repair mechanism of the adaptation core advancement. The tests were designed to be run remotely. Observation data submitted by Marcus, no physical access required, no laboratory setting. She was asking him to participate. She framed it as participation rather than compliance, which was the correct framing for someone who understood that Subject C. 1 had been operating outside institutional control for 2 years and would not be compelled by an authority structure she no longer had access to. She framed it as mutual benefit. Her research would produce a theoretical framework that, if published through the right channel, would establish the non-viral enhancement pathway in the scientific record before Umbrella's successor programs tried to weaponize it. She was making the same argument he had made to her in the Nest file room. She remembered it. She was using it back at him. He read the note 3 times. He brought it to Kendra. She wants observation data, Kendra said, which means she's accepted she can't have the physical data. She accepted that when she sent the observation protocol. He set the note on the table. The argument she's making, that the scientific record needs the framework before the weaponization attempts, is genuinely correct. It's the argument I made to her in 1998, and she's now in a position where she believes it. Or she's in a position where she wants you to believe she believes it. That's possible. He looked at the note. What I keep coming back to is, if the non-viral enhancement pathway is in the peer-reviewed scientific record before Umbrella's successor organizations attempt to replicate the CAP system, the replication attempts happen in a context of transparent methodology. Transparent methodology is constrained by institutional oversight. That's better than secret replication. Kendra looked at him. You're going to respond to her, she said. I'm going to send her 6 weeks of observation data from the adaptation core's recovery period, which I've been recording anyway, he said. With a cover letter that states explicitly that I'm doing this, that the data is being shared with knowledge that it will be used for research, and that the research has my conditional participation pending continued ethical methodology. He paused. And I'm going to document the transaction in the archive. She'll know you documented it. She'll expect me to document it. He picked up the note. That's the basis of our working relationship. I document everything. She knows I document everything. The documentation is what makes her offers legible. He sent the observation data on June 15th. Birkin acknowledged receipt on June 17th with a single sentence. The adaptation core repair rate confirms the theoretical prediction. He filed it. He wrote, * Birkin channel, operational. Terms, observation data for research framework. Documentation, complete. Status, she is building the legitimate scientific record using my advancement sequence. That is preferable to her attempting to replicate it without my cooperation. He paused. I do not know if this is the right call. I know it is the call that keeps her inside the visible record rather than the black archive. Chapter 69. The failure that counts. Pauline died on July 4, 2000. She had been the secretary from the RCPD break room. She had been in the holding area on day 1 of the outbreak. The first civilian Marcus had moved into a defensible position 18 months ago in the RCPD on the morning the water supply cascaded. She had survived the outbreak, the Nevada camp, and the network's 3 base relocations by being exactly the person she had always been: organized, reliable, not asking for more explanation than she was given. She had been in the survivor community at the Montana base for 7 months. She had been healthy by every measure the network's health monitoring applied. Marcus had run a bio-read on her in April 2000 as part of the systematic sweep he had rebuilt after Villa Caridad, and the bio-read had returned clean. On July 1st, she had started showing neurological symptoms that the network's medical resources identified as consistent with late-stage umbrella biological exposure, a variant they had not seen before, one that was not in his canonical game knowledge. She died on July 4th. He sat in the archive room at 6 p.m. on July 4th and did not file anything for 4 hours. He was aware that the correct response, by his own methodology, was to document, to write the entry in the log, to run the analysis of what had gone wrong and what different monitoring would have caught, and what the revised protocol should look like. He was also aware that he had promised himself, when the methodology was working, that he would not use documentation as a substitute for being present with the fact of what had happened, that the log was for operational information, not for the avoidance of sitting in a room with a consequence. Pauline had survived because he had gotten to the break room first on the morning of day 1. She had survived because he had made the right call in the station, 8 hours of correct calls in sequence, and she had been in his evacuation route when the right calls produced an exit. The bio-read had returned clean in April. The late-stage variant had been undetectable by every tool he had. He sat with that. He was aware of the difference between I made an error and people died, Villa Caridad, and I did everything correctly, and it was not enough, Pauline. He was aware that the second category was harder, not easier, because there was no procedure to revise. He sat in the archive room until 10 p.m. He did not file anything. He did not build a revised protocol. He did not tell anyone what he was doing in there. At 10 p.m., Kendra came in and sat down across from him. She did not say anything. She sat there. He said, eventually, I got her out of the break room and I couldn't keep her here. No, Kendra said. The bio-read was clean. I know. I don't know if the variant was undetectable or if my read has a limit I hadn't identified. Both are possible, she said. He looked at the table. I was going to build a revised protocol, he said. I've been sitting here for 4 hours not building it. The protocol can wait, she said. It can't wait if there are. It can wait 4 hours, she said. Come have dinner. He looked at her. He went and had dinner. He built the protocol the next morning. He filed the entry in the log, and the entry said what the entry said. July 4th, 2000. Pauline Montoya, Raccoon City survivor. Late-stage exposure, novel variant, undetectable by existing protocols. Bio-read clean in April 2000. Cause of death, biological exposure, mechanism unknown. He paused before closing the entry. Documentation note. The entry is filed. The protocol is being revised. This is the record of what the methodology cannot protect against. The record exists because there are things the methodology cannot protect against, and they need to be in the record. He closed the log. He went to work. Chapter 70. The rebuild. He told Kendra on July 7th. I was wrong about her status, he said. I should have maintained monitoring protocols even after a clear reading. She looked at him. You're telling me you made a mistake. I'm telling you what the mistake was. He pulled up the revised health monitoring protocol he had been building. After the April bio-read sweep, I moved Pauline and 11 others to the maintenance monitoring cycle, monthly rather than weekly, because the clean bio-read indicated no active threat. He traced the decision on the protocol diagram. The correct methodology, given a novel variant that the bio-read might not detect, was to maintain weekly monitoring regardless of clean readings. I deviated from that because a clean reading felt like resolution. It felt like she was safe, Kendra said. Yes. He met her eyes. I should not have made the monitoring call on the basis of how it felt. Kendra looked at the protocol. The revised version, she said. Weekly biological monitoring for all survivor community members indefinitely. Bio-read sweeps supplemented by 3 additional biological marker checks that Elena's virologist contact has been developing. They test for metabolic signatures consistent with the novel variant's known characteristics. He paused. The protocol cannot guarantee detection of an unknown variant. It can guarantee earlier detection of anything that deviates from baseline. That's what it can do, she said. That's what it can do, he confirmed. He ran the revised protocol for 3 days before deploying it to the full network. He tested it against the existing health records, ran the retroactive analysis, and confirmed what he already knew. The April bio-read had been clean because the novel variant had not yet manifested in detectable form. Nothing in the existing toolkit would have caught it earlier. He could not have saved Pauline with the revised protocol. He deployed it anyway, because the next one might be catchable. He did not file a formal report about the revision. He did not add it to the external documentation chain. He did not frame it as a systemic correction in the archive the way he had framed Villicari. He wrote it in his personal log, July 10th. Revised health monitoring protocol deployed. 3 days of testing. Retroactive analysis. Pauline's variant undetectable by any current tool. He closed the log. Then he went and updated the survivor community's monitoring schedule one by one, in person, telling each person what the new protocol was and why. He did not explain the why in full. He said, "We found something we hadn't tested for. The new protocol tests for it." It took most of the afternoon. He did not delegate it. He came back to the archive at 5 p.m. and found Elena Voss at the map wall, updating the facility assessment with new data from her academic consortium. "The Montana monitoring sweep is current," she said without turning around. "I updated the water and soil sample data this morning." "Thank you," he said. She turned. She looked at him, at the quality of a person who had spent 3 days building something to fix the unfixable. "The protocol is good," she said. "It's what we have," he said. "That's what I said." She turned back to the map. "The next monitoring sweep is Tuesday. I'll run the bioread reports through the new supplementary markers before you review them." He looked at her working. "Elena," he said. "Yes. Thank you for being here." She did not turn around. She updated the map. "Tuesday," she said. He went back to work. Chapter 71. 3 months. Harlow called on August 12th. He had called 3 times since December. Once to update Marcus on the investigation's progress. Once to confirm a source had gone cold. Once to tell him that 2 of the 3 original sources from the CH-58 article had declined to be named in the full investigation. The 4th call, at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday in August, had a different quality in the opening silence that told Marcus something had changed direction rather than advanced. "The article was retracted," Harlow said. Marcus processed this. "What happened?" "Advertiser pressure. 6 of the publication's top 8 advertisers withdrew in the same week. The editorial board called it a business decision." His voice was flat in the way that a person's voice was flat when they were managing significant anger through the specific discipline of professional composure. "They gave me the retraction notice 2 days ago. It runs tomorrow." "Simmons," Marcus said. "Not directly. It's never directly. It's the companies those advertisers are connected to and the financial relationships those companies have with the firms that manage the emergency response contracting. And somewhere in that chain there's a decision to make a call and make some pressure visible." Harlow paused. "Someone with institutional leverage decided the cost of the article staying up was lower than the cost of the advertiser relationships." Marcus calculated. The retraction was not a catastrophe. The article was already in the public record, indexed, cited in 4 subsequent pieces by other outlets. Retracting it from the original publication removed the institutional backing, which was the point. Retraction implied error. Error implied the source material was in dispute. "What do you need from me?" Harlow said. 3 months, Marcus said. A pause. "To do what?" "To establish the next documentation chain. The congressional investigation leverage I've been building has a specific filing deadline in November. That's when the Federal Investigations Phase 3 report goes to the Oversight Committee. If I can coordinate the archive's evidence submission with that deadline, we have simultaneous institutional and press documentation rather than press documentation alone." He paused. "With simultaneous submission, the retraction narrative becomes publication retracted article that was later confirmed by congressional testimony. That's a different story than publication retracted article without corroboration." Another pause. Longer this time. 3 months is a long time to have a retracted article sitting in the record. "I know," Marcus said. "What happens in 3 months is the retraction becomes the first chapter of the accountability story rather than the ending." He held the phone. "The retraction is documented. It's in the record now. The economic pressure Simmons used is in the record because you're going to file it as interference with press freedom, which is the legal category it falls under, which means the filing exists independently of the article." "I was going to do that anyway," Harlow said. "I know you were. File it tomorrow morning, before the retraction runs. The sequence matters. Interference filing before retraction demonstrates that the retraction was not editorial judgment. It was institutional pressure." He paused. 3 months, Paul." A long pause. 3 months, Harlow said. "What do I do in the meantime?" "Build the next series. Not one article. A documented series with primary sources named, on the record, with legal representation for each source. The series that runs in November is not going to be retractable because the sources are on the record and represented." He heard Harlow writing this down. "You've been planning November for a long time," Harlow said. "Since September 1998, Marcus said." He hung up and updated the log, and began the process of accelerating the 3 items in the documentation chain that were not yet at their November filing position. He also documented the retraction. He filed it to the archive under Simmons response pattern. Economic pressure, not direct censorship. Consistent with CH-43 interview. Escalation from monitoring to active interference. Timeline. August 2000. He paused. The retraction tells me 2 things. The article had enough impact that Simmons considered it worth the cost of the pressure, and the institutional pressure mechanism is visible now. That visibility is its own form of evidence. Chapter 72. Predator Mode. The hunter found him on September 3rd in a warehouse district in Idaho, which was where the network had been running a document transfer operation, moving a physical copy of the Phase 3 evidence package from the Western Archive node to a secure legal depositor in Boise. He had been tracking the hunter for 40 minutes before the engagement. His awareness had registered the biological signature at the extreme edge of its detection range, Raccoon City quality, the specific dense and wrong register of a bow under active biological function, moving through the district in a search pattern that was directional, not random. It was following something. He ran the route calculation and understood. It was following the vehicle trace from the document transfer run. The transfer had been made 8 hours ago. A Hunter-class bow had been deployed on the route after the transfer. Umbrella had identified the transfer route. He spent 40 minutes of the tracking period filing the discovery to the archive, routing a warning to the Boise depositor through the emergency channel, and rerouting the network's 2 other active operations away from the district. He used the time he had because the hunter's search pattern gave him time. It was systematic rather than fast. When it found him, he was in the right position for the engagement. The hunter was approximately 2 meters of specifically engineered combat biology, fast, coordinated, with the specific kinematic architecture that ThreatLock read in under 2 seconds. 3 primary attack vectors. Different from Cerberus, different from Liquor, different from the G-Creature. A purpose-built engagement platform that Umbrella had spent considerable resources developing. He had the adrenaline architecture at full control, the combat calculus tracking 5 other positions in the warehouse district simultaneously, and the ThreatLock's pattern read running on the hunter's movement profile. The engagement lasted 90 seconds. He was not uninjured. The hunter's 3rd attack vector was faster than the ThreatLock's prediction had accounted for, and the correction cost him a 4-centimeter laceration across his left forearm and 14 seconds of compromised defensive position. The adaptation core's cellular repair architecture handled the laceration with a visible speed that he noted clinically. The Predator mode advancement activated during the recovery from the 3rd attack vector, not at the moment of highest threat, but at the moment after, when the threat had been survived and the CAP system registered the specific biological signature of being hunted by a purpose-built predator as the threshold condition. He felt it as a change in how he existed in the space. Not a new perception, the reverse. A reduction in his biological signature output. The constant background emission that living things produced, the warmth signature, the movement air displacement, the chemical trace that bows and umbrella program targeting systems used for tracking, all of it narrowing, becoming quieter, becoming controllable. He could turn it down the way he could modulate the adrenaline response. He put it down to minimum. He stood in the warehouse with the hunter at his feet and his awareness running the district and his biological signature at minimum output, and he was, functionally, harder to find. He wrote in his log, 16 hours later when the recovery period ended and Kendra had been running the network. Predator mode. Complete. Capability, volitional signature reduction. Bow and program targeting systems lose tracking at reduced output. Not invisibility, reduced detectability. He paused. Kendra ran the network for 16 hours. She ran it correctly. I should note this, not as an operational observation, but as a fact about the network. It does not require me to function. He filed that separately, in the section of his log that was not operational notes, but things he was learning about the network and the people in it. Chapter 73. Elena Voss was taken on September 28th. He found out at 8:14 a.m. when her weekly check-in message did not arrive at 8 a.m. The window he had built into the protocol was 14 minutes. Check-in messages arrived at 8 a.m. plus or minus 3 minutes, and anything beyond 6 minutes triggered an alert, and anything beyond 14 minutes triggered a full response protocol. At 8:14 a.m., he activated the response protocol. The response protocol for a missing network member was full archive backup confirmation, 30 seconds, already running automatically. Network-wide alert, 2 minutes. Emergency contact rotation for the member's location, for minutes. Assessment of last known position relative to current threat monitoring data, ongoing. The assessment of last known position produced the answer he did not want. Elena had been at a Colorado Springs academic contacts office, a location Marcus had cleared as secure 3 months ago and had not reevaluated since, which was the Villa Caridad error in a different form. The threat monitoring data showed an umbrella operational signature in the Colorado Springs area that had not been there 3 months ago. He had not been running a weekly location security update for network member positions. He had been running a monthly one. He made the correction immediately and without commenting on it, because the correction was urgent and the analysis of why the correction was needed was something he would do after Elena was back. At 10 a.m., he received confirmation through the network's Colorado Springs contact. An umbrella extraction team, for personnel, had taken Elena from the academic contacts building at 7:45 a.m. She had not been harmed. She had been taken in a vehicle toward Denver. He had an 18-hour window. He knew this because the Birkin research note from June had included a specific passage about the interview methodology for documentation subjects. The preferred protocol was 72 hours of controlled interview before any laboratory assessment. If Birkin wanted Elena's knowledge of the original Raccoon City infection timeline, she would interview first. 72 hours. He called Chris and Kendra and Leon simultaneously on separate lines. "I need the facility layout for the Denver Umbrella Auxiliary site," he said to Leon. "Not the primary site. The auxiliary. It's been in the government's financial mapping since April, and I know you have it." A pause. Then, "Yes, I'll route it to the dead drop." He called Chris. "Denver extraction. 18-hour preparation. I'll send you the perimeter assignment in 6 hours." He called Kendra. "Elena, Denver. You're running the communications during the operation." He sat down with the combat calculus overlay and the predator mode at minimum signature in 18 hours and started building the plan. Chapter 74. The operation ran on September 29th, and it was not clean, and it was successful. He had learned, in the RCPD station and the Nest Lab and the combat calculus engagement in December 1999, that operations involving multiple simultaneous actors and a fixed time window were successful when the planning accounted for what went wrong rather than assuming nothing would go wrong. He had built 18 hours of preparation for an operation that he expected to deviate at 3 points, and had specifically planned for 2 of those deviations. The third deviation was, the facility had a secondary security checkpoint that the government's layout data had not included, positioned between the main approach corridor and the interview wing. The data was 2 months stale. In 2 months, Umbrella had added a checkpoint. He identified it 40 meters out through the bioread layer, 3 biological signatures, all armed, in a position that should have been empty. He stopped, assessed, revised. The revision took 90 seconds. He had built 90-second revision windows into every approach segment of the plan because 90 seconds was how long it had taken him to reroute at the Nest. He went around the checkpoint using the Predator mode at full reduction and the combat calculus tracking 7 positions simultaneously. 3 at the checkpoint, Chris and Kendra at the eastern perimeter, Leon's communication contact at the remote monitoring position, and 2 roving security personnel he had been tracking since the 30-meter mark. He found Elena in the 3rd interview room on the 2nd floor. She was sitting at a table with a recording device and a notepad and the specific quality of someone who had been in a controlled situation for 14 hours and had been telling the truth about things that could be verified and lying about things that couldn't, which was the right protocol for exactly this situation and which she had developed without his input. She looked at him when he came through the door. She said, "You're late. 47 minutes ahead of your scheduled interview continuation," he said. "You're describing late differently than I would." She stood up. She picked up the notepad, her own, which she had been filling with notes since arriving. "I kept records," she said. "Of course you did." The exit took 11 minutes. Chris held the eastern perimeter for 8 of those 11 minutes against 2 security personnel who had detected the approach, not because of his signature, which was at minimum, but because Chris had moved too fast around the perimeter corner and been visually acquired. Chris was fine. The perimeter held. Kendra had the vehicle 3 blocks east. He put Elena in it and got in and told Kendra to drive. He sat in the back seat with Elena and his awareness running the 5-block radius behind them. Clear, clear, no pursuit, clear. He wrote in his log, September 29th, Elena Voss, retrieved. Operation status, successful, 3 deviations managed, no casualties, 1 personnel visual acquired, Chris, non-critical. Elena condition, unharmed, 14 hours interview. Then, location security update cycle for network member positions. Now weekly. No exceptions. He did not editorialize. That was the entry. Chapter 75. The interview transcript. Elena gave him the notepad in the vehicle. She had transcribed Birkin's interview questions and her own answers in the precise documentation methodology she had been using since the Raccoon City Federal Report. Each entry dated and timed, each question and response recorded in full, the specific quality of a scientist who documented everything and had kept documenting even in an umbrella facility, because documentation was what she did. He read it in the vehicle. 42 pages of a scientist's handwriting in a cramped but legible compact script, 18 questions over 14 hours, covering the original Raccoon City infection timeline from Elena's perspective as the city health inspector who had been independently tracking it. The questions were scientifically rigorous. Birkin had been interested in the specific biological characteristics of the pre-outbreak water contamination, the rate of spread, the variant characteristics that Elena's biological markers had identified, the specific timeline that Marcus had documented and that Elena had corroborated from her independent data. The last 6 questions had been different. They had not been about the water contamination. They had been about Marcus Cole, his biological presentation at their 2 meetings, the quality of his awareness as Elena had observed it, the specific observable markers of the CAP advancement system that Elena, as a trained biological observer, had noted without understanding what she was observing. He read those 6 pages twice. Then he looked up. Elena was watching him from the seat across the vehicle. She had been watching him read. "She's building the argument," she said. "The non-viral enhancement pathway. She's using my testimony about you as confirmatory evidence for the theoretical framework she's been developing since 1998. I know." He set the notepad down. "The risk is publication. If she publishes the framework, even through a legitimate peer-reviewed channel, every major bioweapons program in the world starts trying to replicate the CAP mechanism." He paused. "They can't replicate it. The mechanism requires the soul fusion condition that produced my situation, and they can't produce that condition. But they'll try, and the trying will produce casualties. Can you stop her from publishing?" "I don't want to stop her from publishing." He looked at the notepad. "What I want is to be in the room when the publication happens, to have contributed the data, shaped the methodology, and ensured that the publication is designed to establish the non-viral pathway as documented science rather than a weapons application." He paused. "The difference between those 2 outcomes is my cooperation. She knows that." Elena looked at him. She said something at the end of the interview. Elena said, she said, "The subject's resistance to cooperation is philosophically interesting. He understands that the publication will happen regardless of his participation. He participates anyway in the portions that serve his interests. He withholds in the portions that serve hers. It is the most precise division of cooperation I have encountered." Marcus looked at the vehicle's window. The Colorado landscape was moving past in the late afternoon light. "That's accurate," he said. "She respects you," Elena said, "in the specific way that a scientist respects a subject that behaves more intelligently than the experimental conditions predicted." "I know." He picked up the notepad and began writing the interview summary for the archive. "She's also going to make an offer in the next 3 months that I'm going to find very difficult to decline." Elena looked at him. "What kind of offer?" "The kind that involves giving me something genuinely valuable in exchange for something she needs," he said. "She's going to offer me the G-virus strain documentation that could be used to develop broad-spectrum protection against viral modification, which is the most significant single piece of evidence in the entire archive, in exchange for my cooperation with the non-viral research." Elena was very quiet. "You can't accept," she said. "I know." He kept writing the summary. "It's going to be very close." He wrote, and the vehicle drove through Colorado, and he filed the interview transcript to the archive and made a note that the next phase of the Birkin channel was going to require careful navigation. He counted exits from the decision that was coming. There were 2. Neither was comfortable. He would choose the right one when the time came. Chapter 76. The offer. Birkin's final offer arrived through the dead drop on October 15th. It was not a long document. 3 paragraphs, precise and clinical and written with the tone of someone who had done the calculation on their side and was now presenting the result. The first paragraph, a summary of the non-viral enhancement research to date. The framework was complete. The theoretical pathway was established. The remaining unknowns were the specific activation conditions for each tier and the relationship between the soul fusion mechanism and the advancement sequence. Both could be addressed through controlled research with subject participation. The second paragraph, the offer. Full research cooperation, observation protocols, quarterly biological assessments, documentation of the advancement sequence as it continued through the upper tiers. In exchange, the complete G-virus strain documentation from William Birkin's original research files. The documentation that, in the right hands and through the right academic channel, could provide the theoretical basis for broad-spectrum viral modification resistance. Not a vaccine, Something more fundamental, a biological understanding that could eventually lead to protections that did not yet exist. The third paragraph, the timeline. She was proceeding with publication regardless. The question was whether the publication included Subject C1's active cooperation or was built from the observation data she had accumulated without it. He read it 3 times in 3 hours. He brought it to Kendra. He brought it to Elena. He brought it to Chris separately. Kendra read it and said, "She's right that the G-virus documentation is the most significant single thing she could give you." "Yes," he said. "And she's right that the publication is happening regardless." "Yes." "Tell me why the answer is no," she said. He thought about it carefully before answering, because Kendra had earned the full answer rather than the operational summary. The research cooperation she's asking for includes quarterly biological assessments. Those assessments give her physical access to me on a regular, predictable schedule. Birkin is inside a system. She's been leveraging Umbrella's institutional access for 2 years, and the system she's inside of includes Weskier's monitoring program. He held Kendra's eyes. If Weskier knows I'm doing quarterly assessments with Birkin, he has a predictable access point. He has been patient for 2 years, and he'll be patient for 1 more assessment cycle. Kendra was quiet for a moment. "You're saying she'd give you the G-virus documentation in exchange for something that Weskier would use to acquire you. Not on purpose. She doesn't know about Weskier's file on me, but she operates inside the same institutional structure he does." He paused. "The offer is genuine. Her intent is legitimate. The structural problem is not her intent." He sat with it for another hour after that conversation. He read the second paragraph again. The G-virus documentation, the broad-spectrum resistance, the generation of people who would not die the way Pauline had died from a variant that existing tools could not detect. He could see the future that the documentation would produce if it went to the right places through the right channels. He could also see the specific 6-month window that quarterly assessments would create in his operational security. He declined on October 16th. 2 sentences. Asterisk research cooperation on proposed terms. Declined, structural reasons. Documentation exchange offer noted and appreciated. Asterisk he added. Asterisk I will contribute the upper-tier advancement data to the research framework through the existing observation channel on the same terms as the prior exchange. The G-virus documentation should go to the Federal Investigations Phase 3 filing, where it will be part of the legal record rather than private research. Asterisk he sent it. He put the offer in the archive under Birkin, final offer, declined, reasoning documented. He did not add that it was close. But it was close. Chapter 77. The watch list. Simmons's move against the network happened in October. Not directly. It never happened directly, which was Simmons's operational signature. It happened through the Federal Domestic Security Monitoring Apparatus, which had a classification tier that could add individuals to a watch list without requiring a formal legal finding, and which had been the mechanism for managing the SDARS testimony sequestration 18 months ago. He found out because Leon called. "I'm on a watch list," Leon said. He was using the clean channel. Chris too. And Kendra. "I know," Marcus said. He had been tracking the probability for 3 months, since Simmons's August response to the Harlow retraction. Simmons connected the network nodes. He identified us as a coordinated domestic security threat. He identified the journalist channel, the survivor organization, and the SDARS survivor network as a coordinated threat to the official Raccoon City narrative. The classification connects them as a single operation rather than independent actors. He paused. "You, Chris, and Kendra are the nodes he has documentation on. I'm not on the list." A pause from Leon. "Why aren't you on it?" "Because Annette Birkin has been protecting my records in the federal system for research access purposes. My documentation trail routes through the health investigation rather than the security investigation. From Simmons's perspective, I'm a research subject associated with a biological anomaly case, not a network operator." He paused. "It's the most protection anyone has ever given me, and she did it for entirely self-interested reasons. What do we do? You continue operating as you have been. The watch list classification means increased monitoring, which means the communication protocol becomes more important, not less." He thought through it. "Leon, your position inside the government investigation is more valuable now that Simmons has moved explicitly. You have institutional standing. If you file a formal complaint about the watch list classification through your agency's Inspector General process, it creates a documented challenge to Simmons's use of the security mechanism. That puts me more directly in his sightlines. You're already in his sightlines. What the IG complaint does is put him in the IG's sightlines." He paused. He moved against the network in a way that's visible. The visible move has a documented response path. Leon was quiet for a moment. "I'll file it. File it and send me the copy. I want it in the archive." He called Kendra after. Then Chris. Each conversation was 10 minutes. The watch list, the communication protocol update, the documentation of the watch list classification in the archive. Then he sat in the archive room and thought about the specific quality of being the one person in the network that Simmons's mechanism had not captured, because a scientist who was trying to research his biology had been protecting his records for her own purposes. He wrote, October 2000. Simmons, watch list classification for Chris, Leon, Kendra. Marcus Cole, not on list. Reason, Birkin research protection of medical records. He paused. The people who are trying to study me are inadvertently protecting me. The people who are trying to protect me are inadvertently more visible to the people trying to stop them. This is the specific kind of operational irony that doesn't have a clean resolution. It just has management. Chapter 78. On the record, he met with Simmons on November 4th in a federal building in Washington, D.C., which was the right location for a meeting that was going to be officially recorded. He had made the appointment through the standard federal consultation intake, identifying himself as a civilian witness with documented evidence related to the Raccoon City federal investigation, requesting a formal consultation with the Emergency Response Management Office. The appointment had taken 3 weeks to schedule because Simmons's office did not prioritize civilian consultation requests, which meant by the time the appointment happened, the Phase 3 report had been filed to the Oversight Committee, and the documentation chain Marcus had been building since August was in the institutional record. He arrived in a clean suit, with a briefcase containing 12 pages of documentation summary and a full name identification that he had not been using in any operational context since Nevada. He was Marcus Cole, former RCPD patrol officer, civilian witness, no institutional affiliation. Simmons met him in a conference room. He looked at Marcus across the table with the expression of someone who had read his file thoroughly, recently, and had arrived at the meeting having already done his calculation. You're on the record today, Simmons said. I've been on the record since July 20th, 1998, Marcus said. Everything I do goes into the documentation archive. He set the 12 pages on the table. That's a summary of what's in the archive. I thought you should see it. Simmons looked at the pages, but did not pick them up. What do you want? A working arrangement that doesn't require either of us to spend the next 2 years in active institutional conflict. He met Simmons's eyes. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to manage the Raccoon City narrative in a way that preserves institutional stability. I understand why you think that's necessary. I've been tracking your methodology for 2 years, and I understand the reasoning. Simmons was still. The watch list classifications, Marcus said. Kendra Vasquez, Leon Kennedy, Chris Redfield. Those are documented institutional actions that are now in the Phase 3 oversight filing as evidence of ongoing interference with witness testimony. He paused. The documentation doesn't stop me from being managed. It stops you from managing me without a record. Simmons looked at the 12 pages. You are going to make my work very difficult, he said. I count 3 ways this meeting ends, Marcus said. In the first, you use the authority you have to escalate against the network, and I release the full archive to Harlow and the Phase 3 committee simultaneously. The committee gets it 3 days before the congressional hearing, and that becomes the only story. In the second, neither of us does anything, and we continue the current standoff until one of us runs out of institutional resources, which currently favors me because my institutional resources are distributed and non-classifiable. He paused. The third way is the one where we find a working arrangement. Simmons looked at him. He was running his own calculation. Marcus could see it. The specific quality of a man who had spent his career managing institutional pressures and who recognized the structure of a negotiation. What does a working arrangement look like? Simmons said. I don't publish the full archive as a first strike. In exchange, the watch list classifications are removed and the sequestered testimony is released through appropriate institutional channels, not declassified publicly, but restored to the federal investigation where it can be used as evidence. He held Simmons's eyes. Both of us document the arrangement for our own protection. Simmons looked at the 12 pages. That's not a comfortable arrangement, he said. I know, Marcus said. It's more comfortable than the other 2. Chapter 79, Mutual Constraint. The arrangement was documented on November 7th in a 1-page memorandum that neither party signed. Signing would have been too formal, too visible, and too easily classified, but both parties filed in their respective archives with a copy to an independent legal repository that Marcus had been using since CH16 as the insurance policy for the documentation chain. It said, both parties acknowledged the existence of the documented evidence regarding the Raccoon City incident. Both parties agreed that a unilateral first strike by either party would be less productive than the continued oversight process. Both parties reserved the right, to file any legally required disclosures, and both parties understood that the arrangement was conditional and could be dissolved by either party with 30 days' notice. Simmons filed his copy in the Federal Emergency Management Archive, which was his protection. It demonstrated that he had engaged the civilian witness through official channels rather than managing him covertly. Marcus filed his copy in 3 independent archives, 2 external and 1 with the legal repository. His protection: if Simmons violated the arrangement, the documentation of the arrangement was the first exhibit. He wrote in his log, November 7, 2000. Arrangement with Simmons, documented, not signed, conditional. Terms: non-aggression, continued oversight process, mutual archive filing. He paused. This is not a victory. This is a holding pattern that benefits the documentation chain by giving the oversight process more time to produce institutional results. He paused again. Both of us know it's temporary. He will find a way to operate within the arrangement that serves his goal of narrative control. I will find a way to operate within it that serves the goal of accountability. We will both be careful and neither of us will fully trust it. That is what a working arrangement looks like in a context where both parties have legitimate institutional standing and conflicting goals. He filed the analysis and went back to work. Chapter 80. Acquire. Chris called at 11 p.m. on November 22 from a signal-protected mobile that he had been using for field operations since the Weskier investigation began. His voice was the flat quality of someone reporting information that had not finished processing in them. The facility had a security team, he said. I was doing a surveillance run on the exterior, and one of them saw me at the perimeter. 3 of them. He paused. I'm fine. They're not. Marcus ran the combat calculus on the information: Chris's location, the surveillance facility he had been watching, the security team engagement, the implications for the Weskier investigation. And the file, he said. I got the file. Another pause. Marcus, the file has a notation. About you. He waited. Chris said. The notation is under your name in the umbrella monitoring section. It says, anomalous biology, crisis protocol precursor indicators active. Subject value, research asset, priority acquisition. Operational instruction, do not terminate. Acquire. Marcus sat with this for 12 seconds. He had known that Weskier's file categorized him as a monitoring priority. He had known since Ada Wong's 43 pages that Weskier had been watching since July 1998. He had calculated, based on the monitoring pattern and the data collection rate, that Weskier would move toward acquisition when the data collection reached a threshold. Crisis protocol precursor indicators active, that was the specific line. The crisis protocol, rank 9 of 12, had been approaching. He had felt it building in the same way he had felt the earlier advancements building, the biological threshold accumulating through sustained proximity to Weskier-level threat contexts. It had not advanced yet because the threshold required genuine confrontation at a specific magnitude. Weskier's file said the precursor indicators were visible, which meant Weskier knew more about his advancement sequence than Marcus had calculated. How recent is the file? He said. October 2000, Chris said. He had been operating on the assumption that Weskier's patience would hold through at least the Phase 3 oversight filing. The October date on the notation meant the patience was ending. He wrote quickly, November 22, 2000. Weskier file, acquisition instruction active as of October 2000. Do not terminate. Acquire. Crisis protocol precursor indicators, confirmed. He looked at the line. The patience is ending. He has enough data. He's moving from monitoring to acquisition. He looked at his own log. I count 4 exits from the next 6 months. None of them are the version where I operate normally as if this notation doesn't exist. He called Kendra. New operational posture, he said. Starting now. Weskier, she said. October notification. He's moving from monitoring to acquisition. He pulled up the network's movement security protocols. Predator mode at minimum signature during all external operations. Communication protocol stepped up to daily check-ins. No solo field positions for anyone in the core network. And you. He looked at the archived log of the 43 pages from Ada Wong, the October file from Chris, the crisis protocol precursor indicators, and the specific quality of a timeline that was moving towards something that his canonical game knowledge had described in general terms and that the deviation factor had made specific and immediate. I'm going to stop being careful and start being ready, he said. Ready for what? For whatever Weskier is ready for, he said. He was quiet for a moment. And for what comes after that. Chapter 81. Acquisition posture. He briefed the full network on November 23rd. He did it in person rather than through the communication protocol. which required pulling the Montana base's complete roster into the main archive room simultaneously. 12 people, seated, with the maps and the documentation chain visible on the wall behind him. He had not called a full network briefing since the Villa Caridad failure in March. The format communicated, before he said anything, that the stakes were different from routine operational updates. He told them about Weskier's file. He told them about the acquisition instruction. He told them what do not terminate, acquire meant in operational terms for each of them. He was specific about that last part because it mattered. Weskier's primary interest was Marcus as a biological research subject. The network members were not the target of the acquisition instruction. They were the operational context around the target, which meant Weskier's approach would be to remove the context before attempting acquisition, not eliminate the context, necessarily, but neutralize it. Separate Marcus from the people who kept him operational. The specific threat to each person in the room was becoming a leverage point, being taken and used as a negotiating instrument to produce compliance. This was different from the umbrella cleanup teams, which operated on elimination methodology. He watched 12 people process this. Kendra was watching him, not the information. She had known since the previous night, and what she was watching was whether he was managing the briefing or actually in it. He was actually in it. He had decided in the car after Chris's call that the operational posture shift he had told Kendra about applied to himself. That stop being careful and start being ready meant being present with the situation rather than managing it from the documentation posture. The archive was not going to be the primary tool for what was coming. Chris said, "We knew this was coming. We knew it was possible," Marcus said. "We now know the timing. October 2000 is the file date. He's been in acquisition posture for at least a month." He looked at the room. The crisis protocol precursor indicators in his file, the CAP system, was already signaling toward the next advancement. The precursor is visible at a biological level to someone who has been studying it for 2 years. Weskier has been studying it for 2 years. Elena said, "What does crisis protocol produce?" Threshold enhancement, brief windows of superhuman physiological performance in genuine life-threatening situations, beyond the adrenaline architecture by an order of magnitude. He paused. "I don't have it yet. The precursor is active. The advancement requires a threat magnitude I haven't encountered. And Weskier knows you don't have it yet," Jill said. "He's been watching the advancement sequence. He knows where I am in the progression." He held her eyes. He's also been patient enough to wait for it to complete before acquiring. He wants the crisis protocol on record, not just the precursor. Torres said, "That means he won't move until you advance. It means he'll create conditions that advance me and then move during the recovery window." He looked at the room. 8 to 12 hours of unconsciousness. That's when I'm vulnerable. He'll time the acquisition attempt for the recovery period. The room was quiet with the quality of a room that had just understood the specific shape of the problem. Kendra said, "So we need to either prevent the advance or protect the recovery window." "Both," he said, "which means we design an engagement that produces the advance on our terms rather than his, in a location we control, with the network protecting the recovery perimeter." Lin Xiu said, "You're going to engineer a life-threatening encounter." "I'm going to be ready for the encounter that produces it," he said. "There's a difference. I'm not going to seek death. I'm going to stop avoiding the situations that produce advances and start being available for them." He looked at the room. "Any of you who want to step back from the operational posture we're moving into, that is the right call, not a failure. The archive is distributed, the documentation chain is functional, the oversight process is running. The network survives without any one person in it." Nobody moved. He filed that in his log later. * full network briefing complete. Operational posture shift, unanimous adoption. Nobody stepped back. * he paused. That is either because they all understand the stakes correctly, or because they have been in this network long enough that the mission has become the identity. * both of those things can be true simultaneously. I need to keep watching. * Chapter 82. Publication: The Harlow series ran in 4 installments across December 2000 and January 2001. The publication was the Independent Media Alliance, not a single outlet, but a coordinated network of 11 regional publications that Harlow had been building since August, specifically designed to resist the advertiser pressure that had retracted the CH-58 article. The alliance operated on a mutual publication model. When one outlet ran an installment, all 11 simultaneously published the same content, making retraction from any single advertiser economically non-viable because the advertiser would have to apply pressure to all 11 simultaneously. Marcus had known about the structure since October. He had contributed the documentation summary and the source material, and had let Harlow build the publication infrastructure without his direction, because Harlow understood publication infrastructure better than he did, and because the Villa Caridad principle applied. When someone in the network had superior capability in their specific domain, the right operational call was to give them the space to use it. He read the first installment on December 6th, which was the same day 12 other cities were reading it. The Raccoon City Files. 2 years after the outbreak, survivors say the truth was buried. Harlow had been meticulous. Each installment ran with 6 named sources, each source legally represented, each attribution specific. The documentation chain from Marcus's archive was cited as primary sourcing, identified as coming from a civilian documentation project that had been active since before the outbreak. No names from the network were in the text. The Simmons arrangement held, as Marcus had calculated it would. The installments did not include the names on the watch list, which meant Simmons had no breach to respond to. What he had was a documentation project running in public with 11 regional publications and named sources and legal representation. The second installment ran December 13th, the third on January 3rd, the fourth on January 10th. Each one escalated the documentation chain. The first had established the timeline discrepancy between the CDC's August report and the official September incident date. The second had documented the SDARS testimony sequestration. The third had covered the economic pressure campaign against the CH-58 article. The fourth had presented the full 3-source confirmation of Umbrella's corporate involvement. By January 12th, 3 congressional offices had issued statements requesting investigation. The oversight committee that the Phase 3 filing had been building toward had a hearing date. Marcus wrote in his log, January 12, 2001. Harlow series complete. For installments, 11 publications, 6 named sources per installment. Congressional response, 3 offices, 1 hearing date. Phase 3 Oversight Committee, active, he paused. 2 years, 3 months, and 23 days since July 20th, 1998. The documentation chain is in the institutional record. The oversight process is running. Harlow did his job correctly. What's left? Westgear, the BSA formation, and the 6 upper tiers of the CAP advancement. He put the log down and called Harlow. Good work, he said. I've been waiting 2 years to run this, Harlow said. I know. Marcus paused. The hearing date, what's the timeline? March. Maybe April. The committee chair is managing the scheduling against a classification challenge from the Emergency Management Office. Simmons, Marcus said. Who else? Harlow paused. He'll slow it down, but he won't stop it. The Phase 3 filing is already in the institutional record, and the committee has legal access to it regardless of the classification challenge. I know, Marcus said. The arrangement holds. For now, Harlow said. For now, Marcus confirmed. He hung up and went to update the network on the congressional timeline. Chapter 83. Expensive. The congressional inquiry generated 47,000 newspaper mentions in the first week. Elena counted them. She had been running the media monitoring as part of the academic channel's documentation work, tracking not just the Raccoon City coverage, but the pattern of coverage, the specific language that was being used, the rate at which the official narrative was being challenged versus defended versus deflected. After Harlow's series launched, the monitoring dashboard she had been maintaining for 2 years lit up in a way that was unprecedented. Marcus read her monitoring report over breakfast on January 15th and then went to update his own assessment of the public response. The assessment was enough. The congressional inquiry was moving slowly. It would be slow, incomplete, frustrated by classification, but it was moving. The public pressure was not going to immediately dismantle the cover-up architecture that Simmons had been building for 2 years. What it was going to do was make the cover-up more expensive to maintain. Each week of inquiry, each congressional statement, each news cycle that included the words Raccoon City and congressional investigation in the same sentence, added to the institutional cost of suppression. He had calculated this in 1998. He had been right. Annette Birkin called through the Dead Drop channel on January 18th. He had been expecting contact since the first installment ran. She had been operating inside institutional frameworks that were now publicly documented as part of the accountability story, and the documentation had interrupted her research program in ways that were predictable and had been predicted. You have made my work significantly harder, she said. He recognized her voice from the nest, the specific quality of precise language delivered under controlled professional composure. That was partially the intent, he said. I know it was. A pause. The non-viral research program. The institutional access I've been using has been suspended pending the congressional review. 2 facilities are under subpoena. My research team is on administrative hold. The research has been suspended, he said. Not ended. The theoretical framework is published through the observation data channel. He held the phone. The practical difference between now and 3 months ago is that the research proceeds through the legitimate scientific record rather than through institutional access that depends on the Raccoon City cover-up staying intact. That's not actually easier, she said. I know, but it's more durable. He paused. Dr. Birkin, Williams' research is in the legal record. The documentation I submitted in 1998 includes the Spencer Estate notebooks and the attribution language. That record exists now regardless of what happens to any institutional program. Silence. You planned for this, she said. I've been planning for this since the Nest file room, he said. The question was always whether the research was going to be in the legitimate record or the private archive. The congressional inquiry is what moves it to the legitimate record. Another pause. The G-virus documentation I offered you, she said. You declined because of Weskier. He did not respond to that directly. She said, I'm going to publish the G-virus strain documentation through the congressional inquiry submission channel. Not as research, as evidence of Umbrella's illegal program. It will be in the legal record rather than in private hands. A pause. I wanted you to know before I submitted it. He sat with that for a moment. She had just done the thing he had declined to do the deal for. She had done it on her own terms, through her own calculation, arriving at the same outcome he had been pushing toward for 2 years. Thank you, he said. That's the right call. It's the call that protects Williams' work, she said. And she hung up. He wrote in his log, Birkin, G-virus strain documentation to be submitted through congressional inquiry. Voluntary. Her calculation, her decision. He paused. She found the right channel herself. The alliance I was trying to build in the Nest file room, the one where the documentation serves the legal record rather than private research, she built it on her own. That is the version of this outcome I hoped for and did not know how to produce. Chapter 84. Parallel, the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance was forming. He had been watching it develop through the network's intelligence channels since the first planning conversations in late 2000. Chris and Jill working with international security contacts, several SDARS survivors contributing, the specific combination of survivors and institutional actors and external partners that would eventually become an official organization. He was not part of it. He had made this calculation in October, when the BSA formation had moved from theoretical to operational, and the calculation was clear. His CAP advancement scarring was visible at conversational distance and identifiable by anyone with biomedical training. Attaching him officially to a legitimate security organization meant attaching the organization to a documented biological anomaly that would generate institutional and umbrella scrutiny of the organization itself. He could be useful to the BSAA without being visible in it. That was the calculation. Chris had argued the point in December. You built the intelligence network that makes this possible, Chris had said. They were at the Montana base, the maps on the wall showing the 7 documented facilities and the 4 additional active programs the revised monitoring had identified. The archive is yours. The documentation chain is yours. The congressional inquiry exists because of the network you built. The network is 12 people, Marcus had said. I was one of them. He had looked at the maps. The BSAA is going to be an international organization with institutional standing and external funding and operational scope that the Montana base doesn't have. That's what this needs to be. And it doesn't need a visible biological anomaly attached to its public face. You're not a biological anomaly, Chris had said. You're a person. I'm a person with subdermal scarring that Umbrella's medical division has been studying for 2 years, Marcus had said. Weskier's file has me as a priority acquisition target. Simmons's emergency management office has my medical records flagged under a biological anomaly case. If I appear on the BSA's letterhead, every one of those institutional flags transfers to the organization. Chris had sat with that. You consult, he had said finally. I consult, Marcus had confirmed. You have everything I have, the archive, the documentation chain, the intelligence analysis. The BSA has everything the network built. I'll work parallel to it in the ways I can work without creating institutional exposure for the organization. In January 2001, the BSA formation was at the stage where the founding documentation was being developed. He had reviewed 3 drafts of the founding charter, contributed intelligence summaries to 2 of the working groups, and answered 14 specific analytical questions from Chris and Jill about the documented Umbrella Facility Network. He was not on any document. His name was not attached to any contribution. He was the background infrastructure. He had felt, at various points, that this was exactly correct, and also that it was a familiar positioning. The person who builds the thing that other people stand in front of, who keeps themselves in the minor character category. He filed this observation under something to monitor, not a decision to reverse. but something to watch in himself over the longer arc. Chapter 85. The argument. Ada Wong's final delivery on the ch-55 standing debt arrived on January 25, 2001. It was not what he had expected. He had been calculating for 2 years what the remaining balance on the debt was. She had sent the Westgear notes at a reduced cost, with an implicit balance remaining, and the specific form of the remaining delivery had been a variable he had been unable to calculate because Ada Wong's operations did not follow predictable patterns. What she sent was 212 pages of Simmons's internal justification documentation, the memos he had been writing to his own files for 6 years, the documentation of his own reasoning about the Raccoon City cover-up architecture, the specific language of a man who had spent his career in the gap between what governments did and what they said they did, and who had built an unusually articulate private record of why he believed what he was doing was necessary. Marcus read all 212 pages. He read them with the specific attention he gave to any documented reasoning process, looking for the internal logic, the value structure, the point where the reasoning diverged from his own and why. He was not looking for hypocrisy or for the corruption beneath the institutional language. He was looking for whether Simmons actually believed what his documentation said he believed. He did. The argument was this: the public had a finite capacity for existential threat. Governments operated at the edge of that capacity, managing information about capabilities and risks that, if disclosed fully, would produce decision-making paralysis, social fragmentation, and cascade failures in the institutional trust structures that allowed collective action to function. Raccoon City, fully disclosed, would produce not accountability but paralysis. People would stop trusting water systems. They would stop trusting pharmaceutical institutions. They would stop trusting the emergency response mechanisms that had, by Simmons's own account, saved thousands of lives in the quarantine operation. The cover-up was not about self-protection. It was about preserving the institutional architecture that would be needed for the next crisis, and the next, and the one after that. Simmons was not wrong about the second-order effects. He had told Marcus this in October 1998 in the Nevada quarantine camp. He had been telling the truth. Marcus sat with the 212 pages for an afternoon. Then he wrote in his log, Simmons. The argument is coherent. He is not protecting himself. He is protecting the architecture of social trust that allows governments to manage crisis response at scale. He paused. He is also wrong. Not about the second-order effects. Those are real. Wrong about the conclusion. The architecture of social trust that allows collective action is built on accurate information about what the collective is facing. A cover-up does not preserve the architecture. It erodes it. The disclosure that reveals the cover-up destroys the trust faster and more completely than the original disclosure would have. He paused again. I have been watching the congressional inquiry produce something more complicated than either of us predicted. Not the panic he feared. Not the clean accountability I was building toward. Something messier and slower and more durable. The institutional trust is not destroyed by accurate information. It is rebuilt from accurate information. That is what the inquiry is. He closed the log. He wrote a note to Ada Wong through the dead drop. Received. The debt is settled. She responded in 3 days. I know. He filed the Simmons documentation in the archive under the long-term record category. Not for immediate use. For the hearing, and for what came after the hearing, and for the version of history that would eventually be written when the full record was accessible. He was building toward that version. He was in the middle of it. He did not always know whether what he was building was the right thing. He was building it anyway. Chapter 86. The shell game. The announcement came through official channels on a Tuesday, formatted as a corporate filing and delivered to every financial regulator on 4 continents simultaneously. Umbrella Corporation was dissolving. Marcus read the filing in a coffee shop in Geneva, at a table near the window where he could see the street and the corner simultaneously. He had been waiting for this. He had known from R.E. Cannon that the dissolution happened, corporate death by regulatory pressure, and the compound weight of the Raccoon City inquiry. He had built documentation toward this moment for 7 years, and now here it was, rendered in the dry bureaucratic language of asset liquidation schedules and personnel transfer agreements. He also knew it was a lie. Not the filing itself. The filing was legally accurate. Umbrella Corporation as a legal entity was genuinely dissolving, surrendering its registrations, liquidating its disclosed assets, shuttering its publicly known facilities. The executives who had been identified in Harlow's 4-installment series would face whatever legal proceedings their respective jurisdictions were prepared to mount. The congressional inquiry would cite this dissolution as a partial victory. What the filing did not mention, because filings by nature could not include what had never been disclosed, was the network of 14 subsidiary organizations that had been quietly receiving Umbrella's research portfolios, personnel, and funding streams for the past 18 months. Marcus had been tracking them since he restructured the intelligence operation after the South America failure. He had 43 pages of documentation on the subsidiaries alone, with specific program continuity mapped across 9 of them. The dissolution was not an ending. It was a rebrand. He finished his coffee. It had gone lukewarm while he read, and the bitterness was more pronounced cold, and he sat with that for a moment. The specific taste of something that should have been consumed at the right temperature, but hadn't been. Then he called the BSAA liaison number. The operation was nascent, still building its institutional structure, still negotiating jurisdictional authority with 4 different international bodies, still figuring out whether it was going to function as law enforcement, as military, or as some third category that had never needed to exist before. Marcus had been providing intelligence support for 8 months without appearing on any letterhead. It was the arrangement that worked, and more importantly, it was the arrangement his CEP scarring made necessary. "I need 20 minutes with whoever is running the morning brief," he said, when Captain Pereira picked up. "Tell them the dissolution announcement is a staged transition, not a termination." "How long have you known this was coming?" "The announcement? 3 months. The subsidiary network? 18 months. He stood from the table, leaving euros on the saucer. The original corporate structure was always the visible surface. The research programs were never actually housed in the parent entity. That would have created too many disclosure obligations under the pharmaceutical licensing agreements. "I should have documentation to you before the brief starts." He heard her writing. "How many subsidiaries are we talking?" 14 confirmed. 3 probable, but unverified. He pushed through the coffee shop door, and the Geneva cold hit his face, sharp, carrying the smell of the lake 2 blocks away. The functional challenge for the BSAA going forward is that its mandate is currently structured around corporate entities. Umbrella ceases to exist. The 14 subsidiaries are separate legal entities with no documented connection to Umbrella in their public filings. If the organization cannot follow research programs across corporate structures rather than targeting named entities, it will spend the next decade in a permanent game of jurisdictional catch-up. A pause on the line. "That's a different kind of organization than what we're building." "Yes," Marcus said, "which is why I'm telling you now, before the structure hardens." He paused at the pavement, looking south toward the lake. "There's time to build it right. There isn't unlimited time." He sent the documentation from his laptop at the train station, sitting in the waiting area with his bag between his feet. 43 pages plus the 3-page summary he'd written specifically for an institutional briefing. The summary that explained the subsidiary network in terms of what it meant operationally rather than what it was corporately. He had learned, watching the congressional inquiry grind its way through 7 years of evidence, that the difference between documentation that changed things and documentation that got filed was almost entirely about framing. He added a note to Volume 17 of the Evidence Archive as the train pulled out of the station. Umbrella Corporation dissolves November 4, 2005. 14 known subsidiaries operational. 3 probable. The game changes shape. It does not end. His connection to Bratislava was in 6 hours. He had been building the Eastern Europe operation plan for 6 weeks. Cross-referenced, verified through multiple independent sources, reviewed twice by the intelligence team that had developed out of his post-South America restructuring. He was not going in on canonical foreknowledge. He had learned that lesson. He was going in on solid current intelligence. He looked out the train window at the Swiss countryside moving past, flat winter light, gray fields, the occasional town gathered around a church spire, and thought about the 43 pages and the 14 subsidiaries and the 3-page summary. He thought, "I was right about the shape of this." He did not think, because it would not have been a precise thought. "I will be right about everything else." Chapter 87. The gap in the map. The facility outside Bratislava was not in any game Marcus had ever played. He knew this going in. It was flagged by 3 independent intelligence sources, cross-referenced against the subsidiary network documentation, given a full pre-entry assessment by the intelligence team. The documentation was solid. The operational plan was solid. He had been inside harder facilities than this on worse information. What none of the documentation included, because no documentation could include what no one had seen, was the automated defense system in the facility's inner ring. Sourced from an Umbrella research cache that had been off the books since 1999, maintained passively for 6 years by systems that did not require human operators to function and did not appear on any financial record that would have flagged their operation. The cache had been assessed as cleaned out in the post-dissolution filing verification. It was not cleaned out. The system responded to biological signatures rather than visual detection. Marcus's CAP advancement profile, 7 years of crisis-driven restructuring, 8 distinct advancement tiers, the subdermal scarring that had been building its symmetrical pattern since the Cerberus encounter in CH7, read as entirely novel to the classification library. Novel signatures triggered maximum response. He was 14 meters inside the facility's inner ring when the first turret activated. He did not hear it. The system was quiet in the way that precision engineering was quiet, without the mechanical sound that would have given him a processing window. He caught the threat register from his predator mode passive tracking 0.2 of a second before impact, and that 0.2 of a second was exactly enough time to turn his body 45 degrees. The round hit him in the left shoulder instead of the center mass it had been targeting. The impact drove him sideways into a concrete wall with enough force to crack 2 of his ribs against the surface, and the pain was not the managed burn of the Raccoon City outbreak, not the sustained pressure of the nest tunnels, not the accumulated damage of 7 years of operations that the CAP system had metabolized. It was a specific, violent, immediate intrusion, the kind of pain that does not give you time to contextualize it before your body is already reacting. His body reacted. He moved. He counted exits. 2 turret positions visible, 1 probable third position from the firing angle. No human operators in the system's behavioral signature. The drainage outlet at the facility's east end was 32 meters and 2 corners away. He moved through the corners using combat calculus tracking for the turret arcs and predator mode passive suppression of his own targeting signature, and he was bleeding on the concrete in a way that he noted with clinical detachment was going to be a documentation problem. He reached the drainage outlet. He fit through it. He was out. Kendra was at the vehicle 200 meters from the perimeter, in a position she had been holding for 40 minutes. She saw him cross the open ground. She watched his left side and his gait and the way he was holding his arm. She said nothing. She got the vehicle moving before he had fully closed the door. He spent the first 2 hours documenting the failure. Not the operational failure. That documentation would go to the BSAA as an intelligence correction brief, noting the B-cache blind spot in the pre-dissolution verification protocols. That report would be useful, and he would write it properly. The documentation he was doing now was the internal kind, the kind that went into his log under the heading he had established after South America. Failure modes. * Eastern Europe, November 2005. Pre-entry intelligence did not include the B research cache at the facility's inner ring. Cache was classified as cleared in the post-dissolution verification. Cleared assessment was based on active operational records. The cache's passive maintenance left no detectable operational signature. The gap was not in the intelligence team's analysis. The gap was in the verification methodology. We assessed against what should be detectable. We did not build a protocol for what is specifically designed to be undetectable. He looked at what he had written. Same structural error as South America. Different surface manifestation. I have been doing this work for 7 years, and I am still finding new versions of the same failure mode. I assessed the situation against the intelligence I have, without asking what the intelligence was designed not to show me. Corrective action. Develop a verification protocol category for passive systems. Systems that do not appear in active records because they do not require active operation. This is a known umbrella design philosophy. The B research caches were specifically designed for deniability. I have known this for 7 years. I built my documentation strategy around it. I did not build my operational verification strategy around it. Document it. Correct it. File the correction where the intelligence team can implement it. Kendra said, somewhere past the 3rd hour. How bad is the shoulder? Clean exit. CAP is running cellular repair. For days, probably. He did not look up from the screen. Ribs will need 2 more. I'm asking about the other thing. He looked up. The countryside outside was dark now, highway lights strobing past at speed. He thought about what the other thing was. Not the shoulder, not the ribs, not the operational failure that he had documented and corrected and filed. The other thing was the moment inside the facility when he had thought, very clearly, with no available hedging, I did not know this was here. Documented, he said. Same failure mode as before. I know what it is. I know what the corrective action is. He paused. I don't have a mechanism for the gap between knowing the failure mode and not repeating it. She drove without responding for a while. The heat was running in the vehicle, and it smelled like the long-distance drive. Coffee from earlier, cold air that had come in with him, the faint metallic edge of blood he was trying not to track on the upholstery. That's not the kind of thing you fix by documenting it, she said finally. No, he agreed. It isn't. He slept eventually, in the back seat, and while he slept the CAP system began doing something new. Chapter 88. Survivor Apex. He woke to the advancement. It did not announce itself the way previous advancements had. Not the full-body restructuring of muscle recall, not the architectural shift of adrenaline architecture, not the combat overlay installation of combat calculus. This was quieter, more like a calibration than a construction, as if the system had been waiting for the right input frequency and had finally received it. The best description he could assemble, writing in his log 2 hours later in the Vienna safe house. Asterisk, a channel has been opened. It was not absent before, it was present and receiving signal, but the signal was below threshold. The injury provided a sufficiently novel threat context to push the signal above threshold. What I am now perceiving is not new information. It is information that was always present in the environment and is now interpretable. Asterisk, he tested it carefully. Not aggressively. The shoulder was still in active repair, and he was not interested in compounding the workload, but with the methodical attention he gave to every new capability parameter. He stood in the Vienna safehouse bathroom and extended the perception at graduated ranges. At 10 meters, nothing unusual, background organic chemistry of the building. At 50 meters, also clean, the city's standard biological signature. At 100 meters, a trace to the west, faint and old, the passive contamination signature he would learn to recognize as residual umbrella operation. The chemical fingerprint that settled into walls and ductwork and soil and persisted for years after the active operation was gone. He walked outside and stood on the pavement in the gray November morning and ran the perception at full natural range. The city arranged itself in a way it had never arranged itself before. Most of it was clean, ordinary urban biology, background organic noise, the specific mixture of a European city in late autumn. To the west, 2.3 kilometers by his estimate, the stronger trace from the Bratislava facility's operational area, carried by wind and embedded in the microparticulate layer the city moved through. To the north, something else. Not contamination. A person. Someone who had been exposed to umbrella biological materials recently enough that the active marker was still in their cellular profile. He did not approach. He cataloged the direction and distance and moved back inside. He called Chris Redfield from the kitchen table while Kendra made coffee. I have a new capability parameter, he said, when Chris picked up. I need you to understand it before I start using it operationally, because it's going to produce intelligence that looks like it came from nowhere, and I don't want the BSAA treating it as unverified. What happened to you in Bratislava? Pereira told me you went off comms for 6 hours. I was shot. He said this before Chris could work up to the question. Left shoulder, clean exit wound. CAP provided full cellular repair in 4 days. The injury triggered a new advancement. He paused, trying to frame it in terms that would be operationally useful rather than scientifically incomprehensible. I can detect the biological signature of umbrella-engineered materials at range. Living subjects who have been exposed, contaminated sites, active deployment areas. The minimum working range under standard conditions is approximately 400 meters, potentially significantly further depending on conditions. A long silence. You got shot, Chris said. That is accurate. And your response to being shot was to have the advancement is not something I choose to trigger. It is a response to genuine survival encounters with novel threat types. The Bcash automated defense system was a novel threat type. The shoulder was the consequence. He paused. I want to focus on the operational implication, which is that the Bratislava site could have been pre-cleared at range before entry with this capability. The injury would not have occurred. I am noting this so we can build the pre-clearance step into future operation protocols. That's very organized, Chris said, with the tone of someone who had spent 7 years watching Marcus process bad situations by documenting them. Are you actually okay? The shoulder is fully healed. The ribs resolved in 6 days. I am operational. He paused. The more significant question is what this capability means for sites we've already assessed. I want to resurvey every facility on the active watch list at range before any further entry operations. The Bcash blind spot is not unique to Bratislava. Passive umbrella systems are a documented design philosophy. We have been verifying against active operational records. We have not been verifying against the presence of passive biological material. Okay, Chris said. He had shifted into operational mode, which Marcus had learned to recognize by the way the sentence constructions shortened. How do we run the resurvey? I come to the facilities. I do not enter. I verify the biological signature at range and compare against the contamination baseline. Any active signatures that don't match the expected passive contamination profile get flagged for full pre-entry assessment before any BSA team goes in. He paused. I also want to run this on active personnel at regular intervals. Chris paused. Explain that. P30 carrier state would show as an active signature in a clean subject. He said it flatly, watching for the reaction in the silence on the line. I have been monitoring Jill's health status for 6 weeks. Tuesday, I registered an active trace in the Barcelona facility's biological profile that I am still cross-referencing. I want to have the full analysis before I raise it officially. I'm raising it informally now, so you know the capability exists. The silence on Chris's end lasted for 3 full seconds. Tuesday, he said. Yes. You've been sitting on this for 2 days. I've been verifying the signature against every documented biological reference in the library I have. I don't want to produce a false positive on a capability that I have been operating for less than a week. He paused. I want to call you with confirmation, not speculation. Call me. Chris said, the moment you have it. Yes, Marcus said. He closed the call and sat for a moment in the kitchen, listening to the sounds of the city coming through the window, trams, traffic, the distant sound of a market somewhere. Kendra set a cup of coffee in front of him. It was the right temperature. He drank it while he worked. Chapter 89, The Irreplicable Variable. Annette Birkin's message arrived through the Zurich dead drop 9 days after Marcus sent his initial notification about the Bratislava advancement. 9 pages, formatted with the precision that characterized everything she produced, with the research documentation structured in the same way her academic papers had been structured before Raccoon City removed her from any institution that would have published them. He read it at the safe house table while the winter light moved across the floor, tracking his progress through the document. The first 3 pages were a status report on her non-viral enhancement research program, 4 years of theoretical development, 17 experimental protocols, a comprehensive model for stress-driven cellular adaptation that her work posited could be deliberately induced in subjects with the right preconditioning and exposure design. She was not asking for permission. She was reporting as a professional courtesy, the same way she had been reporting since their mutual constraint arrangement with Simmons had created a de facto communication channel between them. The next 4 pages were the trial's proposal. 18 volunteer subjects, all survivors of extreme biological exposure events. Individuals whose existing biology had demonstrated some adaptive response to umbrella-adjacent threat environments. The protocol was aggressive in the specific way that meant she had identified what she thought was the minimum viable stimulus and was proposing to apply it in a controlled setting. She believed it was defensible. She believed the theoretical framework was sound. She wanted Marcus to review the protocol as the existing proof of concept for the mechanism she was trying to replicate. The final 2 pages were a request for 3 data points: blood sample, tissue sample, documented interview about the subjective experience of advancement sequences. She distinguished clearly between what she was requesting and what she was demanding. She was requesting. She acknowledged she had no claim on his cooperation. She provided 6 scientific reasons why his cooperation would materially improve the trial's safety profile. He read the full 9 pages. He read them again. Then he sat with both hands around a coffee cup that had gone cold while he was reading, in the specific way cold coffee became a presence rather than a temperature, and he thought about Annette Birkin's scientific precision and the 18 subjects she had identified and the theoretical framework that was correct in every way except the one that mattered. He got up and found a pen and a legal pad. He kept legal pads for exactly this kind of document, physical records that did not have metadata, and he wrote his response by hand. Dr. Birkin, I will address the trial's request first, because it is the most urgent component. Your research model proposes that stress-driven cellular adaptation can be induced in ordinary subjects through controlled exposure protocols, calibrated against my existing advancement profile as proof of concept. The scientific reasoning behind this proposal is coherent. The conclusion is not correct, but the error is not in your methodology. It is in a fact about my situation that I have not previously disclosed, because the disclosure requires information that is not verifiable through any standard scientific process. The CAP system did not develop in this body the way you have modeled it. I am not the original occupant of this body. The person who was born into it, who grew up in it, who joined the Raccoon City Police Force with it, is gone. I arrived into the vacancy. The mechanism that allowed the CAP system to develop was not stress adaptation in a pre-existing biological framework. It was the interaction between a foreign occupant, that is me, and a body whose prior tenancy had vacated the adaptive response pathways that are normally occupied by an established neural architecture. The soul pattern fusion you referenced in your published work as the unknown variable is this. It is not a poetic description of some cellular incompatibility. There was a prior person. The prior person's departure left specific architectural vacancies in the body's adaptive response systems. My arrival, which I cannot explain the mechanism of, and have not attempted to explain, because the mechanism is not scientific, occupied those vacancies. The CAP system developed in that occupation, not in an ordinary stress adaptation process. Your 18 subjects have no such vacancies. Their adaptive response systems are fully occupied by their own neural architectures. The stress protocol you are proposing will trigger cellular responses in those systems that the system's established architecture is not structured to accept. The incompatibility is not a matter of stimulus intensity. Increasing the intensity of the stimulus will not produce a different result. It will produce worse damage more efficiently. I do not expect you to find this plausible. I am providing it as a scientific datum, not as an appeal to belief. You can treat it as methodological contamination from a subject with impaired self-report capacity. What I am asking you to verify is the cellular response pattern in the data I will provide. If my description is accurate, the blood and tissue samples will show a fundamental structural divergence from normal human cellular architecture that is not consistent with your trial's protocol's baseline assumptions. If the divergence is present, the trial's protocol should be halted and redesigned. I will provide all 3 requested data points: blood sample, tissue sample, documented interview. I will provide them without conditions on the research use, with one request: run the cellular analysis against your trial's protocol's baseline before you begin the trials. 6 months. If the data confirms your model, proceed. If it shows the divergence I'm describing, that is the finding your research needs. 6 months. He addressed the envelope, sealed it, walked to the post office in the late afternoon gray, the city quiet in the way cities got quiet in November when the light gave out early and everyone moved through the streets with their heads slightly lowered. He dropped the letter in the post and stood on the pavement afterward, in the cold, thinking about what he had put in writing. He had known the truth of his situation since the first morning in Raccoon City, since he had lain on the floor of the precinct bathroom looking at hands that were not the hands he had grown up with and understood exactly what had happened. He had told no one, in 7 years and 9 advancements, across 4 arcs of a story that was still ongoing. Not because the information was sensitive, though it was, but because the information was not actionable and was not believable and served no function except to make him easier to dismiss as a reliable witness to anything. He had told Annette Birkin because she was about to apply a trials protocol to 18 people that was built on a false assumption, and the only argument that would give her reason to pause was a true one, and this was the truest one he had. She would not believe it. He knew that. He had said as much in the letter, but the data would show what it showed. He walked back to the safe house. The threat field showed nothing unusual in the 400-meter radius. Clean city baseline. The passive contamination trace to the west that he was starting to understand as the atmospheric residue of the Bratislava operation, nothing active. He had grown accustomed to the constant low-level awareness in the past 2 weeks. It was starting to feel like ordinary perception. He added to volume 17. Birkin notified replication impossibility. Full disclosure provided for the first time. Data provision scheduled. Trials delay requested. 6 months. Then, after a pause, she will not believe the mechanism. The data will provide the evidence. That is what data is for. Chapter 90. What he already knew. Chris Redfield called on a Thursday morning in December from a Barcelona number Marcus had in his contact archive under CR/BSA/West Europe operations. The call came at 0743 local time. Marcus had been awake since 0600, working through the BSA facility watch list resurvey data from the previous week's range assessments. He knew what the call was about before he answered. He had known since Tuesday, when the survivor Apex Perception had registered an active biological trace in the Barcelona facility's atmospheric profile, not the passive contamination signature he had been cataloging across European installations for 2 weeks, but an active marker, present in a living subject, the specific cellular chemistry of an umbrella compound in carrier state. He had spent 2 days running the signature against every documented biological reference in the library the CAP system had been building since the Cerberus encounter in 1998. The match was P30. He had found documentation on P30 in a post-dissolution subsidiary intelligence file 18 months ago, a mind control compound, delivery via exposure, carrier state of indeterminate duration before activation requiring an external signal. In the RE5 canonical timeline, it had been used on Jill Valentine. The canonical timeline had her captured in 2006. This was December 2005. Something had moved early. He had been tracking for it since the Barcelona facility came onto the active watch list in October. He had not expected to find it this fast. He answered the call. He said, "I know." A pause. "I haven't said anything yet." Tuesday. The Barcelona facility's biological profile. I've been cross-referencing the signature against documented compounds for 48 hours. It matches P30, an umbrella mind control compound that won't register on any panel your medical team is currently running. He kept his voice level because the information needed to be transmissible, not alarming. Carrier state. Not active. Someone can transmit an activation sequence and the compound will override autonomous function. That's the weapon's design. She's been showing. Chris stopped. He started again. Her blood work came back with an unknown marker. The lab couldn't identify it and flagged it as potentially non-concerning background noise. She doesn't have any visible symptoms. The carrier state is designed to be asymptomatic. That's the point of the delivery vector. You don't know it's there until someone activates it. When did she debrief from the Portugal assessment? He heard Chris pulling up records. The Portugal site. He had seen it in the BSA mission log when he ran the cross-reference. Contaminated site assessment, October 31st, pre-dissolution umbrella storage facility, assessed as cleaned out by standard equipment. Standard equipment did not detect P30. The compound's molecular architecture was specifically designed to fall below the threshold of the biological panels that had been in standard use since before Raccoon City. Marcus had a note about this in the documentation archive. * passive umbrella systems. See Bratislava B cache analysis. Detection requires capability or instrumentation not in standard deployment. * October 31st, Chris confirmed. The Portugal site wasn't cleaned out. It had a passive P30 cache, same design philosophy as the Bratislava B cache, built for deniability, undetectable by standard equipment. He was writing as he spoke, building the corrective brief in real time. I can give you the compound's full biochemical profile. Your medical team can synthesize a counteragent. The carrier state window is long. I don't have precise timing data, but Umbrella designed these compounds for multi-month deployment. You have time. What you don't have is unlimited time. A silence. Then, how do you know all of this? Chris's voice was level, not accusatory, not demanding, but carrying the specific weight of someone who had been receiving precise and inexplicable information from the same source for 7 years and was finally asking the direct question. Marcus looked at the window. The Barcelona morning, from his Vienna position, was abstract, imagined. The Vienna morning outside the actual window was gray and cold and fully present. I've known about P30 since before Raccoon City, he said. I've known it was going to be used as a weapon against SDARS members specifically. I have been monitoring for it since the BSAA began active operations in European facilities. He paused. The Survivor Apex advancement gave me the detection capability to find it before activation. Without the advancement, I would have had no mechanism to confirm what the intelligence suggested. How did you know about P30 before Raccoon City? Not a question. A statement that required filling in. Chris. He paused. He thought about exits. There was one that didn't require a conversation they weren't ready to have in the 6 minutes between now and when they needed to be moving on the medical response. I count one exit from this conversation that matters right now. Get her out of active operations, get her into a controlled medical environment, and let me send you the compound profile. The explanation for how I know what I know is a different conversation that I'm willing to have when Jill is not in a situation where delayed action has consequences. The silence lasted 4 seconds. 5. Send me everything, Chris said. Sending now. He had the file built. 11 pages. The full, documented P30 compound profile, the biochemical architecture, the counteragent synthesis pathway he had reverse engineered from the compound's known mechanism, and the range assessment data from the Tuesday and Wednesday Barcelona surveys showing the trace signature's progression over 48 hours. He sent it before Chris had finished the sentence. He sat with the phone in his hand after the call ended. The Vienna morning moved outside the window, trams and pedestrians, and the gray of the winter sky, and the faint smell of approaching snow. The threat field showed nothing unusual in the 400-meter radius. Clean city baseline, the Bratislava contamination trace to the west fading incrementally with each passing day, nothing active in the immediate environment. He wrote in his log, *P30 identified in J. Valentine, Barcelona, December 2005. Carrier state confirmed. Counteragent development initiated. Detection via Survivor Apex at approximately 380 meters. Clear atmospheric conditions. He paused. Canonical timeline. Jill captured 2006. Actual timeline. P30 carrier state identified December 2005, 12 months early. The deviations are compounding and accelerating. The first mover advantage is narrowing in specific threat categories. Another pause. The advancement is not just a tactical upgrade. It is the specific capability required to find this specific threat in the specific window where intervention is still possible. If I had not been shot in Bratislava, the advancement would not have triggered. If the advancement had not triggered, the P30 carrier state would have developed for another 12 months before producing symptoms, by which point activation would have been operationally available to any umbrella successor with access to the signal protocol. Asterisk, he thought about the chain. The B cache he hadn't verified. The bullet that hadn't needed to find him. The new perception that had opened in the injury's aftermath. The signature in Barcelona on Tuesday morning, registering at 380 meters through autumn air over an international border. He did not write "everything happens for a reason." He was too precise for that, and he knew too many specific cases where things had happened for terrible reasons or no reason at all. He wrote, asterisk, the system advances when the threat is genuinely novel. The not knowing produced the encounter. The encounter produced the advancement. The advancement detected the threat in time. Asterisk, asterisk, document the failure modes. They are the mechanism. Asterisk, he closed the log. He opened the BSAA facility resurvey data and went back to work. There were 9 more sites on the active watch list. He wanted to have range assessments on all of them before the week was out. Chapter 91. All at once the enhanced operative came from a new direction. Not in terms of physical approach. Marcus had tracked him entering through the warehouse's north access door, with combat calculus running at passive output, flagged the elevated movement pattern that distinguished trained operative from standard civilian, classified the threat category in the first 4 seconds of presence. The new direction was biological. The operative's physical readings were wrong in the specific way that Mint Umbrella's successor network had been running enhancement work on field assets, and the enhancement was producing results that were not in any file Marcus had on their current capability set. Faster than standard human. Stronger. The reaction latency was compressed in a way that moved the operative outside the normal human performance parameters that combat calculus used as its baseline reference frame. He did not have time to recalibrate before the first exchange. The Lion Warehouse was a subsidiary intelligence follow-up, a distribution node flagged in a financial record that tracked back to 2 of the 14 confirmed post-dissolution subsidiaries. Marcus had come in for documentation and physical evidence collection, not confrontation. His survivor Apex sweep had returned clean on biological signature assessment before entry. The facility's intelligence classification was administrative. The administrative classification was wrong. The operative hit him from the doorway before Marcus finished his turn, a controlled strike to the solar plexus, the technique applied with abnormal force from a closing distance of 3 meters. The impact drove the air out and drove him to one knee. The concrete was cold and gritty through his trousers, and the ambient temperature of the warehouse, the dead cold of an unheated space in November, registered on his palms where he caught himself. The sound of the strike was still resolving in the warehouse's acoustic space when the operative was already closing the remaining distance for the follow-through. A second and a half. 3 things at once, all of them for the first time. Predator mode. He suppressed his own targeting signature, removing himself from the threat tracking system the operative's enhancement had presumably installed. The operative would have to reacquire visually rather than through the targeting mechanism that had allowed the initial approach without triggering Marcus's passive awareness sooner. Combat calculus. He mapped the operative's trajectory, the follow-through angle, the commitment point past which the technique could not be redirected without a full stop that would cost momentum. The overlay ran across all 6 variables in parallel, charting the operative's movement against Marcus's position in real time. The geometry of the next 2 seconds rendered as a continuous updating probability distribution. Crisis protocol, the deliberate initiation, not the involuntary crisis activation. The advancement had built the preparation mechanism into the capability structure, brief window of enhanced response, warmth before the shift, the physiological change that preceded the function by approximately 0.3 of a second. The previous attempts at running all 3 simultaneously had failed. Not catastrophically, no serious injuries, no failures that cost him operationally. Just the consistent degradation effect where each capability underperformed because the cognitive management load exceeded what the architecture could distribute. He had documented this in the operational log and filed it under calibration targets. What happened in the Lion Warehouse was different. The 3 capabilities ran in parallel, not in sequence, not with priority ordering, not with the degradation effect of competing for the same cognitive resources. Each one occupied a distinct channel of the biological architecture the CAP system had been constructing for 7 years, drawing on differentiated physiological systems that Marcus had never been aware of as differentiated until this moment, when they were all running at full output without drawing from each other. He was aware of all 3 simultaneously, the targeting suppression working on his presence, the 6-variable overlay charting the committed trajectory, the enhanced response window open and warm, and none of them required prioritization. The system was not running 3 tools. It was running one integrated function that had 3 visible components. He moved out of the follow-through path at an angle the operative's visual reacquisition could not account for in the available time window. Combat calculus identified 2 specific counterstrikes, joint and pressure point, vulnerabilities that the enhancement program had not addressed because enhancement programs never did, and he applied them with the precision the overview provided. The operative went down. For seconds of stillness. The survivor apex sweep showed nothing else in the building. He stood. His torso was going to be bruised in a way that would be inconvenient for the next 5 days. He noted this in the same register he noted operational conditions. Information for the debrief, not cause for alarm. He also noted the operative's biological profile, the enhancement signature his library did not have, which needed to be filed immediately as a new parameter in the subsidiary intelligence work. He bound the operative with cable from his kit and called the BSA liaison while he photographed the facility systematically. Line sight is not administrative, he said when Pereira picked up. I need an extraction team. I also need to flag a new enhancement profile in the biological library. The subsidiary network is producing results, and the performance envelope is outside what your field protocols are calibrated for. Are you injured? Bruised ribs. Functional. He photographed the central table. I also ran concurrent capability operation for the first time. All 3 primary systems, full output. The integration held. He paused, looking at the photograph of the table's contents. That changes the operational ceiling assessment for how I deploy. I'll document the full parameters in the brief. He wrote in the operational notes section, *7 years of development. The system was building toward this integration. I was not aware that was what it was building toward. He looked at that sentence for a while, then added, that is the recurring discovery with this mechanism. What appears to be separate capabilities developing sequentially is one integrated system revealing itself one component at a time. The sequence is not arbitrary. I have not understood the logic of the sequence until I could see the integration it was building toward. This is now visible. He filed the documentation. He waited for the extraction team. He sat on a packing crate with his back to the wall and all his perception running, the lion winter quiet outside the warehouse walls. Chapter 92, 1 Exit. Kendra had booked a 1-hour window between a flight from Washington and a connecting flight that left Geneva for Brussels at 21:15. Marcus registered the structure of this arrangement when she confirmed the meeting. Not enough time for the conversation to run long, enough time to have it properly. She had been deliberate about the window. He respected the deliberateness. She had the neutrality she maintained when she was preparing to deliver information she thought he might try to argue against. He had seen this expression in the Nevada quarantine camp in 1998, on the perimeter of the Elena rescue operation in 2003, across a dozen decision points across 7 years where she had information she intended to state as information rather than ask permission for. Government Accountability Office, she said, without preamble, the moment the coffee arrived. Oversight Unit for Biohazard Regulatory Compliance. 7-year appointment. They want me to lead the audit program for existing regulatory frameworks, the ones the Raccoon City inquiry identified as structurally insufficient. When did you receive the offer? 3 months ago. She said it with the specific evenness of someone who had been sitting with information for 3 months and had arrived at the conversation with the decision already made. I've run the analysis. The position is the right use of the work I've been building since the quarantine camp, the knowledge of how the compliance failures actually occur, the documentation methodology, the institutional relationships. All of it becomes more useful inside a formal authority structure than it does in the informal channel. She paused. Official. Paper trail. Formal authority to compel responses rather than building cases that land in my files. You're taking it, he said. I'm taking it. He looked at his coffee. The afternoon light was coming through the windows at the angle that made Geneva look like it had been designed for this quality of illumination. The lake was visible at the street's end, light breaking on the surface in the particular way it did in November, each fragment separate, none of them staying the same shape for more than a moment. He thought about what his honest position was. Not the operational impact. The handoff protocol existed, the government-side relationships could be rebuilt over 6 months, the network's continuity was solvable. He had been thinking about the operational impact since the moment she said Government Accountability Office, and the operational impact was not his honest position. His honest position was that Kendra had spent 7 years running a life shaped by his operational needs rather than her own, and the GAO appointment was a life she had chosen for herself. Work that would not have existed without the 7 years in the informal channel. Work that built its own institutional structure rather than serving someone else's. The oversight architecture she was going to audit was a direct consequence of the documentation he had been building since 1999, and she was the person who understood that documentation better than anyone alive, including him. She had earned this position in the specific way that meant the position was right for her. It's the right position, he said. The oversight architecture needs people inside it who understand the compliance failures from the ground level. Regulatory theory doesn't produce that understanding. 7 years of what you've been doing produces it. The GAO is going to be a different organization because you're in it. He held her gaze. I mean it without the operational qualifier. She looked at him for a moment with the specific attention of someone checking whether what they were hearing matched what was being meant. He held still and let her check. Handoff document, she said. The operational contacts, the government-side relationships, the file structure. I want to do the transition properly. I'll have it ready in a week. Thank you. She drank her tea. She had switched to tea 2 years ago, and he had noted it and never asked why. The scarring, she said. How much further does it go? He considered. The subdermal pattern was nearly symmetrical now, following the nerve and circulatory pathways across 9 advancements, visible above his collar and at his wrists and on the backs of his hands. 3 more tiers in the theoretical structure I've built from the system's behavior, he said. What they require, I don't know yet. The lion encounter produced the concurrent operation integration. That was the step I couldn't see coming. Will you be okay? He thought about the 3 capabilities running in parallel, the warehouse concrete cold under his palms, the moment when the architecture revealed what it had been building toward for 7 years. Yes, he said. She nodded. She looked like she believed him. He thought that her believing him was one of the things he had not known he was building toward until it was complete, the same way the lion integration had revealed itself as something the CAP system had been constructing all along. Her connecting flight left at 21:15. She caught it. Chapter 93. What Elena built. The Geneva Health Conference ran across 3 days in April. Elena Voss presented on the second afternoon, in a room that held 400 people and was at capacity by the time she reached the podium. Marcus sat in the second row as promised, with a program in his hands and the full text of the advanced copy already memorized, watching the room assemble itself around the work. Her presentation was 42 slides. He knew every number on every chart. That was not why he was in the second row. He was there because the work deserved to be witnessed by someone who understood its full provenance, from one federal report that had nearly been confiscated in a quarantine camp, through a storage facility in Colorado, and a barn in Montana, and 8 years of building institutional architecture in the gaps between crises, to a room of 400 public health professionals in Geneva who were receiving the data as established science. 2 incidents, both contained. She walked through the February Hungary case first, the unregistered facility in rural Pest County, the monitoring signal that had flagged 11 days before the first confirmed exposure in the surrounding civilian population. 11 days. He wrote that in his notebook margin and underlined it. The response protocol had been clean, the containment had been complete, and the people in the surrounding communities had spent that February doing ordinary February things without knowing that the alternative to the 11-day early detection was a regional outbreak event of the category that had stopped Raccoon City from being a theoretical example and made it an official congressional inquiry. He calculated the gap between the curves she was presenting. He updated the figures with the finalized data. He wrote the number in the margin, approximate median prevented mortalities from the Hungary case alone. He stared at the number for a moment. Then he wrote below it the number from the Rotterdam case. Then he added them together. The sum was the work. That was what the work looked like from this angle. She presented the Rotterdam case in 3 slides, clean and concise. The Port Authority liaison that one of her network contacts had established 18 months ago as a standard institutional engagement, the shipping container flagged before unloading, the biological materials identified and contained before any exposure event, contained before the incident existed. He thought about the conversation in Colorado when she had been rebuilding the federal report from memory, reconstructing each paragraph she could recall, working backward from conclusions to evidence, because the evidence files had been taken in the midnight seizure and the conclusions were all she had. He had been 3 days out of the quarantine camp, and she had not cried until he told her the copies were intact. And then she had cried from relief, unself-consciously, the way people cried when they had been holding something too long. She was not crying now. She was presenting data to 400 people, and the data was very good, and it was entirely hers. In the reception afterward, he found her near the coffee station with the specific sustained energy of a person who has done something well and is still running on the current of it. Second row, she said. The data was worth attending for. He meant it without any part of it being performance. The network architecture is the most sophisticated early warning system in the field. The adoption rate validates the design methodology. You realize that's your version of standing ovation. It's my version of accurate assessment, he said. Which is the same thing. She laughed. It was a real laugh, the kind that meant the reference was well-timed rather than obligatory. We have 3 more institutional adoption inquiries from European health bodies. If they go through, the monitoring coverage expands to include the Eastern European Transit Corridors, which is the highest-risk material movement zone, based on the Hungary case data. She looked at him with the directness she had developed across 8 years of working in his operational vicinity. I need the BSA facility watch list for cross-referencing. Can you clear it through Chris? Already flagged it this morning, he said. End of week. She nodded. She looked out at the room. 400 people, the assembled humanity of individuals trying to make better systems. And her expression was the one that had been developing since Colorado, the particular quality of a person who had built something real and knew what it was. Volume 17 needs a new section, he said. Invisible interventions. Outcomes that don't appear in the incident record because the incident didn't happen. That's the whole point, she said. Yes. Chapter 94. The long game. Chris Redfield spread the file across the Vienna safehouse table with the careful deliberateness of someone who had been thinking about how to have a conversation for a long time. 12 centimeters of documentation. He had assembled it across 8 months from 17 independent source confirmations across 3 intelligence networks. He had brought it physically rather than sending it electronically, which Marcus registered as a choice about the register of the conversation. Chris looked at the file. He looked at Marcus. He started twice and stopped twice. He was running the arithmetic of everything the file implied against everything Marcus had said and done in the past 8 years, trying to find the right entry point. Weskier, he said finally. Confirmed alive, confirmed enhanced, confirmed operational. The biological capability profile is outside anything I have a framework for. I know, Marcus said. Tell me what you know. The same directness Chris had been using since the RPD parking structure in 1998, since the Spencer Estate codes, since every moment across 8 years where the information Marcus had proved more complete than anyone else's. Marcus had been building toward this conversation since 1999, not dreading it. The dread had been processed and filed. With the specific readiness of something that has needed saying for a long time and has been waiting for the moment when the credibility existed to make it land. The compound umbrella deployed against Weskier at the Spencer Estate was designed to terminate him, he said. It did not terminate him. It initiated a development sequence. What you've been documenting for the past 8 months is that sequence's current expression. The terminal capability includes regeneration that makes standard ballistic intervention non-viable, strength and speed parameters outside the documented human performance range, and a longer-term objective. He paused. The objective is a global selection mechanism called Ouroboros, a delivery system designed to expose the global population to a compound that kills the biologically insufficient and preserves the biologically superior. Weskier's framework, which is internally coherent and not delusional, holds that humanity has reached a developmental ceiling and requires selection pressure to advance past it. Most humans die. A purified remainder continues. Chris was very still. How long, he said. The broad structure, since before Raccoon City. I have been building documentation toward the specific capability sets required to intervene in the terminal phase since 2001, when the first confirmed Weskier activity reports gave me enough to work with. He did not explain the mechanism of the foreknowledge. The mechanism was a different conversation for a different time. The canonical timeline I was working from put the Ouroboros deployment attempt approximately 5 years from now. Based on the deviations from that timeline that have been compounding since 1998, the actual deployment window may be earlier. I've been treating that window as the primary operational target since the BSA operation began structuring. 7 years, Chris said. You've been running a 7-year operation against a threat the BSA doesn't have a framework for yet. Yes. And you didn't tell me because, in 1999, when I was a suspended cop in a federal quarantine camp with 47 pages of documentation I couldn't get anyone to read, this information would have been treated as delusional. Accurately, because I had no supporting evidence and no institutional credibility. The 7 years of documented accurate predictions and verified intelligence is the mechanism that makes this information actionable now. He paused. I'm not apologizing for the timing. The timing was correct. I'm telling you now because now is when you can use it. Chris sat down slowly. He looked at the file on the table, the 17 source confirmations, the capability documentation, the biological profiles from field assessments. with different eyes than he had carried into the room. He was recategorizing the file's meaning in real time. "What do we need?" he said. Marcus opened the laptop. The capability gap analysis had been building since 2003, updated quarterly against every BSA structural development report from the liaison network. He turned the screen so Chris could see it. 5 years, he said. "If we build correctly, it's enough. I'll walk you through it." Chapter 95. 6 years. The left luggage locker at Lion Parash contained a USB drive in a water-resistant sleeve. Marcus carried it 50 meters to a cafe, ordered an espresso, and read the file on a laptop with the wireless physically disabled. The cafe was quiet in the way mid-morning Lion cafes were quiet. A few occupied tables, the sound of the espresso machine, the smell of flour from the boulangerie sharing the block. 14 folders. He opened them in sequence. The first 9 folders were the research documentation he had been expecting, Weskier's private theoretical work from the period when he was running his personal agenda inside Umbrella's infrastructure, building toward his eventual defection and whatever came after. Technical, philosophical, precise in the way that everything Weskier documented was precise. Nothing surprising. The 10th folder was labeled RPD Personnel Anomaly 1998. He read it slowly. Then he read it again. Then he set the laptop down on the cafe table and looked at the espresso he had not touched and thought about what he had just read. The folder contained one entry, a flagged record from the Raccoon City Police Department's quarterly personnel physicals, dated July 17, 1998. The RPD contracted its health services to an Umbrella-affiliated medical provider. The records passed through an administrative system that Weskier, through his SDRS liaison role, had routine access to. He queried personnel records flagged for biological anomaly as standard practice, looking for anything that deviated from baseline in ways his research interests found relevant. Marcus Cole's intake physical had been in the flagged queue since his first week on the force. Asterisk subject hashtag RPD 338 Cole M. Intake physical July 17, 1998. Attending Dr. Haskins. Nervous system readings. Atypical pattern in autonomic response calibration. Inconsistent with standard human baseline. Pattern consistent with either prior exposure to high-stress survival scenario producing permanent ANS restructuring, or rare genetic configuration with no documented precedent. No pathology. No recommended follow-up. WSW notation. Flag for long-term monitoring. Pattern is inconsistent with standard baseline. Probability of natural genetic variance. Low. Probability of prior cultivation exposure or external modification. Indeterminate. Of interest. Asterisk of interest. Marcus sat with that for a long time. The espresso went cold. The cafe moved around him in its ordinary mid-morning rhythm, unaware of anything. Weskier had known about him since July 1998. Not about the reincarnation. Not about the CAP mechanism or the soul fusion origin or the foreknowledge. About the biological anomaly, the atypical ANS readings that the prior occupant's body had carried, whatever history had been embedded in the physical architecture before Marcus arrived in it. Weskier had flagged it as of interest and had been waiting for 7 years for the monitoring record to give him something worth acting on. He thought about the do not terminate, acquire notation from CH80. He had received that notation as a response to his demonstrated operational capability, as Weskier updating his threat assessment after watching Marcus perform over several years. He had framed it as reactive. Weskier seeing what Marcus was capable of and deciding to acquire rather than terminate. It was not reactive. It was the current expression of a monitoring program that had started with a health physical 3 months before the Arklay outbreak. The patience Marcus had been attributing to Weskier's response to demonstrated capability was actually Weskier's fundamental operational style, identifying an anomaly, flagging it, waiting for the data to develop. He had been watched from before the story started. He wrote in his log, asterisk Weskier flagged my biological profile July 1998. Pre-outbreak. Pre-first advancement. Pre-anything demonstrated. The prior occupant's ANS readings were sufficient to register as anomalous to his monitoring system. Whatever embedded the atypical readings in this body's architecture, the prior occupant's history, their survival experiences, whatever produced the physical substrate that the CAP system developed on, Weskier identified it before I arrived in it. Asterisk he paused. Thought about the prior occupant. The person who had grown up in this body, who had taken the intake physical on July 17, 1998, who had never known that a flag had been appended to their health record by a man who would destroy Raccoon City 4 months later. He was watching me before I was here. He finished the espresso cold. It was bitter and slightly acidic, the way cold espresso was, and he noted the specific temperature and taste in the same register he noted operational conditions. because noting things precisely was what kept him accurate. The operational implication was this. Weskier's model of Marcus Cole was built from 7 years of observed output. He knew the capabilities Marcus had demonstrated. He did not know the source mechanism. He did not know about the soul fusion origin, the foreknowledge, the reason the CAP system was irreplicable without the specific condition that had killed the prior occupant of this body. His model was accurate about the what and wrong about the why, and the why was the part that made the capability impossible to extract. Weskier wanted to acquire Marcus because he believed what Marcus had demonstrated could be studied and reproduced. It could not. The mechanism was gone with the prior occupant. There was nothing in this body to extract that would produce the same result in another subject. He was patient. He had been patient for 7 years from the wrong position. He wrote to Ada Wong through the dead drop. Asterisk received. The CH-55 debt is fully discharged. The information was specific and accurate and materially changes the threat assessment. The balance is settled. Asterisk she responded 3 days later, as she always did. I know. He filed the USB content under Weskier, direct documentation in volume 17. He added the operational note. Then he added one more line at the bottom, because it was accurate and it needed to be in the record. Asterisk he has a 6-year head start on the model. I arrived with 7 years of foreknowledge. The score is not in his favor. Continue building. Asterisk he put the laptop in his bag. He walked out of the cafe into the gray lion afternoon, into a city that had no idea anything of consequence was happening, and the threat field showed clean in every direction for 400 meters, and he had work to do. Chapter 96. Saturation. He first noticed it in late summer, during a routine BSAA facility survey in Slovenia. The survivor apex perception was running at its standard passive output when he became aware of something he had not been aware of before, not a new threat, not a new signature in the environment, but a new quality in the perception itself. A kind of pressure at the system's edge, like a container that has been steadily filling and has reached the point where the fill level is visible from the outside for the first time. He stood on a hillside above the facility in question, the binoculars unnecessary because the survivor apex was giving him everything he needed at 800 meters, and he ran a diagnostic that wasn't really a diagnostic because the CAP system did not come with diagnostics. It came with the phenomenology of whatever it was doing, which he had been learning to read across 9 advancements and 8 years. What he read was saturation, not malfunction, not degradation, something more like the end of an accumulation phase. The system had been processing 8 years of exposure data. Every umbrella biological encounter from the Cerberus in the Arklay Hills to the lion-enhanced operative to the passive contamination traces he had been cataloging across European facilities for the past year, and had reached some internal threshold that he could feel but could not calculate. He wrote in his log that evening, in the Vienna safe house, while the late summer sun came through the window and laid a specific quality of light across the floor that was different from the spring and winter qualities, more direct, warmer. Asterisk I've been exposed to enough umbrella-engineered biological material over enough time and enough variety of threat contexts that the CAP system has hit what I can only describe as a saturation point. Each previous advancement responded to a specific novel threat type. This is different. It doesn't feel like a response to anything I can identify as the triggering input. It feels like a consequence of the full accumulated record. Asterisk. He paused. Then, asterisk the next advancement will be qualitatively different from the previous 9. I know this because the sensation is different. It is not the pre-advancement tension that precedes survival encounters, the tightening that I have learned to recognize as the system preparing for a restructuring event. It is more like the system already in process, already restructuring, slowly, without a specific triggering event. Asterisk he thought about this for a while. Asterisk I cannot predict what the next tier will produce. This is one of a small number of facts about my own biology that I cannot currently calculate. The previous 9 advancements each addressed a specific gap in my operational capability. Instinct awakening filled the awareness gap, threat lock filled the tracking gap, muscle recall filled the technique gap, and so on through survivor apex filling the detection gap. The pattern is a system building toward an integrated whole. The 0 patient tier, which I am naming provisionally before I know what it does, will presumably complete that integration in some way. Asterisk what I know. It is coming. I cannot accelerate it. I cannot predict its form. I can document the precursor state and compare it against the eventual outcome. Asterisk he closed the log and ran the survivor apex sweep again, more slowly, attending to the pressure at the system's edge. It was there. Constant. Patient. The way something building toward a threshold always felt. Not urgent, not imminent, but inevitable in the way that physics was inevitable. The process was running on its own schedule. He added to the file he kept on his own capability trajectory, under the new section heading, Zero Patient Precursor. He noted the date, the Slovenia survey context, the subjective qualities of the precursor state. Then he went back to work. The zero patient tier would complete when it completed. In the meantime, there were 8 active subsidiaries on the watch list, a congressional inquiry hearing scheduled for October, and a communication from Annette Birkin in the dead drop that had been waiting for him since Tuesday. He read Annette's communication last. She had completed her non-viral enhancement theory. She was preparing to publish. She wanted to discuss the timeline. He wrote her back, *3 days. Vienna or Brussels, your preference. She replied in 4 hours. Vienna. Thursday. He filed the exchange under Birkin, ongoing in volume 17, and noted, she is not asking permission. She is giving me notice. This is consistent with her established behavior pattern and with her right to publish her own research. The conversation will be about timing, not about whether. He ran the Slovenia documentation review for the next 2 hours. The saturation pressure was constant at the system's edge. He noted it and kept working. Chapter 97. The 6-month argument. Annette Birkin arrived in Vienna on Thursday morning looking the way she always arrived. Precise, unhurried, carrying the specific authority of a scientist who had been doing consequential work without institutional support for 8 years and had developed a self-possession that did not require institutional validation. She had not aged in any conventional sense. She had settled, the way certain people settled into their work over time. She sat across from Marcus in the safe house kitchen, declined coffee, and put a bound manuscript on the table between them. The non-viral enhancement theory is complete, she said. Peer-reviewed. I have 3 journals prepared to publish, and I've had the theoretical framework externally validated by 2 independent researchers who have no connection to Umbrella or any successor organization. She looked at him with the directness she had been refining since 1998. I'm publishing in 6 weeks. He had read her advance copy 9 days ago, when she had sent it through the dead drop as professional courtesy. He had read it twice. He knew exactly what it contained and exactly what its publication would produce. Who are the external validators? He asked. She named them. Both credible, both outside any umbrella-adjacent research network, both with clean institutional standing. She had done the work properly. The theoretical framework is sound, he said. I know. If you publish, every major bioweapons program in the world will read the framework as an existence proof for enhanced human soldiers without viral delivery vectors. He said this without accusation. It was a projection, not a critique. The attempt to replicate your results will fail because the source mechanism is not in your framework. I gave you the blood and tissue data, and you've acknowledged in the publication that the replication pathway requires an unknown variable. But the attempt will happen anyway, and the attempt will kill people. I know that too, she said. I've modeled the secondary effects. The replication attempts will fail in approximately 3 to 4 years, at which point the research community will have the empirical data confirming the unknown variable is not addressable through standard biological science. She paused. The alternative is suppressing accurate scientific knowledge indefinitely. That is not a choice I can make. The biological enhancement pathway is real. The scientific record requires it to be documented. I'm not asking you to suppress it. Then what are you asking? 6 months, he said. She looked at him with the specific look she had been developing for 8 years when he said things that required context she didn't have. Why 6 months? Because in 6 months, Weskier's program will have been fully exposed and the BSA operation will have concluded the primary intervention phase. He held her gaze. The primary application that every bioweapons program will reach for when they read your framework is the one that Weskier has already built toward, a selection mechanism using biological enhancement as the design principle. If your framework publishes while Weskier's program is still operational and the nature of the program is not in the public record, your research lands in a world where the most capable potential application is actively in development and classified. If it publishes after the Weskier program has been publicly exposed and neutralized, it lands in a world where the primary cautionary example of the application has already been documented and is part of the scientific and regulatory record. Annette was quiet for a moment. She looked at the manuscript on the table. You're describing a timing optimization, not a suppression, she said. Yes. You're also asking me to delay my publication on the basis of your prediction that Weskier's program will be neutralized in 6 months. She paused. Your prediction track record over 8 years is 17 documented accurate instances. I have the list. Another pause. That's a better track record than most intelligence assessments and better than most scientific projections. I know. 6 months, she said. It was not agreement. It was a calculation being run aloud. 6 months, he confirmed. I am not going to tell you what to do. I'm giving you the argument and the specific timeline and the reason the timing matters. The decision is yours. She looked at the manuscript. She looked at him. He had the feeling, which he had developed over 8 years of these specific conversations with Annette Birkin, that she was running a version of his own exit calculation, counting paths, assessing probabilities, looking for the one that ended with the best outcome for the science and the world it would land in. 6 months, she said. If Weskier's program is not publicly exposed and the BSA operation is not in its conclusion phase in 6 months, I publish regardless. Agreed. She stood. She picked up the manuscript. This costs me professionally, she said. The journals have committed. The external validators are expecting publication. I will have to manage the delay. I know. I'm sorry for the professional cost. She looked at him as if she was deciding whether to acknowledge that the apology was genuine. She decided it was. She nodded once, and she left. He added to volume 17. Birkin agrees to 6-month publication delay. Condition: Weskier program neutralized and publicly exposed within the window. Her decision is based on tactical optimization, not trust. This is appropriate. Trust is not what the argument required. The argument required her to run the calculation. She ran it correctly. Chapter 98. The cost of caution: the 6 months cost her exactly as much as she had said it would cost her. Marcus tracked this because he tracked everything, and because the obligation to document the cost of decisions he had influenced was part of the operational integrity he had maintained since the South America failure. Annette Birkin's publication delay was not neutral. It had consequences that he had asked her to accept for tactical reasons, and those consequences deserved to be in the record. The first journal withdrew when she asked to push the publication timeline. She managed it as a professional disagreement. Delays happen in science. No hard feelings. But the relationship with that journal's editorial board was cooler afterward in the specific way that professional relationships cooled when one party perceived the other as having made a decision that did not respect the journal's operational commitments. The second external validator began asking questions she was not yet prepared to answer about the delay's basis. She managed this by citing ongoing peer review revisions, which was not false. She continued refining the manuscript during the 6 months, but it was not the full answer, and she was precise enough to be aware of the difference between the partial truth and the whole one. 3 months into the delay, a competing researcher in France published a partial framework for stress-induced biological adaptation that did not include Annette's full theoretical development, but covered enough of the same ground that the originality argument for her work would be slightly weaker in 6 months than it had been when she agreed to wait. Marcus read the French paper when it appeared. He noted it in the record under Birkin, collateral costs. He wrote, the French framework is incomplete and will not produce the same regulatory and scientific impact as Birkin's full theory. The priority question will be a footnote in the eventual reception of her work. But the cost is real, and it is a consequence of the delay I asked for. He did not contact her during the 6 months except through the standard dead drop for operational updates. She did not contact him. On the 6th month mark, 4 days after the BSA's preliminary Ouroboros intervention had produced the first public reporting, Harlow's publication, 3 other independent outlets that had been working the Weskier-adjacent documentation for months, and a congressional inquiry request that was already being processed, Annette sent a message through the dead drop. The message said, submitting this week. Your timeline held. He wrote back. I know. Thank you. She wrote back. 2 days later. Do not thank me. I ran the calculation. The calculation was correct. This is how science is supposed to work. He filed the exchange in the record. He added a note. She is not converted. She will never operate from trust rather than calculation. This is appropriate. The calculation is more reliable than the trust would be. I am not trying to be trusted. I am trying to be correctly evaluated. She has been correctly evaluating me for 8 years. That is what the working relationship requires and what it has consistently produced. He thought about the 18 subjects who were not in a trial that had not happened, the replication attempts that would now fail in the context of a fully documented cautionary example rather than in the context of an active Weskier program that could have used any failed replication as a testing ground. He added these to the Invisible Interventions section of Volume 17. Chapter 99. The shape of a mature operation 8 years in. The thing Marcus had built did not have a name. The BSAA had a name, a charter, an international mandate, and a growing operational capability that Chris and Jill and the network of SDRS survivors and successor generation operators had been building since 2002. That was the official structure. Marcus's operation was not that. It was the thing that operated in the gaps the BSA could not reach legally. The intelligence work, the informal network, the documentation archive, the relationships that existed outside institutional channels because the people in them had started outside institutional channels and some of them had never gone back. He thought about its shape during a November evening in Geneva, sitting at the table in the safe house where he had been working since 2003, with the city moving outside the window in its November way. Chris knew about the operation. He had known since the BSA formation discussions, when Marcus had declined the consultant role and explained why. The scarring, the liability, the specific way that visible biological non-standard humanity made you a target that institutions could not afford to be affiliated with. Chris had accepted the explanation and had been routing intelligence through the informal channel for 3 years. Jill knew about it in the specific way Jill knew everything Marcus told her. Completely, with the particular attention she gave to information that she intended to use. She had been routing Nemesis-related data through his operation since the P-30 incident, a professional reciprocity that had developed without either of them formally establishing it. Leon knew about it in the way a government agent knew about things that were technically outside his mandate, with plausible deniability maintained on both sides and a functional exchange of information that benefited both operations. The protocol was 8 years old and had never required renegotiation. Ada used it occasionally without acknowledgement, which was consistent with Ada's entire operational methodology since CH-55's debt exchange. She had delivered 3 items through the network in the past 2 years, none of them with explanations, all of them accurate and actionable. He had used all 3. The account between them was whatever Ada calculated it to be, and he had long since stopped trying to track the balance himself. Elena had connected the public health surveillance network to his operations biological intelligence feed 18 months ago, establishing a bidirectional data exchange that gave her network access to the BSA's facility watch list and gave his operation access to Elena's early warning monitoring data. The exchange had already produced 2 early identifications of subsidiary connected biological activity that the BSA had been able to respond to before outbreak conditions developed. Harlow's publication was a permanent relationship. 6 years, 22 specific disclosures, 17 articles that had contributed to the Raccoon City inquiry and the Westgear documentation. His publication was now institutional enough to have a legal team and an editorial board and an archive access agreement with 3 universities. Simmons was constrained. He was still alive, still professionally functional, still managing the damage from the Raccoon City cover-up's partial exposure in ways that occupied most of his operational bandwidth. The mutual constraint arrangement from CH-79 had held for 6 years without renegotiation. 8 years of building, and the thing he had built was a set of relationships that existed because they worked. No charter, no institutional mandate, no letterhead, just the accumulated credibility of a documented track record and the functional network of people who had chosen to operate adjacent to it. He wrote in his log, "The operation's maturity is visible from the fact that it has survived the departure of Kendra, the death of Pauline, the formalization of the BSA, the congressional inquiry's partial resolution, and 8 years of umbrella successor activity. None of those changes required restructuring the operation's fundamental function. The function was never about structure. It was about capability and relationship and the accumulated documentation that makes capability and relationship trustworthy." He paused. The question Leon asked in the outline, why I have kept myself out of the institutional architecture, is worth documenting honestly. 2 reasons. The scarring makes formal institutional affiliation a liability for any institution I'm affiliated with, and I am genuinely better suited to the gap function than to the charter function. The BSAA is the right institution. I am not an institution. I am the thing that operates where institutions can't. He closed the log. Outside, the Geneva evening was moving through its ordinary November rhythms. Trams, pedestrians, the specific quality of light that a northern European city produced in late autumn when the day ended at 4 o'clock and the lights came on early. He opened the Westgear watch file. The saturation precursor was still building at the system's edge. Steady and inevitable, like all things building toward thresholds. Westgear was moving. He could feel it in the data even before Ada's next delivery. Chapter 100, Volume 18. Ada Wong's delivery came on a Thursday in December through the Zurich dead drop, in the standard format, a USB drive, water-resistant sleeve, no accompanying note. He read it on the locked laptop in the Geneva safe house while the winter evening settled outside the window, the lake invisible in the dark. The intercepted communication was from Westgear to a subordinate in what the file identified as the Ouroboros preparation network. 14 words. Acquire coal before the end stage. He is the proof of concept. Asterisk Marcus read it once. Read it again. Set the laptop on the table. He had known the Ouroboros operation was activating. He had known it for 5 years as a canonical certainty and for 3 years as a current intelligence assessment. He had been watching the preparation indicators build across 4 continents, running the BSA capability gap analysis quarterly, briefing Chris on the timeline. This was not a surprise. He had literally built the documentation toward this moment. What he had not built documentation toward was the specific notation, the proof of concept, because the canonical version of this event did not include him as a variable. In RE5 canon, Marcus Cole did not exist. The acquisition instruction in this version of events was a consequence of his 8-year operational presence in a story that had not been designed to contain him. He sat with this for a long time. Then he opened his laptop and called Chris Redfield. "The Ouroboros preparation is active," he said, when Chris picked up. "I have a confirmed communication from Weskier to a subordinate indicating the end-stage timeline. I also have a specific acquisition instruction that relates to me personally. I'm sending you the file. How long do we have? Based on the preparatory indicator timeline I've been tracking, the deployment window opens in approximately 6 months." He was already composing the BSA brief in a secondary document. "The specific trigger I've been monitoring for is the finalization of the delivery mechanism's distribution network. The July indicators I flagged in the CH-94 briefing have been developing on the projected trajectory. The acquisition instruction is consistent with Weskier wanting me available before the deployment. He believes my biology is a proof of concept for his enhancement thesis. He wants you to survive it. He wants to study me after it. Different thing." Marcus paused. "The full briefing is in the file I'm sending. I need you to have the BSA's strike capability positioned on the 4 primary distribution network nodes by February. I also need the secondary neutralization team on standby for the 17 supporting delivery mechanisms Elena's network has been monitoring. We've been building toward this for 3 years. Yes. Now we're in the window." He paused. "I'm also filing Volume 18 of the evidence archive with Harlow tonight. Preposition documentation with a scheduled release timer. 47 pages of the Ouroboros preparation evidence, structured for public comprehension rather than technical audience. The release timer is 6 months. If the operation concludes successfully and I'm able to cancel the timer, I'll cancel it. If the operation does not conclude successfully, the documentation releases automatically." "Yes." He paused. "The world needs to know what was prepared against it regardless of the outcome. Volume 18 is the mechanism for that." He heard Chris breathing on the other end of the call. Not anxious, working, processing the operational picture, running his own calculations. "I'll have the strike teams positioned by January," Chris said. "What do you need from me directly?" "A commitment that Jill is fully cleared of the P-30 carrier state before any operation begins. She cannot run the strike team if there's any residual compound in her system. Medical confirmed clean 6 months ago. She's been running clean since." "Good." Marcus compiled the BSAA brief, checked it against the capability gap analysis, sent it. "I'll be in Geneva through January. Send the coordination requests through the standard channel." He paused. "Chris, this is what the 8 years built toward. The BSAA has what it needs. The documentation record is complete. The network is in position. Are you worried?" Marcus counted exits. He counted the BSAA strike capability, the 17 secondary neutralization teams, Elena's surveillance network, Leon's government-side assets, the 47 pages with Harlow, the zero-patient precursor building at his system's edge. He counted the 6-year monitoring program Weskier had been running, the proof-of-concept notation, the specific patients of a man who had been watching him since a routine health physical in 1998. "I'm prepared," he said. He filed Volume 18 with Harlow at 22:43 local time, on a Thursday in December, with the release timer set for 6 months. He wrote in his log, * Volume 18 filed. Release timer running. The operation begins in the window. * Then he added, because it was accurate and it needed to be in the record. * Weskier has been waiting for this since July 1998. I have been preparing for this since September 1998. He has a 6-year head start on the acquisition timeline. I have 8 years of documentation and a building that did not exist when I arrived in it. * 1 exit from this arc. It leads forward. * Begin. Chapter 101, What Weskier Wants. The briefing Marcus built for Chris was 43 pages long, and he had been building it since 2001, adding to it quarterly as new data confirmed or refined the canonical projection. He had known the shape of the Ouroboros plan from the beginning, the RE5 foreknowledge that he had arrived with, intact and specific, The memory of a game's narrative played out against the context of a world that had diverged from that narrative in hundreds of small ways across 8 years. But the 43 pages were not about RE5 canon. They were about what the evidence record confirmed, cross-referenced against the canonical framework, stripped of the parts the canonical framework had gotten wrong, because the canonical framework didn't account for Marcus Cole. He sat with the document on a January morning in Geneva, making the final revisions before the BSAA briefing, and he went through what he knew with the specific attention he gave to things that were about to become operational. Weskier's plan, as the evidence record confirmed it, a compound called Ouroboros, derived from the progenitor virus through a modification pathway that Annette Birkin had been partially mapping for 5 years. The compound was a selection mechanism. Exposure to Ouroboros killed 94% of the human population and activated latent biological potential in the remaining 6%. The 6% who survived would be, in Weskier's framework, the proof that humanity had a future. The 94% were the cost of that future. The delivery mechanism was global. Aerial dispersal across major population centers, reaching survivable atmospheric concentration within 72 hours of initial deployment. The logistics were complex. The preparation had been underway for 4 years. Marcus knew all of this from RE5 canon. The evidence record confirmed most of it and gave him specifics the canon had not included. Exact facility locations, personnel networks, funding chains, the specific variants of the delivery mechanism that Weskier had developed in parallel to account for different atmospheric conditions across hemispheres. What the evidence record also confirmed was the notation from Ada's December delivery. *acquire Cole before the end stage. He is the proof of concept. He wrote about this in the briefing document. In the section labeled Weskier's specific interest in the CAP system, Weskier's documented interest in my biology predates the Ouroboros preparation by 7 years. He first flagged my biological profile in July 1998 from routine RPD personnel health records. His current interest, based on the evidence record, is that my CAP advancement system represents what he calls the alternative proof, evidence that biological enhancement without viral selection is possible. His theoretical framework for Ouroboros is that viral selection is necessary because humans cannot self-direct their own advancement. My existence is evidence against this thesis. He wants to study whether the CAP mechanism can be separated from its origin condition and applied to the Ouroboros survivors, enhancing the 6% who survived the selection event through a non-viral mechanism that he believes my biology demonstrates is possible. He is wrong that the mechanism is separable from the origin condition. He does not know he is wrong. His model is built from observed output rather than from the actual mechanism. This is operationally significant. He will maintain his acquisition posture rather than an elimination posture for the duration of the operation, because he still believes the source mechanism can be extracted and studied. This gives us a tactical advantage. He will not move to eliminate. He will move to acquire. The acquisition posture is predictable in ways the elimination posture is not. He sent the full 43 pages to Chris. He sent the summary document to the BSAA liaison. He went to the window and looked at the Geneva lake in the January cold. Ice at the edges, the center still dark water, the Alps visible on clear days and invisible today behind a gray overcast. He thought about the 6%, 94% of the population of the Earth. He did not let himself think about this in aggregate. The number was too large to process as anything except arithmetic. He thought about specific people. Kendra in Washington, Elena presenting in Geneva, Chris running the BSAA operations, Leon in whatever government facility he was currently working from. He thought about the prior occupant of this body, who had taken a health physical in 1998 and had a flag appended to his record by the man who was now preparing to end most of the world. He turned away from the window and went back to work. The briefing was complete. The operation was beginning. The saturation pressure was constant at the system's edge, 0 patient building, the final tier before whatever came after. He counted exits. This chapter of the arc had 1 exit. It led forward. Chapter 102. Integration. The 0 patient advancement did not have a triggering event. He had been expecting one. Every previous advancement had required a specific survival encounter, a genuine novel threat that the existing system did not have a response to, forcing the CAP into emergency restructuring. Cerberus in the Arklay Hills. The Nest automated defense. The enhanced umbrella operatives. A specific threat, a specific need, and the system's response to the gap between them. What happened in February instead was that the saturation process completed. He became aware of it on a Tuesday morning, sitting in the Vienna safe house with a cup of coffee going warm in his hands, Working through the facility watch list resurvey data. No threat. No survival encounter. Just the quiet of a February morning and the specific sensation of something completing a process that had been running for months without his conscious involvement. The way it felt, all at once and also very gradually, like a long piece of music reaching its final chord, not the chord itself as a surprise, but the resolution of something that had been building toward that specific harmonic conclusion since the first note. The capabilities were not switching on. They were already on. All of them. Simultaneously. Running at sustainable output levels without cognitive management. Without the switching cost that had characterized his operation of the system since the first advancement. Without the priority decisions that he had been making between capabilities for 8 years. Instinct awakening, threat lock, muscle recall, adrenaline architecture, bioread, combat calculus, adaptation core, predator mode, survivor apex. All of them running continuously, drawing on their differentiated biological channels, not competing, not degrading. He sat with this for a long time. The sensation was not power. It was more like standing in a room where the light was finally bright enough to see all the walls at the same time. He had been operating in a space where he could illuminate different corners by directing his attention to them, and the corners had been getting larger with each advancement, and now there was no directing required because all of it was simply visible. He looked at the room he was sitting in, kitchen table, laptop, coffee going warm, the Vienna street outside the window with its morning traffic. He looked at it with all 9 capability channels running simultaneously, and the room was not more dramatic than it had been a minute ago. It was not more threatening, or more interesting, or more anything. It was just completely present to him in a way that the room had never been before. He thought about what this meant for the Ouroboros operation. The concurrent capability run in Lion had been the first hint of what the system was building toward. 3 capabilities running in parallel, each drawing on differentiated channels, the degradation effect absent. The zero-patient integration was the completion of that build. Not 3 capabilities, but 9, not in parallel, but in full concurrent operation. The subdermal scarring had finalized its pattern during the saturation process. He became aware of this through sensation rather than observation. The specific warmth of the cellular restructuring completing along pathways that had been developing since the first advancement. He went to the bathroom mirror and looked. The pattern was symmetrical. Completely symmetrical. In a way the developing pattern had not been at any previous stage. Bilateral along the spine, tracing the nerve pathways across the shoulder blades and down the arms. The circulatory restructuring visible at the wrists and the pulse points at the throat. Complex. Not random. Structured. With an internal logic that he had been unable to see while the pattern was still developing. He wrote in his log, *0 patient advancement completed, February 2006. No triggering event, saturation process completion. The system integrated all previous advancements simultaneously. No switching cost. No priority decisions required. All 9 channels running at sustainable output. He paused. Then, the scarring pattern is complete. Looking at it, I understand that the pattern is not a record of what I have survived. It is the architecture of what I have become. Each advancement left its mark in the specific pathway that advancement restructured. The complete pattern is the complete restructuring. The body that survived the Arklay Hills is not this body. The body that runs all 9 channels simultaneously at sustainable output is. He drank the coffee, which had gone lukewarm. It was fine. He was fine. He had work to do. Chapter 103. The reversal. Annette Birkin's intelligence contact was a woman in the BSA's Barcelona medical facility who had been recruited by the same intermediary network that Annette had been using since the quarantine camp. The contact had no knowledge of Marcus specifically. She was reporting to Annette on BSA medical anomalies as a standard intelligence function. The anomaly she reported in February was that a consultant who had been attending BSA briefings in Vienna had produced biological readings that the standard medical screening equipment flagged and then could not classify. Annette received this report on a Thursday. By Friday, she had cross-referenced it against the data Marcus had provided in December, the blood sample, the tissue sample, the documented interview about the subjective experience of advancement sequences. By Saturday, she was on a train to Vienna. She did not message ahead. She arrived at the safe house address, which she had had since 2003 for operational communication purposes, and knocked on the door. He opened it. He looked at her. She looked at the scarring pattern visible above his collar and at the backs of his hands, and she was very still for a moment. The Barcelona report, he said. Yes. She came in without being invited, which was consistent with every interaction he had had with her since the Nevada quarantine camp. She sat at the kitchen table. He made coffee that she accepted this time, which was unusual. He sat across from her. He waited. The BSA equipment couldn't classify the readings because the readings don't match any existing biological classification system, she said. I cross-referenced them against the December data you provided. She was looking at him with the specific focus of a scientist who has observed something that is not consistent with their model and is updating the model in real time. The December tissue sample showed a developmental process in progress. The February readings show the process completed. She paused. The integration is not replicable through any enhancement program I can design. I know this because I've been designing enhancement programs for 8 years, and the architecture I'm seeing is not the output of any design I can run. He said nothing. He waited. You were right about the mechanism, she said. Not that I can verify the soul pattern fusion explanation. I cannot, and I won't pretend I can. But the functional conclusion is the same. The integration requires an origin condition that is not present in ordinary subjects and cannot be introduced through any standard biological intervention. She looked at her coffee. I'm closing the non-viral enhancement research program. I know. She looked up. You knew I was coming. I knew the February readings would produce this conversation when they were reported to you. He paused. I didn't know the exact timing, but I knew you would follow the data correctly. She was quiet for a moment. I am not going to apologize, she said. I'm not asking for an apology. I was trying to build something good, she said. The non-viral enhancement pathway. If it worked, it meant the end of viral weaponization as a military option. It meant enhancement that didn't require Umbrella's approach. I was trying to build an alternative. She paused. The alternative requires your specific impossible origin condition. It doesn't exist as a replicable pathway. You built the theoretical framework, he said. That's not nothing. The framework is incomplete because the source mechanism is unknown, and that incompleteness is in the publication. When it lands in the world, it lands with the honest acknowledgement of what it doesn't understand. That's how science is supposed to work. She looked at him with the expression he had learned to read as you are correct, and I am deciding whether that's satisfying. She appeared to decide it was. The Ouroboros mechanism, she said. I have 5 years of progenitor-adjacent research. If it would be useful to the BSA operation, I can provide a technical analysis of the delivery mechanism's vulnerability points. She paused. That's not an apology. It's an offer. It's useful, he said. Thank you. She drank her coffee. Outside, the Vienna morning was gray and cold and ordinary. He thought about the 9 capabilities running simultaneously in the background, the completed scarring pattern, the specific shape of what the 8 years had built toward. Send the technical analysis to the BSA liaison directly, he said. Copy me. I'll integrate it with the operation plan. She nodded. She left without ceremony, the way she had arrived. He added to volume 18. Birkin reversal confirmed. Research program closing. Technical analysis of Ouroboros mechanism incoming. The 8-year arc of that relationship has concluded correctly. Chapter 104. 8 months early, the BSA operation identified the Ouroboros delivery mechanism on a Thursday in March, 8 months ahead of the canonical RE5 timeline. Using a combination of Marcus's foreknowledge framework and Annette Birkin's technical analysis of the progenitor variant pathway. What the identification produced was not celebration. What it produced was the specific, focused work of people who had found their target 8 months early and knew they would not get a better window. Marcus built the operation plan across a 2-week period, running it against every deviation from canonical timeline that he had been tracking since 1998. The RE5 canon had a volcanic endgame because the BSA operation in the canonical timeline did not have 8 months of advanced preparation. The canonical operation was reactive, responding to Weskier after the delivery mechanism was already in final preparation. The operation they were building now was preventive. He sat with Chris and Jill in the Geneva safe house on the first Tuesday of April and walked them through the full document. The canonical approach, he said, was 2 people running into a volcano because the operation had no other options left. That's what happens when the intelligence arrives on the day of deployment. He turned the laptop screen so they could see the timeline. We have the Ouroboros delivery hub locations, 4 primary, confirmed. 17 secondary distribution nodes. The financial infrastructure supporting the preparation, which is already documented and ready for regulatory filing the moment the operation concludes. He paused. We also have Annette Birkin's technical analysis of the compound's delivery mechanism vulnerability points, which gives us a specific interdiction approach that doesn't require destroying the entire facility infrastructure. What does that change? Jill asked. It changes the survival math. In the canonical timeline, the endgame required destroying the delivery mechanism in a scenario where the secondary option was the end of most of humanity. That's a different calculus than an operation where we can interdict the mechanism before it reaches final deployment. with 8 months to build the intervention architecture. He paused. It means the operation can be designed for success rather than for acceptable loss levels. Chris was looking at the location data for the primary delivery hubs. How confident are you in these coordinates? Cross-referenced against 3 independent intelligence streams, Annette's technical analysis, and the financial infrastructure documentation. 91% confidence on the primary hubs. 78% on 3 of the 17 secondary nodes. He pointed to the specific nodes he had marked with lower confidence. Those 3 need additional intelligence verification before the strike teams commit to entry. The other 14 are solid. You've been building this for years, Jill said. She was not saying this with surprise. She had known the operation was coming, had been in the network long enough to understand its trajectory. She was saying it with the specific attention of a person who was looking at the full scope of a thing and recognizing its shape. Since 1999, he said, the foreknowledge gave me the framework. 8 years of deviation tracking gave me the specific architecture that accounts for how the canonical timeline already diverged. This version of the operation is better than what RE5 Canon produced because it accounts for all the ways my presence changed the situation. He paused. I've been building it longer than the BSAA has existed. It's yours now. He said this last sentence with the specific flatness of a person handing over something they have been responsible for and releasing the responsibility correctly. The plan was his. The execution was theirs. That was the correct division. Chris looked at him. Are you running the primary hubs? Parallel operations targeting the financial and intelligence infrastructure. The strike teams go in clean. I'm running the outside architecture to make sure the documentation survives the operation regardless of its outcome. He paused. I'm also the known acquisition target. Weskier will keep some of his operational capacity pointed at me throughout the primary operation. That's a capability diversion that helps your strike teams. You're using yourself as a decoy. I'm using the known tactical fact that he will not direct an elimination response at me. He wants me alive. The acquisition posture is predictable. He paused. I'll be fine. I have a full concurrent capability set running, and the zero-patient integration produces operational parameters that the enhanced operatives he's been deploying cannot match. He paused. File this conversation under Marcus saying I'll be fine before something difficult. Jill said. I'm going to hold you to the fine part. Noted, he said. Chapter 105. The acquisition attempt. They came on a Wednesday night in April to the Vienna safe house, which he had maintained as his known operational base, because a known target at a known location was more controllable than a moving target that acquisition teams had to chase through populated areas. For operatives, 2 with bioweapon delivery capability, the same enhanced profile he had documented in Lion, plus a variant he had not seen before, with a biological signature that Survivor Apex flagged as an umbrella-engineered vector designed for rapid incapacitation rather than lethality. They wanted him alive and transportable. He had cleared the safe house of everything that couldn't be rebuilt. He had spent the afternoon preparing because the threat field had been showing elevated indicators for 4 days. Not specific enough to know the method, specific enough to know it was coming. The zero-patient integration gave him all 9 channels running continuously, and all 9 channels had been reporting elevated environmental tension for 4 days. They came through the building's service entrance at 2:17 a.m. He was sitting at the kitchen table when they entered. He had left the lights on. The first operative through the door saw him sitting there and stopped. That half-second hesitation was genuine. They had been prepared for a sleeping subject or a subject in motion, not a subject already oriented toward the door. He counted. For operatives, 2 with bioweapon delivery, 2 with conventional tactical equipment. Room, 1 entrance door, 1 window with 3-floor drop to the street, 1 interior door to the building hallway. The service entrance was the route they had come in. The interior hallway was the exit he had prepared. He said, I count 1 exit from this encounter that ends with all of you walking out. He stood from the table. It's the same one you came in through. I'm documenting this encounter. The documentation will be filed with 3 separate legal venues before morning. You have 20 seconds to make the exit decision. The first operative made the assessment. The scarring pattern visible on Marcus's hands and at his throat. The specific quality of attention that 9 integrated capability channels produced in a person who had been running them continuously for 2 months. The safe house that was empty of anything except the man they had come for, and concluded that the target was prepared. He told his team to engage. The engagement lasted 40 seconds. The outcome was the operatives on the floor and Marcus at the service entrance with photographs of all 4, documentation of the bioweapon delivery systems, and a sample of the rapid incapacitation vector in a sealed evidence container. He was not captured. He was not seriously injured. 2 impacts that the cellular repair system processed without requiring recovery time. the zero-patient integration running at the level that meant the physical damage was metabolized in real time rather than queued. He filed the documentation with 3 legal venues before 0400. He sent a copy to Weskier through the same intermediary channel Ada had been using for 6 years. He included a handwritten note. Asterisk, I count 1 exit from your current trajectory. The evidence trail I have built is the mechanism. You know this. Asterisk. He wrote in the operational log. Asterisk acquisition attempt April 2006. For operatives. New bioweapon vector documented. Incapacitation rather than lethal. Zero-patient integration performed as projected. No serious injuries. Documentation filed. Asterisk, he paused. Asterisk, the attempt confirms the acquisition posture is stable. They were not running an elimination protocol. This is consistent with the proof of concept notation from December. Weskier believes the mechanism can be extracted and studied. He will not eliminate the subject while that belief holds. Asterisk, asterisk, he will receive the note through the intermediary in 72 hours. His response will determine the next operational phase. Asterisk, he made coffee. It was 0412. The Geneva operation briefing was in 11 hours. The secondary node verification teams were in position. He sat at the table where the 4 operatives had come for him and worked on the documentation and counted exits until the sun came up. Chapter 106. The observer Weskier's response arrived through the intermediary 3 days after the acquisition attempt, exactly as predicted. Marcus was in the Geneva safe house with Chris and Jill, working through the secondary node verification data, when the message came through the dead drop notification. He read it alone, in the kitchen, while Chris and Jill continued working at the table in the adjacent room. The message said, asterisk, your survival instinct is more sophisticated than any viral host I have studied. The acquisition attempt was informational rather than operational. I wanted to observe your response parameters at full integration. The response exceeded the model's projections in 4 specific categories: threat response latency, simultaneous capability deployment, decision architecture under operational pressure, and the documentation response immediately following the encounter. Asterisk, asterisk, this is not a threat. It is an observation. The mechanism you carry is the most interesting thing I have seen in 20 years of studying biological potential. I remain interested in its source. Asterisk, asterisk, do not misread this as weakness. I have alternative options for the end stage that do not require your cooperation. But those options produce less interesting outcomes. Asterisk, asterisk, W. Asterisk, he read it twice. He sat with it for a long moment. Then he walked back to the table where Chris and Jill were working and set the message in front of Chris without comment. Chris read it. He read it again. He looked up. He was testing you, he said. He was observing. He's been observing since 1998. The acquisition attempt was a high-controlled opportunity to see what the full integrated system looks like under operational pressure. Marcus paused. He's correct that the response exceeded his model's projections. He's also correct that he has alternative options that don't require my cooperation. Are the alternative options viable? Operationally, yes. The Ouroboros delivery mechanism doesn't require my cooperation to function. My cooperation would give him something additional: the source mechanism, the study data, whatever he's building toward with the proof of concept notation. If we neutralize the delivery mechanism, the alternative options are moot. He paused. He's telling me the truth. That's the alarming part. Weskier doesn't lie in his own communications. He omits, he misdirects, he frames. But the content is accurate. Jill said. He's doing to you what you do to everybody else. Marcus looked at her. She was not smiling. It was a precise observation, not a joke. He is, he said. He is watching me the way I watch everyone. Cataloging the capability set, building the model, noting the response parameters. He's been doing it since July 1998, and he's doing it with more resources and more patience than anyone else I've encountered. He paused. The difference is what the model is for. I build models to stop bad things from happening. He builds models to optimize the bad thing he's planning. Can he modify the plan based on what he observed? Chris asked. The core mechanism is too developed to modify at this stage. He's 8 months from deployment. The observation data from the acquisition attempt might refine his model of what I can do, but it can't change the operation's fundamental architecture. Marcus paused. What it might do is accelerate the timeline. If he calculates that the BSA operation is further advanced than his previous model assumed, which it is, he may move the deployment window forward to compress our preparation time. He looked at Chris. Chris looked back. How far forward? Chris asked. 6 weeks at maximum, given the logistics of the delivery network. The preparation is 8 months from where we identified it. There's a minimum required timeline for final deployment preparation that he can't compress below 6 to 8 weeks. Marcus paused. We have the primary hub strike teams positioned. The secondary nodes are verified except for the 3 I flagged. I'm going to accelerate the verification on those 3. We go in 6 weeks. Jill said. We plan for 6 weeks. We move when the intelligence says move. He paused. He sent me an observation instead of a threat. The observation is a form of professional courtesy, which tells me he still believes the acquisition option is viable. That belief is our tactical buffer. As long as he believes he can acquire me after the deployment, he won't prioritize elimination. The buffer exists until the deployment window opens. He wrote in his log that evening, *Weskier's message received. The content is accurate, and he knows I know it's accurate. He sent it anyway because he's treating this as a scientific exchange between 2 people who are observing each other across a strategic confrontation. He is correct that I do the same thing. He is incorrect that the similarity creates sympathy. It creates understanding, which is not the same thing. Continue building. Chapter 107. The Unlikely Alliance. Simmons called the meeting in a neutral venue, a conference room in a Brussels hotel, booked under a shell entity, with a security protocol that Marcus had to acknowledge was professional. He arrived 15 minutes early and counted exits. 2 doors, 3 windows with workable drops, no surveillance equipment he could detect with Survivor Apex. Simmons arrived on time. He looked the way he always looked, precise, institutional, carrying the particular authority of a man who had spent a decade managing a cover-up through sheer organizational competence and was now watching the cover-up collapse in slow motion and had not yet decided how to respond to the collapse. He sat across from Marcus without preamble. Weskier, he said. Yes, Marcus said. I've been tracking the Ouroboros preparation for 11 months. He said this flatly, as a professional disclosure. The government has been tracking it for 9 months. Through channels that include the intelligence Marcus Cole's network has been filing with appropriate third-party recipients for 3 years. He paused. I know what Ouroboros is. I know the deployment timeline. I know the projected mortality rate. 94%, Marcus said. Simmons looked at him. It was the look of a man who has run a very sophisticated cover-up operation for a decade and has just realized that the person across the table has been several steps ahead for most of the decade. Yes, he said. Your cover-up architecture was designed to preserve institutional trust, Marcus said. The argument was that unrestricted disclosure of Umbrella's capabilities would destroy the social trust infrastructure that governments needed for collective response to existential threats. He paused. Ouroboros is the existential threat that argument was theoretically designed to preserve the response capacity for. Yes. Simmons's tone was the tone of a person who has understood the irony for 9 months and found it neither amusing nor particularly useful. Your cover-up architecture is currently making the Ouroboros response harder, Marcus said, because the institutional trust infrastructure you preserved by covering up Raccoon City is now partially devoted to maintaining the cover-up rather than preparing for the actual threat. Every government resource deployed on cover-up maintenance is a government resource not deployed on Ouroboros preparation. I know, Simmons said. What do you want from this meeting? Operational overlap, Simmons said. Not cooperation. I'm aware of what we are to each other. But there are government resources that can support the BSAA operation that cannot be formally allocated through official channels without triggering a classification review that would take 6 months and is not viable given the timeline. You can route them informally. I can route them through channels that don't require formal allocation documentation. He paused. In exchange for one thing. Tell me, when this is over, the formal disclosure of the government's knowledge of Umbrella, which includes the pre-Raccoon City awareness that your documentation establishes, goes through a process that includes time for institutional restructuring rather than immediate release. 3 months. I'm not asking for the cover-up to continue. I'm asking for the institutions that will be responsible for responding to future threats to exist in some functional form when the disclosure happens. Marcus looked at him. He thought about the 212-page document he had read in 2004, the Simmons argument for the cover-up architecture, the internal logic that was coherent and wrong. The argument was coherent. The man believed it. 2 months, Marcus said. 3 is not viable given the congressional inquiry's current timeline. The inquiry is going to produce its preliminary report in approximately 14 weeks. 2 months of structured disclosure process before that report lands. Simmons assessed this. 2 months, he agreed. I need the specific resources you're proposing to route informally. I need to verify they're operational and not a surveillance mechanism on the BSA operation. That's appropriate, Simmons said. He opened a document and slid it across the table. Marcus read it. The resources were real. The routing mechanism was clean. He filed the document in his operational record under Simmons' final arrangement. They did not shake hands. Neither of them was interested in the performance. They left the conference room separately, as the professionals they were, and Marcus added to Volume 18. Simmons Operational Overlap Agreement established. 2-month structured disclosure process in exchange for government resource routing. Neither of us trusts the other. The arrangement is operationally sound. Chapter 108. 17 for 17, the BSA operation ran on a Thursday in June. For primary hub strikes, simultaneous, coordinated across 3 time zones. Chris led the first hub from the ground. Jill led the second. 2 other BSA team commanders, people Marcus had never met in person but whose capability assessments he had reviewed, led the third and fourth. Marcus was in a converted warehouse space in Geneva with a communications array, 17 separate intelligence feeds, and the documentation archive for Volume 18. His function: parallel operations against the financial and intelligence infrastructure supporting the Ouroboros network and management of the secondary delivery node neutralization. The secondary nodes were Elena's assignment. Her surveillance network had been tracking them for 8 months. 17 confirmed nodes across 6 countries, each one a component of the atmospheric dispersal mechanism. Each one assigned to a response team that had been briefed, positioned, and confirmed operational for the past 6 weeks. The primary hub strikes went in at 0400 local time, sequentially across time zones. Marcus monitored the communication channels with all 9 capability channels running at full output, the combat calculus overlay managing 6 simultaneous information streams, the survivor apex perception registering the biological signatures from the 4 strike locations through a kind of resonance he had not anticipated from the integrated capability set, the documentation function recording every exchange for the archive. Hub 1. Clean entry, primary mechanism secured, for Weskier operatives neutralized. Chris's voice in the channel, controlled, professional, the specific tone of a person running a well-prepared operation that is going as planned. Primary secured. Hub 2. Jill's team encountered 2 more operatives than the intelligence brief had projected. The encounter lasted 11 minutes rather than the projected 8. The primary mechanism was secured. Primary secured. Hub 3. Clean. Primary secured. Hub 4. 1 intelligence error, a secondary access point that had not been in the original facility map. The team adapted. Recovery time, for minutes. Primary secured. 4. The secondary nodes were Elena's operation. He monitored the communications from her network with the awareness that this was the thing she had built for 8 years being used for exactly its intended purpose. Not surveillance. Not cataloging. Prevention. Each secondary node team checked in through her network's communication protocol, not the BSAs. Because some of the teams were not BSA, they were response organizations that Elena had relationships with through the International Public Health Surveillance Network. He counted the check-ins as they came. 14 minutes after Hub 1's primary secured confirmation. 1, 2, 3. He noted that the third team had needed additional verification of the dispersal mechanism before neutralization for minutes over timeline. 4, 5 through 9 in a cluster, 3 teams in Eastern Europe coordinating through a relay. 10, 11, 12. This one came in late, 17 minutes over timeline, from the Rotterdam area, but it came in. 13, 14, 15. He watched the 16 board and waited for 16 and 17. 16 came in. The team in South America, which had been his highest uncertainty node at 78% confidence. Clean. 17 was 3 minutes late and came in with a note from Elena herself through the network. The 17th node was mobile. It had been moved in the past 48 hours from the confirmed location. We located it through the atmospheric dispersal signature rather than the facility record. Survivor Apex advisory you filed last month was the locating mechanism. It's done. He exhaled. 17 for 17. He wrote in the operational log. All 17 secondary nodes neutralized. For primary hubs secured. Elena's surveillance network caught what the facility intelligence missed on node 17. The mobile relocation was not in any record but produced a biological signature consistent with the Ouroboros delivery vector. The Survivor Apex advisory I filed was the mechanism. He looked at the communications board. The BSAA primary strikes were in consolidation phase. The secondary nodes were neutralized. The Ouroboros delivery network was gone. He wrote, Volume 18 documentation will be complete after the volcano. He monitored Chris's communication channel and counted exits. Chapter 109. Exits. Marcus was not at the volcano. He had made this decision in February, when he built the operation plan, and he had not reconsidered it since. His function in the Ouroboros operation was the parallel infrastructure, the financial and intelligence architecture, the secondary nodes, the documentation archive. The volcanic endgame in the RE5 canonical timeline had been a two-person operation because the canonical timeline had not given Chris and Jill 8 months of preparation. This operation had 8 months of preparation. The volcanic endgame was a contained two-person operation that did not require Marcus Cole. What it required was for Marcus Cole to be alive and operational and managing 17 secondary node confirmation calls and filing the documentation correctly so that if the volcanic endgame went wrong, the evidence record still existed and the world still knew what had been attempted and why. He was in Geneva. He was monitoring the BSAA communication channel. He had been monitoring it for 3 hours and 19 minutes, since the moment Jill's team had reached the perimeter of the volcanic facility. He listened to Jill's voice coordinate the perimeter sweep, running security assessment, accounting for the umbrella operatives the intelligence brief had projected as present, the specific tones of someone who had survived Nemesis in Raccoon City and had survived the P-30 carrier state and had been building toward this specific operation for 8 years. He listened to Chris's voice inside the facility, tracking Weskier's position through the monitoring equipment the BSAA had placed in the complex 4 months earlier during a quiet preparatory infiltration that had cost Marcus 3 weeks of sleep because the risk of early detection was the kind of risk that could unwind everything. The voice was the voice of someone who had been chasing this specific moment since the Spencer estate in 1998. He had spent 8 years building toward it. He was now inside it. Marcus counted exits with combat calculus running at full output, managing the information streams from the secondary node confirmation channels and the primary facility feed simultaneously. He was aware, with precise analytical clarity, of every variable he could not control from Geneva. The thermal dynamics of an active volcanic facility. The specific capability profile of a man whose enhancement had continued developing for 8 years since the Spencer estate, who had built toward a global deployment and had not expected the intervention to arrive with this much preparation. He wrote in the operational log while the channels ran. The canonical RE5 endgame required the volcanic context because the canonical approach was reactive. Weskier in an ideal defensive position with a fully operational delivery network behind him. This operation took the delivery network before entering the facility. He is fighting this without the capability base the canonical version of Weskier had. That is the 8 months of preparations function. It is not a guarantee. He paused. Typed one more line. I cannot control what happens in the next 30 minutes. I can document it correctly regardless of outcome. The channel was quiet for 11 minutes. Jill's last check-in had been from inside the facility's lower level. Chris had stopped updating because he was in motion. Marcus sat in the Geneva warehouse with the communications array and the 17 confirmation channels and the documentation archive and the specific silence of a person waiting for a voice to come through a speaker. The June morning was proceeding outside, Geneva on a Thursday, ordinary traffic, the lake somewhere to the south. He was not thinking about the lake. He counted exits from the situation he was currently inside. 2, narrowing to 1. The one exit led through the next period of silence, and then either Chris's voice or a different kind of silence. He sat with the silence and waited. Chapter 110, Volume 23. Chris's voice came through at 0917 local time. 2 words, it's done. Marcus sat with those 2 words for a moment. He had been sitting with the operational documentation for 47 minutes since the last communication, updating the secondary node confirmation records, preparing the pre-formatted Volume 18 release for the scheduled timer, monitoring the 17 secondary confirmation channels. Everyone out? He asked. Jill has a shoulder injury, not serious. Everyone out. A pause. The specific pause of someone who has just run through something and is still on the other side of the adrenaline. He's gone. Confirmed. Confirmed. Another pause. The lava did the confirming. Marcus wrote in the operational log. June 2006. Weskier, terminated. BSAA primary operation concluded. No BSAA fatalities. Jill Valentine, shoulder injury, non-critical. He looked at what he had written for a moment. The RE5 canonical outcome occurred, modified by 8 months of advanced preparation. Annette Birkin's technical analysis. Elena's surveillance network catching the mobile 17th node, and the specific tactical modifications that the deviation tracking allowed. The volcanic endgame still happened. I do not know whether it was unavoidable or whether the preparation simply wasn't sufficient to find a cleaner option. I'm filing this as an open question in the operational analysis. He pulled up the 17 secondary node confirmation record and reviewed it. 17 for 17. He added each one to the Volume 18 documentation with the specific coordinates, the response team, the timestamp. He pulled up the financial and intelligence infrastructure documentation, the 6-month paper trail he had been building against the Ouroboros network support structure, ready for regulatory filing the moment the operation concluded. He filed it with 4 separate regulatory bodies and 2 international oversight organizations. He filed the preposition Volume 18 documentation with Harlow's publication and canceled the scheduled timer. The documentation no longer needed to release automatically. It would release on a planned schedule, 2 weeks, enough time for the BSA operation to complete its post-strike consolidation and for Simmons's 2-month structured disclosure process to begin. He called Elena. 17 for 17, he said, when she picked up. I know, she said. The network ran clean. A pause. Node 17, the mobile relocation. The atmospheric dispersal signature from the Survivor Apex Advisory, he said. You filed it correctly. The tool was yours. The filing was mine. A pause. I'm calling it a shared outcome. That's accurate, he said. He called Kendra. She picked up on the second ring. It's over, he said. I know, she said. I've been watching the confirmation channels. A pause. Are you okay? He thought about this question. He was in Geneva, uninjured, with all 9 capability channels running at sustainable output, with the documentation archive complete, with the network intact, with Chris and Jill out of the volcano. He thought about Weskier flagging a health physical in July 1998. He thought about the 8 years between July 1998 and this moment. Yes, he said. He wrote Volume 23 of the Evidence Archive, not Volume 18, which was the Ouroboros documentation, but Volume 23, which was the full operational record from the beginning of the BSA operation through the June endgame. 23 volumes since October 1998. He had not been keeping count of the volumes in terms of what the number meant. Now he counted. 23. The number itself was not meaningful. What it represented was the unbroken documentation chain from the day he woke up in a Raccoon City police station 4 days before an outbreak that was not supposed to happen for another week. He filed Volume 23 in the archive. He wrote the last entry. Asterisk operation concluded. Primary objective achieved. All 17 secondary delivery nodes neutralized. No fatalities in the BSAA strike teams. Jill Valentine, shoulder injury, non-critical. Asterisk he paused. Asterisk the foreknowledge of RE5 proved accurate in broad strokes. The specific tactical outcome diverged significantly from canon because 8 years of operational work changed the conditions. The canonical timeline was a straight line. This one was a system that corrected itself across 8 years and produced a different path to the same destination. Asterisk this is what the 8 years built. He closed the log. He had work to do. The post-operation cleanup, the Simmons structured disclosure process, the Harlow publication coordination, the 5 umbrella successor organizations that were going to spend the next several years competing with each other for what Weskier had left behind. But first he made coffee, because the morning was proceeding and the Geneva lake was visible from the window for the first time this week, the overcast lifting, the water dark and specific in the June light. He drank the coffee while it was still hot. Chapter 111. 5 organizations. The Weskier operations aftermath produced exactly what Marcus had predicted and one thing he had not. The predicted outcome, Weskier's research files, which had been distributed among a network of subordinates as a contingency against his termination, were now in the possession of 5 separate umbrella successor organizations, each of which had read the acquire col notation and the proof of concept annotation and had drawn the same conclusion Weskier had drawn. 5 organizations, each now building acquisition operations. The unpredicted outcome, they were already competing with each other before any of the 5 had run a single acquisition attempt against Marcus. He had built his projection around the assumption that the 5 organizations would establish operational territory before moving against him, that they would be pragmatic, patient, Weskier-like in their approach. What he had not fully accounted for was how quickly competing organizations started generating intelligence on each other's operations, and how quickly that intelligence-gathering process created the kind of mutual awareness that produced interference rather than coordination. Weskier had been one person with a long-term development plan and the patience to execute it over decades. The 5 organizations that inherited his research files had the research, but not the patience, and not the unified command structure that had made Weskier's operation coherent. He became aware of this 6 weeks after the Weskier operation concluded, when an acquisition surveillance team from one of the 5 organizations was neutralized, not by BSAA action, not by Marcus's network, but by an operational team from a second organization that had identified the first as a competitor for the same target and had decided to remove the competition before running its own approach. He documented this in Volume 24. He added a note. Asterisk the 5 successor organizations are already undermining each other. Weskier's operation was coherent because Weskier was one person with a unified chain of command. His successors are 5 separate entities with competing interests. The competition produces interference that their individual capability cannot compensate for. He called Chris to brief the BSAA on the new threat landscape. 5 organizations, he said, each with partial access to Weskier's research files, each with the acquisition notation, each aware that the other 4 are also operational and competing for the same resources. He paused. The good news is that they will spend significant operational capacity targeting each other. The bad news is that 5 organizations with partial Weskier research data and acquisition operations running in parallel is not a manageable threat profile in the same way that one organization with Weskier's unified command structure was. What's the strategic approach? Chris asked. File intelligence on each of the 5 with 3 separate oversight bodies. Ensure each organization knows the other 4 have been filed on. The mutual distrust multiplies. He paused. This doesn't neutralize them. It slows their acquisition operations by a factor of 3, minimum. Every operation one of them runs against me now requires accounting for the possibility that one of the other 4 is watching and will interfere before the first one can conclude. He paused. That buys time for the BSAA to build specific operational capability against each one individually while they're watching their own flanks. How long does that buy us? 2 years minimum. Probably 3. Marcus looked at the 5-organization intelligence brief he had been building for the past 6 weeks. They will eventually coordinate, or one will dominate the others. The window before that happens is the operational window I'm working within. He wrote the intelligence brief that afternoon and filed it. He added all 5 organizations to the active watch list with individual intelligence tracking protocols. He noted, in his operational log, the acquisition posture is dispersed but not eliminated. Weskier was patient and precise. His successors are none of those things. They will be more chaotic and less effective and will generate more unpredictable operational patterns as a result. This is not comfort. It is an operational parameter I can work within. He had a meeting with Simmons the following week to begin the structured disclosure process. The 2 months were running. Jill's shoulder was healing. Chris was building the BSAA's post-Weskier organizational structure. The work continued with the specific momentum of a system that had been running for 8 years and would not stop because the primary objective had been completed. Chapter 112. Seed 1. Harlow called on a Tuesday morning in September, which meant something was happening that he needed Marcus to know about before it became public. Marcus picked up and heard the specific energy in Harlow's voice that meant not alarming, but significant. Harlow had developed this specific vocal register over 12 years of calling Marcus before publishing things that would change the operational landscape. Marcus recognized it the way he recognized all recurring patterns. The congressional inquiry is using the anonymous tip, Harlow said. The original one. From September 1998. Marcus was quiet for a moment. He thought about a Tuesday morning in Raccoon City in September 1998, sitting in a diner booth with a journalist who had been chasing bioweapons rumors for 6 months, giving him a specific anonymous tip about Umbrella and a specific instruction. Keep it, verify it, wait. Tell me what they have, he said. The inquiry obtained my source files under congressional subpoena 3 months ago. I cooperated. The subpoena was lawful and the information is relevant to the investigation. They have the original tip, the notes from the off-the-record briefing in October 1998, and the documentation I've been building across 22 published articles. Harlow paused. The inquiry is using the original tip to establish that there was documented internal alarm about Umbrella prior to the Raccoon City outbreak. The tip is dated September 1998. The outbreak was October 1998. That gap is the inquiry's foundation for the argument that pre-outbreak warning existed and was not acted on. Who's testifying? Elena Voss's original federal report, reconstructed through her recollection and the copies you preserved. 2 of the quarantine camp survivors who agreed to go on record. A former Umbrella pharmacological researcher who left the company in 1997. I've been protecting his identity for 4 years. The inquiry guaranteed him limited immunity, and he agreed. Harlow paused. And the anonymous tip, which the inquiry is citing as the oldest documented alarm in the available record. They cannot identify the source because I cannot identify the source. Marcus thought about this. He had been the source. He had given Harlow the tip in September 1998, in a diner booth, knowing it would take 12 years for the tip to land in the right institutional context to matter. He had been building toward the congressional inquiry as a destination for that information since before the inquiry existed. Simmons, he said, is fully engaged in managing the fallout from his side, Harlow confirmed. He's not obstructing, he's managing. There's a difference. He knows the inquiry is legitimate, and he knows the disclosure timeline he negotiated with you is running. He's working within it. The 2 months. The inquiry's preliminary report is still 5 to 6 weeks out. The timeline is holding. A pause. The anonymous tip is going to be cited in the preliminary report as the first documented alarm. It doesn't identify you. It doesn't identify your source for the information. It just establishes that someone in Raccoon City in September 1998 knew enough to generate an alarm that a journalist considered credible. Marcus thought about the Raccoon City Police Station and the file he had assembled and the federal report he had sent to Elena Voss's department and the document he had left on Irons's desk and the anonymous tip to Harlow and all of the things he had seeded into the institutional soil in September and October 1998, trusting that some of them would take root. The tip mattered, he said. Good. Yes, Harlow said. I've been waiting for this call for 12 years. He wrote in volume 24, Seed 1 payoff complete. Anonymous tip from September 1998 cited by congressional inquiry as first documented pre-outbreak alarm. Source me. Classification, permanent. The 12-year arc closes correctly. Chapter 113. In the record now, Annette Birkin's paper ran in the October edition of the Journal, 3 weeks after Simmons's 2-month structured disclosure process concluded and 7 months after the Westgear operation ended. Marcus read it in full, not because he needed to. He had read the advance copy 9 times in various drafts, but because the published version was the version that existed in the scientific record, and the scientific record was what mattered. A draft existed in a private file. A publication existed in the world. The paper's title was formal and dry in the way academic papers required. Non-viral biological enhancement pathways, theoretical framework and limitations. The abstract was precise. The methodology section was the strongest Marcus had seen in any of her work. The theoretical framework was complete and elegant. The limitation section was the part he had been waiting for. She had written, in the paper's conclusion, the proposed enhancement mechanism requires an origin condition that the current theoretical framework cannot fully characterize. The primary subject's biological profile demonstrates the mechanism's output parameters with consistency across an extended developmental timeline, but the mechanism's activation source appears to require a biological precondition that has not been observed in any other subject and which the authors are unable to replicate through any standard methodology. The complete mechanism remains an open scientific question. Publication of this partial framework is appropriate because the output parameters are fully documented and may inform future research into stress-driven biological adaptation, even absent understanding of the activation source. The acknowledgement was accurate. The framing was correct. The soul fusion mechanism was an open question in the published scientific literature, attributed to an activation source that the paper's authors were unable to characterize, attached to a subject who was not named. He was not named anywhere in the paper. He had provided the biological data under a case study designation. The data was real. The designation protected his identity from the obvious, that every bioweapons program reading this paper would spend years trying to replicate the outputs and would fail because the activation source was sitting in a Geneva safe house being careful. He wrote Annette a note through the dead drop. The publication is correct. The limitation section is precisely accurate. The acknowledgement matters. She responded 5 days later. I know. The incomplete framework is more honest than a false complete one would have been. This is what the research deserved. He filed the exchange in volume 24. He noted, Birkin's research is now in the record with the correct characterization of its own limits. The scientific community will pursue the open question. They will not find the answer without the activation source condition, which is not replicable. The research will generate interest and not generate harm. This is the correct outcome. He thought about the 8 years Annette Birkin had spent building a theoretical framework for something she had observed in the aftermath of a disaster she had helped cause. The architecture of the non-viral enhancement theory was real and elegant and would eventually produce the theoretical foundation for research that was genuinely useful. She had built it from the wrong starting assumption, that the source mechanism was the stress adaptation process rather than the soul fusion condition, and had revised the assumption when the data required it. That was what the scientific record was for. Not to be correct from the beginning, to be corrected by evidence as it accumulated. He thought about what the publication meant for the next generation of researchers who would read it. Not bioweapons programs. Those would read it too, and would fail to replicate the results for the reasons Annette's limitation section specified, and that failure would be documented and would add to the record. The next generation of researchers who weren't bioweapons programs. The ones who would read the incomplete framework note the acknowledged gap, and spend careers building toward whatever the correct understanding of the activation mechanism turned out to be. He did not know what they would eventually find. He did not know whether the soul fusion mechanism was explainable in scientific terms, or whether it was the kind of thing that resisted scientific framing permanently. He had been living with the fact of it for 8 years without understanding it. He hoped someone eventually did. The record was more useful when it was complete. He filed the exchange with Annette in Volume 24 and noted the publication as the formal closure of the 8-year research arc that had started with her studying his biological profile through intelligence contacts and had ended with her publishing the honest account of what she had found and had not found. That was the correct outcome. She had done the work correctly. Chapter 114. What comes next? The evolution host advancement did not announce itself with urgency. Marcus became aware of it 3 months after the Westgear operation, during a late October morning in Geneva when the lake was visible from the safe house window with that specific quality of October light that was different from any other month. Lower, more horizontal, the kind of light that was already thinking about winter. He was working through the 5 successor organization intelligence updates, building the quarterly watch list review that he had been running since 2002. He became aware of a sensation that was not the saturation precursor from before zero patient, not the specific tension of a system preparing for a crisis-driven advancement, but something quieter, something running beneath the surface of all 9 integrated channels, in a layer of the biological architecture he had not been aware of before. He sat with it for a long time without writing about it. Then he wrote, *Evolution Host Advancement Precursor. Unlike previous advancement precursors, this one does not feel like the system preparing for a single new capability. It feels like the integrated system itself, all 9 channels running continuously, beginning a further restructuring. I am changing. I do not know what I am changing into. He paused. Previous advancements. Each one addressed a specific gap. Instinct Awakening addressed the awareness gap. Threatlock addressed the tracking gap. Through Zero Patient, which integrated all previous advancements into a coherent concurrent system. The progression is not random. It is a system building an architecture. Evolution Host is the first precursor where I cannot identify the gap being addressed. I have been exposed to every threat category Umbrella has fielded. I have been in active conflict with enhanced human operatives, bows of multiple classifications, automated defense systems, viral exposure events. The CAP system has been running for 8 years. I do not know what novel threat type could trigger an advancement at this stage. The outline says, I do not know what this tier requires because I do not know what threat could still be novel to me. That is the logbook entry. That is accurate. He looked at the log entry for a while. Then he added, the thing I do not know is the thing worth noting. For 8 years I have been able to model the advancement trajectory against the threat landscape. The model has been useful. This is the first advancement where the model does not give me a projectable input. He closed the log. The October light was still coming through the window at its horizontal angle, laying a specific quality of warmth across the floor that would be gone by noon when the light moved. He went back to the 5 successor organization intelligence updates. The advancement would take the time it took. The work required immediate attention. He thought about what the evolution host advancement was restructuring from the inside. Previous advancements had each been recognizable as addressing a specific gap. Instinct Awakening had made him more aware. Threatlock had made him more precise. The pattern had been consistent and legible from inside the process. This was not legible from inside the process. Whatever the integrated system was building toward, it was not visible in the same way the earlier advancements had been visible. He could feel the process running in a layer of the biological architecture he had not been aware of before Zero Patient. He could not see what it was building. He wrote, as a final note for the logbook entry, I have been building toward things I couldn't see before they were complete since October 1998. The system reveals itself through completion. I will document what I can observe in the precursor state and compare it to whatever the completed advancement produces. It has never been wrong yet. He closed the log. The October light had moved, as he had anticipated, away from the specific horizontal angle. The room was different in the afternoon light. Not better or worse, just different. The lake was still visible at the street's end, dark now against the clouds. He had work to do and an advancement building in the background, patient as everything he had learned to be patient about. Chapter 115. The Balance Ada Wong's intermediary left a message at the dead drop in November. Not a file, not a USB drive, not a document. A name and a location. The location was a safe house in Zurich. Not Marcus's, a different one. a neutral meeting point that Ada's organization had been using as a handoff venue for 6 years. The name was Dr. Lin Wei. He did not recognize the name. He went to the Zurich location with Survivor Apex running at extended range and all 9 channels at passive output. Clean approach. Clean building. Inside, in a room with 2 chairs and a window overlooking a street market that was packing up for the evening, was a woman in her early 50s who sat with the specific stillness of a person who had been waiting for a long time and had learned to be patient about it. Ada Wong was standing against the wall near the door, in the specific position she always occupied in rooms, visible, near the exit, committed to nothing. "This is Dr. Lin Wei," Ada said. She was a research coordinator in Umbrella's Biological Weapons Division from 1996 to 2002. "She has been in my organization's protective custody for 4 years. Marcus looked at Ada. Then he looked at Dr. Wei. He sat in the other chair. "For years," he said to Ada. "What was the timeline for this delivery?" "It required 4 years to verify that she was not a planted asset." Ada said this with the specific flatness that meant the answer was both complete and explanatory. And to determine what she had that would be worth delivering. He looked at Dr. Wei. She was watching him with the attention of a person who had been briefed about him and was now updating the briefing against the actual subject. "What do you have?" he asked her. "Documentation of 5 Umbrella successor organizations," she said. Her English was precise, slightly accented. "Their current capability levels, their organizational structures, their specific research programs." A pause. "I was inside Umbrella's administrative core during the dissolution transition. I know where the research programs went and what they became." Another pause. "I know which of the 5 organizations has the most complete version of Weskier's research files." Marcus looked at Ada. Ada said, "This completes our account from 12 years ago." He thought about the exchange in CH-55, the EMS data she had taken, the Weskier research notes she had provided at reduced cost, the unspecified remaining balance. He had stopped tracking the balance in detail because Ada's accounting system had never required his participation. She had been running the ledger herself. "How did you calculate the balance?" he said. "I counted exits," Ada said. He was quiet for a moment. He thought about all the things he had said in rooms across 8 years about counting exits. The first time he had said it in Raccoon City. The way it had become the signature frame for how he processed every strategic situation, the specific quality of thinking it represented. "And this one closes it," he said. "This one closes it," Ada confirmed. He looked at Dr. Wei. "I need 3 days with the documentation. I'll have a BSAA brief prepared within the week. After that, if you're willing, I'd like to arrange long-term placement with an organization that can continue to protect you and use your expertise." "Elena Voss's network," Dr. Wei said. "I've been reading about it for 2 years. If there is a position available." He made a note to call Elena. Then he wrote in volume 24, Ada Wong CH-55 debt discharged. Delivery, Dr. Lin Wei, former Umbrella Research Coordinator, for years in Ada's protective custody. Documentation of all 5 successor organizations. The balance has been settled. The 12-year account is closed. Asterisk he paused, then added, asterisk she counted exits. I should have expected that. Asterisk chapter 116. What she sees. Kendra came to Geneva in November, on a Tuesday, with 2 hours between meetings. She was in Europe for a government oversight conference, the kind that had not existed 3 years ago and now existed because the Raccoon City Congressional Inquiry had produced, among its many outputs, a formal international working group on biohazard regulatory oversight. She was one of 12 people on the working group and one of 3 who had been in the Nevada quarantine camp in 1998. She had texted from the train station, asterisk at the lake. Where are you? Asterisk he met her at a bench near the water, in the November cold, with the lake gray and specific and the Alps somewhere behind the overcast. She was wearing a coat that looked like Washington, institutional gray, well cut, the kind of coat that belonged to a life with a schedule and a title. She looked at him for a long moment before she sat down. You've become something else, she said. He had been aware, for the past several months, that the evolution host precursor was producing visible changes in his physical presentation, not the subdermal scarring, which had been complete since zero patient, but something in the quality of how the integrated system operated. Something that people who knew him could apparently perceive, even without understanding what they were perceiving. I've been becoming it since 1998, he said. She sat down. She looked at the lake. The water was the specific dark gray of a November lake, flat and metallic and containing nothing you could see into. Is it better? She said. He thought about this. Better than what? The first version, the suspended rookie cop in the Nevada quarantine camp, the person who had arrived in a body that wasn't his and had spent 8 years building something in a world he had arrived with a partial map of? Better than the person who had documented failure modes and corrected them and watched people die because the corrections weren't complete enough and documented that too? It's more capable, he said. I don't know if that's the same thing. She nodded. She had the expression she had developed across 8 years of receiving Marcus's precise non-answers. Not frustration, not acceptance, but the specific recognition of a person who has learned what kind of answer to expect and has decided the answer is sufficient. The GAO Oversight Unit is running 3 active investigations, she said. 2 are direct consequences of the Raccoon City documentation. 1 is something new, a corporate entity in the pharmaceutical sector with a regulatory compliance pattern that matches the pre-Raccoon City umbrella profile in 7 specific categories. She paused. I thought you should know. Send me the file, he said. Standard channel. Already sent. She looked at him. I don't work for your operation anymore. This is a professional courtesy. I know. I appreciate it. They sat for a while with the lake and the gray sky and the November cold. He was aware of all 9 capability channels running continuously in the background, the Survivor Apex sweep extending to the edge of its range, the combat calculus running its passive threat assessment overlay, the other 7 doing what they always did. And below all of that, the evolution host precursor that had been building since October. Are you going to be okay? She said. He thought about Kendra asking him this question in the Vienna safe house before the Westgear operation, in the Geneva coffee shop when she told him about the GAO, in the Raccoon City precinct in 1998 when he had been a suspended rookie cop with 47 pages of documentation she had just read. Yes, he said. She looked at him and decided she believed him, and they sat with the lake for the remaining time she had before her next meeting. Chapter 117. The adjusted assessment. The formal debrief on the Westgear operation happened in December, in a BSA conference room in Brussels, with Chris and Jill across the table from Marcus and a transcript recorder running that would produce the official operational analysis. Marcus had been preparing for this debrief since the day after the operation concluded, and not in the way he prepared for most things. He had been building an honest assessment of where his role in the operation had succeeded and where it had fallen short, not the documentation of the success, which was well established, but the honest accounting of the specific ways that his foreknowledge advantage had and had not determined the outcome. Chris started. He ran through the primary hub operations, all 4 successful, no BSA fatalities, the capability profiles of the Westgear operatives they had encountered matching the projections Marcus had filed in the capability gap analysis. He was thorough and accurate. Then he said, I want to talk about the volcanic endgame. Yes, Marcus said. The canonical RE5 endgame required the volcanic context because the canonical approach didn't have preparation time. Our approach had 8 months of preparation time. The volcanic endgame still happened. Chris looked at him. We went in with 8 months of advanced planning and the best intelligence file ever assembled on Westgear's operation. And we still ended up in a volcanic facility in a 2-person situation where the margin of error was smaller than either of us would have liked. Yes. What did we miss? Marcus had spent 3 months building his answer to this question. He had not been able to find a clean answer, which was unusual. The clean answer would have been, we missed a specific intelligence gap, which is correctable. The actual answer was more uncomfortable. I've been asking this since June, he said. The honest answer is that I don't know if we missed anything. Westgear's capability level, at terminal development, may have been a problem set that didn't have a clean solution outside the volcanic context. I don't know if better intelligence or more preparation would have produced a different endgame. He paused. What I do know is that I have been the primary intelligence and planning resource for an operation that still ended in a situation where 2 people I care about were in genuine danger, and I had 12 years of preparation advantage going in. He looked at Chris. He looked at Jill. I've adjusted my assessment of my own utility downward, he said. Foreknowledge gives you a framework. It does not give you certainty. The canonical timeline told me Westgear dies in a volcano. It didn't tell me how to get there without the margin of danger that the canonical timeline required. I built a better approach than the canonical one, and the endgame still had a dangerous margin. He paused. You 2 got out of that facility on your own capability and judgment, not on my planning. I want that in the operational record. Jill said, You've been carrying this since June. I've been documenting it since June, he said. That's what I do with things. It's in the record, Chris said. So is this. Without the 8 months of preparation, without the 17 secondary node neutralization, without everything you built toward that operation, the endgame doesn't happen in a controlled facility where we have some tactical advantage. It happens in a populated area or in a fully operational Ouroboros deployment scenario. He paused. The margin was smaller than we wanted. It was not small enough to produce casualties. We adjust the assessment of what foreknowledge can and cannot guarantee, and we build accordingly. Marcus wrote in his log that evening. Adjusted assessments. My utility downward by 15%, specifically in the category of foreknowledge as substitute for tactical superiority. Chris and Jill upward by 20%, specifically in the category of performing at the edge of human capability under terminal threat conditions. The operational record is more accurate than it was this morning. Chapter 118. The Circling the 5 umbrella successor organizations spent the winter of 2006 circling each other, encircling Marcus, and occasionally making specific moves that he documented and filed before the moves had fully concluded. He understood the pattern from the inside. He had used a version of it himself. The documentation approach, the exposure through institutional channels, the mutual distrust multiplication that slowed coordinated action. He had used it against Irons in 1998. He had used it against Simmons for 8 years. He was now using it against 5 organizations simultaneously, with the BSAA providing the institutional backbone for the filing and verification process. The difference between Marcus's version and the version he was deploying against the 5 organizations was that Marcus's version had been building a specific outcome: the congressional inquiry, the Westgear operation, the institutional disclosure. The version he was using against the 5 organizations was purely suppressive. He was not trying to produce a specific outcome. He was trying to prevent specific actions long enough for the BSAA to build the capability to address each organization individually. The suppression was working. He tracked the interference events, 14 documented cases in 6 months of one organization's operation being disrupted by another's, and the disruption rate was running at approximately 3.5 times the rate he had projected. The 5 organizations were more suspicious of each other than his conservative estimate had assumed. He called this a favorable operational parameter in the watch list review. He called it specifically favorable because it was not something he had engineered, only something he had enabled. The mutual distrust was the 5 organizations' contribution to their own suppression. He filed the quarterly intelligence brief. He noted the 3 organizations whose acquisition posture had been most significantly degraded by the mutual interference. He flagged the 2 whose posture had been least degraded, the ones that were more disciplined, more patient, more willing to let the other 3 exhaust themselves, as the organizations requiring the most specific BSA attention in the next 6 months. He wrote in the operational log, the circling strategy mirrors the early Irons approach, but the output is different. With Irons, the documentation was building toward a specific disruption at a specific time. Here it is buying time without a specific disruption target. The distinction matters. Buying time is not a strategy. It is the precondition for a strategy. I need the BSAA to develop specific operational capability against organizations 2 and 4 before their internal discipline produces a coordinated acquisition attempt that the mutual interference can no longer suppress. Leon called in December with his government-side perspective. Organization 4 has been running pattern-of-life files on BSAA personnel for the past 3 months, Leon said. They're building access point intelligence for what looks like a future acquisition attempt. Not operational yet, pre-operational. 6 months away pattern. Consistent with my profile on them, Marcus said. Less worried about 4 than about 2. 2 is less disciplined, moves faster. More likely to run a chaotic operation inside the suppression window than to wait for the suppression to end. He paused. File the BSAA personnel data with counterintelligence. I'll route the operational intelligence through the standard channel. Between the 2 data streams, Chris has what he needs to build the response capability. 6 months is actually a reasonable window, Leon said, if we use it correctly. He thought about the 5 organizations circling each other, encircling him, and gradually exhausting their own operational capacity in the interference. The window exists because of the interference dynamic. When one of them gets disciplined enough to accept the cost of letting the others make their moves first, the window closes. I want to be ready before that happens. He had a meeting with Chris for January. He had the organization profiles ready. He had the capability gap analysis updated through December. He had work to do. And for the first time in 8 years the work was running slightly ahead of the threat rather than responding to it. He noted this as a favorable parameter in the log and kept the note short, because the history of his operations had produced enough moments where favorable parameters reversed to build caution around them. Continue building. The window is open. Use it. Chapter 119. A different kind of knowing the evolution host advancement completed on a Wednesday morning in January, in the Geneva safe house, while Marcus was making coffee. Not triggered by a survival encounter. Not triggered by a novel threat. Completed, finally, after 3 months of the precursor state building in the background of all 9 integrated channels. the quiet, inevitable physics of a process that had been running on its own schedule. The coffee was still brewing when the system completed its final restructuring. The sound of the percolator was specific and domestic and entirely present. He stood at the counter and held very still and let the advancement settle. Then he turned around and looked at the kitchen. The kitchen was the same kitchen. The table, the chairs, the morning light through the window, the documentation files he had left open from last night's watch list review. All of it present, familiar, unchanged. And across all of it, a second layer of information that had not been there 30 seconds ago. Not vision, not sound. Something closer to the statistical awareness that the combat calculus overlay had always produced, but operating on a different axis. Not across space, mapping positions and trajectories, but across time, projecting probability distributions of what the next 48 hours contained in the way a weather system contained rain before it arrived. He stood with this for a long time. The kitchen, in the next 48 hours, contained nothing that his new perception flagged as dangerous. The city outside was clear. The safe house was clear. The 5 successor organizations that his watch list tracked were showing low activity patterns consistent with the winter period. He understood immediately what the capability was and what it was not. It was not foreknowledge. It was not certainty. It was not the specific, script-based knowledge of the RE canon that he had arrived with in 1998 and had been watching diverge since the first hour. It was something more like the biological equivalent of a pattern recognition system trained on 8 years of threat data, running continuously at the level of the integrated system, producing probability distributions rather than certainties. He wrote in his log, *evolution host advancement completed. The new capability is best described as a statistical threat field, a continuously updating probability distribution of danger vectors within a 48-hour window. It is not what I had when I arrived in this body. That was foreknowledge, specific, certain, derived from a script that the world was no longer following. This is anticipation, probabilistic, derived from accumulated pattern data, operating on what the world actually is rather than what a canon version of it was. He paused. Then, it is more accurate. It is less specific. It tells me the shape of what's coming rather than the content. The foreknowledge said, this specific thing will happen at this specific time. The threat field says, the probability distribution of danger in the next 48 hours looks like this. He stood at the counter and let the new perception orient itself across the city, the continent, the network. Nothing alarming. Clear probability distributions in every direction. He finished making the coffee. He drank it. He went back to the watch list. He had come into this story with a map. The map had been diverging from the territory for 8 years. Now the map was gone, replaced by something he had built from the territory itself, from 8 years of accurate data about how threat actually behaved rather than how a game's narrative had it behave. He did not know if the new thing was better. He knew it was more honest. He added to volume 24, the foreknowledge is gone. The anticipation is running. Continue building. Chapter 120. The preliminary report, the Congressional Inquiry's preliminary report published on a Thursday in February at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, which Marcus had known was coming for 6 weeks because he had been in ongoing coordination with Harlow's publication about the simultaneous release timing. The report and the Harlow publication ran together, the official government acknowledgement and the journalistic record side by side. He read it on his phone. He was sitting in a patrol car. Not a Raccoon City patrol car. Those had been gone for 8 years. The city and the cars and the precinct and everything associated with them. This was a Geneva City vehicle, borrowed for an hour from a BSA liaison contact who had needed a favor from Marcus's network 3 months ago and had been happy to reciprocate. Marcus had parked it on a street near the lake, in the specific way that patrol cars were parked when the officer needed to be stationary and visible and was doing administrative work. He had done this deliberately. He had wanted to read the preliminary report in a patrol car. The report acknowledged Raccoon City as a corporate-caused biological weapons incident. It acknowledged the pre-outbreak warning that existed and was not acted on. It acknowledged the governmental cover-up as a cover-up and identified it as such in the formal language of a congressional investigation. It recommended criminal referrals for 14 individuals, among whom Simmons had resigned his position the previous week in the specific way that allowed him to avoid the formal referral while acknowledging that the investigation had produced correct findings. Harlow's Journalism Award was announced the same day. Marcus saw it as a notification from Harlow's publication, not a press release, a personal note. 12 years. The tip mattered. He replied, yes. Elena's surveillance network was formally adopted by a new international oversight body on the same Thursday. a coincidence of institutional timing that he had not engineered but appreciated as an editorial statement the universe was making about the shape of this day. He sat in the patrol car with his phone. The Geneva Lake was visible from the parking position, gray February water, the Alps just visible in the winter haze to the south. The same quality of distance. He thought about waking up in a Raccoon City police station on a Sunday morning in September 1998 with knowledge of everything that was going to happen and no institutional standing and no allies and 47 pages of documentation that did not yet exist. He thought about the 12 years between that morning and this Thursday in February. Then the threat field showed him something it had never shown before. Not an umbrella successor organization. Not a bioweapon delivery system. Not anything that matched the pattern library he had been building for 12 years. Something that the probability distribution of the 48-hour window flagged as significant in a way that was qualitatively different from any previous flag. The kind of difference that meant the pattern recognition system had encountered something outside its training data and was reporting that fact honestly rather than forcing a categorization. Older. The threat field was showing him something older. He looked at the flag in the probability distribution. He did not know what it was. He had not known what something was, from his own current state perception rather than from foreknowledge, since the first day after the cannon had diverged past his ability to predict. He pulled the patrol car back into traffic and drove toward the safe house. He wrote the note in volume 24 while stopped at a light. Asterisk, the threat field is showing me something unfamiliar. Not umbrella derived. Older. The pattern does not match any known threat category in the library. Asterisk, new map required. Begin. Chapter 121. No backup map. The threat field had been showing him the South American signal for 3 weeks before he was ready to characterize it. The probability distribution of the 48-hour window had produced unfamiliar patterns before, the kind that did not match the 5 successor organization profiles or the known umbrella-adjacent threat categories he had been cataloging since 1998. He had been noting them, cross-referencing against the library, updating the probability model. The patterns had been growing more specific over 3 weeks, narrowing from a general regional indicator to something that had geographic coordinates and a consistent biological signature. The biological signature was the important part. Survivor Apex was reading it at long range, the extreme edge of what the capability could resolve across several thousand kilometers, which meant the source was either very concentrated or very large. The signature was neither umbrella-engineered nor standard progenitor variant material. It was something older, more diffuse, producing a reading that his library could only classify as pre-umbrella origin. He had no canonical knowledge for this. This was the first time since Raccoon City that the threat field had shown him something that his foreknowledge, now replaced by the accumulated pattern data of 12 years, genuinely did not have a framework for. Not a deviation from the RE5 timeline. Not a successor organization variant. Something that had been outside the RE game's narrative from the beginning, predating it, existing in the gap between the world as the games had depicted it and the world as it actually was. He sat with this for a long time one evening in the Geneva safe house, with the January lake dark outside the window and the 5 successor organization watch list open on one screen and the South American probability distribution on another. The 2 files were unrelated in every way except that they were both demands on his attention in the same moment, and the South American file was the unfamiliar one. He had been operating without canonical foreknowledge since 2004. 3 years of working from current intelligence and cultivated capability and the probability distribution that the threat field produced from accumulated pattern data. He had built competence in this mode. He was not the person who had arrived in Raccoon City with a full script. He was the person who had spent 12 years learning to work without one. But the threat field was showing him something the pattern data did not have a precedent for, which meant his 3 years of competent operation in foreknowledge-free mode was also not sufficient. He was in genuinely new territory. That was, he noted in his log, the correct response to 12 years of building capability. Eventually, the capability encountered something that required building more. He wrote in his log, asterisk, I count 2 exits from this investigation. The first one involves knowing what I'm walking into. I've never had that advantage before. The second one involves going in without knowing and building the knowledge from direct engagement with the source. That's how the entire last 4 years of operations have worked, since the foreknowledge ran out in 2004. The second exit is the one I know how to use. Asterisk, he called Chris. South America, he said. I have a biological signature at long-range survivor apex resolution that doesn't match any known threat category. The signature is pre-umbrella, which I'm using to mean that it predates the progenitor virus development program rather than that it's an older umbrella-derived strain. He paused. I need a BSAA investigation. I'm running parallel intelligence from here until we know enough to brief a ground team. Pre-umbrella signature, Chris said. How is that possible? I don't know. That's the investigation. He paused. I want to note for the operational record that I am proceeding without foreknowledge for the first time in an ARC 7 investigation. The threat field is showing me a probability distribution, not a script. The distinction matters for how you plan the investigation. Noted, Chris said. I'll have a preliminary team staged in 48 hours. Send me the coordinate range. He sent the coordinates. He started building the parallel intelligence file. He had worked without canonical foreknowledge before, since the forward timeline ran out in 2004. He had been operating on cultivated capability and current intelligence for 3 years. But this was the first time the threat field itself had flagged something that did not trace back to the RE universe's known history in any way he could identify. The unknown exit was the familiar one now. He took it. Chapter 122. This is what you are. The BSA investigation confirmed the installation in February. A facility in the Brazilian interior that had been running on minimal infrastructure for 30 years, maintaining itself on funding streams that ran through 4 different shell entities and had been invisible to the standard financial intelligence tools because the funding amounts were too small to flag. Not the kind of financial architecture that protected weapons programs. The kind that protected research nobody was paying attention to. Marcus ran parallel intelligence from Geneva while Chris led the ground investigation. The Survivor Apex readings resolved more clearly as the team got closer. Not a bioweapon deployment, not an experimental program in the standard sense, but something that read as ambient, the way long-established research programs read when they had been running in the same location for decades, and the biological material they worked with had settled into the facility's fabric. The preliminary report from Chris's team, a pre-umbrella research strain of what appeared to be the progenitor virus's precursor. Earlier, more unstable, producing adaptations in exposed subjects that the BSA's medical analysts had never seen in any documented enhancement program. The adaptations were not lethal. They were the opposite of lethal, producing the kind of stress response cellular changes that Marcus's own CAP system had been producing for 12 years. The BSA medical team had classified them as anomalous and non-threatening and had sent samples to 3 separate laboratories for analysis. Marcus had seen the preliminary report before the laboratory results came back. He did not need the laboratory results. He called Annette Birkin. I'm sending you data from a South American facility investigation, he said. Don't file a reaction until you've had 48 hours with it. I want your assessment before I build the operational brief. She called back in 26 hours. Where did you find this? She said. Her voice had the specific quality of a scientist who has encountered data that reorganizes what they thought they understood. South America. We're still identifying the facility's history. He paused. What's your assessment? This is a progenitor precursor, she said. Not a variant. Not a derivative. A precursor. The biological material that Oswald Spencer's research team found in the 1950s and developed into the progenitor virus. This is what Spencer was working from. She paused. This is also what you are. The adaptation signature in the exposed subjects matches your CAP system architecture in the foundational parameters. The same underlying biological mechanism. Someone found this material before Spencer and started working with it. Another pause. Marcus, this is 60 years old. He thought about this. They didn't know what it was, he said. They understood it well enough to maintain a research program for 60 years, she said. But no, they did not understand it in the way your existence demonstrates it can be understood. The facility was working with the raw material. You were, a completed output. She paused. Someone was building toward what Spencer built toward. They just didn't have the viral development pathway and were still working with the direct exposure mechanism. He wrote in his log, the progenitor precursor material exists in a South American facility that has been running for 60 years. The adaptation signature matches my CAP architecture and foundational parameters. This is the origin material for the mechanism I carry, separated from what I became by 60 years of incomplete understanding and the specific accident of my arrival. Annette Birkin said, this is what you are. She is correct. Someone built this. Someone has been managing this installation for 60 years without the complete framework. I need to know who. Chapter 123. The person it's pointing at the threat field did not sharpen against the installation. It sharpened against a person. Marcus became aware of this 2 weeks into the South American investigation, when the probability distribution began resolving not as a generalized regional threat, but as a specific point source. Not in the installation itself. The installation was the background. The point source was mobile, moving between the installation and a secondary location 50 kilometers away. The The signature had the specific quality that the threat field produced when it was tracking something it classified as significant but not hostile. Not every flag in the probability distribution was a danger vector. Some of them were what the capability had learned to call nodes of consequence. Points where the probability distribution indicated that something important was going to happen or was already happening and that Marcus needed to be aware of it. He had not known the capability could produce this distinction until it started doing it. He documented it. He asked Chris to get him the personnel records for the installation. Not the administrative records. The BSAA had those from the preliminary investigation. The historical records. Who had been working there from the beginning? The answer came back in 3 days. One name, continuous from 1966. Dr. Gideon Price, former affiliated researcher with 2 European universities, known in the limited literature for early 1960s work on cellular adaptation under extreme environmental stress, listed in one 1963 publication as a consultant on a research program, whose institutional affiliation had been redacted from the public record. The redaction was consistent with Spencer-adjacent work. Marcus looked at the profile for a long time. Price was 92 years old. He had been running this installation for 60 years. He had been working with progenitor precursor material since before Umbrella existed, since before Spencer had taken the material in the direction of viral development, since before any of the biological weapons programs that had shaped the last 20 years of Marcus's life had started running. He thought about Annette Birkin's assessment. This is what you are. He thought about the 1963 publication with the redacted institutional affiliation. He thought about Spencer deciding the direct exposure mechanism was too slow, too unpredictable, too dependent on variables he couldn't control, and choosing the viral pathway, because the viral pathway was controllable and replicable and could be turned into a weapon. He thought about what would have happened if Spencer had made a different choice. If the direct exposure mechanism had been developed rather than abandoned. If Dr. Gideon Price had been given the resources and the institutional support rather than being dismissed when the viral pathway was chosen. It would not have produced him. The soul fusion condition required his specific arrival, which was not something anyone had planned for. But it might have produced an understanding of the mechanism 60 years earlier. It might have changed what biological science looked like in ways that made the viral weapons programs less viable as research directions. He thought about what it meant that a 92-year-old scientist had spent 60 years building something in a South American installation that the threat field classified not as a danger, but as a node of consequence. He wrote in his log, *, the threat field is pointing at Dr. Gideon Price. He is not a threat. He is a scientist who has been doing what I have been doing for 60 years. Working with the underlying mechanism before anyone understood what it was. *, I need to meet him. He called Chris. I want to establish a direct contact with Dr. Gideon Price, he said. Before the BSAA sends anyone else in. I want to be the first contact. Why? Because I think he's been waiting for 60 years for someone to walk through his door who knows what the mechanism is, Marcus said. And I'm that person. Chapter 124. Waiting for someone who knew Dr. Price received Marcus at the installation's primary research space, which was less a laboratory and more a large room with filing cabinets that went floor to ceiling on 3 walls and a work table that had been in continuous use for long enough that the surface grain was permanently stained with the evidence of 60 years of work. The room smelled of paper and old chemical fixatives and the specific quality of a space that had been inhabited by one person's focused work for most of a lifetime. Price himself was 92 years old and looked precisely that age, the specific kind of extreme age that was not diminished but consolidated. His hands were steady when he set a cup of tea in front of Marcus and himself, and his eyes had the quality that Marcus associated with people who had been paying close attention to one specific thing for a very long time. He looked at Marcus's scarring pattern for a long moment. Then he said, "Sit down." Marcus sat. He was running all 9 capability channels at passive output. Survivor Apex extended to the building's perimeter, the threat field showing nothing alarming in any direction. This was not a threat. It was, as the field had characterized it, a node of consequence. You found the installation through the biological signature, Price said. It was not a question. Yes. A capability I developed that reads progenitor variant material at range. He paused. It classified your installation as pre-umbrella origin. Correct. The material here predates Spencer's development program by 10 years. Price looked at the subdermal scarring on Marcus's hands and wrists with the attention of someone who has been looking for a long time at things that were not there yet and has finally found them. You didn't get this from the Spencer pathway. No. I got it from the direct exposure mechanism. Extended survival encounters with umbrella-derived biological threats over 12 years, starting in 1998. Raccoon City. Yes. Price nodded. He was quiet for a moment. The installation around them was very still, the kind of stillness that accumulates in places that have been focused on one thing for a very long time. Everything you've become happened because the viral program failed in a specific way that exposed the underlying mechanism, Price said. Spencer's progenitor development took the material I was working with and forced it into a viral delivery pathway, because that was controllable, replicable, monetizable. The viral pathway closed off the direct exposure mechanism. The direct exposure mechanism only became available again because the viral program's products created the kind of threat environment that could trigger it in a subject with the right biological configuration. He paused. I've been watching the viral programs destroy this research's reputation for 60 years. I've been working here because the direct exposure mechanism was the one that mattered and no one else was working on it. Marcus said, I know. Price looked at him. Not with surprise, with recognition. I've been waiting for someone who knew, Price said. Marcus thought about 12 years. He thought about arriving in a body that was not his with a map that was already diverging and building everything else from incomplete information and documented failure modes, and the accumulated consequence of 8 years of survival encounters. He thought about what it had cost, and what it had built, and what he was sitting across from in a room full of 60-year-old filing cabinets in the Brazilian interior. Show me the documentation, he said. Price stood and went to the filing cabinets. Chapter 125. The right time. The documentation went back to 1954. Not thin documentation, 68 years of research, organized in the specific way that a single researcher's work organized itself across decades. Not bureaucratically, but intellectually. Each file connected to the ones before and after it by the thread of a developing understanding. The early files full of incomplete hypotheses, and the later ones full of the corrections that had required 30 years to accumulate. Marcus spent 2 days reading. Price worked at the central table while Marcus read, not interrupting, providing answers when Marcus asked questions, and occasionally pointing to a file that he anticipated Marcus would want to cross-reference. The documentation constituted, combined with Annette Birkin's published work and Marcus's 12 years of personal biological data, the complete theoretical framework for the CAP system. Not the replication mechanism. Not a pathway to produce another Marcus Cole. The complete theoretical understanding of what the mechanism was, why it worked in the specific configuration it had worked in, why the soul fusion condition was the activation requirement, and why the viral development pathway had closed off this mechanism, and why the closure had been, from Spencer's perspective, a rational commercial decision. Price wanted to publish it. They had the conversation on the second afternoon, sitting at the work table with tea that had gone cold while they were talking. This framework has been waiting for the right publication context for 60 years, Price said. I'm 92 years old. I don't have the luxury of indefinite timing. I'm not asking you to suppress it, Marcus said. You're going to ask me to delay. 6 months, Marcus said. The 5 successor organizations that carry Weskier's research are in active acquisition operations against me. This framework, published in the current context, tells all 5 organizations exactly what they are trying to acquire and gives them the complete theoretical basis for evaluating whether their acquisition attempts can succeed. He paused. In 6 months, the BSAA will have run its specific operational response to organizations 2 and 4, which are the most capable of the 5. The remaining 3 are being degraded by mutual interference. The publication context will have changed. Price looked at him with the specific look of a 92-year-old scientist who has waited 60 years and is being asked to wait 6 more months. 6 months, he said. Yes. You always delay, Price said. Every person who has spoken to me about this research has told me to wait for the right moment. Spencer told me to wait in 1963. He used the waiting period to take the material in a different direction. He paused. You're not Spencer. No. How do I know the 6 months doesn't become 12, and then 20, and then 60? Because I have a documented track record of 18 accurate predictions over 8 years, and I have been wrong about timing precisely once. The South America operation in 2003. Marcus paused. Because the argument I'm making is specific, not vague. I can tell you exactly what the publication context will be in 6 months, and why it's different from now. Another pause. And because I have been living with the incomplete version of this framework for 12 years. I want it published correctly more than anyone else in this room. Price was quiet. He looked at the filing cabinets. 68 years of work. He looked at Marcus. 6 months, he said. Not agreement yet. Still assessment. 6 months, Marcus confirmed. Show me the specific analysis, Price said. Why 6 months changes the context. I want the argument, not the conclusion. Marcus opened his laptop. He had the analysis ready. He had built it before he came to the installation, because he had known this conversation was coming. He turned the screen so Price could see it. Walk me through it, Price said. Marcus walked him through it. Outside, the Brazilian interior moved through its late afternoon rhythms. The specific light of the tropics at that hour, the sound of the surrounding vegetation, the quality of a place that had been doing one thing quietly for 60 years. The 6-month argument took 2 hours. At the end of it, Price sat for a long time. Then he said, 6 months. Marcus wrote in his log that evening. * Price agrees to 6-month delay. The same argument as Annette in ch97. It works because the argument is specific and the track record is real. I am not suppressing this. I am timing it correctly. * 68 years of documentation. This is what it was waiting for. Chapter 126. The institution questioned the social arc crystallized on a Tuesday in March, during a meeting in Geneva that had been scheduled as an operational briefing on the 5 successor organizations and turned into something different when Leon Kennedy arrived with a specific question he had been building toward for 4 years. The briefing went normally for the first 40 minutes. Marcus walked through the quarterly watch list update. Organizations 2 and 4 still the primary concerns, the mutual interference among the 3 lower-tier organizations still running, the BSA's specific response capability against Organization 2 developing on the projected timeline. Chris asked the right questions. Jill made notes that Marcus knew she would bring back to the BSA Operations Center and translate into specific protocol updates. Then Leon said, I want to hold the briefing for a moment and ask something else. Chris and Jill looked at him. Marcus looked at him. You've been the infrastructure for everything we've built, Leon said. Not metaphorically, specifically. The documentation that gave the congressional inquiry what it needed. The intelligence that allowed the BSAA to position correctly for the Westgear operation. The early warnings, the Raccoon City pre-warning, the P-30 carrier state identification, the South American installation that we wouldn't have found for years without the threat field. He paused. You've been doing all of that while deliberately keeping yourself out of the institutional architecture. No BSAA letterhead. No congressional record. No oversight body affiliation. Yes, Marcus said. The question I've been sitting on for 4 years is, why? Leon held his gaze. And I don't want the official answer. I want the actual one. Marcus thought about the official answer. The scarring. The liability. The specific way that visibly non-standard human biology made formal institutional affiliation a target. All of that was true, and he had said it to Chris in 2002 and to Kendra in the Geneva coffee shop and to himself in various logs across many years. He thought about what was also true. The official answer is correct, he said. The scarring makes me a liability to any institution I'm formally affiliated with. Every bioweapons program reading the congressional record would have my biological profile added to their acquisition target list if I appeared in any formal institutional capacity. The institutions I've helped build are more protected because I'm outside them. Leon waited. And, Marcus said, and I came into this situation as a minor character, he said. A suspended rookie cop with information nobody wanted to hear. I spent 12 years building credibility through documentation because I didn't have any other way to be taken seriously. The infrastructure role was not just a liability calculation, it was the role that fit what I actually was. He paused. I don't know if I've been keeping myself in the minor character category because of the scarring or because I'm comfortable there. Leon said, that's the first honest answer you've given me in 4 years. It's the first time you've asked the question correctly, Marcus said. Chris, across the table, had been quiet through the last several minutes of the exchange. Now he said, for what it's worth, I've known the infrastructure answer for 8 years. I accepted it because it was true. I didn't push because the operation needed the infrastructure more than it needed the accounting. He looked at Marcus. The operation is in a different place now. Marcus thought about that. He thought about what the operation being in a different place meant in terms of what the infrastructure role still required and what it no longer required. The accounting Leon was asking for was not comfortable, but it was not wrong. I'll think about it, he said. That's the first time you've said that about yourself, Jill said. Chapter 127. The actual reason Leon pressed. This was consistent with Leon Kennedy's operational style. He had been pressing since the RPD parking structure in 1998, pressing with the specific persistence of a person who had been government-trained to get past official answers and find the operational truth underneath them. Marcus had appreciated this quality and had occasionally resisted it. And on this Tuesday in March in Geneva, he was feeling the specific resistance of being accurately assessed. An institution built around your foreknowledge would have stopped working when your foreknowledge ran out, Leon said. That's the first reason you gave when the BSAA was forming and Chris offered you the consultant role. It was a real reason in 2002. It was a real reason, Marcus confirmed. Your foreknowledge ran out in 2004. You've been operating on your own cultivated capability since then. The threat field, the concurrent capability set, the intelligence network you built from actual current intelligence rather than from RE canon. Leon paused. So the foreknowledge dependency argument expired 4 years ago. What's the actual reason? Marcus looked at Chris. Chris looked back with the expression of someone who was very interested in hearing the answer to this question. He thought about the actual reason, not the official reason. The official reason was the scarring, the liability, the protection through distance argument, not the honest admission he had made in the previous chapter, that he was comfortable as infrastructure, that the minor character category had become familiar. The actual operational reason, the one he had never stated aloud because stating it aloud would require acknowledging a structural problem with his own approach. I've been protecting the institutions from my own biology, he said. That's the calculation I've been running. The scarring, the non-standard biological profile, the fact that every bioweapons program will add me to their acquisition list if I appear in any formal record, that's a real liability. I believe it. But, Leon said, but the protection calculation assumes the institutions are too fragile to survive the liability. And the institutions I've helped build are not fragile. He looked at the room. Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, Leon Kennedy. The people who had built the BSAA into an organization that had run a successful global intervention operation. I've been applying a 2002 fragility assessment to 2007 institutions. The fragility doesn't apply at the same rate anymore. Leon said, that's a real reason. A pause. Is it the only one? Another pause. Marcus looked at his hands, the scarring pattern visible on the backs, the specific architecture of 12 years of advancements. No, he said. I didn't think so. The other reason is that I arrived in this situation as someone who had no institutional standing and no credibility and no way to be taken seriously except through documentation. Building the infrastructure was not just pragmatic. It was the only role available to me. 12 years later, the infrastructure is complete, and I'm still in the infrastructure role because I know how to do it. He paused. The Leon question is, when do you stop being the person you had to be and start being the person you can be now? Leon said, I've been waiting for you to ask that question. Marcus wrote in his log that evening. Asterisk Leon's question and the answer it produced. The official reason is the scarring, and it is real. The honest reason includes the comfortable minor character position. The actual operational reason is that I applied a 2002 fragility assessment to institutions that are not fragile in the same way anymore. All three reasons were true at different points in the 12 years. The question is which one is true now. Asterisk he paused on that entry for a long time before he closed the log. Chapter 128, Minor Character. He thought about it for 3 days before he had a useful answer. Not in the sense of deliberating. Marcus was not a deliberator. He was a documenter. He worked through problems by writing about them, adding to the log, letting the written version of his thinking show him what the unwritten version had been circling around. The log entry for the first day was, asterisk Leon's question is about institutional architecture. I have been building it for 12 years and have stayed outside it. The official reason is the scarring, the liability calculation. The honest reason includes the comfortable minor character position. Are there other reasons? Asterisk the log entry for the second day was, asterisk the institutions I helped build have been making decisions without my input for years, not because I wasn't available, but because the institutions are functional on their own and don't need my input to function. The BSAA runs operations. Elena's surveillance network monitors. Harlow's publication reports. Kendra's oversight unit investigates. All of these happen without me. I am not the infrastructure anymore. I was the infrastructure. There is a difference in the present tense. Asterisk the log entry for the third day was, asterisk the minor character position was not just comfortable. It was accurate in 1998, and it has been accurate in a diminishing way since. The accuracy has diminished because the institutions have built their own standing. I am no longer the only person who knows what the threat looks like. There are 400 people in Elena's network who know what biological threat indicators look like. There are 60 BSA operators who know how to run response operations. There is a federal oversight unit with a team of 12 who know how compliance failures occur. The knowledge has been distributed. I am no longer the singular repository. Asterisk he called Leon on the third day. An advisory role, he said. Formally adjacent to one institution. Not inside it. The scarring liability is still a real calculation, and I'm not prepared to argue it has completely expired. But formally adjacent. On the record as a consultant with a specific function that is documented and attributable. Which institution? Leon said. Elena's surveillance network. They do the most consequential work in the gap between BSA operations and the institutional architecture. A formal advisory role would allow me to appear in their documentation record without appearing in the government record that the successor organizations monitor. He paused. The title would need to be deliberately bland. Threat environment consultant, something like that. Descriptive, but not alarming. You've been thinking about this for 3 days, Leon said. Yes. The title is fine. I'll relay it to Elena. A pause. What changes? The documentation record reflects that the operation's primary capability set has institutional adjacency. Not the source. The source stays private. But the function is acknowledged. He paused. Leon, I came into this story as a minor character. I've been keeping myself there because it was accurate and comfortable and safe for the institutions. It's still accurate that the institutions need to be protected. It's not accurate anymore that the only way to protect them is to stay entirely outside. Leon said, That's the answer I was waiting for. He wrote in his log, *advisory role with Elena's surveillance network. Threat environment consultant. The minor character category has an exit. It leads here. He called Elena that afternoon to ask if the surveillance network had a formal advisory structure. She said, We have been hoping you would ask that for 3 years. I should have asked it earlier, he said. Yes, she said. But you asked it at a time when the institutions are stable enough that the answer doesn't create a liability. Earlier would have been better for my scheduling. Now is better for the work. A pause. I'll have the documentation prepared within the week. He added to the log entry. Elena has been expecting this. The institutions were ready before I was. That is, the log entry said, consistent with how the 12 years have run overall. Chapter 129. The Simmons parallel. Harlow called in April with a question that he had been sitting on for 2 months. He had been offered a senior editorial position at the Atlantic Herald, a major publication, institutional standing, a platform that would reach audiences 10 times the size of his independent operation. The offer came with conditions. He would have to fold his independent publication into the Herald's investigative division, which meant editorial oversight, institutional accountability, and the specific loss of operational independence that his independent platform had maintained across 22 published investigations. I'm asking you because you're the only person I know who has thought seriously about the institutional question from both sides, Harlow said. Marcus thought about this. He thought about the last time someone had made this argument to him. The specific content of the argument, the logic that institutional structures created accountability that independent actors could not provide. He thought about the Nevada quarantine camp in 1998 and a man named Derek Simmons who had made essentially this argument in reverse, about the government's cover-up architecture and the institutional trust structures that collective action required. He had disagreed with Simmons. He had been right to disagree. The disclosure that revealed the cover-up had not destroyed the institutional trust. It had rebuilt it more durably. The parallel you're not seeing, Marcus said, is that the same argument Simmons used to justify the cover-up is the argument you're using to justify independence. Simmons said, disclosure destroys institutional trust, therefore the cover-up is necessary to preserve the infrastructure for collective action. You're saying, institutional accountability constrains investigative independence, therefore staying independent is necessary to preserve the function. Those are different, Harlow said. They are. The cover-up concealed accurate information. Your independence does not conceal accurate information. It publishes it without editorial constraint. The parallel is not perfect. He paused. But the structural logic is the same. The institution creates accountability that the independent actor doesn't have, and the accountability is not just constraint. It's also protection. Your independent platform has no protection against a legal challenge that would shut it down. A Herald investigation has institutional resources, legal teams, editorial oversight that produces a defense against exactly the kind of pressure Simmons used against you for 8 years. Harlow was quiet for a moment. You're telling me to take the position, he said. I'm telling you that the argument for independence, which you've built your entire career on, which has been correct in every specific that I've seen, has a structural vulnerability that the institutional role addresses. And that the argument for institutional accountability, which I spent 8 years resisting because Simmons used it to suppress accurate information, has a genuine structural advantage that the independence doesn't. He paused. I can't tell you which one is right for you. I can tell you that both arguments have real merit and the decision is about which trade-off you're making. Another pause. What would you do? I'm taking an advisory role with Elena's network, he said. Formally adjacent. On the record. He paused. I've been the independent actor for 12 years. It was the right call for 12 years. It's not the right call indefinitely. Harlow said, I'll call them back. He did. He took the position. He built the accountability from inside, as Marcus had said. Within 6 months, the Herald's investigative division ran its first coordinated publication with Elena's surveillance network and the BSAA's public communication team. The institutional infrastructure produced something the independent platform couldn't have produced alone. Chapter 130. The timing is right. The prize publication was scheduled for June, 3 months before the new generation of oversight legislation reached a vote in 4 separate legislative bodies on 3 continents. Marcus had built the timing around that vote. The legislation was the culmination of 8 years of congressional inquiry, international working group development, and the specific institutional architecture that Kendra's GAO Oversight Unit and Elena's International Surveillance Network and Harlow's Herald Investigative Division had been building in parallel. The legislation would establish permanent international oversight frameworks for biohazard research, with enforcement mechanisms that the post-Raccoon City regulatory landscape had not included. The prize publication, landing 3 months before the vote, would provide the theoretical foundation that explained why the oversight was necessary, not the documentation of past failures, which Volume 23 had covered, but the scientific basis for understanding what unregulated biological research in this specific domain could produce and why the mechanism was not something that could be contained by existing frameworks. Marcus had sent Price's documentation to Annette Birkin in February. She had spent 6 weeks building her analysis of how Price's foundational research connected to her published work and to Marcus's biological data profile. Her analysis was 14 pages. It was the most precise scientific writing he had seen her produce. He had coordinated with Elena for the simultaneous release through the International Surveillance Network's communication channels. He had coordinated with Chris for the BSAA's operational context statement, not sensitive information, not capability disclosure, but the institutional acknowledgement that the BSAA had been engaging with this research area for 3 years as part of its bioterrorism prevention mandate. He had coordinated with Harlow's Herald Division for the public-facing article that would translate the technical publication into terms that the legislative audiences could engage with. The institutional architecture was in place. Every organization that had existed independently for years was now coordinating on a single publication event. The coordination was not something Marcus had centrally directed. He had provided the timeline and the argument for it, and each organization had built its own contribution. This is what the infrastructure was building toward, he said to Chris during the June coordination call, 3 days before the publication date. I thought the Weskier operation was what it was building toward, Chris said. The Weskier operation was what the first part of the infrastructure was building toward, Marcus said. The second part was building toward this. Building toward the moment when the institutions have the scientific foundation, the operational record, the legislative context, and the coordinated communication infrastructure to put the complete framework in the record at the right time. He paused. I've been working on this specific timing since the Price meeting in February. Everything since February has been building the conditions for June. You always have a timeline, Chris said. Yes, Marcus said. The timeline is what I build when I don't have foreknowledge anymore. The publication ran on a Tuesday in June. All 4 simultaneous channels, all 3 continents. The Scientific Journal and the Herald article and the BSAA operational context statement and Elena's surveillance network briefing to its international partner organizations. Clean, coordinated, timed. Marcus read the publication online, at the safe house table, with his coffee going warm the way coffee went warm when he was absorbed in something. He wrote in Volume 24, * Price publication complete. Coordinated, timed, all 4 channels simultaneous. The institutional architecture held. The timing was correct. Then he added, 68 years of Price's research. 12 years of mine. Annette's published theory. Elena's surveillance data. The congressional inquiry's formal record. All of it in the record now. This is what the building was for. Chapter 131. 38 hours. The threat field showed him the move against Price at 11 o'clock on a Wednesday morning, while he was making tea in the Geneva safe house and reviewing the final coordination timeline for the publication. He set the kettle down. The probability distribution in the 48-hour window had been running clean for 6 weeks, the normal baseline of low-level signals that the threat field processed continuously without flagging anything worth attending to. What appeared now was not the ambient background noise. It was a directed vector, pointed specifically at the South American installation, with the biological signature quality that the threat field had learned to associate with a coordinated operational team rather than a random incident. He looked at the flag for 60 seconds, processing what it was telling him. The vector was state-adjacent, not the 5 successor organizations. He had been tracking all 5 for 2 years and knew their operational signatures the way he knew recurring weather patterns. This was something that had been watching the publication preparation for months and had decided the research, published and validated, and in the scientific record, was a threat it was not willing to tolerate. The state-level resources matched a country he had calculated as unlikely. He had noted it as a low-probability vector in his watch list quarterly review and had not given it the attention it deserved. He wrote in his log, "I miscalculated the state-adjacent threat probability for the South American installation. I assigned low probability to state-level interest because the research predated modern bioweapons program development. The error, a state willing to suppress the publication's theoretical foundation, would not need to weaponize the research. It would need to disappear the evidence. 38 hours. He called Chris first. "I need a security perimeter around the South American installation, and I need it in 12 hours, he said. "I have a state-adjacent operational team on a 38-hour intercept vector. The target is the installation and price, not me. They are not going to acquire. They are going to neutralize." "State-adjacent," Chris said. "Which state?" "Working on confirmation." He had a profile building in the combat calculus overlay. The specific quality of the operational signature cross-referenced against known state-sponsored threat actors, narrowing toward one of 3 candidates. The installation needs to be empty before the intercept window closes. That means extraction in the next 24 hours to allow operational margin. Chris said, "How mobile is a 92-year-old researcher?" "That's the extraction problem. That's why I'm calling you first." He called Leon while Chris was already routing the BSA alert. "I need diplomatic cover for a cross-border extraction," Marcus said. "South America to Argentina, then commercial transit to a medical facility. The timeline is 24 hours to departure." Leon was quiet for exactly 3 seconds. The pause of a government professional calculating what cross-border extraction with 24 hours notice required in terms of institutional backing. "Then, I can get the documentation. What's the cover story?" "Medical emergency." "Not false. Price is 92. The extraction will be stressful. He genuinely requires medical monitoring in transit." He paused. "The documentation just needs to reflect a legitimate health evacuation rather than a security extraction." "I can work with that," Leon said. "I'll have the preliminary paperwork through channels in 6 hours. The final transit authorization takes 12. "That's inside the window," Marcus said. He called Elena last. "I need medical support for an extraction, and I need a receiving facility that can provide secure care for a researcher who may have less than a year left and who carries 68 years of irreplaceable knowledge." He paused. "He's 92. He has been running on maintenance infrastructure for 3 years. The extraction stress is a real health risk." Elena said, "I have a facility in Colorado. Former federal researcher, converted to an academic medical setting. Secure, discreet, equipped for geriatric care at the level he'll need." A beat. "I'll have a contact team ready at the receiving end." "Thank you," he said. He wrote the extraction plan in 2 hours, coordinated it by phone across 4 time zones in the next 3, and sent the final brief to Chris with a note. 38-hour window. 24-hour extraction target. The margin is not comfortable. Do not let the installation become a combat operation. We want price out and the installation empty, not a confrontation at the site. The documentation is already archived. Price is the irreplaceable element. He booked a flight to Sao Paulo. Chapter 132. Primary resource price received the news with the specific stillness of a 92-year-old man who had spent 60 years in a vulnerable position and had learned not to waste energy on the parts he couldn't change. "How long?" he said. 36 hours from now, Marcus said. He was standing in the installation's primary research space, which smelled of the same paper and chemical fixatives and 60-year occupation that it had smelled of when he first walked into it, 14 months ago. "We have transportation arranged, medical support in transit, and a receiving facility in Colorado with secure care." "I'm not going to die in Colorado," Price said. "You might live there for a while first," Marcus said. Price looked at him with the look of a scientist who had been arguing with the universe for 68 years and had learned which arguments were worth making. "You are running a coordinated international extraction for one old man who probably has less than a year left regardless of who arrives at the installation." "You have the documentation," Marcus said. "The documentation is in 3 independent archive systems. But you are the person who knows how to answer the questions the documentation will raise, the ones the researchers reading it won't be able to get from the files. That makes you the primary resource." Price was quiet. "The filing cabinets can be replaced," Marcus said. "The 68 years of context behind the filing cabinets cannot." Chris's security team was already establishing the perimeter when they talked. For BSA operators running quiet positions around the installation's approaches, not visible but present, giving Marcus and Price the time they needed for this conversation. Leon's transit documentation had come through at 0300 local time. The flight was staged at a regional airport 40 kilometers away. Price looked around the research space. His eyes moved over the filing cabinets, 3 walls of them, floor to ceiling, the physical record of a lifetime's work. The archive copies are complete, he said. 3 independent systems. 2 institutional, 1 in my personal archive. The paper records are valuable, but not irreplaceable. He paused. The paper records stay. Something settled in Price's expression. The argument he might have made, that leaving the physical record behind was an unacceptable loss, that 68 years of primary documentation deserved better than abandonment, did not get made. He had been a scientist long enough to understand the difference between irreplaceable and valuable. Colorado, he said. Elena's facility, Marcus confirmed. She has worked with former federal researchers before. The care will be appropriate. And the publication. On schedule. Your extraction doesn't change the timing. He paused. The publication will run while you are in transit. You will be able to read it on the flight. Price looked at him for a long moment. His hands, steady as they had been at the first meeting, were resting on the work table that had been in continuous use for 60 years. All right, he said. Not resignation. Assessment. The answer of a person who has run the calculation and found one viable option. Packing took 2 hours. Price moved through the installation with the specific deliberateness of a person doing a task they had not expected to do under these conditions. He took 3 things. A small personal case, a leather folder with handwritten notes that existed nowhere in the archive copies, and a framed photograph from the work table. He did not explain the photograph. Marcus did not ask. The rest stayed. The filing cabinets with their 60 years of accumulation, the work table with its stained surface, the chemical smell embedded in the walls. The building had been one man's working life. It would remain a building. Chris ran the security perimeter clean, no contact, no incident. The operational team that arrived 34 hours later found nothing but empty filing cabinets and the permanent stain of 60 years of work on the work table's surface. Chapter 133. Normal distribution. The hotel room in Sao Paulo was ordinary. Beige walls, a window facing the street, the sound of traffic that had the specific quality of a city going about its business without any awareness that an operation had just run in the interior. Marcus sat at the small table with his laptop and a cup of coffee that had gone lukewarm and watched the threat field. The vector that had been pointed at the installation for the past 38 hours was gone. Clean disappearance. The operational team had arrived at an empty site and had withdrawn without a confrontation, because there was nothing to confront and no point in creating an incident over an installation that had already been vacated. The documentation was an archive. The researcher was in transit. The installation was an empty building in the Brazilian interior. The threat field showed him the next 48 hours. He sat with what it was showing him for a long time. Normal distribution, not the flat baseline of a quiet period. He had seen enough quiet periods to know what they felt like from inside the probability field. This was different. This was the specific quality of a threat landscape that had genuinely stabilized, where the outstanding vectors were manageable, the active operations were running on predictable trajectories, and the novel threat indicator that the evolution host advancement produced for genuinely unknown signals was reading 0. For the first time since October 1998, the next 48 hours contained nothing that his evolved anticipation read as danger. He wrote in his log, Sao Paulo Hotel, Wednesday evening. The threat field is showing me normal distributions across all sectors of the 48-hour window. No novel threat indicators. No active acquisition vectors. No state-adjacent operational signatures. The 5 successor organizations are in their established decay patterns. The installation threat has cleared, asterisk. He paused. The traffic moved outside the window. Somewhere below, a vendor was calling. A recurring sound. The same rhythm every 40 seconds. The specific quality of a person doing their daily work. Asterisk. This is what the absence of threat looks like from inside the capability set. I have been running continuous threat assessment for 12 years, and I have not had a clear 48-hour window since the capability came online. The awareness that I developed to anticipate danger is showing me the shape of its own absence. Asterisk. He drank the lukewarm coffee. He did not particularly enjoy lukewarm coffee, but he was not especially bothered by it either. He added to the log. Asterisk. The extraction is in transit. The publication runs in 72 hours. The threat landscape is stable. Asterisk. I have work to do, and nothing, for the next 48 hours, is trying to stop me. He sat with that last sentence for a moment. The traffic continued outside. The coffee was cold now, the kind of cold that happened when you forgot a cup for long enough that it reached room temperature and stopped being coffee in any meaningful sense and became just liquid. He drank it anyway. He opened the coordination file and went back to work. The publication timing required 3 more confirmation exchanges across the 4 simultaneous channels. He made the calls, confirmed the timing, updated the coordination log with the final pre-publication check. When he was done, the threat field was still showing normal distributions. He noted that, too. This is what it feels like when the work is ahead rather than behind. He thought about that framing. For 12 years the work had been reactive, building the infrastructure to address threats that were either already present or imminent. The first 10 years had been against a threat he had arrived knowing. The last 2 had been against successor organizations he had cataloged from that original threat. All of it had been catching up to something. The coordination file was proactive. The publication timing was proactive. The advisory role formalization was proactive. Nothing in the next 48 hours was trying to stop any of it. He filed the updated coordination notes and closed the laptop. Chapter 134. The record. The publication ran on a Tuesday. All 4 channels, all 3 continents, simultaneous. The specific timing that Marcus had been building towards since February, coordinated across 6 time zones and 3 institutional frameworks, and 1 independent research program that was 68 years old. The academic journal ran Price's foundational research alongside Annette Birkin's theoretical framework and the biological case study data that Marcus had provided under case study designation. The paper was 47 pages. It was peer-reviewed, formatted correctly, cited properly, and contained a limitation section that was honest about what the research had not established. It was everything a scientific publication should be. The Herald ran Harlow's article at the same moment. The public-facing translation of the science into language that legislators and policy analysts and oversight bodies could engage with. Harlow had been building it for 6 months. It did not sensationalize. It connected the Price foundational research to the Raccoon City outbreak history, and to the congressional inquiry's permanent record, and to the active legislative session that would vote on international oversight frameworks in 3 months. It was journalism the way journalism worked when the person doing it understood what they were looking at. The BSAA issued its operational context statement simultaneously, not sensitive, not capability disclosing, but the institutional acknowledgement that had been missing from the scientific record, that the organizations responsible for bioterrorism response had been engaging with this research domain for 3 years and had found it operationally relevant. Elena's surveillance network sent its briefing to 340 partner organizations across 60 countries. Not all of them would read it immediately. Some would read it in 6 months. Some would read it in 6 years and find it had been filed in their institutional archive, relevant to something they were working on, and they would not know where it had come from, only that it was there. Marcus read the published paper at the Sao Paulo hotel, online, at the same moment it ran everywhere else. He read all 47 pages. He had read the advanced draft 11 times, but this was the first time it existed in the public scientific record, and the record was what mattered. Price called from the flight. They had staged a satellite call, and said, "Is it running?" "It's running," Marcus said. A pause. In the background, he could hear the sound of the aircraft and the specific quality of high-altitude air handling. "Good," Price said. "That's all I needed to know." Marcus wrote in volume 24 after the call. The record now contains what it should contain. The Price foundational research, the Birkin theory, the BSAA operational context, the Harlow public record. All of it, in the order it happened, in the institutional archives that will outlast the people who built them. He thought about what he had written, looking at it. This is not a solution. The threat landscape is not resolved. It is stable, which is different. There will be successor programs and novel threats, and things the threat field will show me that I do not have a category for. The record is not protection against all of those. But a mature civilization is not one without threats. It is one where the evidence is in the record, where the institutions know what to do with it, and where the people inside those institutions are capable of reading it correctly. This is the record. The institutions exist. The people are capable. This is what it looks like. He stayed at the Sao Paulo hotel for 2 more days after the publication, monitoring the institutional response. The academic community began citing the Price paper within 48 hours. The specific citations of a research community that had been waiting for this foundational material to appear in the record. Annette Birkin emailed him through the dead drop. 8 citations in 2 days. The research was ready. It was waiting for the right moment. He replied, yes. Harlow's article ran in the Herald's most read slot and generated the specific kind of engagement that preceded legislative attention, the targeted sharing among policy analysts, the secondary coverage from regulatory affairs publications, the quiet note from Kendra's oversight unit that they had been waiting for this material to become publicly citable before moving on the 3 active investigations that depended on the theoretical framework. The record was working. Chapter 135. One exit 3 days after the publication, Chris Redfield sat across from Marcus at a cafe table near the Geneva Lake with coffee that neither of them had touched and asked, "What do you do now?" It was a real question, not rhetorical. Chris had been asking real questions for 9 years, and this had the specific quality of one he had been sitting on since the Westgear operation and had decided this was the correct moment to ask. Marcus looked at the lake. The June light was on the water at a low angle, the kind of early morning light that made the surface look textured, distinct, like it had specific content rather than being just a large flat thing. "I count one exit from this question," he said, "and the exit requires giving you an actual answer." Chris waited. "The threat field I have now is more accurate than the foreknowledge I started with," Marcus said. "The foreknowledge was specific and certain, and it belonged to a world that had already diverged from the world I was actually in before I understood what I had. The threat field is probabilistic and derived from 12 years of real data about how threats actually develop." He paused. "The institutions we have built are more reliable than my memory of a video game. The BSAA runs operations without my intelligence brief. Elena's network monitors without my advisory input. Harlow's division publishes without my source access. Kendra's oversight unit investigates without my documentation." He looked at Chris. "The people who know what to do with the information now outnumber the people I could brief," he said. "When I woke up in that Raccoon City precinct in 1998, I was the only person in the world who understood what was coming and had any capacity to act on it. That is not the current situation." "So what does that mean for what you do?" Chris said. "It means I can stop being the infrastructure and be something else." He thought about how to say the next part precisely. "I've been keeping the capability set in the infrastructure role because the infrastructure role was what was needed. The infrastructure is complete. The capability set is now. This is the correct framing, available for the problems the infrastructure was built to address, rather than for building the infrastructure." Chris said, "That's a complicated way to say you're joining the operation." "I'm taking an advisory role with Elena's network," Marcus said. "Formally. On the record. Threat environment consultant." He paused. "Not joining the BSA. Not creating a public institutional identity. The liability calculation hasn't completely expired. But the capability is acknowledged. The function is attributed. The record reflects what has actually been happening for 12 years. Elena called me last week," Chris said. "She said she had been hoping you would ask for 3 years. She said the same thing to me." He looked at the lake again. "The infrastructure role was accurate in 1998. It was necessary through 2006. It is not necessary in the same way anymore." Chris picked up his coffee. It had gone fully cold while they were talking, the specific temperature of coffee that nobody has been attending to for 40 minutes. He drank it anyway. "It's about time," he said, not as a complaint about the 12 years. As an assessment. Marcus thought about that. He thought about the September morning in 1998 and the 47 pages of documentation and the Raccoon City precinct and everything built from that starting point. He thought about 12 years of being the person who knew what was coming and could not prove it and had to build the proof from scratch. He wrote in his log that evening, * what I do now. Advisory role, formal record, capability acknowledged. The infrastructure is complete. The next chapter is something else. ***, Chris said. "It's about time." He is correct. Chapter 136. What she means Kendra came to Geneva in September, on a Wednesday, which was the first time they had been in the same city in 2 years. She had been living in Washington. The oversight work had moved her there permanently 3 years ago, the way government careers move people to capital cities once the institutional affiliation became primary. Marcus had been tracking her career through the professional signals that were publicly available, the GAO unit citations in congressional testimony, the 3 investigations that had resulted in formal referrals, the federal archive project that had taken 18 months to complete and had put the Raccoon City documentation in a permanent institutional record that would survive administrations. She texted from the airport, * in Geneva for 2 days. Same bench, *. He met her at the lake. The September light was different from the November gray of her last visit. Warmer, still carrying the quality of summer in the angle. The water dark blue, where it had been dark gray in November, and the Alps visible with the clarity that autumn brought before winter haze set in. She looked at him for a long moment when she arrived. She had the expression she developed over years of working with him. Not the searching assessment of a person trying to understand what they were seeing, but the settled recognition of someone who has already done the work of understanding and is now simply confirming it. "You look like yourself," she said. He thought about what he looked like. The subdermal scarring had been complete since zero patient, 8 years ago now. The evolution host advancement had changed something in how the integrated system operated, something that people who knew him could apparently perceive without understanding what they were perceiving. The physical presentation was the same as it had been. The thing Kendra was observing was not physical. I look like the CAP advancement scarring, he said. She sat down on the bench. The lake was doing what September lakes did in this city. The specific quality of water that knew summer was over and had not yet committed to winter. That's what I mean, she said. He sat with that for a moment. He understood what she was saying. She was not describing the scarring as an aesthetic. She was describing the 12 years that had produced the person sitting on this bench, the advancement history, the documentation archive, the specific quality of someone who had built their entire operational existence from the territory rather than from a map. The Federal Archive is complete, she said after a pause. Everything from the congressional inquiry, the documentation, the witness testimonies, the Elena Voss federal report reconstruction, the anonymous tip, and its 12-year chain of custody, all of it in the permanent record. It will not be reclassified. It will not be buried. The institutional mechanisms for that are gone. How long did that take, he said. 18 months. The resistance wasn't suppression, it was bureaucratic friction, which is different and in some ways harder to navigate. Suppression has a shape you can identify. Bureaucratic friction is just the weight of institutions doing what institutions do when they aren't actively directed. Did you direct them? I directed the ones I had authority over and documented the ones I didn't until the documentation created its own pressure. She looked at him. That is something I learned from reading your files. He thought about that. The archive was in the permanent record. The work she had done across 6 years, the work that had started in a Nevada quarantine camp with 47 pages of documentation from a person she had no reason to believe, was complete and in the record where it would remain. Thank you, he said. She looked at the lake. You're different, she said. Not the same observation as the first one, different quality. More careful. Yes, he said. He did not elaborate. She did not ask him to. She had learned, across 12 years of working with him, that some answers arrived complete and some arrived as one word, and you waited to see which kind was coming. They sat for a long time with the September lake and the Alps and the specific quality of a conversation that had been running for 12 years and had arrived somewhere it had not started. Chapter 137. The volume entry Elena's presentation was titled Early Detection and Containment, 2 Case Studies in Pre-Outbreak Biological Incident Management. She sent Marcus the advance copy on a Thursday in October, 3 weeks before the Global Health Conference where she was presenting. He read it in one sitting. The first case study, a research facility in Kazakhstan, March of the previous year. An unauthorized experiment with modified bacterial agents. Elena's surveillance network had flagged the biological signature through its international partner network 6 days before the incident would have become an uncontrolled outbreak. Response teams had been in position 4 days before the critical threshold. Containment was complete. No casualties. The second case study, a port city in Southeast Asia, August. A shipping container with improperly stored biological material from a university research program that had not followed disposal protocols. Elena's network had flagged the material's movement pattern through a combination of customs documentation and the biological signature monitoring that 3 partner organizations in the region had implemented after the price publication. Containment teams reached the material before it breached the container. No casualties. 2 incidents. Both contained. Marcus sat at the Geneva safe house table and did the extrapolation that any honest reading of the case studies required. The Kazakhstan incident, uncontained, would have produced what the facility's own internal risk assessment estimated at 40,000 infections before natural barriers limited spread. The Southeast Asia incident had a lower ceiling, 15,000, based on population density and the material's transmission characteristics. 55,000 infections, extrapolated. The containment efficiency that Elena's presentation documented pushed that number to 0. He thought about what 0 infections meant in a world that had produced Raccoon City. He thought about the 40,000 people who had died in Raccoon City and the years it had taken to build the institutional architecture that could prevent the next 40,000. He added the number to the evidence record. Asterisk Volume 29 Entry, October 2007. Elena Voss International Biological Surveillance Network. 2 documented early containment events in current calendar year. Extrapolated casualty prevention, approximately 55,000 infections. This is a conservative estimate based on the case study parameters Elena provides in the advance copy of her conference presentation. The actual number may be higher. Asterisk. This is the measure of the network's function, not the cases it monitors. The cases it doesn't become. Asterisk. He called Elena. The presentation is excellent, he said. The 2 case studies are the right frame. They demonstrate function without requiring disclosure of the surveillance network's full capability profile. I know, Elena said. There was a warmth in her voice that had been building since the beginning. Not the cautious warmth of someone working with an uncertain asset, but the settled warmth of a person who understood what the work had built and was satisfied with it. Will you attend the conference? He thought about that. The conference was public, researchers, policy officials, International Health Organization representatives. The kind of event where a threat environment consultant with visible non-standard biology would generate questions he was not interested in answering. I'll attend the evening session, he said. Back of the room. That's more than I expected, she said. The work deserves a witness, he said. I'll be in the back. He attended. The presentation ran for 40 minutes in a conference room with 300 people and the specific quality of attention that a room gave to someone presenting work that the audience recognized as matching. Elena presented with the precision of a person who had spent years translating complex surveillance data into language that policy audiences could act on. At the end, the room asked questions for 20 minutes. Marcus sat in the back row and noted in his log, "The room understands what the network is. They are asking the right questions." This is the institutional adoption phase, when the work stops being one person's project and becomes the field's infrastructure. Volume 29, Chapter 138. The separate file 3 months after the conference. On a Tuesday evening in January, Jill Valentine called and said, "I want to ask you something in person." She arrived at the Geneva safe house on a Wednesday afternoon. It was raining, the specific quality of a Geneva January that was not snow but was not comfortable. Wet cold with the lake invisible in the gray and the city moving around it with the particular efficiency of a city that had been in cold weather for months and had stopped complaining about it. Marcus made tea. He was aware, running all 9 capability channels at the background passive level that had become their normal operating state, that this was not an operational call. The threat field showed nothing alarming. The survivor apex perception read Jill's biological signature as baseline. No stress elevation, no combat preparation. Just a person who had decided to ask a question. She accepted the tea. She sat at the kitchen table. She looked at him with the expression he had learned across 9 years of working alongside her. The expression of a person who had been considering the most precise way to say something and had decided that precision was less useful than directness. "I've been waiting for you to count the exits and choose one," she said. He looked at her. He thought about what she was saying. He thought about the way he had been managing the calculation that her presence had represented in his operational record since approximately CH39, when she had come to him in the RPD and told him she knew he was the anonymous source, and the specific decision he had made at that moment to categorize that fact and not act on it, because the operational context was complicated and because acting on it required a kind of certainty he was not willing to claim. 9 years of deliberate categorization. 9 years of the calculation sitting in a separate file. "I count 2 exits from this conversation," he said. She waited. "The first one is the one where I say nothing, because the operational context has always been complicated and the professional framing has always been the correct framing, and I have 11 years of evidence that compartmentalization is the right approach." She said, "And the second one? The second one is the one where I say, you have been the most competent person I have worked with in 12 years. You have been present at every operation where presence mattered. You asked me 3 months ago why I always count exits before I speak, and the honest answer is that I count exits because I arrived in this situation with no institutional standing, and counting exits was the only way I knew how to manage uncertainty, and I still do it, because I am still that person, except with 12 years of additional data." He paused. "And I have been deliberately keeping the calculation of what that means for this specific conversation in a separate file, because the separate file was the right place for it until it wasn't." Jill said, "That is the strangest way I have ever been told something." "I know," he said. "It's accurate, though." She looked at him for a long moment. The rain continued outside. The tea was still warm. He had made it recently enough that it had not gone cold the way things went cold when he got absorbed in something. "The operational context has always been complicated," she said. "That hasn't changed." "No," he said. "But the calculation has. The infrastructure is complete. The compartmentalization served the infrastructure. The infrastructure no longer requires it." She picked up her tea. She looked at the rain outside the kitchen window. "Volume 29, she said. "Volume 29, he confirmed. She drank the tea. It was still warm. Outside, the January rain continued at its particular gray quality, consistent and unremarkable, the way Geneva January operated. Chapter 139, What He Built. Price died in Colorado in April, on a Tuesday. Not suddenly. Elena's team had been providing medical support for 8 months, and the trajectory had been clear for the last 3. He had been declining with the specific quality of a person who had finished the work they were built to do and was no longer running on urgency. Peacefully, the Colorado Facilities Care Coordinator told Marcus in a call that afternoon, was the accurate word for it. He had been reading the research citations from his publication the day before. Someone had sent him a weekly update of how many times the Price foundational paper had been cited in the academic record. 412 citations in 8 months. He had told the care coordinator that the number was adequate. Marcus wrote the volume 29 entry that evening. Asterisk Dr. Gideon Price. 1915 to 2007. Research career, 1937 to 2007. Active primary research at the South American Installation, 1954 to 2007. 68 years of original documentation on the direct exposure mechanism for progenitor precursor material. Asterisk he paused. He thought about how to write the entry correctly. Not as a citation, not as an operational record, but as the document that would be in the archive alongside the documentation Price had spent 68 years building. Asterisk he started building in 1954, when the direct exposure mechanism was the active research frontier and the viral development pathway had not yet been chosen by Spencer's program. He kept building after the viral pathway was chosen and his work became institutionally invisible, not because he believed vindication was coming, but because the work was the thing that needed doing. He was 92 years old when the threat field showed me his installation as a node of consequence. He was 92 years old when I sat in his research space and read 68 years of primary documentation and understood, for the first time, the complete theoretical basis for what I am. Asterisk he asked me whether the 6 months would become 12, and then 20, and then 60. It did not. The publication ran within the 6-month window. Asterisk he started building in 1954. It took 67 years to matter. Asterisk he looked at the entry. Asterisk the documentation is for whoever reads it in 67 years. That is the nature of the foundational work. It doesn't always find its context in the lifetime of the person who did it. Price found his context. He was present for it. That is not guaranteed, and it should be noted. Asterisk he filed the entry. He added a note to the coordination archive. Asterisk Price, deceased. Primary contact for foundational research questions now. Annette Birkin, theoretical. Marcus Cole Case Study Archive, practical. The knowledge is distributed. The work continues. Asterisk he called Elena and told her. She was quiet for a moment and then said, the facility will send the personal effects, the leather folder, the photograph. Did you want them? The leather folder goes to the archive, he said. The photograph should go to whoever the photograph is of. Does the facility know? They're looking into it, she said. It may take time. Take the time it takes, Marcus said. It's not urgent anymore. He sat for a long time after the call, in the Geneva safe house kitchen, with the April evening coming through the window and the specific quality of early spring light that was warmer than winter but still cool enough to have definition. He thought about the filing cabinets he had left in the South American installation, the physical record that hadn't been moved, abandoned to whatever would eventually become of the building. He thought about the leather folder of handwritten notes traveling from Colorado to the archive. He thought about a photograph of someone Price had known well enough to keep framed on a work table for 60 years. Some things were documented. Some things were known only to the people who had been present. Both had their uses. He wrote one more line in the volume 29 entry. Asterisk Price built what he built without anyone confirming it would matter. That is the most honest model of this work. Asterisk he closed the entry and opened the coordination file for tomorrow's advisory call. Chapter 140. Volume 29. It was October when Marcus sat in a car in Geneva and watched the threat field. Not a patrol car borrowed for an hour. His own car, a nondescript gray sedan that he had been driving for 3 years and which was parked on a street near the lake in the specific way that cars were parked when the person inside them was not going anywhere immediately. The October light was at its horizontal angle, the same low quality it always had in this month, laying warmth across the dashboard that would be gone by noon. The threat field showed him the next 48 hours. Normal distributions. The same reading it had been giving him for the past 4 months. The genuine stabilization of a threat landscape that had been in crisis response mode since October 1998 and had, over the course of 9 years of systematic work, been brought into a state that the probability field could characterize as manageable. Not safe. Not resolved. Manageable. He opened volume 29 on his laptop. The volume was different from the previous 28. Not in format. The format had been consistent since the first volume, which he had started on a Sunday morning in Raccoon City with a yellow legal pad and a biro. The difference was in what it was for. The first 28 volumes had been building towards something. Volume 29 was the documentation of what had been built. His advisory role with Elena's International Surveillance Network was 3 months old. The documentation was on file in her institutional record. The title, threat environment consultant, was deliberately bland, and he had written it himself. It appeared in 3 footnotes in published institutional documents. It was in the record. He added the daily entry to volume 29. October 2007. Threat field, normal distributions, all 48-hour sectors. Active watches, 3. All 3 in established decay patterns. Advisory function, running at standard output. Nothing the next 48 hours contains that reads as novel. Then he added the open threads that the story's end did not close, because the story did not close them. They were the shape of what came next. Thread 1. The pre-progenitor research strain in Annette Birkin's published limitation section. The theoretical gap she identified, the activation source for the direct exposure mechanism, remains open in the scientific record. Someone will build toward it. The question is who and what they find when they get there. Thread 2. Organization 3 of the 5 umbrella successors. 18 months of silence. The other 4 are in documented decay. 3 has made no contact, filed no intelligence traces, produced no operational signature that the threat field can read. Absence is a threat pattern I do not yet have a complete framework for. I am watching. Thread 3. A government researcher at a European university has filed a query to the public scientific record requesting additional case study data on the soul pattern fusion mechanism that Annette mentioned in her limitation section. The query is properly formatted, professionally submitted, and represents the work of someone who has read the Price publication and Annette's theoretical framework and has asked the right question. Someone is asking the right question. I do not know yet whether the answer serves the record or threatens it. I am watching. He closed the laptop. He looked at the Geneva lake, visible at the street's end. October dark. The Alps invisible in the haze that came after the clear autumn window closed. The water doing what the water always did. Reflecting the sky above it, whatever the sky happened to be doing. He counted exits. For the first time in 12 years, none of them looked bad. He had arrived in this situation as a suspended rookie cop with 47 pages of documentation and no institutional standing and complete knowledge of a world that was already diverging from the map. He was leaving the first part of the situation as a threat environment consultant with 29 volumes of documentation, a formal advisory role, 9 capabilities running at concurrent output, and a threat field that was showing him the next 48 hours the way a weather system showed rain. Probabilistic, accurate, derived from the territory itself rather than from someone else's narrative. The foreknowledge was gone. The anticipation was running. He started the car. He had work to do. The 3 open threads, the advisory function, the next chapter of whatever the next chapter turned out to be. The work would not run out. The work was the kind that continued as long as there were things in the world that required someone to count them correctly. He drove toward the safe house. He noted in volume 29, the last entry before he started the next one. The map I arrived with was wrong before I got here. Everything since has been built from the territory. The territory is what I know. The territory is what I am. Continue building.